Although it never appears in the high sky and is trapped in a ditch unseen by anyone, if you want to shine and still nurture a spark within you, then that thing is definitely a star. That is Vlan, who always lifts herself up from the wreckage like a star, always shining. In a small alley at night, a young man stands intently watching a sword displayed outside a blacksmith's shop. That's Vlan, you exclaimed. No matter how many times you look at it, it's truly beautiful. As soon as someone approaches to scold you, I knew you were distracted again. It's a girl around your age standing with her arms crossed, sighing. Jemina, do you know that I've been so distracted lately? I told you to stop bothering me. It's rare for me to get a break. You're telling him that, huh? Everyone is talking behind your back because you keep wandering around idly. What did V say? Jemina glanced around to see if anyone was nearby, then leaned in and whispered, "Do you still hear voices when you hold things like a stick?" He didn't answer, but from his expression she knew that in his past life he must have committed some sin to cause thunder and lightning in clear weather. It's also a black lightning bolt. Turns out Vred was involved in something very mysterious. You sometimes get struck by lightning suddenly. She advises you to stay inside the shop. They say the new bishop is very sensitive to things like that. He was promoted from an exorcism investigator. So, if he sees even a small sign, you'll be taken to the pyre and burned right away. Damn it, don't say it's bad luck. But she only cares about you, that's why she said that. It's really funny. I'm worried about you, but you're still annoyed. She's honestly telling you so you can handle it secretly. You think only 1 or 2 people saw you get struck by lightning? Everyone's talking behind your back, so don't just stand there, dazed. What if you were targeted and taken to the church? Vlad doesn't think he would be like that just because of this. I won't be dragged to the church just for looking at a sword. You're truly exhausted and helpless. Just buy it on credit. You seem sad. Very expensive, Jemina sneered. How could items sold at the blacksmith's shop in the alley be so expensive? How much? You want me to buy it for you? You quoted 5 gold coins. Jemina hears the price and curses. Are you crazy? She keeps nagging me. 5 gold coins. That's scrap metal? For that amount of money, I'll let it go. Before she could finish talking, he already knew. I knew you would spend and party all year with that money. Suddenly, there was shouting and cursing at the 2 of them. What? That's scrap metal. You bastards, get out now. This isn't something you punks from the back alley can buy, so it's the old blacksmith from this slum area. Jemina taunted. So who would buy it? It's hung in the back alley, only those who live there can see it. Are you crazy, sir? Being called crazy just makes you even angrier. What do you mean I'm crazy? Just listen to what these bastards are saying. She didn't stop and kept adding fuel to the fire. Why did he cause trouble by creating a sword only knights can use? Since you're about to die anyway, the old man shouted. Yeah, it's because I'm about to die. You bastard, go back to your shop and do the dishes. The failed brat family, Jemina, called a brat, also shouted back just as loudly. You call me a disgrace? I'm a grown woman now. Seeing the tense situation, V patted her head and pulled her away. Don't cause trouble without reason. Jemina, we're leaving now. You might as well give up too. Let's go. Did I say anything wrong? He's still cursing at you behind his back. You're not planning to stop, are you? Watching the 2 of them leave, he was still furious. That bastard has never known hunger, and now look at him, ruined like this. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Vlad and Jemina as children huddled together in the cold and hunger. You don't know how much food I gave you back then. Damn dogs. He suddenly looked down at the ground and realized where Vlan had just stood. It seems the boy had been here for a long time, sinking into the mud. He should have only thought about surviving. The old man felt a bit bitter. It's really hard for this kid to find ambition in a place like this. I know very well that someone born in this alley will never escape from here. Holding the sword in hand, I declare with both certainty and regret that I will only sell this sword to someone capable of getting out. I can't let my final work rot away here. Looking back, it's quite similar, even in this gutter, but something is still shining on its own. As the center of the northern economy combined with the prestige of the Bay family, the lighthouse of the north, there is surely a darkness hidden beneath that bright light. Zara, a slum where all the dirty and ugly things exist, is its night. This place is full of filth and sin. In a tavern during an argument, a drunken man grabs a woman's hair and drags her away while shouting, "You bastard! You should have just shaken your hips in silence. Who do you think you're fooling here?" The girl denied. I haven't scammed anyone. He doesn't believe me. I've been a merchant for 20 years. Are you selling me medicine that has no effect at all? Just as I go downstairs, someone passes by complaining. There's never a day when things are peaceful. That's Vlan. You're out here selling candles. The old man immediately lost his temper. That's right. The candle seller is just in time. Go find the owner. You look down on us. If you want to meet our boss, you need to bring gold, not silver. That drunkard is shouting. With such bad service here, you still want gold? If the lady boss isn't here, then bring your mother or whoever else here quickly. You didn't meet his demands and couldn't be controlled, so he falsely accused you again. The candle you're selling is a scam, right? What kind of candle burns out after just removing the core? So what do you expect from a 5-minute candle? If you don't have money, stay home and play with your wife. V just shrugged it off as if it were natural, even mocking him for not having money and still making demands. Hearing that contempt, the old man grew even angrier. What did you just say? You want to clarify. Oh, how troublesome. Do you want to check? He points to the big clock in the shop and says, Do you see that clock? Let's see if this candle can burn for 5 minutes. Vlad looked very pleased. If it doesn't burn for 5 minutes, what can he do at will to the woman behind him? He's got horns. Why should I listen to a scammer? Being accused of fraud is a serious scam, you said sternly as if giving an order. I told you to do it, but if it burns for 5 minutes, you'll be beaten to death by me. Seeing that look, he was so terrified he didn't dare to protest. Why is a spoiled brat like Vlad starting the fire with a matchstick? Who's really the con artist here? He is now very scared, his face trembling as time keeps passing. Everyone below is also watching intently to see who will hit whom. After a while, the candle went out and he hurriedly looked at the clock. But he's so stupid. He didn't know when it started earlier, so now he has no idea if 5 minutes have passed or more. Damn it, how many minutes was that just now? A very familiar voice calls out, Dear guests. Immediately, his interface clung tightly to the broken tree and fell backward. V coldly announced, It's been 5 minutes, you bastard. At the same time, he kicked again, hitting him in the back and making him cry out. He kept getting beaten up, but he was too fat to fight back, and now he's even fallen flat on the floor. V closes the door and coldly declares that you're dead today. He panics and quickly waves his hands. Wait, I thought you begged for mercy, but it turns out you're the one who deceived first. Then don't ask why V kept fighting. Why are you so fat for a merchant? You speak harshly. And what is it, huh? Tell me to bring my mother, huh? You're making me sad. Because I don't have a mother. His agonized scream echoed painfully through the night until someone spoke. Stop. Vlad just let you go. The next day at the shop, while having breakfast, I said, I think someone tampered with the candles. They don't burn for more than 5 minutes. Still not hearing a response, he turned to ask, Do you understand? So he repeated, Joger. Someone is sabotaging our business. Do you understand? Joger listened but responded with silence, eating calmly as if understanding. In contrast, someone else saw it as extremely serious. What? Who dares? Who dares to destroy the precious rose candle? V proposed a solution. We will now have to find the cause. The other person agrees. Of course, start your search now. You look confused. Why should I do that? The other person said you actually already found her. Vreed was surprised. Now I finally understand who that person really is. That's Marcella, the lady with the rose smile. She's hesitant to admit it's her. I just played around a bit. I wanted to trick those drunkards and make some money. Hearing that, both of them were helpless and didn't know what to say. A moment later, he went downstairs sighing. Well, I've hurt innocent people. At the same time, he comforted himself. What more can I do? What can the staff do if the boss is the one causing trouble? As I stepped downstairs, I was greeted warmly. Hey, I heard you caused trouble yesterday. Turns out they're older guys. You're doing well in your position, huh? I'm just wondering how that happened when I wasn't even there. They walk over and pat your shoulder saying, You made some money selling candles yesterday, right? My guys have places to spend that money, but our wallets are all empty. Maybe this is also something Vlan used to encounter with their indifferent attitude. He asked directly, What do you want? Boli, they're still joking around. Come on, you don't need to make that face. And they keep demanding, I didn't ask you to give anything, let's make a deal, okay? You know if you don't agree, they'll cause trouble, so you agree. So what do you mean by the deal? He implied that if you give us some spare change, I'll have something to give you in return. He introduces him as a pickpocket, a clumsy, stupid guy with a terrible plan, then brings over a beaten-up black boy and asks Vlad, So, looks familiar, doesn't it? If you don't pay up, it's considered ransom for the boy. I'll sell him to you for 40 silver coins. It's a very cheap price, you know? Vlad grits his teeth. What about its fingers and ankles? He laughed dismissively and denied doing that. Do you think I would call you after cutting it off? I only hit lightly, it's still pretty intact. You cursed like crazy and threw the bag of money at them, and as soon as they saw the money, they started screaming. My uncle is truly our pride, but he also didn't forget to threaten that little boy. Be careful next time, it won't be so simple. Return to a friendly attitude with Vlan. What's going on? We are just gang members, not murderers. You're the one bothering the family by stealing their stuff and talking too much. He passes by you. Bly is smug with those guys. See, I told you Vlad would agree. That's why it controls all the spoiled kids on the street. Got it? They're all gone now. Call the police. That boy quickly apologized, saying, I'm sorry, Vlan, I only meant to steal a little. But Vlan didn't question him. He asked where the broken bone was. It's not broken. Luckily, what they said was right. V is chasing you. Run away before I beat you. The boy ran away without forgetting to thank you. I understand now. Thank you. I'm all alone now. Vred muttered regretfully. Huh. I've fallen behind again, losing 5 gold coins. At the port, there are nimble hands taking notes. But that kid was lucky because he didn't end up like this after pickpocketing while holding up his left hand with only 3 fingers remaining. That is Haben, the whale hunter from Captain Hoover Haben's family. He recalls the past when he was tortured for trying to protect Vlad and Jemina, having his fingers and ankles cut off. That time, he became a warning to everyone. He wondered if once again the rose smile has reached the candles this time. Vlad sat across, surprised. Has that story already spread this far? Hayne also didn't expect to hear this news. It's been a long time since a new rumor spread. But everyone doubts its authenticity. The lady who makes the candles isn't the one causing those complicated problems. You knew, right? That's also what Vlant thinks. That's what I mean. Even Jogger seems to have figured it out. They're not the kind of people who would cause chaos without reason. I understand what you mean. They're not that kind of people, but they still act like that. It means they have their reasons. V wondered what the reason could be. Haben guessed that 90% of it was because they urgently needed money. Be careful what you say. There's only one reason. The gang is rushing to gather money. A battle with another gang. The 5 leaders control the rat district. First is the knight of the prostitute named Georger. The pig butcher goes by the name Black Bear. The gambler known as Dice, and finally the whale hunter, Captain Huber, and the greedy con artist. The darkness within each person's life will quietly approach, while hiding in the night, just like now, when some event seems to be about to happen. Vlad had to face a savage mob, so he called out, "Hey, where's your little punk boss?" That was a sudden move. An accident happened without warning. This could be the destruction of your life that you never saw coming. Is this greedy bastard coming here on his own? You secretly wonder, does that mean we're about to go to war? One of the subordinates shouted when he saw you not answering. Hey, does this guy not listen to the boss? He asked where your boss was. Vlad thought for a moment, then pretended not to know. I don't know anymore. I only sell candles, so I don't know anything. Not getting a satisfactory answer, he cursed you. You spoiled brat who hasn't grown up yet. Then he rushed over, smashing everything on the table and shouting in your face. If you don't know, then you have to find it and bring it here for me. Even though the candles are scattered everywhere, some are broken, and that guy's ferocity, Vlad remained silent and unresponsive. Everyone in the shop stood around, only watching without daring to step in to protect you, but they were all surprised by Vlad's indifferent attitude. Even Jemina felt the same. Oh no, everything's broken. I can't sell anything today. Now you finally speak up, showing regret as you bend down to pick up the candles. This action only makes the other guy more furious. He wants to see fear and begging from you, not this. Are you blind? Vlad is even very kind. Hey, how's your leg? The other guy doesn't understand. You lift your face to directly confront him and threaten. Your leg is about to be broken. That's your leg. The guy is so angry he's turning red in the face. You bastard. You rushed in to fight him, but fighting is only a small part of the war. Although he has a more modest build than his opponent, Vlad remains unshaken. He is ready to continue the fight with a disciplined formation and careful combat skills. He ran forward with his stick and decisively struck his leg, then stood tall to deliver the final blow. In the end, just 2 sticks were needed, one on the leg and one on the interface. He broke his teeth and fainted on the spot. That's what really wins the fight. Everyone who witnessed the scene was utterly stunned with their mouths wide open, and Jack, with one hand, was no exception. In this rural village, the rule remains the same. The winner stands above, and the loser is left below. The remaining henchmen saw their unconscious comrade and all rushed to attack you. Damn it, how dare you fight in front of the boss? But before he could act, Jack raised his hand to stop him and said with a smile, I really like this kid. I only have one hand, so I can only clap once. I hope you understand. Vlad calmly said, I do not discriminate against people with disabilities. He burst out laughing. Haha, this little punk. Then step aside and speak privately. What will happen to this chaos? You're not afraid, and I don't know either. But they should have died sooner. Suddenly, a voice calling him interrupted their conversation. Greedy for wealth, why did you come here? That's Joger, he said cheerfully. I would have grilled some meat for you if you had told me earlier. Jack sneered. We're not that close after all. Despite his hostile attitude, Joger remained very friendly. There are guests downstairs. Why don't we go upstairs first? He refused, so forget about the meat. Do you have any fake alcohol? Drop the friendly attitude, Joger hints. Marcel will never let her guests down. If that guy follows, then I guess I have to try. Then they moved upstairs, leaving a mess behind. Vlad sighed in relief, almost dying as he looked back at the broken candles with disdain. After a while cleaning up, he heard a voice behind him, saying that your boss star praises you a lot. I really have good eyes for people. That's Jack with one hand and his henchman. He suggested that if you're tired of the candle smell, you can come over to my place. I like you scratching your ear in refusal, but I quite like this place. They feed me, let me sleep, and even pay me. The old man laughs. Ha ha ha, then we can do that too, and then throw a gold coin at this candle for you. A gold coin? That's too much already. V says, that guy still hasn't left. If you come to my side, I'll always give you that much. I'm just someone greedy for wealth. Now he's finally pulling his men away from here. Now let's go eat. Seeing Jack's attitude, Vlad guessed that he was in a very good mood. Was the discussion successful? Vladimina calls Vong down from upstairs. She told Joger to call you up. Vlad sat with Joger but felt the atmosphere was strangely silent, which even he found odd. Joger said, I was going to give it to you later, but now I have to give it to you sooner. Here's a shiny sword. Always carry it with you. He carefully advised him. Vlad understood implicitly, sensing it from the atmosphere here. From Yor's attitude towards the lady boss and the key figures behind her, the conversation between Yor and Jack, a very ruthless money-hungry man, Yora calmly says from now on, don't sell candles anymore. Vlad was surprised. So what should I do then? Do you collect money from the stores or go on patrol? I'm telling you the truth. I received intelligence that someone is sneaking people in from outside. That guy seems to be a mercenary who used to be a knight. He sighs. Yeah, just like you. This is truly a danger. Jack, who leads countless people with one hand, is the mastermind. But for him, Yorger, a former knight, is still an insurmountable wall. Because even a flock of sheep cannot fight a wolf, but if he invites another knight, everything will instantly balance out. Yorger wants us to be at a disadvantage. That's why he needs you. Are you surprised? How about you? I have nothing more to explain. You will soon be assigned your first task. Haben is a disabled man who lost his finger and cannot walk. He uses his clever mind to learn to read and calculate, and is now using that ability to serve under leader Hoover. Seeing Hain, I realize I can also strive to learn and use that knowledge to climb higher. That is the reason and also the motivation for Vam to focus only on physical training ever since that day. Suddenly, a voice called out from within his subconscious. You need to lower your elbows. You're complaining. Wow, he's always so talkative during training. A month ago, after being struck by a black lightning bolt, I started hearing someone's voice. That whispering voice of that demon will speak every time I hold something similar to a sword. Instead of a sword, I think I should buy holy water first, Vlad muttered to himself. Whatever, I heard that the more you respond, the more it will talk. Focus. Focus. Always try your best, concentrate your mind in strength, and strike. Just as you're about to cut, that voice tells you to lower your weapon. Unconsciously following, seeing the result, he was surprised. It's different. If what he just did was just swinging his sword, this is swordsmanship. At the same time, doubt mixed with curiosity arose. What was that thing in my mind? Sometime later, as the world entered a freezing winter, the weather on the mountain became even more terrifying. A person gently wiped the blood on their sword and sighed. Age is truly frightening. That is Stan, a knight. I can feel the freezing east wind to the bone, suddenly stopping, as if he sensed something strange in the distance. The shadow and the wind there seemed so subtle, whether by accident or on purpose. Then he approached the guy over there, stopped and said, I'm here. Inside the forest, he asked, Are you Stanga? He admitted, Yes, I am Stanga, and you must be Vlad. The guide once said, You come from the streets, but with blonde hair and blue eyes, people who don't know might think you come from a noble family. The signaler for him earlier was Vlan, who has probably become much more mature after training now. Handing him the letter, he said, This is a letter from the boss. Sanga opened it and understood why Georger had invited him. It's not surprising that the enemy has a knight mercenary when my superior wants me to help. Vlad said, I will guide you, and we will depart the day after tomorrow, but he still stood there refusing to follow you. He sighed. Well, I wonder if I should still follow this idiot. I calmly assured him of my reliability, and I'm confident I can lead the way, but he still seems to want to test me. I remain skeptical. Can a guy who makes animal summer sounds in the middle of winter as a signal really be that smart? Vlad was slightly startled by how quickly he realized. He threatened, If you say anything like I think and there are no enemies here, I will kill you immediately. Facing such a formidable attitude, Vlad remained unfazed. Forget it, just follow me, I don't want to interfere with your first mission. Watching from behind, I wonder why this guy isn't bothered at all despite the tense atmosphere I created. Then I chuckled to myself. George will like this kid. He's a young one worth honing. After a while, the two of them took a break at a mountain cave to light a fire. Neither of them spoke, but Vlad kept a close watch on one side. That's Stannis' sword, he also recognized it. He asked, Why are you staring at me like that? Is this your first time seeing a retired knight? And you're criticizing me for looking closely? Turns out you look just like a country bumpkin. Vlad is no exception. Where are you from? This is it. You immediately let out a sarcastic breath. Wow, it's also a village. Sen is caught in a crossfire and can't do anything about it. I wish you would lead me astray so I'd have an excuse to cut off your head. V, holding his meat bag, turned back and retorted, Why are you so scary? I can't even joke around? Seeing the pile of meat, he was overjoyed. Wow, this is fresh beef. I hope I get some too. But then came Vreed's answer and his face for the second time. I didn't bring you any. Do you have anything to eat? Surely I do, but they are dry, salty, and hard to swallow pieces of meat. He hesitated. I have some, but Vlad wouldn't listen. You start grilling the meat. Sen behind can only swallow saliva and longing. Yeah. This smell is terrible. He wants to make a deal with you. Humph, kid. Isn't there something you want to ask me? You're wondering what's wrong all of a sudden. I'll answer one question, in exchange for a piece of your beef, and you won't get another chance. So you want to eat, but your pride prevents you from asking someone younger. Vladen Meat also knows well. You're right, he says. How much do you want? If you want, just ask and you'll get it. That guy jumped up at Kid. I also need to keep my dignity. He folded his arms and explained, Since knights always accept only their fair share of rewards, Velsac retorted, but he's already retired, right? Despite him trying hard, I kept interrupting to ask for Sense's name. And when I asked about his age, he answered 42. So you actually want to learn more from experienced people. Do you know how to use aura? Stange smiled. Looks like the kid has finally revealed his hand. He explained that all knights can use aura, but applying it in actual combat is a different story. Then he asked, so can you do it or not? Stange hesitated, then nodded. Yes, Vlad immediately understood the implication. He took out all the meat and handed it to him to get an answer. Take it all. Sen looked into your eyes for a moment before repeating what he said earlier. The knights only took their deserved reward and then opened their sword's sheath. But sometimes we have to push ourselves forward. After all, I've been through so much these past few days. Vlad is very excited. Really? Will I truly get to witness it? Sen stands in the middle of an open space, gripping his sword tightly with both hands and closing his left eye. Vlad couldn't help but wonder why he was closing his left eye. I must reveal the world inside my soul to the outside. The surrounding scene suddenly changes and becomes silent. A blue light emanates from that eye as he slowly says, Look carefully, kid. This is the essence of knights. Yes. The light covers the entire sword. As suddenly opened his eyes wide, a tremendous surge of power forcing him to raise his hand to shield himself. Aura. Under the bright moonlight, the image of the heroic swordsman with determined eyes and a shining sword in his hand was etched deeply into Vlan's mind. Outside the fortress, beneath the tall, sturdy walls, S dejectedly spoke. I'm such a loser, I feel like a useless guy. It's comforting, but it's strange. Not too bad either. Better to look like a useless guy than a knight. I don't mean the appearance. It's the inner feelings of mine. A knight full of honor, yet looking like this, messy hair, scruffy beard, and a bored expression. You quickly offered to help and said I would lead you through a secret path since you can't go through the main gate because you'll be easily identified. Let's move. I'll prepare a bath for you when we arrive. Immediately afterward, the two of them headed to a secluded place. Sen couldn't hold back and said, It's too quiet. Maybe it's already too late. As soon as Vlad replied, both of them suddenly sensed something unusual. Sen asked seriously, Is this place usually like this? He sweat and replied, No, it seems this place has been attacked by someone. In front of them now lay a scene of scattered corpses and blood everywhere, as if a fierce fight had just taken place. Vammat quickly said, I'm leaving now. I will show you a gate only our guild members know about. He turned to ask, What about the girl? If you don't turn away and rush in, I will go through the main gate to attract their attention. See you later. The gate is also covered with signs of the fierce battle. V, panting, wiped sweat from his brow. The inside was no better with chairs scattered and food spilled all over the floor. The child has returned safely. Good, the greedy one has taken action. Their skills are truly extraordinary. Joger spoke as Marcel carefully bandaged him. V asked cautiously, Are you okay? This is the first time I've had to fight a knight in a long while, so behind him is a man who has been defeated. Joger quickly changes the subject. But the important thing is, can you bring him here? I quickly replied, Yes, the main gate is now under surveillance, so I told him to enter through the back door and we should be there soon. Veins bulge on Jorger's angry face as he grits his teeth and says, Good. Tomorrow I will catch that greedy bastard. This time I will settle the score once and for all. By the way, how does he look? He's not going anywhere random, is he? Joger seems worried. Vlad immediately shook his head. No, he'll be fine, and he also looks like a good person. Marcella also added that after all, Stang does have a noble side. You also agreed. His body looks quite agile too. He lost weight? Well, if you want to live long, taking good care of yourself is the right thing to do. Yes, he is also a knight capable of using aura. Tomorrow will definitely be our day. Jorger's pupils suddenly dilated. He asked again, "What do you mean?" The sound of footsteps hitting the ground grew louder. Vlad heard it and said, "Ah, it seems he's heading up there." Step by step, getting closer, Jorger hurriedly asked, "Vlan, is he really using aura?" "Yes, I saw it myself." Hearing the answer, he quickly clenched his sword and said loudly, "Hiding behind me. S doesn't know how to use aura." Only then did he realize what his uncle meant. At this moment, the mysterious man was standing behind him, sword in hand, still dripping blood. He spoke softly, saying, "You've come a long way in this time." Both of them immediately looked at him with wary eyes. "It's been a long time, Senior." The fake name with a blood-stained face slowly smirked as he greeted. He slowly wiped the blood off his sword and calmly said, "You really can't escape aging. The eastern wind lately is truly bone-chilling." Glancing behind him at the glaring bloodstain on the white snow, he continued indifferently, "It seems to be true, but is it because they are truly stupid, or are they doing it on purpose?" That person was eliminated some time ago, yet his eyes are still open. Now Joger has taken a defensive stance, extremely wary of him. The imposter sneered, "You've changed a lot. Why are you looking for me?" Joger was so angry that veins bulged. Duke Gaida has already passed away, but Jorger still keeps his eyes on that cunning guy. The situation is complicated and not yet public, but soon everyone will know. He calmly pours wine into his glass, the atmosphere growing even more tense. Their gazes locking slowly and deliberately. He raises his glass clear and steady for our unfortunate Duke Gaida. Jer almost lost his mind, clenched his teeth, and roared in fury. The bastard quickly charged forward, and the reflection of Jogger appeared in the glass. With a loud crash, the attack struck down, splitting the floor apart and shattering the glass into two. Both Jer Max Allah and Vlad were completely stunned, their eyes wide open. The fake Senat had moved at some point and was now right behind Jogger. He continued speaking, even as Jiang Do addressed the new Duke Ga, Lord Sichmun. Jer roared at Godwin and quickly spun around to slash directly at him, but unfortunately was blocked. The clash of two swords echoed as they struggled against each other. The impostor calmly said, "Night Joger, return to the base immediately. That is an order from Lord Sichmun." He shouted in anger, "Sichmun is not my lord." He replied, "Of course." The Duke also didn't think you would obediently return, nor did he want you to. With that, his eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning. The belongings were scattered everywhere, both of them simultaneously prepared for battle, constantly showing hostility towards each other. The more Joger advanced, the more he hurriedly retreated. He didn't hesitate and charged straight ahead. Stain quickly dodged. "Quickly block in front of Marcella. Marcella, it's very dangerous here." "This way." The two hurriedly leave. Jorger continues to swing his sword, and the two finally leave the room. A sound echoes from downstairs. "Vlan, what's going on up there?" "Hurry and speak loudly, Bly. Get everyone up here quickly." Before he could finish his sentence, Jorger's massive body was knocked out of the door. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Jogger hovers in midair as Sten appears amidst the wreckage, sternly saying, "You still make stupid decisions like always." Jogger thud. He fell straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone quickly gathered around. "Leader, what's going on?" Joger coughs hoarsely, trying to get up. He continues to look down with a clearly disdainful gaze. Suddenly, a knife shot out from somewhere, and he quickly caught it. "Lavlin, you didn't hesitate to provoke that Stange guy, nor did you shy away as you stared him down. He didn't care at all, pushed you aside, and rushed downstairs." Vlad shouted in panic. Joger runs away, but at this moment he is struggling intensely and cannot lift the person. Stange showed no mercy, striking directly at him with a powerful blow. With quick reflexes, Jorger narrowly escaped with his life. "But the situation isn't any better either," Stange said coldly. "That day you should have obeyed the Duke's orders," Jer replied reluctantly. "I am also human. I can't follow that order." Without giving him a chance to speak, he immediately denied. "No, you are a knight. Tonight has been too long for me. I need to rest now." On the other side, Vlad rushes desperately forward, his face showing clear worry, his sword gradually shining with a blinding blue light. Vlad charges, shouting fiercely, "No." His eyes also gradually changing color. Aura is about to be activated, but he keeps trying to stop it, to hold back. However, the cuts have left scars on everyone around him, including Joger. In just a moment, he charged forward, unleashing countless sword strikes that, due to the blinding light and overwhelming power, prevented you from raising your hand to shield yourself. The entire space seemed torn apart, shattered into 1,000 pieces, leaving only a scene of desolation and ruin. Vlad slumps to the ground, coughing a few times through the thick dust, his body covered in wounds, confused about what just happened. Before he could process what was happening, countless bodies lay scattered before him. Vlad clenched his teeth tightly, each word biting through his gritted teeth. Damn it. Suddenly, a figure approaches from the distance. A blood-stained face gradually becomes clearer. The boy hurriedly calls out for Georgia in panic. Small drops of color drip onto the floor. I was stunned as I watched the scene before me, warm memories flashing through my mind. The first person to extend a hand to the wandering boy in the dark valley, the one who gave him more recognition than anyone else and whom he believed to be the strongest. Under the quiet blue moonlight, he coldly grabs Jorger's head, and within those pupils, the image of a loved one's severed head floats in midair. That boy's world was ruthlessly destroyed. He quickly grabbed the sword beside him and roared like a chained demon dragon. Don't do that, the sword hurriedly intervenes. But at this moment, he had no reason left. He charged forward blindly, swinging a powerful slash. He was amazed to see that the sword path in this narrow space revealed a little kid with such a perfect sword technique. He didn't hesitate to praise him. Well done. That phrase immediately made you scream out in anger. But before he could do anything, you received a bone-breaking blow right in the stomach and kicked you away several meters. Vlad couldn't defend himself and was thrown aside. After throwing the kick, he remained calm as if nothing happened, but was also very careful, thinking that was his instinct. That spin was a defensive instinct. Thansword keeps worrying. Breathe. Don't pass out. Vlad struggled to get up, constantly moaning. The fake name Saint is somewhat suspicious. Killing this seedling right away would be a waste. Even if it comes back with a sharp sword, observing potential is always interesting. Godwin. After thinking for a moment, he smiled eerily and slowly stepped in front of you to say, "You led me here. The knight only accepts fair and appropriate compensation." The boy looked up, puzzled. "What do you mean?" he sneered as he threw some meat at you and revealed, "I am not Steen, and I am not 42 years old. Because you have suffered injustice, I have received much from you, so I will compensate you for it. But I will also take this." As he spoke, he looked at Joger's severed head in his hand before speaking to you in a condescending tone. "This is fair compensation for me. And also, the right of the victor." Vlad clenched his teeth. Anger etched on his face. "You hissed each word, 'I will kill you.'" He paid no mind and turned away, leaving a final warning. "Don't think you'll get a second chance at life." The grinding of teeth echoed as you boldly shouted, "I will definitely take your life. Godwin, I promise." His figure gradually disappeared into the distance. "You scream with all your might. I guarantee it." Two lonely figures on a deserted street. Gemina carefully supports Vlan, who is staggering with heavy steps. Suddenly, the pain from the wound became sharp, causing Vlan to collapse and let out a faint cry. His breathing grew labored, cold sweat pouring down. "Get up," a cold, commanding voice echoed in front of him. Max Law stood there, his eyes serious. "Do you want to die here?" V, with no will left, just slumped down on the ground. Seeing you like that, Meryl Law was extremely annoyed. Slap. She slapped him hard across the face, her eyes blazing with anger. "Wake up, kid. Do you know the difference between us and those living on the streets?" Marcella Law said sharply, her eyes shining with determination. "It's an opportunity. Even if they fail, they can always get back up because they are willing to pay the price. But what about us? Look, this is the price of failure." In front of them was a desolate scene, bodies scattered everywhere. For us, falling means death. We were born like this. She clenched her vein gauntlet tightly, trying to give him her last bit of reason. "Don't throw away the only chance you've been given to play." Tears streamed down Marcel's face as she returned to the present. VR struggled against the pain, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Jemina asked anxiously, "Are you okay? Should we slow down?" Vlad gritted his teeth and firmly replied, "No, keep going. It can't end like this." Suddenly a loud voice rang out, "Find him!" That Yorgir's little henchman is nearby. The two of them quickly run away. "Damn it, run faster." The others are quickly catching up. The team has been destroyed, so no matter how young the bird is, it must take flight. Neither of them dared to stop, just holding hands and running for their lives. After a while, the pursuers lost track of them. Where did they go? They must have run this way, or hidden in an alley. We have to find them at all costs. "They're valuable targets," one of them muttered bitterly. "I will make them pay for the insult I endured that day." "Split up and go find them. They haven't gone far." They quickly disperse. Unaware, at the nearby large door, the lock had been pried open. Behind the door, Jeremina tried to cover her mouth to keep from making a sound. Since he already had a knife in hand, ready to fight, he was tense and thinking hard, knowing he couldn't keep running like this. Then he turned to Jemina and said, "Stay here. Don't go outside until it's quiet outside." "What? And what about you?" I'll find a way out. Those bastards keep sticking together. Traveling together is too dangerous. The weariness was clearly visible on his face. Jemina panicked and insisted on coming along. I don't want us to go together. Morella promised, right? She will help us get to the right place, return to the monastery before dawn, or reach Hein's location. She couldn't take it anymore and shouted, I said I didn't want to. You're out of options too. You don't listen to me at all. Idiot, do I look like I can protect you? Jemina, overwhelmed by emotion, started to cry, but suddenly a voice echoed. Who are you? Both of them were startled. Jemina quickly reached out with a knife nearby, holding it up defensively as a man holding a lantern appeared before them, looking at both with a puzzled expression. Why are you both here? She shouted nervously as she saw him start to approach. Don't move. The old man, confused and helpless, said, What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly barge into someone else's house? I told you not to move. I really stabbed him. The old man said nothing more, only looked at both of them seriously. Jemina was trembling so much she was about to cry. The old man softly said, I understand, so put that ugly thing down first. She clenched her teeth and ordered, Give me a sword. The old man looked puzzled. Huh? That sword hanging there is very dangerous to take outside the town now. I'm not joking, so give it to me. At this point, Vran also had to speak up. Jemina, put it down. She didn't listen, even louder, saying, Give me the sword right now. Yes, this is the true nature of those who live in the alleyway. This is their true nature. The nature of those who steal everything to survive. The old man gazed thoughtfully at Mina, silently judging. Has that little girl really become like this now? On that innocent face, fear, recklessness, and determination are all visible. The old man simply softly utters 2 words. So sad. She nearly lost her mind, biting her lip tightly, gripping the small knife in her hand, growling loudly. I hurriedly shouted to stop her. Jemina. The old man simply closed his eyes in silence as he raised the knife. Vlad widened his eyes in shock. Snip, small strands of hair gradually fell down. In her hand is her own hair tail. The old man couldn't have expected this. My voice trembles softly. Here, I know this isn't enough, but I will definitely return it. That's how I am. Tears streaming down, I desperately hold out my hair to exchange. Jemina pleads desperately. Please, please give that sword to Vlad. Strands of hair kept falling down. The old man was stunned by her actions, silent for a moment before turning to ask Vlan, Are you planning to leave? Vlan nervously replied yes. The old man watched him closely, thinking that this young man was doing what he had dreamed of his whole life. But there was one thing he could never do. He still couldn't fully spread his wings under that sky. The old man sighed in frustration and said, Kids are really a bother to adults, follow me. Then he turned and walked away on the snow-covered road. The car slowly rolled forward, carrying so many things that Jemina couldn't stand it and shouted, That smell. The old man immediately said, Stop complaining and push it. This is the only way. The old man was startled by the loud shout. What are those reckless young men doing questioning him in front of the car in the middle of the night? Are these bastards trying to block our way? Before I could let the old man answer, he kept talking. Are you going to dump the manure? But why are you doing it at this hour? Damn it, it's because of you guys causing all this chaos and blocking the alley. My family can't get out now. We're stuck with nothing but trash. The old man took a deep breath and scolded for a long time, his eyes nearly bulging out at how hot this old man really was. Suddenly he notices a fully covered figure behind the car. Are you not alone? I'm too tired, so I asked him to help in exchange for some bread. Why didn't you guys go over and push instead? The old man shouted loudly because he's the only blacksmith in the alley, so I respect him. But I have to check him first. Saying that, he stepped closer to the other person, pointed his sword at his hat, and coldly said, Don't move, or I'll cut your hat off if you don't want to get cut. His sharp gaze made the old man sweat on one side too. Our life is hard enough already. Jemina forced a grotesque, hideous expression with every muscle in his face, sweat pouring down his face, and only then did he lower his guard and say, All right, go ahead. The old man then asked, What are you looking for? The kid who works for Yorker, the one with blonde hair, is the only one missing. The old man looked annoyed. Shh, can I go now? The other person shook their head. We still have one more thing to check thoroughly. Today, I might as well check the car. Vlad, hiding amidst the chaos, was also startled. Jemina and the old man were just as startled. Let's not do it here, where there's dirt everywhere. The thug was ordered to go sternly and replied, All right, go over there. The old man frantically considered whether he should take them somewhere else. There's no more space anywhere. That guy looked over the stuff on the truck and suddenly noticed something. Jemina, watching nearby, couldn't help but feel anxious. She lowered her head and pressed her lips tightly together. He continued to search silently. Don't be sad. This is my job. He spoke while gripping his spear tightly and forcefully stabbed into the pile of belongings. She was so frightened she dared not look, quickly covering her eyes, and the old man also lost his nerve. There are no signs of stopping on the other side either. I heard that Haben launched a search near the river. Both of them froze upon hearing this. Surely there was a reason he did such a thing. The spear barely missed Vlad's face, almost piercing a vital spot. Anyway, I'm just telling you this. His face remained completely calm as he then also drew out the spear and said, "All right, go ahead." The old man turns away but still keeps his guard up around him. "This is the debt of 40 silver coins I paid on behalf of my younger brother," he whispers softly. V remains silent, a hint of sadness in his heart. "Thank you." Then the group also left smoothly. The snow kept falling, and finally everyone arrived at their destination. "We've arrived. This is the place for the artifact." Jamina tearfully says goodbye. "Goodbye, Vlan, take care of your health." The quiet night sky, you follow the pile of bones being pushed away, and the old man watches on with a sorrowful heart. Jamina couldn't hold back her tears as she worried for her close friend. The boy's first step became this old man's lifelong dream, and brought tears to a young girl's eyes. The bright moonlight shines on the snow-covered mountains, and the shining sword flashes in the space. V just stared blankly at him, raising the sword in his hand and talking to it. "Do you hear me?" Immediately, a voice responded, "Who are you?" He asked seriously, "I don't know." The sword also replied honestly, "I can't believe it. You tell me so many tips about swordsmanship even though you don't know who you are." The sword is speechless and doesn't know what to say. "Well, it doesn't matter. I'll help you and you'll help me. I will become your memory and you will become my sword." The boy said firmly, "I don't care if you're a demon or not. What I fear is that as I speak, the image of Godan looming suddenly appears before me, but I boldly declare that there is nothing at all." The sword then replied, "All right, I will teach you about my sword." One clear day over the snow-covered mountain peaks, Jia Hai's flying house was hung around the army tents, chess pieces placed on the table. "Too easy," Joseph Bey, the second son of the Bey family, told himself, frowning as he observed. That was too easy. An officer suddenly entered the camp tent to report. "Young master, I am back." He looked up and replied, "Yeah, you're here." Jaeger stands tall and solemn as if paying a serious greeting to his young master, then asks, "Are you troubled by something?" "Are you worried?" Joseph said with a serious face. "It's simply because it was too easy." Jaeger told the young master about the advantages. The monster expedition went smoothly with few casualties, and all of them were mercenaries. Hearing this, Joseph immediately had a question. Aren't all deserters considered missing persons with insignificant cases? A result with no variables or recruits, everyone would doubt my leadership abilities. Joseph's eyes flashed with anger before he continued, including his father and the other lords, of course, as well as Rudiger, my half-brother. Jaeger listened intently, speechless. The more he thought, the greater Joseph's worry became. If this continues, we'll be doomed. If Rudiger can't become the new duke, his next move is obvious. Joseph recalled that the Bey family had brought glory to the army, as evidenced by the history of his father and his blood relatives trampling over each other to fight for the throne. Joseph looked up thoughtfully and said, "I don't have enough swordsmen. So of course not you, Jaeger." Jaeger quickly faced the reporter and said, "Sir, besides this matter, I have something else to report to you." Joseph ordered, "Speak." "He reports that there is a very suspicious soldier. You wonder if he was secretly planted by my brother?" Jaeger dismisses this suspicion. "That's not why I doubt him. You'll understand when you see him with your own eyes." At this moment, in front of them is a demon cut by bloody sword wounds. Joseph, seeing this scene, had to cover his nose with a handkerchief, feeling truly disgusting. Maybe this was made by a child who just learned to hold a sword. I look at the dangling elf corpse. Jaeger reminded him, "Look at the other side too." Observing the elves hung on the wood, Joseph judged these cuts to be quite skillful. They all look the same. Wherever he goes, he frowns. This one is a bit better, and this one too. When he took a full view, Joseph was shocked to realize that all the marks looked the same, but they were actually different. You call Jaeger and tell him not to say this was all done by the same person. Is all of this? Around them was a large hall filled entirely with the bodies of dead elves. Jaeger did not deny. "Yes, young master, they are the ones that appeared yesterday, and the place you just looked at is from a month ago." As soon as he finished speaking, Joseph couldn't help but be surprised. My brother's eyes are fixed on the demon without saying a word. Could it really only be a month? Joseph immediately questioned who was now on the snow-covered mountain peaks. Blood splattered everywhere, with 2 more demons killed. The mercenary spirit team rushes into the monster herd, with the leader guiding and holding the formation tightly to prevent the bugs from escaping. The sharp sword was thrown down quickly, and the soldiers cheered in victory as they looked at the corpses before them. At last, I can witness the final outcome. All right, just catch the rest now. But suddenly everyone's faces tense up. their hands gripping their weapons tightly. Seeing their expressions, the soldier also looked stunned and asked, "What?" No one noticed that behind them was a giant demon holding up its wooden club. A powerful strike crashes down with such force that even the remaining top soldiers cannot block it. The beast, muscular and full of strength, has sharp teeth and eyes that seem to burn through the entire space. The remaining people, even with swords and shields ready, turned pale. Suddenly, the beast roared loudly and charged straight at the others. Without mercy, Luke Dien swung his arm to attack the unlucky ones, causing those who hadn't been struck to scream in fear. "Are you crazy? Where did that thing come from? It even took down the top team. Fall back quickly." On the other side, a man sitting on a horse observes the situation as a haughty knight under Joseph's command gives orders. "What are you doing? Move forward quickly. Are you planning to collect your reward while doing this?" The mercenaries quickly retorted fiercely, "We never heard of any monsters. You should have hired top-tier soldiers or fought yourselves." He heard his subordinate curse angrily, "You bastards!" But before he could ride his horse over, a soldier was knocked back towards him. On the other side, the demon was still frenzied with slaughter. Seeing it, Ven couldn't help but stop. Then he reluctantly sheathed his sword and didn't move forward anymore. Suddenly, a figure with footsteps imprinting on the thick snow appeared, carrying a sword at their side and golden hair shining like the sun. The soldiers also wondered about this strange presence. "Who is that?" "Riemann." Cheers erupted around them as they realized. "That's right," Ran was praying. "Riemann is actually Vlan. No need for words. I will deal with him." Luke Kwang Fi's figure approaches the demon's child, which is also startled by the new enemy, growling softly as if questioning. Taking advantage of the demon's surprise, Vlad swiftly swings his sword, slicing through the demon's bare back. It only let out a cry, which was enough for Vlad to realize that a single strike wasn't enough to kill. The soul within the sword warned him to dodge. As soon as the demon swung its dagger with agility, Vlad quickly dodged. The demon missed its attack. "Damn it, I failed again." The soul of the sword scolded Ran harshly. "Idiot, you can't do it even after I taught you, huh?" I'm helplessly cursing myself. If I could do that, I'd be considered a genius, and I'd know how to execute perfect sword techniques just by hearing about them. Once again, Vred stood up to face the beast and replied, "I was just testing how you would respond." The goblin roared, veins bulging on its forehead from the effort, swinging its club but missing the swift target. V slashed at the upper body of the demon and then retreated to dodge the attack. The demon, hurt by the strike, clenched its teeth tightly. It gathers all its strength, gripping the hammer with both hands and raising it high, delivering a powerful strike that sends snow flying everywhere. The snow dust gradually disperses, but beneath the giant hammer only a snow depression remains. Vam confidently states, "This time I am sure I will strike." Behind the monster, the power comes from the swordsman pouring all his strength into his attack. He uses his body to spin around, and Vlad lands a decisive strike just in time, while Jaeger continues reporting. Ran Joseph frowned and repeated, "Riemann, pray that Jaeger investigates that guy immediately." Jaeger obeyed the order clearly, sir. After hearing this, Joseph continued to doubt. "It's ridiculous. The most twisted swordplay has been improved. I never expected he could master swordsmanship in just a month." Thinking of that, Joseph quietly smiled and returned to the snowy field. The red blood of the giant demon stained the scene as it was split in two. Vlad frowned and exhaled the white bones after the attack, and Joseph couldn't help but praise. "He is a genius." The mercenary squad was cleaning up the battlefield and complaining to each other, all of them clueless and nothing useful here. "Ha, you're serious. I was hoping to find something useful since there are goblins here." Subordinate G suddenly shouted out loud, "Leader, isn't this also very amazing this time?" Carefully drawing my sword, I reminded him to stop talking nonsense and just carry out the plan I already laid out. "I've finished already. No one dares take your number one spot, leader." He eagerly starts a conversation. "But the campaign is almost over. What do you plan to do next? If you have no plans, then why not cooperate with me?" Before he could finish, Vlad ruthlessly cut off hope. "My principle is not to get involved in scams." Rand's sarcastic remark made G narrow his eyes in annoyance. He also fought back, hitting at Vlad's weak spot. "The mercenary badge? You can't keep using it forever, right?" He offered a tempting bait, saying, "I know you can forge it perfectly." Ved growled in frustration. "What?" "Don't let your mouth run wild. If this is a proposal, I will warn you. But if it's a threat, I will kill you." Ghostface turned pale and bloodless, trembling before this terrifying reaction. "I only said that because I care about you, leader. Earning some money from the title of cavalry commander would be a waste of talent." Vlad glared at him and warned, "If you don't want your head to be cut off, shut up and get ready to leave." G, knowing he couldn't bribe the boy anymore, ran away in fear. "All right, I'll do it now." V sighed in frustration, secretly thinking that someday I have to teach him a lesson. Then he turned around and walked alone, deeper into the forest. Seeing his back, some soldiers curiously whispered among themselves. Rahman goes back to pray. Yeah, he's really persistent. Accordingly, Vla knelt in a corner before his sword. Everyone secretly watched from behind the birch trees and whispered, "Damn it, this scene is crazy. Is he really not a noble? Surely he was born different from us. How could their noble and respectful demeanor possibly know that he's cursing? Damn it, I still can't land a single strike on it. The spirit inside the sword advised, Vlad. You fool, I told you already." Mastering the skill to defeat a monster with a single strike is very difficult. You wonder about your shortcomings, so where exactly is the cause? The mysterious teacher explained in detail that if you raise your sword and put your strength into attacking the opponent, you must first focus on spotting its weakness. Vlad frowned after hearing this. I really need to understand that? Tan Kiem immediately scolded you. Why don't you understand? When your opponent's weakness is exposed, you have to strike immediately. At this point, Vlad finally nodded. That's right, I will pay attention. Not knowing that behind you, soldiers are turning to pray together. A lively new day has arrived in the snowy land of the north, Sarah. What kind of meat is this? Is this meat, right? Godai answered. I don't know anymore. It's free, so it doesn't matter. Almost no other places have the owner feeding the guests. The middle soldiers interrupt, but what if he suddenly starts flying? Yeah, it's salty, but still tasty. But Van still didn't quite trust it. Enjoy your meal, he said softly, then left. The mercenaries are noisy, and now the leader is going to the priest's place. Should I say a prayer or something? You ask if you've already failed. Do you think praying makes you as good as him? Inside the priest's tent, Father Andrea saw the boy and smiled kindly as he greeted him. Oran, come in. Vlad politely bowed his head to greet him. Father Andrea, I hope you slept well last night. He continued. I have always been at peace. Andrea started the conversation. I heard you also came to pray last night. It must be very cold, right? Vran replied politely. Being embraced by God's protection, I no longer feel cold, but I secretly curse the mysterious master. That bastard made me practice swordsmanship all the time. Hearing your exchange, Andrea laughed loudly. You even resemble the priest more than I do. Suddenly, the young assistant called Father Andrea, saying the meal was ready, and he nodded. All right, thanks, kid. Zhang then forced Vlad to sit down. I'm about to have breakfast. Join me. Vlad politely expresses his intention to decline. I'm not here for breakfast, but Andrea and Zhang quickly clasped their hands together. Let's pray then. So Vlad also has to join them. The priest's voice rang out steadily, thanking God for the bounty given today. Please grant me strength through these foods. Let us strive to do more good deeds. As he prayed, Andrea secretly glanced at the young man, and seeing his serious expression, he silently praised him. He truly is a sincere person. Even in a humble place like this, he still doesn't lose his faith. Andrea whispered to himself, I must guide him. The young man plans to spend his life seeking glory on the blood-stained battlefield. This is also the Lord's tier. Just as Andrea stops, the word Amen is spoken. He gently told Vlan, let's have our meal. The boy obediently replied, yes, thank you for the meal. The fragrant breakfast on the table lifts your spirits with bread and precious soup. Let's eat. Just as Vlan was about to enjoy the rich piece of cake, Andrea spoke up. I know about your swordsmanship because I'm used to it. But it seems this has reached Lord Joseph's ears. 2 days ago, Lord Jago came to ask about you. Chewing the round bread with both cheeks puffed out, Vlad looked dazed. Oh, what's next? He told you proudly, I have recommended you. I said I am really looking forward to the future because you are truly a sincere young man. Andrea's expectations made Vlad startle and stop his movements. The priest explained that the Bay family is a noble aristocratic house, and even compared to the north, working there would provide him with a better environment than his current one. Vlad's eyes grew deep as he continued. You deserve to enjoy those things. On the way back, Vlad couldn't help but complain. It's difficult, it seems I've attracted attention again. The sword also agrees, there's no avoiding it. I can only learn swordsmanship through practice. Didn't you think that being too close to the priest was a problem before? Vlad hesitated. I need to verify this. Thankim again asked Vlan, are you sure I'm not an evil spirit? Vlad indirectly answered with a story about Andrea. People say that Father Andrea is very famous and powerful in holy power, to the point that he was nominated for the position of bishop. Since he hasn't caught me either, everything is still safe for now, but if possible I should at least run away if I get discovered. Than Kiem pointed out the flaw. With this level, how? Aren't they just going to pretend they don't care about your fake identity? V nods thoughtfully. If they suspect me, they will find out I am the one who killed that mercenary and replaced him. So I would be guilty of identity fraud and murder at the same time. The soul hidden inside the sword mocks Vlan. You're pretty cruel too. You immediately grit your teeth and scold. You're also an accomplice. Maybe worried about being implicated, the sword suggests that you should run away instead. Only when you cleverly reason with them can that incident be recognized as self-defense. Vlad added, so if I run away tonight and take my ID with me, I could also have a fake identification badge in my possession. Then the sword suddenly turned around and said, I think it's hard to escape from here. Even after hearing that, you were so surprised you asked back, huh? The sword whispered to you that someone is approaching from behind. From their aura, they must be at least a high-ranking knight. Having been warned beforehand, Vlad immediately switched to a defensive mode and used his sword to fend off. Jaeger looked somewhat surprised at Vlad's spear tip, but Vlad still maintained his composure and prepared to defend. Did my quick reaction impress Jag successfully? Did he realize I was here? This kid is more useful than I thought. He looks at you and announces, Lord Joseph wants to see you. After hearing this terrifying command, Vlad regretted in his mind that he shouldn't have overthought it and should have just run immediately. If he got caught here, he didn't know what would happen. You responded without any fear. It's an honor for me. Because deep down, Vlad understood that in a game, showing a determined face is a secret to winning against an opponent. Jaeger was curious about his reaction. Did you know I would come? V replied honestly. When I heard the pastor say that, I didn't expect him to arrive so early. The more I interacted with you, the more excited Jaeger felt. Interesting, this young mercenary kid is quite at ease before meeting me. He turns around and calls out, follow me. Vlad looked at the man in front of him with suspicion, Than Tu's eyes narrowing. Should I run now? But Than Kiem warned him in time not to think Vian Khan could escape from him. A knight of that level could take your head in 3 moves. Unfortunately, just looking at that tall figure was enough to silence everyone, let alone disobey orders. V was frustrated by the failed plan. Damn it, there's no way out now. The two of them have already arrived at Joseph's camp. You are holding a book in your hand but still greet him. Finally, I get to meet you. It's a pleasure. Jaeger looked at Vlad Lengyi fully and bowed to respond to his young master. It is my honor, sir. Joseph. He asked Han if he had any difficulties while carrying out the mission. Thanks to your dedication, we are all very grateful. Joseph, noticing your striking appearance, blonde hair and blue eyes, guesses you are the child of some noble family. Is your name Ran? Vlad replied politely. Yes, sir. The slender hand folds the book back. Joseph suddenly exclaimed, I should have told you earlier, and suddenly Jaeger slapped him hard across the face. Vladen is in pain while not understanding what is happening. Jir, with a sharp gaze, looks at him. At the same time, the young master spoke. I really hate liars, Vlad of the Sarah clan. Vlad indirectly admits, you already know everything. Joseph continues, someone has confirmed your mother was a prostitute, but I can't find out who your father is. Do you know who your father is? Faced with this rude question, Brad snapped. Just kidding. Who do you think your mother's child is? As soon as he responded, Jaeger kicked him in the leg. Vlad cried out in pain before collapsing to the ground. He reminds you of your limits, kid. Meanwhile, Vlad looks at him with a hostile gaze. Joseph stepped forward, realizing that this was no joke. It's a mercenary organization. Maybe they already killed someone and brought him back. I figured out why you ran away from Sarah. He questions you, where did you learn swordsmanship? Vlad doesn't answer and maintains his annoyed attitude. Joseph observes him before speaking. There is much hidden in those eyes. Behind Jaeger, he said nothing and started drawing his sword. Vlad gritted his teeth, then responded abruptly and unpredictably, rushing forward like thunder. He is my teacher, but he disappeared like a gust of wind. A flash of surprise crossed Joseph's eyes. V continued to tell. He didn't leave any gaps, but he did speak. The image of the muscular man standing amidst the blazing lightning flashes appeared in their minds. Accordingly, the narration continues that it was his divine eye that could see a few select people with potential that no one else could see. Joseph saw Vlad's determination, his gaze unwavering. Then he proactively accepted his rough actions. All right, sorry for treating you badly. V watched him, surprised that his lie had gone unnoticed. Did it work? Now you finally feel that he's sincere enough to share. I don't know you, but right now I'm in a very difficult situation, so I want to make a proposal. The call for help has been made. V of Sarah, don't you want to reach a higher position? Power, freedom, survival, the proud knight. I'm talking about those things. Joseph's invitation made Vlad a bit surprised. I, Joseph, want to help you achieve those things. The two swords clash, producing an exhilarating sound. Jaga and Vlad are engaged in a fierce sword fight. The surrounding soldiers are also commenting. He's holding it well. Others argue that it's because he's gentle. But what has everyone buzzing more than anything else is, has he really become Jaeger's apprentice? His skills must be truly outstanding. I'm really jealous. I also want to be guided by him. On this side, Jaeger swung his sword down onto Vlad's blade, the force so strong that the boy couldn't help but cry out. Jaeger changed stance and scolded, You're truly cowardly. With such mediocre skills, how dare you hold your head high in front of Lord Joseph? Does that make sense? Then he launched a powerful attack to teach him a lesson. You really don't know your current position, do you? It's your first time facing off, so of course there are shortcomings, and the skill gap is huge. If I dodge, he will attack and he's too strong. I can't do anything. Suddenly, I come up with an idea, and Jaeger also notices a difference in this reaction. So V glared and charged forward, the two swords crossing once again. Using a new technique, Jaeger's wooden sword was guided along, finally shifting away from Vlan's body, allowing him to successfully redirect the attack and quickly swing his sword forward. Once again, they charged at each other. The spectators cheered excitedly as they saw Vlan's resistance, and he pushed himself up. He's pretty good, huh? Jaeger was glad to see that you had the strength to fight back. All right, at least this much is necessary. V gasps for breath, trying his best as he looks at the man in front of him, telling himself he hasn't succeeded yet. He just let me show what I can do. While I was trying to recover, I had to face some bad news. Morning and evening, keep doing this twice a day. After hearing that, Vad's face turned as pale as a sheet. Twice a day? Jaeger dismissively walks away. Let's finish the morning training session here so you don't rest too much. Vlad's eyes still followed him. He thought discontentedly, he's not honest at all, he didn't even bother to give me any advice. At this moment, Thankim praised him, saying he fought well. He had mercilessly removed the burdens and arrogance from him. There are things you can only learn by getting beaten. Vlad scratched his head and avoided the topic, saying nothing worth mentioning. In Joseph's private camp, he asked the guy, "What do you think after witnessing it yourself?" Jaeger honestly said, "He's not bad at all, sir. If he comes from nobility, even a count would pay attention to him." Joseph smugly said, "I knew it. My eye for detail is right. He was born and raised on the streets, so it's only natural. All we have to do is gradually teach him the rituals. I think I've found the right person for that position." Jaeger pondered then and worriedly said, "A sword that is not loyal cannot be trusted." Joseph also didn't deny what he said. Although he politely bowed as soon as he saw me, I still couldn't trust him. If he reveals his true nature like that, it's fine. I remember the conversation from before, when the serious young man Vlad made a sincere request. There is one thing I am sure I must do. Joseph is willing. I think this is the best option. A relationship where both sides give each other what they want seems to be a stable one. Jaeger respects your decision. It's up to you. Joseph really wants to understand Vlan better. He's like a wolf, proud, untrustworthy, and noble. But even Joseph has confirmed, I don't want to, but I will, even if building a big cage takes quite some time. It seems Joseph will create an elaborate and perfect trap, a cage big enough to keep the wolf inside while it still believes it is free. Night falls, bringing coldness to a place already covered in snow. Go trembled with cold. Why is winter so foggy and damp? Thinking that the leader is gone and Vlad has become Jair's disciple, I must improve quickly and try harder. He was alone by the campfire, holding a spear and talking non-stop. Sure, success is one thing, but doing it in this weather, really? A figure appeared out of nowhere and asked if everything was still okay. Go responded clearly. Yes, Lord Rodri seems to be fine. Rodri left a reminder, stay alert and keep working. He replied obediently, yes, sir. Please don't worry. This passionate spirit pleases him, and he praises him. Good. GJ still maintains the bowing posture as Rodri's back gradually disappears into the distance. Only after he left did he continue talking to himself. He is so tough that not even a needle could pierce him. He just finished patrol, so he's probably not coming back. It's cold, and it's nighttime. Gree's eyelids are fighting each other, so he's wondering if he should take a little nap. Finally, I drifted off to sleep when suddenly a voice rang out. What are you doing here? Gordai was startled. Is he still here? Rodri's voice rings out once again. What do you mean you're looking for children? It makes G curious, wondering who he's talking to. Rodrig's scolding can be heard again. You must be crazy. A voice responds, I am looking for my child. He's eavesdropping attentively. Kids, huh? Why isn't she speaking anymore? G closely watched the distant figure. He followed the path closer, then suddenly realized as he watched Rodri's back walking away, where could he be going? That's not the way back to the camp. G silently wondered to himself. A black aura surrounds Rodri, making G curious. That was Gry, unable to believe his eyes. The face of the battered and hideous woman appeared from within the barrier. His dark mouth as if wanting to devour Rodri, while grimacing and massaging his limbs, he kept complaining about the pain all over his body. Couldn't he have been a bit gentler? The mysterious soul within the sword explained on your way to the training ground. You're new here, so this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Many people have to pay to get a chance to fight Jaeger. Because he is a very skilled knight, but recalling the terrible training session yesterday, you immediately argued back. It seems like he just wants to beat me to a pulp. Being a mentor, I have to give him advice. That's why your combat skills have improved. No matter what, that kind of willpower is very important. V felt sad because the divine sword didn't comfort him at all, so he sulked, which made me feel down. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. Captain Ran means I am the captain. G gestures wildly and shouts, over here, look at me for a moment. Now Vlad finally notices the figure beside the tree and calls out. But before I knew it, Vlad accused him, making G so upset he wanted to turn and leave. When did you come back? The reconnaissance army still doesn't seem to have returned. G tries to justify himself. Captain, tonight I plan to escape from here, which makes Vlan wonder what you're talking about. G whispers. Don't forget that I came here to find you. Don't forget, I only mean, well, sometimes we should meet up and have a little fun. What do you mean? Both what was said before and after are confusing Vod. He keeps warning, you shouldn't take my words lightly. I saw it with my own eyes. At this point he hesitated and said, the forest. The forest where we are conquering has been cursed. Vlad's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you asking about? Go responds indirectly with a question. You also know that quite a few soldiers have fled, right? Although Liangong and the work environment are very good, V does not deny it. Yes. G immediately reveals a horrifying truth, that it was the forest that took them there. They are not deserters, but missing persons. Vlad listened with his mouth agape, recalling the terrifying face he saw last night, and continued telling the story to you. The ghost that kidnaps people in the forest. You quietly listened to G for a while. Turns out that silence was to prepare your strength before fighting G. You just raised your hand and scolded him. You bastard, even if you talk nonsense, you should know your limits. He tries to fight back with both actions and words. I'm telling the truth, it really is. Vlad was once again stunned by G's account, even noting that a knight had disappeared yesterday. He asked him, Lord Rodri. Then he nodded repeatedly. Yes, Lord Rodri. He recounted every detail he had to the boy. On the way back, I realized that all the missing people so far had black hair. As soon as these 4 words were spoken, even Vlad hesitated, while Gordy hid his tears and cursed silently in his mind. He blamed himself. Damn it, I should have packed my things and run away. If G does that, maybe he won't have to suffer through leading the way. Jaeger keeps his gaze fixed on his back. He asked him, do we trust him? Fufang replied, no. Still, he's not crazy. That makes the guy hesitant. The man was lost in thought about what his young master had taught him. Lord Joseph saw this as an opportunity. Instead of pointless patrols, discovering something strange would be more beneficial. Jaeger's thoughts drifted into a worry for Joseph. But that bothers me, so I asked, do all the missing people have black hair? V informed him of some news, indirectly mentioning Joseph's situation. The 3 knights are on guard at the outpost. Something might happen. Jaeger said, it's just because they're all useless. Jaeger whispered to himself, but it seems like he couldn't just stand by and watch from behind. Since Rodriguez went missing, someone more capable must be involved. G has completed the escort mission. Lord Jaeger's tent for the reconnaissance team is here. As soon as they arrived, a member of the soldiers introduced himself. I am Aaron, subordinate of Lord Rodri. Jaeger asked about you. So you've searched the entire forest and still found no trace. You're really careless. Yes, Aaron responded. Even with mercenaries who used to be guides, we still couldn't find a single footprint. Hearing about the difficulties, Ja silently decided that he would have to check it himself. He ordered the task, dividing into groups of 3 to search around, disperse, but make sure you keep sight of each other. The entire army understands and obeys. The search has been going on for quite a while, and the sun is starting to set. Godi grits his teeth and grumbles, it can't be like this. How could you do this to me? Every time he sees Vlad's face, he just yells at him like he's a con artist, a scammer taking advantage of others' kindness. You can only remind him not to talk privately anymore and focus on the search. I'll pay you back later. Jaeger went to ask them about the situation. Did you find anything? The 2 of them bitterly replied, no. Jaeger was annoyed. You're really useless. Vred reports that I come from the city, so it's a bit difficult for me to find people in the forest. He questions, so how did you find the missing person in the alleyway? Vlad casually said, it's simple. Just drag someone out and beat them up. You'll find the person you're looking for. Jaeger immediately scolded him, you're really useless. As the sunset gradually falls, Jaeger feels a bit worried. The sun is setting, night is approaching, and I wonder if I have to go back like this. Suddenly he noticed something strange, a river in the middle of this snowy landscape. He asked, have they crossed to the other side of the river yet? GJ replied, according to what I know, they haven't crossed the river yet anyway. It's not a conquest route. Jaeger thought to himself, there are no traces in the forest, and we've already searched once. There's no way we won't find Rodri. Those 2 women are still unaccounted for. So he commanded, gathering the mercenaries, and we will cross the river. Aaron is at the back, clearly following orders. He called out to gather everyone remaining. He took a few steps on the ice, feeling that it still hadn't fully frozen. Vlad beside him also touched the surface and made a remark. Winter is ending, but this is still enough for us to cross. Jaeger also agreed that it would be fine to cross in groups. Everyone gathered together and started to get excited. What is it? Did you find him? Aaron replied. No, that's not why I called you. Jaeger announced that we will expand the search to the other side of the river. It's not fully frozen yet, so we should split into groups of 3 before crossing. Everyone agrees clearly. So each cautious group crossed the ice river, with Gray and Vlad still working together this time. He let out a cry that made you worriedly ask what was wrong, and G finally spoke his mind. I have a bad feeling about how everything is going to go wrong. Ved immediately shouted at him. That gut feeling is nonsense. You're just scared. He screams out, of course. I'm also scared. I'm not as good as those people. He frowned. Even someone like me has to rely on intuition to survive. Do you know? And right now G says his intuition tells us not to cross that river. Now I'm serious. I don't know about all that intuition, but one thing I'm sure of, a warning for him, is that if you run away now, you won't die peacefully. Fear and cold sweat poured out as you spoke. The only witness fleeing the scene, even I will catch you and kill you. So Vlad reminded him, enough nonsense, follow me. Crossing the river is the way for you to survive. He still stubbornly clings to his beliefs and keeps talking nonsense. Damn it anyway, this whole thing is just not right at all. Godi cautiously stepped onto the ice, and as soon as his feet touched it, he shouted loudly, Captain, this might break, right? V tries to stay patient, of course. If you keep rambling, I will break the ice and drown you in it. Go bent down to complain. No way. V has to grab his collar and drag him away. Get up. We're the only ones behind them. G's eyes are wide with panic as he screams in horror at the sight. You thought he was just throwing a tantrum and cursed him out? This bastard is really something. But when you looked down, even Vlan was stunned. Under the frozen river are the soldiers they are searching for. Some with eyes still wide open, horrifying everyone. He shouted loudly, dead bodies. The people in front also turned around in surprise. The soldiers responded to the call. There were corpses under the river, and indeed, many arms reaching up to the shore. Suddenly they felt the river surface moving, and the crowd scattered in panic. They shouted and called out to each other amidst the chaos. What? The ice is cracking. Get to the shore quickly. Hurry up. A hand suddenly burst out from below, and the corpses had turned into a horde of fast-moving zombies rushing toward the humans. The soldiers were cornered, surrounded by zombies on all sides, and they shouted in helplessness, Damn it! What is this? We are surrounded. The lower-ranked soldiers cry out for help in fear. Lord Jaeger, what should we do now? Jaeger is furious because there's nothing he can do. This is a trap, a clever trap, as if they knew we would come. The sun, like their hope, is gradually fading away. Will this confrontation succeed when night and darkness have fallen and the soldiers are trapped in this forest, which is not the territory of the living, and the zombies are about to attack them? While the soldiers face the zombies outside at the church, Father Andrea and Little Jong are giving thanks to God. Thank you, Lord, for watching over us today. He prays sincerely, asking him to guide us with light so we may always walk the right path. The two are focused on reading the Bible when suddenly Andrea's whole body trembles for no apparent reason, causing Jiang beside him to worry and call out to him. Reverend Kok, the holy water is strangely murky now, and there is evil energy and talismans surrounding him, making him uneasy as he speaks. Sir, outside the camp, it is an extremely dark space. Snow falls with thick fog. The cold weather makes it even more obscure. The female ghost weakly says, You little demon. The desperate plea from a mother's voice from the land of the dead echoes with more sorrow than fear. Where is my child? Over here. The corpse and Bao run quickly to the soldiers. Go die, tears streaming down her face, screams for help. Captain, Captain. His captain is busy dealing with a zombie right now. With a mighty divine sword strike, he beheads several zombies in one blow. He shouted out in exhaustion as zombies from all sides still lunged at him. Vid switches to defense mode, trying to use all his speed. He transforms into a death god with a scythe-like sword, reaping everything in his path. Wherever you go, the zombies will crawl there. Godi van vei. Feeling exhausted from the scent of death, he turned around to check the situation and saw that his subordinates hadn't made any progress. So he shouted, stood up, and grabbed his spear to go. This bastard Go is hanging on the edge of surrender. I can't do this. Val wanted to curse. Damn it, Than Kim's soul must calm you down. Don't panic. Choose a way out before deciding to escape. Seeing the zombies before him, V understood he couldn't move forward and worried about whether Sir Jaeger's team was still safe. Meanwhile, Jaeger was also fighting alone against a dozen zombies, sweat dripping down his face, showing he had already exhausted a lot of his strength against them. His subordinates can't control the situation like he does. Someone is being bitten on the shoulder and screaming as two zombies attack at once. Seeing the current situation, Ja is worried. Damn it, this will go on forever. As he counterattacked, he pondered that this trap meant they had planned it all along. Maybe I don't know who set it up, but its target is clear. One of Jaeger's eyes is glowing with a light the color of emerald. Yes, that glow is growing brighter. A sign that Jaeger is also trying to end this quickly, thinking there's no more time to hesitate. His sword is also covered in blue sparks, and the zombies are drawn in faster. Jaeger gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the discomfort in his eye, focusing entirely on the battle. The zombies howled loudly in front of his radiant light. Jaeger's power surges wildly, causing the undead to fall one after another with each sword strike. His subordinates cheer excitedly at the commanding officer's top-tier performance, rallying together. Come here, Lord Jaeger is still with us. Jogger and Vlan, two streams of blue light representing hope and luck for this army, are now synchronized to bring victory. He suddenly shouted, Sarah's Vran, fulfill the contract, you can hear me from this side and fight. Just as I broke the neck of a zombie with my hand, I also shouted, Sir Jaeger, I will do it. The commander shouted loudly, retreating immediately to the camp and fighting to hold out as long as possible at all costs. Protect Lord Joseph according to the contract. The moment I finished my strike, I received the clear order. You try to run as fast as you can to escape G. Let's go. Godin can't keep up, so he calls out to the captain to wait for me. Jaeger looked back to check on Long, feeling a bit uneasy. Oh Lord, I pray that those who follow my orders can safely reach Lord Joseph. Then he focused on fighting, unaware that a familiar figure was behind him, the glowing sword merging with him like fire. Only when he looked ahead did he startle. He is a loyal subordinate of Jaeger, he said sadly to the mindless one who no longer has consciousness. Sorry for being late. He called out the name of the one who had shared all the ups and downs with him before ending his life. Why is Roderick here today? And Mai has already arrived. The army is on its way to Joseph's base. And you still don't know what's happening right now. The exemplary young master is still diligently studying under the oil lamp. There are heavy breathing sounds running around, making Joseph startle and shout what's going on. A cry for help echoed loudly, leaving me confused and wondering what was happening. Is there an intruder? Ven burst in, shouting loudly. Mr. Joseph. He stood up and asked him, Voden, what's all this noise about? He stammered, unable to find the problem for a long time, and only after Joseph found out about it did he get angry and curse at him. Did you come straight to me without even checking the situation? That's because your safety is our top priority. The more he spoke, the more Joseph lost his temper, shouting loudly to expose him. So why didn't you bring a sword? He looked down at his waist in shock and cried out. Joseph furrowed his brows. You're about to lose your temper with Voden. You're lucky today, huh? If I were him, I would have hanged you right away. Ven desperately pleads, please forgive me. Father Andrea and the other knights also step in. He politely greets Sir Joseph. At this moment, Joseph relaxes his facial muscles and softly says, Sir Andreas, do you know what's happening? Father Andrea immediately interrupts, seeming to understand what Joseph is seeking, and provides the answer he desires. It is a demon. Please look, this is a passage from the Bible written in holy ink. Joseph looks on, his refined eyes narrowing in surprise once again. Even the Bible reveals the strange nature of this. Andrea analyzes the trembling words like a leaf in a storm. This is definitely not normal. Joseph asked if there was a way to stop it. He honestly replied, I am not an exorcist, but you will definitely contribute. The proof is that Andrea told Joseph I would try to unleash my divine power as much as possible, but with a demon like this I might not be able to do much. Joseph nodded. Unfortunately, I understand. He thought to himself that among the abandoned knights, none could create their own barrier to protect their comrades. He looked at his subordinates, but for now, they were his only option. Joseph led the command team forward, but as soon as he stepped out, he was stunned by what he saw. He wondered about the fog. In fact, behind that mist of bones, the warriors attacked by zombies are crying out in pain as their bodies begin to change. A series of desperate screams echoes, No, I am not human. Joseph covers his face because of the smell of corpses. He wonders, does this bone make people delirious? Andrea replies, I can only be sure that this is not a natural phenomenon. He frowns in thought, it also affects him. The group was on their way when a call from the afterlife rang out. My child! The demoness appears flickering within the bones, repeating her words. My child, where are you? Andrea and Zhang are terrified, their eyes wide as they stare at the restless spirit before them. The cavalry also pale at the appearance of the female ghost. Joseph froze as the demon's footsteps approached, her face repeatedly asking, Are you there? The group hurriedly backed away as the ghost girl kept approaching and screaming, then leaned close to Joseph and called out, finally finding her child. It screams, my child. Joseph breaks out in a sweat. The ghost girl moves even closer, her large hand reaching out as if to catch Joseph entirely. It spreads its arms wide as if to embrace him, continuously calling out to the demon. Andrea prays for protection with her divine power. Zhang also desperately pleads. Everyone tries to keep Joseph inside to prevent the demoness from grabbing him. Joseph quietly thought, so there's no other way to defeat it? But with Lord J? Seeing the remaining knights writhing on the ground, Joseph had a thought. K. Maxim, they don't deserve it. They don't deserve the blessing from Father Andrea. Meanwhile, the demoness continues to scream at my child. I've realized my problem. It seems like a curse. Joseph gradually accepts that the original word is meant for him, but what concerns him more is the one who put him in this situation. Joseph clenched his teeth bitterly, wondering who it could be. Zhang is still young, so he probably can't handle the negative energy so close by. The little boy has coughed up blood. Still, in this dangerous situation, Andrea couldn't fully take care of the boy and could only encourage him to hold his ground. The sun will surely rise again. The hand of the demoness tries to penetrate the barrier, causing Diang to cough up even more blood. The little boy crouched down, crying in panic while trying to recite the scripture. Poor Diang was about to collapse as that demonic figure drew closer. Joseph looked at the boy with sympathy, thinking that the assistant teacher had reached his limit, that the hymn was about to end, which meant everything was about to end too. Helpless, he realized we couldn't wait until sunrise tomorrow, but his hope has returned. Amidst the fog of bones, Vlad Fai's figure seems to be flying in. The demon girl startled and turned around. You and the Sword Saint will be here to dispel this darkness. The mysterious teacher's guidance revealed that it was cursed. While Fai approached them, the fairy spirit whispered that because of this, the sword couldn't cut through. So what should I do then? The knight inside the sword suggests with a question. Can you use aura? Vlad asked in confusion. Are you joking with me? But you still have hope because the divine sword said so. Oh, there's a way, so Vlad quickly asked again. What is it? The soul said more specifically, if you let me take over your body for a moment. Vlad was stunned. Is that possible? The sword's soul replied, I believe I can use my aura on my own. Just imagining having to endure the body possession while listening to the other continue speaking, I thought I might not be able to use it in your body. Even if I can use it, I won't be able to move for a while. The sword god continued, so I don't recommend it. Vai Luan. So if I don't kill it, I will be the one to be killed. That person summarized it for you, and it's also the rule of swordsmanship. Vred told himself, let's do it. The mentor, uneasy about leaving you alone, asked if you're sure. The determination reflected clearly in Vlan's eyes. I promised Joseph. A gentleman keeps his word, and Vlad always notes that I have a duty to go to the place of demons to fulfill my mission. The last thing Vred wanted to affirm to the mysterious teacher was that he would choose his faith over loyalty, and that person understood and responded accordingly. I will respect your decision. That's why now there's a brave flash facing the demoness. It also screams, ready to rush and bite you. Everything suddenly goes dark in front of Vlan, and he lets out a soft cry. You remind me it's time to close my eyes. A beam of light from the sky descends upon V's body. He feels this change and is overwhelmed, wondering if this is truly the world of voices. The light swirls around him like a vortex, and his eyes also glow, just like when Jaeger begins to awaken his energy to fight. Even the sword itself is undergoing this transformation. The female demon facing us is affected by the new energy, and it roars in fury. Perhaps the ritual of merging the bodies has been completed, and Vei is now within his body. This successful union has created a shield of energy to resist the dark power of the demoness. Indeed, it was overwhelmed by the radiant aura. Even little Jiang has started to regain consciousness. Chamcho watches every move of the match. Andrea is delighted with this excellent performance, while Ven is terrified by the extraordinary Vlad. Joseph was also surprised by the turn of events as Vlad clenched his teeth because his body was starting to give out. His legs buckled and collapsed onto the ice, his whole body tense and strained as Vlad shouted out, releasing everything. Joseph, frightened, called Vlan, who clenched his teeth in pain and trembled all over, prompting him to reflect on his extraordinary display. That was definitely Aura's trace just now. I don't know how he managed to achieve it, but it definitely came at a high cost. While Vlad is unable to move due to the effects of possession, the evil woman seems to have regained her strength. She begins to call out, my child, my child. This is the clearest proof that the battle is not over yet. It is crawling closer to Vlan, just a little more delay, and there will be no chance left. Suddenly, Joseph runs quickly towards it and shouts loudly, stop the hymn! Everyone saw him like that and tried to stop him, Lord Joseph. He supported you and tried to speak loudly, hoping you could regain consciousness. Vlan, rely on me now. The demoness, seeing Joseph again, became even more excited and repeated, "My child, her hand has touched your ankle." Joseph struggled desperately, but he was no match for the evil woman's strength. He was furious, this damn weak body. I can't even escape on my own anymore. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, and Voden with a strange hand grabbed Joseph's cloak, shouting about his recent actions. "Please forgive my rudeness." He forcefully threw Vlad and Joseph away, ignoring the demoness trying to grab his leg. The demoness's dark eyes welled up with tears as she was torn apart from Joseph, while Andrea watched the two collapse to the ground with a hint of worry. "Joseph is grateful for Ven's help. This is the first time I feel relieved having you by my side," he shouted loudly. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Vlad's hand begins to reach for the sword, despite showing signs of exhaustion. You softly ask Bishop Father to bless your sword, but no matter how tired you are, you remain determined to fulfill your duty. You must help that woman escape from this suffering. Father Andrea remained silent for a moment before agreeing. "I understand now." He clenched the sword so tightly that blood started to flow. "He said to you after completing the ritual, 'I have blessed your sword.' You accept the sword, politely thank your father, and V once again fights alone in front of the hopeful and praying eyes of those behind. You stand frozen there, the demon girl lying face down in the snow in agony, desperately pleading in her ultimate despair. "Please help me," V pondered silently before the demon girl. You recall the moment you fought it earlier and ponder. Though it was just a brief instant, you also saw the moment your gaze turned bleak, witnessing the painful memories of the female demon. In the past, she was a woman imprisoned in that dark underground cellar, and she once screamed desperately inside the iron cage. "My child," and the abandoned baby on the cold floor. This is a horrifying torture for any mother. She was in unbearable pain, desperately begging, "Please give my child back to me, I beg you." She could do nothing but beg as her child slowly died before her eyes. That was the terrible memory from her past as a human. Does anyone understand the tears of pain, despair, and sorrow of a mother witnessing her child slowly dying without being able to save him? The sword is lowered gently as she softly says, "Rest in peace." Where is it now? V thrusts a sword straight through, fulfilling the tragic fate of the demon girl. At this moment, she transforms back into her human form and gradually disappears. The night has ended and the space is clearer now. Only the woman's question remains. My child still lingers somewhere, and that dark energy is still concentrated on a box. A man in a fully black hood is the one controlling it. He is gathering all the dark energy. The denser it is, the more he delights. Maybe he is the one behind everything, but the poor woman has been freed, which means the dark evil energy is gradually fading away. The smug look on his face earlier now twisted in shock. He silently thought he could no longer sense her presence. Sitting alone in the forest behind a large cliff, he wondered if she had been defeated. But by whom? "So you're the sneakiest rat pulling the strings from behind," making him tremble with fear. The scene shifts to Joseph looking down and asking him if the person being questioned is Yager, who returned with an open-eyed head, the one behind controlling the sharp weapons. He replied indifferently, "Probably so. Also, he brought back a box that the black-clad man used to control evil spirits." Yager explained that it was a child's coffin. Joseph ordered him to please deliver it to the priest. "I will investigate further when I return to B." He obeyed. "Yes, Thuong Ngai. It seems our expedition has completely failed. Even though we failed for some reason, I feel very at ease." Jaeger continued. "And what about that guy?" At this point, Joseph chuckled softly and said, "I think we have found the person who will become my sword." He recalled Vlad's performance that day, looking pleased. That kid will become a shining sword brighter than anyone else. As for Vlan, he woke up with messy hair and asked blankly, "Did I sleep for 3 whole days?" The mysterious teacher helped you understand. That's right. Next time, be more careful. I didn't expect the side effects to be so strong. V sat on the bed, thinking to herself, "Luckily I thought they would just send me off immediately, like they see me as luggage and just toss me into some carriage." The mysterious person continued, "Probably waiting for you to recover. They also remarked that Joseph seems to care a lot about you. I wonder if Vlad heard me or not. You look tired, closing your eyes and pressing your sword into the ground, trying to stand up. You walk to the tent entrance, lift the curtain, and see a scene that confuses you. Outside is an empty camp, and you wonder aloud, why is there no one at the camp? Then he also answered himself. Well, after all, it's normal for them to run away afterwards. Suddenly G appeared out of nowhere, saw your figure, and asked cheerfully, "Captain, you're awake? Do you know how worried I was?" Vlad saw him and joked, "Oh, the first person to want to run away is the one who stayed until the very end?" Go didn't flinch at the teasing and smiled brightly. "Of course they promised to pay more when we return." Go proudly recounts his journey of transformation. "I brought you back to the camp and even risked my life to fight alongside you. The night. You shouldn't forget about this matter, Vlad said with a look of disapproval. All right, I will recommend you. Gon added, Lord Jarrow told me to report to him once you wake up, and Lord Joseph is currently in the tent. You should go see him. Feeling a little touched, Guy quickly turned cold again when he made his request. Speak well of me in front of them, don't forget. Vlad sighed in frustration and muttered, So noisy, just shut up. He then went to Joseph's camp, where he was greeted with a glass of sparkling wine. Can you drink wine? Then replied, Yes, I used to work in the Ottoman Empire, but I've never had such expensive wine before. Joseph resting his chin on his hand, he smiled subtly and remarked, This is truly noble wine. I sincerely want to thank you first. At that moment, you could have run away. Then we do have a pact between us. Joseph nodded in agreement. That's right, you once promised me with faith. But deep down, he knew those promises were just empty words. But this kid actually keeps his word. He's a talent I can't afford to miss. Suddenly, he felt that something was off. Wait, that's not right. So he realized he should switch to a confident statement to apply the law of attraction. He's a talent I must have. So he raised his glass with a hint of meaning. If that's the case, then it's my turn to keep my promise. I will give you a reward worthy of what you have achieved. Joseph officially invites you to join the Baitian family, and you, stunned by the shock, leave the land of the Snow Queen to the peaceful and beautiful Vanner district of Bay. Jugger reports the situation. Lord Joseph, the mercenary team has been dismissed, and he praises him. All right, the report on the conquest hasn't been settled yet, so we'll have to stay here for another day or two. Meanwhile, Vlad is just wandering around clueless, catching Jager's attention. He approached and asked, Is this your first time here? Honestly, no matter where we go, for me, it's always the first time. So Jager teased him, making him want to punch the guy, while on the other hand, Joseph cared about him and told him to rest today and that he could take a walk to enjoy the city. V bowed his head in response. Thank you, sir. Jager looked at him with distrust and warned, Don't get lost. And before night fell, he reluctantly headed to the town hall. Yes. Watching Jager, Joseph, and Ven leave, Vlad frowned and thought badly, really hated this guy. Hearing his feelings, the divine sword then appeared. It seems Jager cares for him just as much as Joseph does. Hearing this, Vlad put on a disgusted face. So please stop liking him, or my life will be ruined. But thinking about enjoying the atmosphere, Vlad becomes happy again. He is excited. Anyway, I've already gained a large portion from the raid. Let's go have a proper meal. I wonder if there's anything good here I don't know about. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed my wrist and gently called out, Master Vlan, that's Yang, the little boy in priest's clothes. Oh, father, is something the matter? Diang smiled warmly and said, If you're not busy today, the priest would like to invite you to meet. Are you okay with following the kid to the church? Vid was amazed by its grandeur and exclaimed that it was truly large, even compared to other temples in Sarah, none of which were this big. Zhang explained that Sturma is the capital of Base District, and Vanner is the religious center here, then took your hand and said, Please wait inside. I will bring the priest right away. Walking alone into the luxurious room, he was stunned by the countless items, each detail bathed in a warm golden hue. He headed towards the shrine, lost in thought. Come to think of it, even though I am a servant of Duman, I have never prayed properly even once. He rubbed the back of his neck and wondered why he felt so guilty. As he questioned himself, Father Andrea appeared from behind, speaking kindly. Vlan, sorry to keep you waiting. The boy politely nodded in response. It's okay, Father, thank you for inviting me. You smile kindly, don't be shy. Then Andrea handed him something. He took it. Vlad asked unexpectedly, and Andrea explained. This is your identification card, but couldn't hide the surprise on his face. He added, I'm sure Lord Joseph will find a way to handle it, but the temple ID card is the most effective. After all, his influence extends across the entire continent. V carefully examined the card and was startled by a detail. It read, Guardian Priest Andrea. He patted your shoulder and said, If you need help, come see me. Father An kindly told Vlan from now on I will be your guardian. What he said moved Vlan deeply. Father, you've always been willing to take in a kid from the streets who never even had a birth certificate, and that made me so touched that I knelt before you. He felt grateful inside, thinking that now he had a guardian to erase his name from the outside world. From today on, he was no longer Vlad from the alleyway, but Vlad of Sara. Under the clear sky, the carriage convoy is heading to the estate, and Joseph takes the opportunity to explain to Vlan. The land of BS includes 12 districts and 3 cities. First is Sarah's commercial center, the hub of trade, followed by Van, the religious capital with its ornate and aesthetic architecture. He guides you to look ahead as he continues the introduction, and right here is the magnificent palace they are approaching. According to Joseph, it's the center of Stura, so they've arrived at the Bay family estate. In Jager's residence, he crosses his arms with a tense expression, showing obedience to Vlad and GJ. You are now guests of Lord Joseph. Remember that doing something stupid will affect Sir Joseph's reputation. He is teaching etiquette in every detail. Don't run around like a country bumpkin who just moved to the city. Sit still. Vlad obediently replied, yes, sir. Next is eating and drinking. Jaeger instructs the maid to bring the food once they do so. The two of them looked at each other with big question marks when Jaeger spoke up, probably because they found the two kids too naive. He couldn't argue, so he just said briefly, never mind, don't eat anything and just wait there. You'll make a bad reputation if you eat like savages. Feeling this rule was too much to bear, Vlad spoke up in protest. Even so, after just mentioning a little, Ja already scolded and silenced everyone from eating. The door opened, and Godi looked around in awe at the golden space before him. This is the living room, he praised it. You're really rich, huh? As usual, you replied. I knew it. Suddenly, the person inside the room spoke. I've never seen you two before. Fred and Guy try to look in to see who the mysterious voice belongs to. That person continued, damn it, I was about to go to sleep, and slowly stepped out from behind the curtain. V stared at the stranger in confusion, eyes wide as he suddenly realized. This person. The man smiled softly but with a still cold expression, asking Vlad and Guy who they were. Vlad, cautious and thoughtful, felt he looked too familiar, but his aura was completely different. He thought to himself that his aura was like that of a pack leader wolf, secretly marveling as if he could split others in two just with a glance. G lowered his head and spoke first. I am G. We met Sir Joseph during the expedition, and he finished his sentence. Oh, so you're G? He looked at the boy and understood the intention, quickly introducing himself. I am Vlad Tazara. Your gaze flickers like that? It's the first time I've heard that name, I thought to myself. Watch out for this guy. He looked at Vlad with an assessing gaze. That sharp eye, does he not feel fear? Always so confident standing before me. He smiles faintly. It seems Joseph has brought back some useful ones. I like you. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something, offering it. Want some beans? V watches that friendly hand carefully. You honestly deny it, making G behind you want to shout. We were told we are not allowed to eat anything. You repeat, we are told we cannot eat anything here, which makes G next to you want to shout. He's stunned by Vlan's quick-witted reply. What's going on? This crazy guy can't refuse the kindness of someone more noble than him. He's a little disappointed to be turned down, but responds. Really? Thanks to this scene, we have the shocking story of the day. Vant from Sarah's first action at the Flying Mansion couldn't be more impressive than refusing to land from Rudiger, the eldest son of the Count. Invite him in. Although he confidently affirmed it, it's quite good. Meanwhile, Peter Bay was attentively writing and chatting with his second son, Joseph Vlad. He replied, Yes, sir, there are 3 people in the room. You remember what happened years ago. I understand. We've never had anyone impress you except for Jaeger, the mother you brought with you. The Countess promised Joseph that if he could make that kid a knight as strong as the family's, he would be rewarded. He bowed in thanks to his father. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he warned, I understand that you are not skilled in swordsmanship, but never forget that you bear the Bay name. Joseph trembled slightly at his imposing presence. Yes, father. Lord Count asked Han, Have you been feeling better? Joseph replied, Yes, father. Hearing that, the Lord then told him, You may go now. Before leaving, he kindly said, Father, rest well. Joseph stepped out of his father's study as the Baron watched him intently, paying attention to each slow step he took. So he ordered his servant Ragmus to give it more medicine. He then said, I am sure he will be very grateful for that. Oksana as well. He remained silent. That woman cares about her child, doesn't she? The Countess asked him what he thought of Ragmus's report from Joseph. He suggested that we should consider it seriously. The strange events keep happening one after another. He was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. We have to find out who is behind these events. How dare they commit such crimes in my territory? Russ analyzes the sequence of events and concludes that the reports from Vanner suggest a combination of resurrection and curses. The more the old man spoke, the more it made him think. This cannot be done. If there is only one, but more than 2 dark mages are needed. The Count understands and agrees. If there are more than 2 of them, they must be 2 organizations working together. Russ agreed. Yes, that may be so, he said while holding on to the armrest. But it changes nothing. He stood up and left without saying anything else, because the House of the Sky will always stand firm here, and we are ready to deal with anyone who dares to block our way. The Count, with a face showing clear intent to threaten, said, I hope you find them soon. Anyone who dares to touch the lion's cub will obviously be punished. The Count issues a curse. Anyone who threatens my son and causes chaos in my land. As night falls, bringing silence to the estate, Jaeger and Joseph enter G and Vlan's room, reporting later than I expected. Have you been waiting long? G quickly replied. No, sir. You asked him, your guy, right? The person called out excitedly responded, Yes, Mr. Joseph. but immediately Joseph poured cold water on him. "We will discuss your reward tomorrow. The maid will take you to your room. You should go rest now." It's enough to make him want to cry out because he's been hungry all day. V nodded and tearfully backed away. "Yes, in that case, I will take my leave." "My dear," he sat down cross-legged and spoke to you with a serious attitude. "Shall we have a little chat now?" he continued. "You saved me and decided to offer me your sword in the future, right?" Ven calmly admits. "Yes, my lord." "You asked if you said you have a mission to complete, and I understand that means you need freedom, right? Be honest, yes." Your answer makes Joseph wonder. You say you'll give me your sword, but wishing for your freedom contradicts that. We need to clarify this. You are questioning. So, what exactly do you plan to do with your freedom? If you tell me, I can consider how much I can help you. He fell silent, his sharp eyes unsure of how to explain, as moonlight shone through the window onto Joseph. Vlad mentions a title that makes me think of a prominent figure. Lam Nui at night, you ask Joseph, Godin of Gaida, do you know him? Joseph quietly assesses Vlad, thinking I thought he was just a talented kid who would have known he has such a special background. He continues, the anonymous destroyer of the Rose Smile was Godwin, a knight of Gade. Hearing him mention that person, Vlad's eyes immediately changed. I have never forgotten the one who killed my benefactor. He is the one who destroyed my life. But I didn't tell Joseph and simply replied yes. And moreover, you have a secret. But he is also someone you admire. Joseph remained silent, hands clasped together, unsure of what to say. I can only honestly tell you that I'm afraid I can't help you. Those people are beyond my reach. I could get involved then. I'm not too troubled by it. I also thought so because deep down you understand that you've already accepted this. Anyway, Lord Joseph is just the son of the Count. Still, Vlad was glad that at least he was honest with him as soon as you spoke. Then Joseph has proposed a different condition, slightly altering our agreement. He suggested we set a 7-year term. Vlad kept insisting. Vlad, after hearing this, was also startled and asked why the flag. Joseph continued, maybe you didn't expect this, huh? I just gave up my noble ego. Making that decision wasn't easy. Vlad is all torn up and also scared by Yager's gaze. I'm not sure anymore, but it seems he's telling the truth. He expressed a desire to accompany me with a series of benefits beyond my dreams. I will ensure your future because you are my benefactor. In 7 years, I will provide you with food, shelter, and training. I will make you an undefeated knight, unmatched by anyone. Despite the lengthy speech, the only thing that caught Vlad's attention was the phrase a knight who left him stunned and speechless. Joseph also set out obligations in return, saying, I want your loyalty, and for you to only carry out the tasks I assign, including those related to Godwin and the affairs in Sarah Valley. That is all I can do to help you. Suddenly, he mentioned your childhood friend. Jemina, the girl, is currently at a monastery. Joseph approached Vlan, subtly trying to persuade him. You can't achieve much with just a sword in your hand. Many things in life are sharper than blades. I also have my own weapon, you know. I ask in return. So, Vlan, our conversation has come to an end. Joseph gazed into the distance and shared his impression of Vlan. That kid is quite ambitious. Jaeger, even with all his effort to hold on to V, feels unfulfilled. Do you really need to go this far? I can always find useful children for you. How could Joseph not understand that? I know many talented children inherit their abilities from where they were born, but using those abilities is another matter. The guy straightforwardly asks, are you sure that kid will live up to your expectations? His gaze showed no trace of wavering. It reflected the absolute trust he had in Vlad after that night. Of course I have. I saw it with my own eyes. Still, in Jaeger's eyes, Vlad still has many shortcomings. That kid is stubborn and headstrong, so controlling him will be very difficult. I still have you by my side? 7 years is enough time to tame a beast and make it obey. He realized he couldn't change himself, so he had to accept it. In that case, I will do my best, Joseph said with a faint smile. I'm counting on you. The better the kid is, the more it benefits me. Looking at the gentle moonlight, he remembered Vlan, thinking it was just a useful wolf. But after tonight, he understood him better, though he never expected he was a child with ambitions to reach the moon. A new day begins at Dinthube S as Jer takes Vlad to his private world in the mansion. From now on, this room is yours, a bit old, but entirely at your disposal. Vlad said very happily, No, it looks great. Vlad happily exclaimed, Santhi is not only clean, but also has a bed. It's like a palace for me. Yager beside him looked a bit confused, seeing how easygoing he was. Yager took a moment before finally speaking up. I see. I had forgotten that you come from the valley and the alley afterwards. The other interns come from quite wealthy backgrounds, so they find it hard to adapt here. He teases you like that, but it seems there are no issues now unless you cause trouble. V sends a loving look to Jaeger, continuing his story. The peanut issue back then was caused by Lord Lear. He immediately dodged. Forget it, you never really listened to me from the start. Once again, Vlad glared at him, almost telling him that he also let me down. Then Jaeger turned and left, not forgetting to tell his apprentice to meet me in the military hall after eating for sparring sessions in the morning and evening. During the march as well, Jaeger was startled when the group moving ahead of the lady and her maid approached, and she greeted him. "Xia, my loyal knight, Jaeger reminds you to be polite as well. This is Lady Oksana, mother of Lord Joseph. Please bow to Chinchu as you were instructed earlier." You also bow politely like Jaeger to greet her. "Hello, Lady Oksana," she responded calmly. "Good morning." The lady looked towards Vlan and asked Han if that little boy was here. Jaeger replied, "Yes, Madam Sir Joseph personally selected him." Zana quietly observes and says, "I understand now." V cautiously looks at her. In front of you stands a noble and elegant middle-aged woman. Your cheeks flush with embarrassment and a bit of awkwardness when facing someone of such high status. She started a conversation. "Thanked you, and heard that you saved my son." Vlad stammered in response. "I just did what was right." Owana tells Vlan, "I will reward you. You have achieved something even greater than you thought." Meeting her for the first time and being treated like this made Vlad feel grateful. "Thank you, madam." She patted his head like a child and praised how beautiful his hair was, along with his blue eyes, and she advised that although his shoulders are broad, he's still quite slim, and he would look great if he ate well. "I will prepare some clothes for you." Her enthusiasm makes Vlad's cheeks even rosier. The boy shyly said, "Thank you, madam." Ona smiled softly at the obedient reaction of the child. Then she and the escort team left, not forgetting to send her regards to him. "Do your best, sir." "Yes, sir." The man respectfully bows and wishes the madam a good day. Only after she truly leaves does Vlad let out a breath. "Jaeger, seeing you like that couldn't help but tease you. What was that just now?" "I didn't expect you to have this different side of yourself. Why are you so shy?" You admitted that it's because I've never met a noblewoman before, but he still praised Vlan generously, saying your first appearance wasn't bad at all, and partly sympathizing with Vlan. "Honestly, I also feel uncomfortable being near the lady. He took the initiative to invite you to eat." Even Vlan has to question life but still responds politely, "Yes." The two of them arrive at the military dining hall. One person sniffs loudly but chooses a bowl of mushroom and scallion soup. Ven sits eating, surrounded by senior colleagues, notably the one deliberately sniffling into his bowl. "He deliberately insulted you. Oh, sorry about that. I mistook you for a trash bin because of that disgusting smell coming from you." The others burst out laughing at his tasteless joke. V really wanted to deal with him, but instead chose to hold back, scooping that thing out and flicking it off his bowl with a spoon before calmly continuing to eat. He thought to himself that it was happening faster than he expected. Seeing that no one was protesting, everyone looked annoyed, especially the instigator, who was furious. "What the hell is wrong with this guy? How can he be so calm?" Actually, you're recalling Jaeger's words, that from now on you are a guest brought by Lord Joseph. Any foolish action could affect his reputation. So, be careful and think things through carefully. "How can I beat these fools without affecting Lord Joseph?" Then he lost his mind and walked away, still pretending to say, "You will see me again soon." But Vlad asked, "What is your name?" Was he surprised? You repeat with a bullet-like gaze, voice also rising. "What is your name?" He suddenly felt terrified. What is this murderous aura? He looked pale and replied softly, "Sobanin." Vlad said, "Sobanin, you also have a message for Bananin. I will remember this name." Countess Peter and her entourage went to observe the situation, then turned around and noticed a corner that was the swordsmanship training area. Seeing everyone working hard, he nodded in satisfaction, seeming pleased that all the students were participating in the sparring session. Ra stepped forward and stood beside him, and Peter said, "Keep watching a little longer, the old man won't refuse." "Yes, Your Excellency." Suddenly, Peter's gaze was drawn to a figure staring into the distance. It was VR. He asked Jackham, "Is that the child?" "I heard that the child has blonde hair." The Countess assessed him as sharp-looking. Rapwam noticed something strange and told Peter, "Master, please take a look." He has realized someone is hiding and watching us. With his sharp instincts, he guessed correctly that it was probably Jaeger. That child must have disturbed him. Well, at this point, the Count suddenly had an idea. He said, "Should we go over and take a look?" "Because I also want to test the talent of the person my son trusts, I wield my sword, and my swordsmanship flows like a fierce wind." The sparring partner is engaged in a fierce confrontation, with defenders holding their ground and attackers waiting for the right moment to strike, alternating constantly. "It seems your training partner is starting to tire out." He grimaces and yells as he fights back against Vlan's powerful counterattacks. Peter also noticed this. He quite liked this spirit of his. Wow, he's really fighting, even though his opponent is twice his size. The Count muttered that he's really reckless. Ragmus beside him looked surprised. "Is that so, Master?" He responded indirectly by analyzing, but at the same time he also has courage. He is applying everything he has learned in actual combat. Truly, he is always a person with a high spirit of learning, as evidenced by his constant remembrance of the teachings. Remember this, Van. The lesson is simple. Every sword fight begins with your feet. Relying on your leg strength, you can instill fear. Maybe Vlad isn't big, but that's why he always overcomes his opponents. Next, Vlad's gestures and expressions are sharp, matching the secret technique that influences his opponent through footwork, shoulders, and even his gaze. But that's not enough to secure a complete victory. The evidence is that now Vlad's opponent is attacking him. He shouts to accept it, and it's time for Vlad to use a different tactic. He can control his opponent through his movements. And just as the opponent is about to swing his sword at him, Vlad swiftly dodges to the side at lightning speed and escapes. Tap, stunned by his mistake, momentarily thinking he had it in the bag, quickly seized the moment while V was still stunned and rushed forward, forcing his sword to deflect the opponent. He painfully clutching his stomach and shouting, thinking to himself that Min Min must have aimed for his left side, and not his. And just as he was still bitter about his defeat, Vlad grabbed his head and made him cry out in pain. "The guy from Sabanon's henchman, you were happily mocking me at the cafeteria yesterday, weren't you? I challenge you boldly, keep laughing." But he could no longer smile brightly when his face was punched so hard that blood was coming from his nose. Everyone around watched this scene in fear and broke out in cold sweat. "Oh my God, we can't let the kids fight each other in the training grounds." The Count shook his head again and said, "Just let it go. To become a knight, you need strong determination." He glanced at the young man over there, who also seemed quite satisfied with the outcome. Indeed, Jaeger's eyes also looked very pleased, sparkling brightly, so Jack Moose immediately noticed, "Oh, it seems to be true." The captain saw the situation getting more and more tense and ran out to intervene. "Stop it, stop it." He shouted, "I told you to stop. Are you ignoring my orders?" Still pushing himself to the limit even though his gloves are soaked in blood, he finally decides to spare the guy. Ved stands there proudly, ignoring everything even after knocking him to the ground, then turns back with a less friendly look and a stern voice, "I'm sorry. I lost control." The captain realized he had to be afraid too, wondering what that piercing gaze was all about. Vlad strode forward confidently, ignoring whether the other guy was being supported by the captain or everyone's attention behind him. "You go back to your spot and catch Sabanon's gaze directed at you." Vlad then challenges him, sending my regards to your henchman. "I can easily lose control when something excites me." Sowani gritted his teeth as he listened to your taunts. He cursed at the bastard, but he didn't want to get involved with you anymore, so he spoke up. "Sorry to offend you first, but Vad is not someone easy to deal with, so you responded accordingly. I won't let you get away easily, and once I find the right ingredient, I'll call you in." Sowani was terrified, his face pale with worry. This guy is crazy. Seeing Vlan's savage expression, he already thought that Lord Joseph had brought a mad dog from the alley. GJ is sitting and eating with Vlan, casually asking, "Captain, did I hear you beat up some students?" "The rumors are spreading among servers like us," Vlader asked while chewing his sausage and shifted the conversation to Gry. "And you? Is working at the horse stable okay for you?" It's like poking at a talkative nerve. Go eagerly keeps talking. "Of course not. Do you think I would build an ordinary stable?" "No, I'm worried the Countess's flying carriage might take off." Only then did I realize. "Wait, that's not important right now. He's returning to the old topic. I heard you beating up those kids on every estate you visit. That's a crime." You're still calmly chewing your food until your cheeks puffed up and indifferently replied, "Why are you surprised by that?" G listens as Vlad explains. "Did you forget? I have always lived a life full of sins. Hitting them is just a natural act of violence. Now he finally lets it go. Oh, right, I forgot about that." He continued and said, "I didn't fight them skillfully nor leave clear evidence since they were the ones who started the conflict first." G immediately asked, "Do you really think that will be okay? You're surprisingly carefree. Now that you look around, no one dares to cause trouble with us anymore. Isn't that more comfortable?" Suddenly, someone from behind spoke. "Hello. I am Pottleboy Can. Did you call me for something?" Pochi, so nervous that he hesitated for so long that Vlad got impatient and said, "Sit down or leave. Don't just stand there anymore." But Pochi misunderstood and thought I was inviting him to sit together, so he was pleased. "Oh, really? So you sat next to Vlad feeling grateful, thankful for him asking you to sit, even though Vlad was annoyed but didn't dare to say anything. I mean, he should just go away." Pochi was telling a story. "I've always eaten alone since I came here in places like bathrooms." "It sounds a bit dirty," so Vlad gently reminded him. "I'm eating right now, can't you see? This was my precious sausage back then. Don't ruin my mood." Once again, Pochi-Chi didn't quite get the point. "Yeah, that dish is delicious, isn't it?" When it comes to sausages, Pochi also started talking about it. "My father is a meat supplier here." The Ko family supplies all kinds of meat and many meat products to various places in the kingdom. My family has been raising poultry and pigs for generations. You're still generous enough to invite me. I think I saw you earlier asking for more sausages. Do you want to take some? You got annoyed because Pochi bothered you. What are you talking about? You think this will make me upset, but once Pochi led me to the treasure of meat and sausages, you were the one who got mad. Pochi brought you two here. My father brought a lot of meat for me to eat. But if I eat all this myself, it might be a bit too much. Vlad then remembered that all the students here are the heirs of wealthy noble families. I forgot that they are people I could never talk to if I stayed in the alley. Having at least a few good relationships with them wouldn't hurt. So VR took on a role in the revenge film and approached us proactively. Bossly, do you want to eat with us from now on? G's eyes are clouded by flesh and blood, and he's been staring greedily all this time. Bo was excited and grateful, even asking again in disbelief. Really? Can I eat with you guys? G really needs to calm down and feel embarrassed before he drools all over the food. At least Vrad still tries to hold Po's hand. Of course, students should get along, even if this confusion is pretty obvious. I'm not doing this for these damn sausages. Walking down the long corridor, Jaeger leisurely took each step while silently complaining. Serving Lord Joseph and training the newcomers isn't a problem, but it's a bit tiring. Geomin can only rest once Kade and Maxim have recovered. Sir Jaeger was approached by a man calling out to him. Jaeger turned to look at the man. Where are you rushing off to? Gregory, smiling friendly, asks Jaeger where he's headed. Mr. Gregory, Jaeger muttered with a grimace, cursing inwardly. What the hell is this now? Gregory chuckled happily. Haha, you're showing your annoyance now. As you can see, I am very busy. Gregory smiled brightly and gestured sympathetically for Jaeger's hard work. I'm not surprised. You must be very busy to complete Mr. Joseph's mission. I understand that. Are you trying to tell me something? Jaeger asked. Gregory smiles and advises someone like you that a servant should help with the work. Honestly, I still think it's not too late for you to do that. Why don't you mind your own business? Suddenly you mention your attendance here. Jaeger asked back, puzzled. All my kids are already chubby. They need to lose weight. Gregory pretends to be naive. What do you mean by that? Jaeger asked, confused. That kid Vlad seems to suit me very well. Gregory's forehead started to sweat profusely. He avoided eye contact, his expression awkward and forced, embodying a confident and brave masculine personality. This time, he completely turned away, not daring to face Jaeger's gaze. I told you I was very busy. Get to the point. Jaeger started to lose patience. He basically didn't want to hear the guy rambling on in front of him. Well, you know, a knight interfering in a servant's affairs isn't quite proper. I'm also a bit embarrassed. It seems I haven't received enough attention. Jaeger crosses his arms with a serious expression. That kid has no friends. He thinks he's better than others, so he chooses to be Gudu. Gregory urgently pleads, please just tell him that many people care about him. I mean, he's also my nephew. I can't let him suffer like this forever. If you ask me to tell him that, I also feel a bit embarrassed. As I speak, his initial cheerful expression gradually turns more serious. Are you saying I will help you for nothing? Jaeger glared coldly. If everything goes according to my plan, I will owe you this one favor. Hearing Jaeger say that, he knew Jaeger had agreed to help him, and he punched his chest, confidently affirming to Jaeger, the kid really doesn't listen to me, but that kid does good work. Gregory spoke up to defend Vlad, saying Jaeger was troubled and confused. I told you it wouldn't listen to my advice. It really can do a lot, so just forget about it. Gregory is sure to answer. Bright sunlight streams through small cracks in the door, shining down on a small stable. From what I see, the problem isn't with you, Captain. The issue is that you can't ride a horse. All the horses here are well-trained and not afraid of people, yet when you approach them, they run away. Gordai wondered what was so confusing, just sitting silently and listening to him ramble. This isn't a skill issue. There's something very strange going on. Even the other horse handlers say the same thing. Damn V swears. You feel extremely annoyed and think to yourself. It's always been like that. Dogs, cats, all animals hate me. They always run away as soon as I get close. Now even the horse does the same. You kept thinking, but couldn't figure out why it was like that. Suddenly, Vlad seemed to remember something. Vlad reflected on that night, but I was the one riding Jaeger's horse that day. That night we escaped from those zombies. You also rode it with me. Your Jaeger's horse is very expensive and also a fierce war horse. GJ explained. Vlad continued to fall into an indescribable state of contemplation. Do I only know how to ride skilled, fierce, and expensive horses? I can't say that to others. I have to learn to ride a horse at any cost. You painfully hold your head. As they were talking, a maid entered from outside, her face completely calm. Mrs. Oksana has summoned you. Mrs. Oksana has summoned me. He asked in surprise, happily chatting with Vlan in the luxurious golden room. Mrs. Numi sat on the eye-catching long chair looking at him. Who would have thought he grew up in a slum? That outfit suits him very well. V stood stiffly and trembling, listening as the lady said, "Don't make it too tight. Leave it a bit loose. He's only 17 and still growing. Joseph at this age also grows quickly." Oksana's red lips curl up slightly as she gently turns to give instructions to her subordinate. "When summer comes, I'll have a different outfit made for you, after all. Seasonal clothes help you maintain your health and stay active better." "Thank you, madam." You shyly bowed your head, blushing all over. The lady remained modest. "You saved my son's life, so I am the one who should be grateful. I apologize for calling you while you were busy training. You can go now." After everything was done, she let you go. "Yes, thank you very much." He politely bowed his head in gratitude to her. He went outside and carefully closed the door. Phew! Facing the lady's pressure was too much. He let out a long breath as if a burden had been lifted. "I wonder how much this outfit is worth. It's so comfortable I can't believe it's mine now." Feeling this happy, I no longer feel like my old self. I gaze at the clothes in my hands with a vague sense of wonder. I can't keep living so comfortably like this. I've been working hard to train so I can join the flying clan. But I still feel like I don't belong here, even as I walk away, lost in thought. Looks like I've gained weight. Anand has taken away my motivation to strive. Vlad's sad eyes glance out the window. "There's a fight going on outside in the yard right now. Have you forgotten what this is?" A brown-haired guy is repeatedly hitting a boy who is lying on the ground, while Sonnen swings her hand to deliver another punch, her face showing a terrifyingly cruel expression. "This is the price you pay for a peaceful life. Now get used to it. You must like your new friends, huh? Pochi just lies there, too scared to fight back. Are all you trash gathering together? Looking at you, I already feel annoyed." He kept hitting you, cursing nonstop. Vlad took everything in with his eyes. No matter where they are, human nature remains the same. The ones living comfortably and those unable to live peacefully, you evaluate sadly. In the end, the stronger person is just bullying those weaker than themselves. As he thought this, a cold blue light flickered in his eyes, both icy and deadly. He slung his shirt over his shoulder and walked away without looking back. "I think I'll just wear this outfit for today." It's already evening, and a magical blue light surrounds the house as someone approaches and knocks on a door. "Someone," a faint voice called out from inside the room. "It's me." Vienno felt reassured once he knew who I was. V looked at him without saying a word. "What are you doing here now?" Pocciano looked at you with his swollen profile picture. "I need something from you. Give it to me. As for Porchcano and Rambong, is it free?" "But I like it too," Pochicano wondered. Vlad simply nodded in confirmation of what he wanted. "Even though we're not as close friends as I hoped, I've always wished we could be a bit more friendly. Not like this." Pochi was feeling anxious inside. "I guess he's just exploiting me like the others." Even so, his face sank and he didn't say a word. "This is still better than eating alone there. At least later I can rely on him for something." Pochi thought as he handed Vlan his piece of cotton wool. "Don't think negatively, because it won't give you anything that matches this." Vang comforted Pochicano, surprised by Vlan's words. "A knight I know once said this," Vlad said thoughtfully. "A knight only accepts payment worthy of the effort he puts in." Vlad is currently wielding his sword, facing off against a group of other knights. Even fighting someone in a slum area isn't this crowded. Let's see how long you can keep that stubborn spirit of yours. Soanen, with a fierce look, warns him, while V provocatively points his index finger. "Charge in quickly. I've gone to the trouble of coming here." "Shouldn't you guys be doing something useful instead?" Sonnen, so furious that his jaw is twitching, kills him. He shouted loudly before attacking Vlan. "I'm glad you guys understood the idea." V laughs coldly. "Blood will flow tonight." V takes a defensive stance, his cold and fierce gaze like a sword in his hand. One of them was beaten so badly his face was swollen, and another was struck right in the stomach. The continuous punches made the onlookers behind them terrified. Meanwhile, Subanen stood outside shouting orders. "Hey, don't retreat like that. He's touching us, block him there, surround him. Damn it." Looking at the current situation, he's a bit surprised. Damn it, this guy is completely different from when they fought one-on-one. How can this be? He's only been holding a sword for 2 months. Then Sobanen grimaced and growled menacingly. "Don't you dare retreat. Anyone who tries to back down, I'll kill." Right after his words, Vlad Lau arrived as fast as a gust of wind before he could react. The cold blue of his eyes glanced at him with a challenge, saying, "You dare to talk, but do you dare to do?" Liu then charged in here. Sonnen was stunned and then grabbed the sword, swinging it forcefully. "You crazy idiot, what are you doing?" He immediately swung his sword at Vlan, but he dodged it quickly. V quickly returned to an offensive stance, with thoughts racing in his mind. Throughout the recent expedition, he had only focused on unleashing every strike without carefully observing the situation. A single sword strike from him was so powerful that Sobanen, who was defending, grimaced. The battle was fierce, with deadly blows being exchanged non-stop. The sound of the two swords clashing echoes loudly. Training with Jaeger has indeed paid off. He continues to set traps at the distance he creates, then finds his opponent's weakness. As Sobanin can no longer withstand the continuous strikes, Vlad exploits his opening, defeating him to the point where he can't even speak a complete sentence. Every strike from Vlad is decisive. Sonin can no longer hold on, I understand now. The space, the rhythm of breathing, he swung his sword wildly and fell to the ground. At that moment, he chose to accept one of your strikes and his own tempo. He collapsed painfully to the ground. Sonin frowned and shouted, tears welling up in his eyes. My leg. Losing control, he raises his sword to strike down, screaming in fear with tears streaming down his face. He plunged the sword straight down without hesitation, a scream of terror echoing out, and the students watching were all horrified. Sobanin's body trembles uncontrollably as Vlan's sword is close to his face, facing him directly. My cold eyes stare down at SAN with a warning. Do never look into my eyes again and don't cause trouble with Fatty, understand? Soan was still trembling in fear, unable to speak as he looked very serious, with Vlad raising his sword while giving him a cold stare. There is a perfect full moon above his head, but at this moment he can only tremble in fear. This guy really intends to kill me. After everything is done, he stands up from Sobanin. So I've finished Jamin's task. The blue iris coldly glanced at the students and spoke. Is there anyone else who should be punished for what they've done? The students immediately drew their swords, tense and afraid. Vlad's eyes gleamed eerily as he stepped closer to them, leaving only a single sentence before striking. If no one steps forward, I guess I'll have to seek out an opponent myself. Immediately after, blood splattered everywhere along with screams of fear, and at the same time, a shadow in black appeared behind the glass, silently watching the chaotic scene outside. He is Peter Bay. He stood there and watched everything, especially closely. And the victory meeting of the knights took place in an extremely luxurious and magnificent setting. A long line of knights with very serious expressions, perhaps intentionally, with one side supporting Tiger and the other side backing Joseph and the neutral parties. A solemn voice announced at the meeting, as if informing, and the speaker was the knight captain Antalas. The schedule had been rearranged to prepare for Ryger's absence and the knight's upcoming mission. While Antalas was reading, Peter Bay was glancing at the situation below, then the division of sacred relics sent by the church. He looked at them while silently thinking that the atmosphere had completely changed today. As Peter B.S. surveyed the situation and assessed both sides, Rudiger's followers look very furious, as if they could tear someone apart right here. Then he glances at Jaeger and Ven, who seem quite pleased. On the other side, Peter B. quietly smirked to himself, thinking that it was actually good news since it had been a long time since Joseph's knights regained their vigor. At that moment, Jaeger glanced at him slightly, noticing that he seemed quite pleased. He also looked back at the guy. Jaeger couldn't help but wonder about that. The three counts are smiling. After the meeting ended, the dark cluster on the ceiling seemed to glow under the heavy light. Annis announced, "The meeting is adjourned. Everyone review your assignments," and then everyone filed out. The guys following Rudiger glared at Jaeger angrily and sneered. "You brought a stray dog that likes to bite randomly, huh? That's why what you say really matters." He just glanced at them without saying a word. The group grew angrier at his attitude, and seeing the situation getting tense, someone from Rudiger's group sighed and said, "Let's not cause trouble anymore. Let's go." It turns out that someone guessed something, and it was his subordinate. Then Gregory stepped behind Jaeger and laughed loudly, saying, "Looks like they've gone crazy." Jaeger looked confused and asked what he meant. Gregory quickly laughed and joked in response. "Come on, you already know everything, so why pretend to be innocent? Rumors can be so misleading." He seemed very happy, speaking and smiling cheerfully. "I heard you held a grand exorcism ceremony. The coach even said he couldn't teach him because he's already exceeded the standards." Jaeger seems to know nothing. He thought for a moment, then replied indifferently, "So, that guy is really a big troublemaker." Gregory excitedly slapped his chest. "Thank you, sir. Jaeger, as promised. I will carry out a mission with you. No matter how difficult or arduous it may be, I will not back down." Jaeger turned and walked away, waving his hand. I will remember his words. Although he shows nothing on the outside, deep down he's very happy. The boy makes me so proud. It's not surprising. Who could have taught him, at least to that level? In a simple room facing the window, there is a suit of armor. Joseph Bay stands there, gazing at the armor, and speaks. This is a gift for Vlan. Jaeger stands nearby, suspicious. Is the Count preparing it personally? Ven looked a bit surprised at Dam Chu inspecting the armor. He is truly generous to his subordinates. Jaeger gazed intently at the armor. That must be gray orc fur. I just heard that and immediately replied, "That's right. The gray orcs only appear in the north." So, the armor made from the fur of the gray orc is also a symbol of the northern warrior, Joseph Bey said with his arms crossed, sharing his guess. My father must really like him. I guess he has also proven himself worthy of that. Anyway, my father approved of him as a knight after just a month. The guy immediately confirmed, that's right, at least no young subordinate right now can compare to him. That's right, I crossed my arms and responded to Jaeger. I've also heard about it. The rumors have spread everywhere. After a moment, Joseph took out a letter and held it up in his hand. I couldn't sit still either. He looked at the open letter with curiosity. What is that? He quickly explained to both of them the next step we need to take. Jaeger picks up the letter and begins reading its contents. This is not an ordinary invitation. Joseph quickly looked at the man and asked a question. Can you help me get a response from him? He also looked back at him very seriously. Yes. Lately I've been feeling frustrated too. After dealing with him, I have to clean up the traps he's set. Everything has been arranged and he's a bit happier. All right then, let's go with that decision. Joseph Bey finally announced to the two of them, we will arrive at Dida, where there is stunning scenery with green trees and bright sunlight, and Joseph Bey's carriage is here. He and Vlad are sitting inside the carriage. After a moment of silence, he speaks up to introduce himself. Diema is famous for its paintings and is a city worth respecting because people in the north rarely get to eat fruit. Joseph Bey rested his chin on his hand, smiling slightly, and continued. It is also one of the routes to the central region. This is a very important trade route. So, you acted because of that reason, Lord Jaeger? He quickly responded, yes, a crisis is also an opportunity, especially when it's not our own crisis. He remained in that position and continued to speak, saying that the House of Ho was in the process of succession, and an invitation from the official heir was like a cry for help. Hearing this, Vlad could only sigh in frustration and reply, the aristocracy is truly complicated. Joseph Bey is so used to it that he usually says it's just a land dispute over Didema. He shows no expression and says nothing more, even though it's between blood relatives. He completely dismisses everything, saying that internal power struggles are an old aristocratic tradition. Alicia, the official heir of the Ho family, her uncle claims she is an illegitimate child. Then she disappears, and he is sure he will become the next head of the Ho family. Alicia is the only child of the late Lord of the Lake, but because she is a woman, her support base is not very solid. In the end, she had no choice but to participate in a tournament organized by the church. Joseph Bey suddenly fell into deep thought, considering a distant relative who is close, but not too close. She is my 8th maternal cousin, but that's enough to become close friends. He sat cross-legged and confidently said, we will seize this opportunity to make the House of Ho owe us. My father also agreed to this. Vlad, sitting opposite, replied, I understand. He looked out at the horse outside, thinking to himself, what an impression. A knight invited by the head of a family to preserve their honor. Jaeger suddenly looked in his direction outside and said irritably, what are you looking at? Vlad replied, I didn't do anything. But the guy on the horse outside responded irritably, a lowly servant like you gets to ride comfortably in a carriage, while the knight you're serving has to ride a horse. I have nothing to say. After you defeat the other vassals, only then can I proudly show my face outside. But what about now? You don't even know how to ride a horse, and that guy outside keeps rambling on. I can't believe I have to teach an idiot like you. I guess I can ride a good and expensive horse. Your recent words made Jaeger angry and shout, I am the one who should be riding the expensive and good horse. I am a noble, much higher than you. Suddenly, Vlad felt something. You find it hard to understand, placing your hand on your chest in thought. What's wrong with me? Have I been feeling my heart pounding wildly these days because of all the scolding? Vlad's face shows clear signs of fatigue, but he's not too surprised. He looked at him across from him, thinking that Lord Joseph kept talking non-stop in front, then glanced at the man on the horse with an angry expression, and also thought that Lord Jag kept scolding non-stop. Suddenly Vlad sensed something that his mind silently warned him about. A strong tremor forced the convoy to stop. You sit inside the carriage, also stunned. An earthquake? Ven looks a bit stunned and says that the ground is shaking, and this unexpected event causes everyone to panic. Jaeger immediately alert and shouting. Everyone quickly disperses to their horses. The soldiers, hearing this, quickly rush down. Vlad angrily kicks open the carriage door. Damn it. He quickly pulled Joseph out of the carriage amid shouts. Lord Joseph, get away. He was stunned silent for a moment. When he regained his composure, Joseph looked at Vred and said that your sincerity is very precious, but don't worry too much. You don't understand what he said and look confused, asking why the flag? After a while, it seems the tremor has ended, so Ven lifts his head and announces, that's over. Seeing the situation, V let out a breath and said, I've never experienced an earthquake before. Joseph quickly added, that's not an earthquake. Then someone shouted, look, wow, look at the ground. A huge, long creature emerges from beneath the earth. An expert there explained that it is a giant death worm. a remnant of the dragon. Surprise clearly appeared on Vlad's face as he heard this information about the remnants of the dragon, and a faint smile of excitement crept onto his lips as he said, "That sounds amazing." After a while, in the only city of the Hodidem family, a magnificent building stood tall before their eyes, also the destination of Joseph Bey's convoy. Before entering the building, he told you that from now on, Van, you can operate freely, but you seemed a bit curious and asked him again alone. Joseph Bey looked at him and said, "You can go with G if you want, just enjoy the sights." "Huh? Freedom, how is that possible?" Seeing that you seem to have some questions, he asked, "Are you dissatisfied?" Vlad hesitated and replied, "No, of course I want to," but Joseph Bey coldly interrupted and looked at Vlad saying, "Think about why I brought you here." He quickly told him that a match of honor was a rare event, and this time it was a team match with many knights from different places gathering, which made Joseph Bey's information feel overwhelming for Vlad. He added, "Observe them and learn." He looked intently at the young man in front of him, pondering. Hearing is not as good as seeing. I want to train him properly, so I hope he can broaden his experience through this. Yager, you've been silent all this time, so speak up and warn him not to get beaten up in some alley. We also need to prepare for the fight tonight. Hearing what he said, Vred helplessly replied, "I'm not that stupid." Jaeger's merciless words were all I got in response. "No, I've lost all faith in you. You don't even know how to ride a horse." Before leaving, Joseph ordered, "Every night you must report to me, and if you notice anything unusual, report immediately." Vlad quickly straightened up and answered clearly. After those two left, he looked down the road ahead and thought to himself, "Finally, I have some free time to go for a walk." V walks around the building, quietly commenting to himself, "Smaller than the Sky Palace Manor. Looks old too. Haven't they upgraded this place?" He glanced at another building, recalling, "Is it famous for paintings? It doesn't look very impressive either." Suddenly, unconsciously, his hand clenched the sword at his side, and then the sound of the sword ringing out made him feel like he had been here before. The words made V look up. Then there was another sound. "I remember that tree on the hill." You smile softly and speak gently. "I need to find a place to pray." On that high hill, a tomb surrounded by gentle sunlight lies quietly. The scene before me prompts a passing thought. I will give you a sword, and you will give me memories. I have taken it all, now it's time to give it back. A voice breaks the atmosphere. "Thank you for coming all this way." "Lord Joseph, you're flying." He stands facing the girl sitting on the chair and responds, "Of course, I have to help the official heir. Nothing is more important than family, right?" His voice softly called out to the girl sitting across. "Lady Alicia." He calmly recounted a few things to her. "The Marquis Bey has given permission. Now it's just waiting for her decision." Alicia Ho clenched her hands together and slowly replied, "I have changed my mind. Everything will follow the Count's plan." And then she paused and said seriously, "Of course, only if I win the match?" Joseph Bey's attitude is very confident in his response. "You don't need to worry about that because the Beyes family sword always wins." Time passes and the game falls into the hues of sunset. One of the three people is walking down the long staircase. Ven said, "We can't underestimate her." Jaeger, walking beside him, continued, "She has the demeanor of a master, seems daring, but she also looks quite capable." In the end, even Joseph Bey said, "I think so too." She maintained the upper hand until the very end. Nevertheless, he suddenly stopped with a cold expression on his face and added, "Our plan remains the same. All that remains are memories. Perhaps that's why people want their traces to be recorded. Because when I look at the deep scars, those memories come flooding back." Vlad's face now is contemplative as he speaks. "I wish I could do more for my mother than I used to like this." He knelt on one knee, bowing his head toward the grave and said, "It seems no one has taken care of this grave for a while." He brushed away the dry leaves on the tombstone, then grasped his sword as if sensing something, and couldn't help but feel indignant as he spoke. "Anyway, showing respect to the Lord is just normal." The sword immediately retorted, "I haven't said anything yet." Then he drew his sword from its sheath and spoke. "Now, let's see who's the better one. I didn't come to see the knights. I came here because of your request." You drove the sword into the ground and fell silent as if praying for something. This action caused a change in the atmosphere. A figure appears behind Vlan, and the sound of the sword immediately announces that something is returning to me. While you were kneeling and sensing, the sound of the sword kept on transmitting. "I used to think this tree was smaller than this. When did it get so big like this? I think I've been here with someone before." The mysterious figure behind seems to have recognized something that radiates hostility. Immediately after, the Sword of Truth announced to Vlad, "Looks like something is watching us, knowing who we are." He was a bit surprised and opened his eyes to ask, "What?" Suddenly Thankiem asked, "Can I borrow your body for a moment?" Vlad hesitated for a moment, but still replied, "Sure, if it's just for a little while." He closed his eyes slowly and said, Go ahead. Blue streaks of light appeared around Vlad's eyes. Then, as he opened his right eye, a surge of power emanated from Vlad's body. Suddenly, he looked surprised, and his voice became hesitant. What is that? Its flickering eyes are staring intently at you. Anathengim's doubtful voice then asks, Is that a spirit? The snake spirit is sticking out its long tongue. Looking at it before me, I silently think, a spirit? I've seen too many strange things in this kingdom. I have my suspicions, and I think it's looking at me. The sword immediately explained to Vlad, It's looking at me. Seeing the serpent spirit crawling down inside you, you exclaimed in horror, It's coming down here. But the sword remained calm and said, I don't think it will bite you, causing Vlad's face to pale as he asked suspiciously, How do you know that? Suddenly he realized something and hesitated to guess. Wait a moment. Thinking about it, even though it looks a bit strange and is quite large, I don't feel threatened by it. Seeing the beautiful blue light appear between me and the snake spirit makes me realize that the feeling is as warm as a breeze on the hilltop. Suddenly a voice breaks the atmosphere. Who are you? To make Vlad's glowing blue eyes slowly disappear. The figure of the snake spirit also disappears. The girl who just arrived is still on guard, asking her question. How did you get here? But Vlad remained silent, not answering at all. Alicia Ho, dressed simply, coldly warns you while visiting the grave. No one outside the Ho family is allowed here. I apologize. I was looking for a quiet place to pray when I found this spot. She still hesitated, questioning the prayer, then to prove her point, Vlad took out his badge and said, I am not a stranger at all. I am a knight's servant of Lord Jaeger. Alicia Heno looked closely at the card for a moment before slowly responding. All right, so you're not a stranger here, huh? With some relief, Vlad said, Thank you. But then the atmosphere became very quiet as neither of them said a word. Suddenly, Vlad thought of something. Maybe it was because I was a bit rude standing in front of a noble's grave like that. If this woman says something nonsense and it gets back to the city, I will put Lord Joseph in a difficult position. Just thinking about what Jaeger might do to me, I feel immense pressure. At that point, I also got into trouble. I should say something so she wouldn't ask anymore. Thinking quickly, Vlad straightforwardly asked Alicia Ho, Do you need my help? She didn't understand, and asked again. What? I immediately guessed my own suspicion. Are you a servant? Aren't you here to take care of the grave? Alicia looked at him a bit surprised. Ven continued. I tidied up a little before you arrived. The leaves have been gathered over there. What you said made her hesitate and ask again. Have you finished cleaning everything? Hearing her words, he replied, I think I should show respect to the Lord. He walked past Alicia with a smile and said, Just leave it to me. However, he still kept his purpose in mind and spoke slowly, But I have a request. Can we just forget about today? Vad was a bit out of control and said some nonsense. If Lord Jaeger finds out I'm here, he'll go crazy. But Alicia Hu just chuckled at that remark. She turned her face away, looking haughty as she made a condition. Maybe if you clean the weeds from this grave, I will reconsider. Vlad couldn't help but secretly curse in his mind. Truly, beautiful women are really annoying. But in the end, he could only pout and clean the grave, making her smile even more because of him. A gentle breeze blew through the two of them in the warm sunset scene. After some time, inside a magnificent building, the clash of swords and shields made Vlad gasp in awe behind the wall. Amazing. You watched the duel between the two with amazement, realizing this is a match between knights of real strength in the kingdom. The sword of the Than Kiem at his side complimented him. Well done. Vlad watched their fight intently, asking if he meant Sir Colin as he observed him launching an attack, with Than Kiem's narration still echoing in his ear. Yeah, if he fought you, you'd be cut in half right away. You keep staring at him and sweating, he's really strong. No wonder they call him the boar of the Central Plains. But when Vlad watched closely, Pablo honestly said that I was more impressed with the solid defensive techniques. Hearing that, Than Kiem explained to him again. Yes, his shield technique is excellent. He uses just enough force to deflect most attacks. Looking at the two of them, Vlad silently thought to himself that he didn't expect the practice match for tomorrow to be this intense. Then he asked, Do you think you have to be this skilled to become a knight? To help you make the connection, Than Kiem quickly suggests someone to you. Lord Ven is also a knight. Hold on, not all knights are the same, right? You silently resolve in your heart and stand up straight. I didn't think much when I was still in the arena, but now I must learn everything from this point on. My position in this world needs to be better. V seems to be trying to create pressure, reminding myself that I still have a long way to go and need to keep working hard. On the day of the match, Vlo adjusted Jager's armor and suddenly said, Tighten it more, kid. The boy quickly responded, Yes, sir. V glanced to the other side and saw a man with blue hair and a smug face. He secretly thought, so he's the one planning to seize the inheritance, and that blue-haired guy is named Andre Hino. Jaeger suddenly advised you to keep your eyes wide open. You don't get to witness a fight between knights with such strength every day. Yes, sir. After the reminder, Jaeger's voice softened a bit and said that we don't know what happened yesterday, but don't worry about it anymore. Vlad looked at him in surprise, and seeing that expression, Jaeger explained, "Why be so surprised? It's all written on your face." Vlad was surprised because he had always compared himself to the people here, which made him feel insecure. Honestly, I was very surprised. In the end, the skills of the knights I've been observing are truly powerful and far superior to mine. He closed his eyes and gently advised that a child should start by taking their first steps. You're not ready to lead the charge yet. The higher the goal, the more you have to try. Each of his words seemed to awaken the hidden strength within him. After a moment of silence, he responded slowly. I understand. Suddenly a scream rang out. Everyone, please bow your heads. The grand door of the arena is opening. You also look up like everyone else. And at this moment, Vlad can't help but have a thought. The owner is a bit boastful. I haven't seen her even once. Rumor has it she's very young and beautiful. A girl with slow steps is putting on her shoes and a blue dress. Suddenly, Vlad feels that something is not right. A chime rings out and Alicia Hino is entering, now clearly visible with her face. Than Kiem also knows how to choose his words carefully. Now he's got another charge of disrespecting the nobility. All he can do now is curse himself silently. Actually, Alicia Hino approached the chair in the center between the two rows of people standing in strict formation, escorted by a tall man from behind. As she passed Vlad, she glanced at him, making him startle. Alicia's clear blue eyes made her gaze even colder. Van Han bows his head, lowering himself to minimize his presence as much as possible, feeling panicked inside. Oh no, she realized it. Alicia lowered her gaze, not revealing anything, and continued walking. She sat on the throne, crossing her legs, her cold, piercing gaze exuding a noble and aloof aura. When she was settled, a red-haired priest spoke up. Now we will begin the duel, now that all participants are present. May the gods bear witness for us, and let the sun be the proof of this battle. No one spoke, but everyone understood that a life-or-death fight was about to begin. One side is Alicia's subordinates, including Hubert Sajat, Duncan, and Jager, facing the other side, which is Pablo Einstein and Colin under Ender's command, all silently waiting for a battle that is both worthy and brutal. On the throne, symbolizing ultimate power, stained with the blood of the Ho family, the blood of a royal shines with a blue hue like the sea. Their veins are filled with responsibility and duty that an ordinary red-blooded person could never bear. A white cloth is thrown to signal surrender, but Alicia is not yet ready to turn her blood green. She shouts in anger, "Stop it now, Ta." Duncan, still wounded, tries to fight on, but a sound like a blow knocks him down. We surrender, despite the long scar on his forehead. He struggles to speak. Not yet. This battle is not over yet. The priest points to the white cloth Alicia just threw away. Lord Duncan, your lord has decided to give up. Please accept your defeat. Master, the recent fight was truly magnificent. Unkan closed his eyes, refusing to look at him. Are you mocking me? Am I still your master? So looked smug, but his heart was full of regret. I raised you to be a warrior, a sturdy shield to protect the Ho family, but instead, you became a sword that will kill your own master. How miserable it is. JVH stepped forward upon hearing the priest announce the winner. Your victory in this match belongs to Sir Ander. A person approaching Ender congratulates him on a very good start, Lord Ander. Ender, hearing this, feels smug and doesn't need to say anything more. The next battle begins. Jaeger faces off against Colin. The sound of the referee's voice rings out. The next knight, please step forward. While Jaeger remained cold and composed, Colin exuded a confident disdain for his opponent. The referee continued to announce the rules. Let me clarify again that the use of aura will be strictly prohibited. The match will end immediately if either the contestant or the owner intends to surrender. Additionally, the fight will be stopped instantly if one of the contestants is seriously injured. Before the battle begins, Jaeger turns to Vaughn and points to his eyes, signaling him to observe and learn. That stupid little bastard. V was a bit startled by that. Back in the battle, Yair raises his sword, his green eyes shining. Today's lesson will take place right here. Colin, towering and ready to strike, swings his sword down. Jer faces him calmly. The theme of today's lesson is the pig, standing before me. I will take him down now. As the sword swings down, Yar gently dodges to the side. Colin shouted and struck with all his might. Jaeger swiftly dodged and counterattacked. Jaeger still maintains his usual cold expression. Colin begins to tense up, but still acts arrogantly. I only slipped a little. I can win this battle. He charged forward, swinging his sword at Jaeger, but he only needed to step back lightly to avoid it. Colin encouraged himself to go faster and hit harder, but Jaeger easily dodged his relentless attacks. While Jaeger focused entirely on defense, Colin charged forward without hesitation. Ender and his followers outside are also feeling proud. His power is truly astonishing. Just as the rumors said, he's forcing his opponent into a corner. Bap Lo, standing behind, observes silently as if he's noticed something. The corner. Don't they realize that the flow and rhythm of this fight are happening in a very strange way? The wielder of that sword must have realized by now too. Colin is also starting to panic. Damn it, why can't I touch him? Jaeger looked at him with a cold face. Oli. Colin lost patience, angrily charged at Jaeger and shouted, "You bastard!" As he launched his attack, Jaeger crouched low and closed in on him. As Colin's blade was about to strike, he quickly swung his sword up. Suddenly, the sound from the sword echoed in Vlan's mind. Look closely. What he wants to teach you is about to be revealed. Before Colin's sword could land, Jaeger charged forward and struck him. Bloodshot eyes, he let out a faint cry, then retreated and mustered all his strength to charge forward with his sword. The battle was at a tense stage, and the voice of the sword still echoed in Vlan's mind. It's him, do you see? He is making his opponent miss by countering their attacks. That skill is called a counterattack. After the opponent stops, Jaeger remains unscathed. Witnessing the recent battle, Vlen begins to understand the concept of counterattack. A counterattack used to repel enemy assaults by turning their own force against them to create an opening. When the two swords hit the ground, the battle came to an end. Jaeger coldly looked at his opponent kneeling before him. At this moment, Colin no longer looks arrogant, but only terrified as he lifts his face to look at him. He belongs to a completely different level. Jaeger exudes a great power that makes his opponent tremble, standing there like an unbreakable wall that cannot be overcome. Colin, humbled and trembling, bowed his head and stammered, "I surrender." After the referee announced the result, Alicia let out a relieved breath. The winner of this battle is Lady Alicia's knight. Lord J. Ender and his companions were extremely angry and disappointed when they heard the result. Jaeger turned to leave the battlefield and approached Vlan, asking, "Oh, did you learn anything?" "I do." "I am very grateful, sir. The final battle has arrived." Babo Einstein faces off against Juber Sajat. The referee's voice rings out once more. The final match is about to begin. Pablo speaks first. "I am Pablo from Anstey," Juber said with a contemptuous look. "No need to introduce yourself like that. We've met before." "Isn't that right?" Baolo said with a serious expression. Einstein's Ba-Lo, seeing that the opponent seemed tense, he raised his hand to offer peace and introduce himself. Juber Saj draws his sword from outside to assess Vlan. It seems Alicia has found herself a strong piece. Juber, on par with Colin, is in a completely different league from the other two. He looks towards Alicia and Joseph. Alicia was momentarily stunned, not understanding what he was about to do. A second later, he bowed in farewell. At this moment, Joseph was also surprised, not understanding why he was bidding farewell like this. Then he bowed and sneered, saying, "I, Abo of the Saat family, surrender in this battle." Those words made Alicia, Vlan, Jaeger, and Duncan all startled. Joseph also lost his usual composure and frowned. Outside claps happily, saying, "He has surrendered, so this battle is over, isn't it?" Joseph couldn't help but be surprised. So that means from the very beginning he already had 4 people on his side? Ender continues with his victory. "Now swear before the gods. Swear to serve me and only me in front of heaven and earth as witnesses." Joseph suddenly spoke, causing him to stop. This battle is not over yet. Ender maintained a condescending look as if offering a friendly reminder. "Alicia's knight has already surrendered. I understand your concern, Lord Joseph, but this fight is already over." Joseph remains calm. "This fight will not be considered over until I receive a satisfactory explanation. You seem to be trying to hold back, veins bulging on your arms. You insist that the base family will not accept such an outcome of this fight. Lord Andre, at least we should hear what he has to say." Joseph Bey frowned and observed the situation. Lord Joseph here represents the northern region. That knight squad belongs to the central region. Everyone in the room whispered and discussed quietly. If something went wrong here, it could lead to a conflict between the north and the central regions. So what should we do now? Now we can only avoid the worst-case scenario. Only a victory at this point can determine our next move, and only then can we plan for the future. Breaking free from his thoughts, he immediately made his suggestion. "Please, let this fight continue." Then he gestured towards Alicia, sitting on the throne. "We cannot let Lady Alicia's reputation be tarnished by a single act of surrender." Andre also voiced his opinion upon hearing this. "Is there anyone among you willing to step in for Lord Rupert? If so, we will accept your proposal." He smirked slyly with his own plans in mind. Dunn is the only one belonging to Alicia's knight team. And that unwritten rule is that guests are not allowed to bring too many knights with them. There will be no more battles happening. Joseph's eyes sharpened. I have found someone. Andre froze, unsure who Joseph was talking about. Joseph's voice was powerful, and everyone there could hear it clearly. I, Joseph of the Bay family, standing here under the honor of Miss Alicia, will choose a champion. I point to Vlan, declaring him as Sarah's representative. Vlan froze in shock. When he realized who Joseph was talking about, Andre shouted in fury. But he's not even a knight and doesn't deserve to take part in this fight. Joseph ignored his questioning and calmly said, "Respect the honor of any duel. Anyone carrying a sword can participate." He doesn't care what the reason is. He refuses to let V participate in the fight. But his opponent is a knight, and nominating a vassal for this battle is a disgrace to the Anston name. Joseph couldn't hold back anymore and rebutted. "And what about you guys? You let this happen, so do you even think about the honor of the Bay family? Your arrogance in provoking the S family with these petty tricks leaves me speechless." His face was resolute as he said, "I will stand as a witness to his honor. Joseph has spoken, and though he was not pleased, he had to concede. All right, if that's what you want to do. On the surface, I respect you, but secretly look down on you, a poor vassal. What can I possibly do?" Vlad still couldn't believe what he just heard, and turned to ask Yager standing behind him, "Am I really going to participate in this fight? Fighting a knight in front of everyone?" Yager replied, "Yes." His expression was utterly strange as he asked, "I won't die here, right?" Jaeger seriously assured you that if things take a turn for the worse, he will step in. You still seem a bit worried and ask further, "But what if the situation doesn't get completely bad, just a little worse?" He fell into silence and didn't answer. I waited but saw no response from him, leaving me puzzled. I was thinking, why didn't he say anything? Joseph came over and called you Vlad. He hugged me. Seeing him suddenly embrace me, I hurriedly spoke up. "Mr. Joseph, you don't need to go that far." His face was extremely cold as he whispered in your ear. "Just buy enough time for 10 minutes, that's all I ask," he explained. "I already had a plan in place and gave the order to Ven. You just need to buy us some time. Do you think 10 minutes will be enough?" He replied. "The longer the better." The boy's expression became more serious, as if receiving an order. "Understood. I will do my best to hold on out there." He warns you to be careful. You walk away without looking back. "Yes, sir." Joseph. You step forward and bow your head respectfully with your hand on your left chest. Alicia nods in response. You turn to face a knight, state your name, then casually draw your sword from your hip. "I am Vlad of Sara." The knight's gaze was full of contempt, and without a word he drew his weapon and charged. He said angrily in a harsh voice, "You are not worthy of my title. The moment a worthless little brat like you appears here, this fight is no longer about honor. Value? When I hear those two words, my eyes turn cold. I hate that word. Why do people always cherish things that are beautiful and shiny? I might have come from a place that lacks value, so what am I missing? Your hand grips the sword hilt, but I have no thoughts of ending up here as just an anonymous person. With a commanding presence and a sharp gaze, you question him. What makes me and him so different? His words are full of contempt. The standards of the Bay family have truly fallen to the lowest point. He grimaced in annoyance as he grabbed his weapon. You can ignore the rules of this fight if you want and fight me with everything you've got. I will crush trash like you to the very end. The boy focused his mind, ready to fight. Today, this kid deserves to shine, so he charged at him with his sword, attacking at full speed. The two weapons clashed with a deafening ringing sound, and he glanced down to see your sword trembling slightly before using force to knock you back. Because for the first time in his life, he raised his sword not for himself, but for someone else. He kept rushing forward, constantly analyzing his opponent's weakness, aiming at the left side where he had just used his sword to shield himself. Both sides attack fiercely without backing down. Habit is a terrifying thing. Spectators watch the fight, constantly marveling. He's fast. He's not just an ordinary kid. Now you're on the offensive while he is on the defensive. And after a few exchanges, his attitude towards you begins to change. This kid has the ferocity he needs like a starving wolf, and sweat drips down your body. He kept provoking you. You have a good spirit. But suddenly you felt a chill as he fiercely swung his sword to attack. Seeing his sword blocked by you, but you are also struggling, kneeling on one leg with your whole body trembling, trying your best to hold back his attack. You haven't reached my level yet. He dropped his shield as he swung his sword. Are you done pretending yet? Once again, he struggles to hold on, the fierce impact making him feel a bit dizzy. Try to redirect the attack. Then there will be a chance to counterattack. He continues to attack, and you keep defending. He pushes you away, and your whole body crashes into a hard wall. You cry out in pain. You now look like a soft, limp rag doll sliding down, but you refuse to give up and stand up with your sword. He steps toward you, and the two of you, one standing and one kneeling, stare at each other. Impressive, kid. Your whole body is covered in wounds, but your eyes remain resilient. He sighs and says, "Although it's still early, you are still a kid, worthy of my respect here." He raises his sword and says, "It's a pity. How unfortunate that we have to end here. This is your choice." You bite your lip in anger. You've done your best. He opened his eyes wide and saw the sword approaching. He seized the opportunity and swung his sword to strike. Joseph and Jaeger couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at him, having always watched him, waiting for the moment of danger to strike. Not only the two of them, but everyone there, including Alicia, shared the same expression as them. He couldn't believe it. "Do you think this is a counterattack technique? The image of you and Jaeger seems to merge into one." The people around kept whispering in shock. How could that have happened? A mere bodyguard managing to block a knight's sword, it must be just a coincidence. Look at him go. The crowd watches carefully. He can hardly even hold a sword now. Fatigue is clearly visible on Vlan's face as he breathes heavily. Below Einstein didn't think so either. No way, absolutely not. There's something strange here. I was even quite surprised to see him able to do that. Why does your whispering catch his attention? Why is it only you? Baplo thought to himself. Is he losing consciousness? His jade green eyes clearly show exhaustion as his voice grows softer. I don't, either. He immediately saw through it, realizing that he was having some thoughts, perhaps a dream or a desire that needed to be fulfilled while in an unconscious state. His mind grew hazy, his legs as if sinking down. The boy has endured much suffering in the past, always longing to rise up. The image of the shining sword flashes. He wants to gain strength, to have power, and to have a chance. And he always dreams that in the future he will be able to do what he wants. When he lifts his face, he stands in front of a small shop, glancing at the magnificent castles that seem separate from the gloomy world he's in, to reach a glamorous place that erases his past. Vung Ting clenched his teeth and growled, "I've always wanted to go there, too." Baplo stared blankly at the scene before him. A flower about to bloom, a radiant flower no one has seen before. A glow envelops the young boy, his aura and determination swallowing his opponent. Sina, the clashing of swords rings out once more. What's going on? With blood-stained hands, you grip the sword so tightly that even Jaeger is surprised. I never taught him that technique. I only showed him the basic parts. Vlad keeps attacking, putting pressure on his opponent, moving swiftly and quickly swinging a powerful sword strike. The man remains in awe, but he is now using the same swordsmanship techniques he once employed. His fear and caution have disappeared, replaced by full determination. His spirit is now more stable. Pablo also clearly sees the change in Vlad. Interesting. Even with sweat pouring down, he kept rushing forward, trying to get closer. He couldn't help but wonder where that fighting spirit came from. In an instant, your sword seemed to glow, close to Pablo's neck, making him startle in terror, thinking the sword was roaring. Wait a minute. Does this flower look like it's about to bloom? Vlad kept closing in, determination clear on his handsome face. Without hesitation, he raised his sword high. If that's the case, I must fulfill my knightly duty, charging forward with a powerful strike aimed directly at you. He struck again, enduring another deadly blow that made it hard for Vlad to defend himself, as a flower was about to reveal its most beautiful side. At the intersection of swords flashing with blinding sparks, you grit your teeth and brace yourself. The people outside watch in horror. What is that? A blue-white light gradually envelops the sword. John Berkallen and Jaeger both immediately sensed a strong resistance. Paulo quickly shouted, "Bring out the shield." A soldier quickly comes to assist. Yes, Lord Pablo equipped his shield, always alert to you, then used the shield to block the attack. He boldly declared his name. "I am Pablo Anston. The boy now has power. State your name before me." The boy whispered, "I am the boy born in Oali, a place with no law," and his mind once again became foggy. Footsteps imprint steadily on the ground, step by step, but I always long to rise up, to reach glamorous places and escape my past life. Finally, you stop. If you want that, I have to prove my strength. The magnificent palace now appears before my eyes, and in an instant, the golden glow of the lights has transformed into dazzling turquoise. I am, and then I shouted out Vlad of Swara. The dazzling glow continuously surrounds him, and the immense energy makes those nearby squint and instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes, unable to hide their amazement. At that moment, the dazzling golden aura was also activated, and Baplo shouted without hesitation, "Vlad Sara, here I come." You roar loudly and rush forward. The battle reaches its peak as two enormous energies prepare to collide. After what felt like forever, King's bloodied hand still clenched the unmoving sword on the floor, while the nurse beside him gently smiled, supporting you to lie down on something warm and comforting. Well done. Vlad faltered from exhaustion, the fatigue momentarily fading away, while Andre stepped forward and started talking loudly. Aura is aura. This is a match where using aura is strictly forbidden. That bastard should have been eliminated already. Balo glared at him with cold, contemptuous eyes. That pathetic bastard just because he saw a beautiful flower in front of him and all you could think about was wanting to faint it away? Joseph and Jaeger then slowly approached and saluted. Lord Pablo, thank you for fulfilling your knightly duty. He also replied, I was just doing what I should. That is a moment I cherish. And then he turned to say, Sir Priest, is that a halo? The priest stammered in response, yes. So, between the sacred rules of this confrontation and the joys or burdens of a warrior, which one matters more? He asked coldly. For a moment, the priest was speechless, unable to say a word. The master strategist possessed an extraordinary ability that only one person in history has ever had. He has taken actions and made statements that come with the noble title mentioned above. He also said that a swordsman must give his all, both for honor and duty, which is also connected to royal power and the dignity of the battle. Joseph continued, Andre Hennian, rules and honor in this battle are at odds with each other. The honor of a knight with a title or the duty of a knight with a title, no one here can say which is right or wrong. I believe what happens here must be reported to the Swordsmanship Council and the Royal Palace. He remains as cold as ice and continues. Until we have a definite answer from there, the outcome of the confrontation will be postponed. All the young people with strength and faith across the kingdom deserve the right for their flowers to bloom. The effort and perseverance are always beautiful, and young warriors who can show those good qualities are even more worthy of admiration. Therefore, everyone must seriously protect those wonderful moments. All who wield a sword and honor that dignity will have to fulfill their duties and responsibilities as swordsmen, following my words. Master Swordsman and Founding King, I, Frozen, leave this command for you. At the Grand Palace, Ray, with his bandaged and painful wound, groaned a few times, eyes still closed, muttering, Gordy water. Immediately after the glass was filled again, his face still grimacing with pain all over his body. Here, the glass of water is handed to Ran, who is surprised and wide-eyed at Sir Joseph. He calmly replies, I am relieved to see your health recovering. I'm sorry, sir. It's okay. Please go ahead. He gently placed the glass of water in your hand and asked kindly, What hurts you? Nothing, thank you. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be capable of that. Your eyes show sincerity. Thanks to you, the duel has been postponed. What does postponed mean? Riemann skeptically asked back, so the match will be paused without a conclusion. The situation is complicated because of the Holy War Law and the swordsmanship rules, and for a moment Joseph's eyes suddenly turned serious. He suddenly remembered the swordsmanship rules, the voice that had mentioned them once before. He continued, If you want to become a knight, you must swear to follow the code of the swordsman. If everything goes well, one day you will also have to perform this ritual. Riemann was so shocked that his emerald eyes widened, and for a moment the image of him in armor riding a war horse as a knight appeared. Joseph slowly stood up. Take care of yourself. If I stay here long, I'll just trouble you to rest. The boy hurriedly replied, I'm fine now, I can manage. Before you could finish speaking, he cut you off. I can't let that happen, because I am the kind of person who values and preserves what is truly worth cherishing. Joseph turned to look at him with a determined gaze. Moving to Alicia Ho's place, she asked, What about the guests? Everyone has already left. It's so frustrating. I still haven't warned them properly. Her face looked a bit sad. So Angerg has also left. Khan beside him replied, Well, it's postponed anyway. I have arranged for the church to assign a bodyguard through the priest. Alicia's brows furrowed in disbelief that I had to let those who pushed me into the mud go peacefully, feeling as if my heart was being trampled. He slowly analyzed, There will be another time. It's just the situation forcing us. The important thing is that you now have Dima completely in your hands. I had no choice. A look of complexity appeared in her eyes as she asked again, What about the ceasefire? Not very promising. If production continues to decline, should I switch to barley cultivation? Alicia carefully considered, then Duncan replied, Maybe I should wait a bit longer and see how things develop. Changing the industrial structure isn't an easy decision to make right away. He's right. It's actually very hard to make a decision right now. I've thought it through and agree, but I can't help but sigh a little as my head still feels a bit dizzy after completing the mountain of trials, and now it seems there's another mountain ahead. Suddenly something caught her eye. Alicia quickly asked, Do all the knights know how to ride horses, Lord Duncan? Although a bit surprised, he quickly replied, Of course. Not knowing how to ride a horse means you can't be considered a knight because this skill is as important as swordsmanship. Turning his gaze toward the garden, she said, I think it's true that no one is given everything by heaven. Everyone is curious about Duncan and immediately understands. I understand the torment that Lord Jaeger Ryman is suffering on horseback. He couldn't hold on for long and was thrown off, landing flat on the ground trying to get back up with his back aching. Oh my God, I couldn't help but speak out loud. You said just switch to the expensive horse, but I think you still need a better and more expensive horse. The man behind, with deadly intent in his eyes, clenched his fist and punched you straight in the head as a warning. Think before you speak. Riemann holds his head and responds, the last time I managed to get on a horse's back, you know. Although Guy is the one holding the reins of that horse, your friend quickly comes to the rescue. Yes, Lord Jagor, he really did get on the horse. His face grew serious as he thought deeply, thinking that personally, teaching him would make a difference. Could the problem really be with the horse? Even my own horse seems to dislike him. It's as if it's afraid of the person in front of it. A cold and stern figure appears. He could only speak up. That's enough for today. Shall I continue training tomorrow? Maybe tomorrow, too. The boy, speechless, looked at him with contempt. So when will I finally learn how to ride a horse? Gago doesn't rush to answer. Let's postpone it for now. You helplessly replied. I've heard that a billion times before coming here. Is there a problem? A little. The guy sighed and spoke. This can't be solved quickly. We'll think about it when we return to Sturama. Today, I still have things to do. He said that and immediately turned to leave. GJ looked at Ran with curiosity. Why do the horses seem to hate you more and more each day? You're at your wit's end too. What if the more expensive ones are the same? Oh, or maybe try riding them away. They definitely love the horses a lot. Think carefully before you speak. He's not to be underestimated either, and you're quite confident. You must really enjoy riding around the stables all day, Lord Jagor. Then he laughed evenly. Don't forget to say one last thing. Well, I'm leaving now. I will take this talented young man to the nobles. Raman couldn't help but swear. Damn it, what kind of damn problem is this? I don't know if it's because you moved too quickly. Animals are usually sensitive to movement. The sound of the sword of Than suddenly rang out. What should I do now? You need to learn how to control your inertia. That's one way to control your mind. If you can freely use your aura, you'll master your inertia. Riemann pondered silently. I still can't quite picture it. And my own aura, I only feel it vaguely. Using aura in actual combat requires training and hardship to master. It's also quite normal. Remember Jaeger's words, don't try to run before you know how to walk. You also sigh and follow along. All right, they say we will return to the demon continent after the closing ceremony tomorrow. You lift your head, your gaze distant as you ponder silently. Should I go back one last time? Somewhere else, Juber Sajia is carefully considering the mission has failed, but he's sure the master will understand when he hears the situation. Well, when the waves keep hitting the shore, there's nothing you can do to stop them. It's just beyond my power. The mighty image of Ran appears once again in his mind. In the end, it was just an unfortunate coincidence. Oh my, the more I think about it, the more ridiculous it seems. The lowly vassal's face grew visibly displeased as his steady footsteps suddenly stopped, and his eyes, instead of showing surprise, began to tremble as he spoke. Oh wow, your greeting is quite aggressive. And never mind that Jaeger's sword is right against your neck. He still continued with that damned look in his eyes and said, I don't need to do that. Jaeger was no less, immediately retorting, I really had to go this far, so don't underestimate me. How long have you been waiting? Do you have nothing to do? I'm off today, so why not just let this conversation go on without anyone losing? Isn't that a waste of your day off? The condescending attitude of the guy only makes people more annoyed. Jaeger's eyes show clear hostility. You should be taking care of unfinished business on your day off. I know you're dissatisfied. Ja isn't planning to give up, but I also have no other choice. Surprisingly, I don't have many options either. The man slowly placed his hand on the sword, feeling sad. Our jobs are similar. At least I should understand that. Rubber Sod also refuses to show weakness, his killing intent radiating all over him. What can you do? So if the master tells you to bark, you bark too? Jaeger said, his hand gripping his sword tightly as the tense atmosphere thickened. Juber Sajat glares with deadly intent at Jaeger. The air is thick with gunpowder, no one willing to back down. Jaeger stared sharply at him, and suddenly Juber broke into a strange smile. I think that's enough of a warning. As he spoke, he raised his hand to make peace, but every word was deafening. Others call you a swordsman, but that's not quite right. You're just a dog sent to bite on your master's orders. If you're done barking, go home and rest. One drop of my blood falling means war with Sa will break out. To stop him from rambling further, Jaeger punched him square in the face. Juber staggered backward, crashing hard into the door. My master is a good person, so being a dog for him is no problem, right? Jaeger replied bluntly. You're lucky, huh? Is that enough? The guy said, struggling to lift his hand to his face. Not yet. The clear replies followed by a straight punch to the stomach. He widened his eyes, his insides turning upside down, then collapsed onto the ground, coughing heavily. Gago calmly turned around, and, before leaving, he didn't forget to say, as a swordsman, you should understand, right? Yeah, I think I can stop now. The look of suffering is still clearly visible on his face. Jaeger looked at Jer with contempt and said, I hope we meet again, because I still haven't made you pay enough for mocking my master. He slowly stood up and said, I'll probably see you again anyway. The Empire has fallen. This is not a time for people to form alliances at will. The cunning look is clearly visible on his face. With that, he gradually walks away. I'm leaving now. He left standing there alone, and Joe even waved goodbye. Jaeger watched and silently thought it was time. When people need a sword more than ever. A chaotic, blood-soaked scene is approaching, while elsewhere the sunset is gradually fading. Riemann quietly stands in front of a large tree, seemingly trying to talk to an old friend. The sword responds, I can't believe it either. That spirit recognized me and I was just as surprised. Just look and walk away before running into Alicia like last time. I'm here now. As I say that, I thrust the sword into the ground. Activating Aura, a flash of blue light flickers right beside the eye, and the spirit guardian immediately appears facing you. Ran is momentarily confused, sweating nervously as he asks, Is this your friend? I hope so. It slowly approached you and then wrapped around a few times. Maybe it's greeting you, that's what it should do. At this moment, the snake spirit suddenly looked directly at Veyman and then happily wagged its tail. Why are you suspicious and wondering why it suddenly acts like that? Don't try to understand what the spirits are doing. They come from another world, and the fragile hearts of mortals truly cannot see through everything, including this world. From the nearby bushes, the jade-green magic continuously rises, shooting off the ground and running along the trees, illuminating the entire area. Ran, bewildered, catches the fragments of magic and quietly marvels, oh, so warm. Suddenly you realize something. These are tiny fragments of magic force all over you. Thunkheim immediately replied, Yes, indeed. I never expected to witness that forgotten secret here. The gentle blessing of the snake spirit fairy looks upon the incredibly warm scene. A few days later at the ancient castle, Alicia is bidding farewell to the family member from the Baco clan as she speaks. I'm sorry for seeing you off like this. I should have hosted a grand celebration instead. Joseph replied politely, Your sincerity is enough. Now you need to mend the rift within the Ho family. She gently bowed her head, thanking Joseph. The group nodded politely. We are leaving now. Suddenly Duncan spoke up, asking everyone to stop, as the vassals of Dr. Vucera stepped forward. Confused and clueless, he didn't understand what was happening. Joseph nodded and signaled, Go over there. Yes, Jaeger whispered to himself as he watched Yu step forward. They must have prepared the ceremony already, right? Maybe so, I told them to keep it simple, he replied. Duncan continued to kneel. I am truly deeply grateful. Vlan, without you I wouldn't be standing here today. Alicia gently expressed her gratitude. You protected our honor and illuminated our path in the fierce battle against that terrible con artist. No words can express this gratitude, so she slowly extends the handkerchief. Even if you're not a knight, today I want to give this to you. Joseph outside seems to have seen through everything just as I thought. She is very clever. To prove her connection with the doctor, she chose Vlan as a common point, showing gratitude and taking the opportunity to profit at the same time. Raman was a bit confused. Oh, it's really valuable, I should just accept it, right? Nobles always accept whatever is offered to them. It's the basic etiquette. Remembering Glogger's teachings, he couldn't help but sweat and thought to himself that last time he refused Rudiger's peanuts because he had eaten enough and didn't want to get beaten again. He hesitantly took the handkerchief with both hands. Thank you, Alicia. Everyone around was completely stunned. Jaeger looked on, feeling a headache coming on and his face darkening. Ah, I didn't think of that. He grew up in the poor alley behind, so he wouldn't know anything about the aristocracy. Joseph somewhat understood him better. Duncan hesitated before speaking up to stop him. That's not the way either. Vet is still naive. When a young lady offers a handkerchief symbolizing her honor, there are two ways to accept it. First, hanging it from the end of a sword. And yet, you still don't understand anything. The second is to give it by hand. One is to show respect, and the other is for love. The scene of the reluctant lover's passion suddenly appears. Alicia blushed for a moment, while the youngest Kven Vlad still didn't understand what was happening. Everyone around suddenly froze in place, all motionless. I will definitely use it well. Fian's final words leave everyone behind, speechless. But you still don't understand. What's wrong with them? On the way back, you could still say a few words, but it's only now that I see you trembling like that. Even I am at fault, to the point that Joseph is at a loss. I guess the people singing here no longer worry about earning money when telling your story. Rang gets teased and just gives up. I'm sorry, Jaeger won't let you go easily. From now on, whenever a noble gives you something, look at me. Got it? I will remember, the boy replied softly. Joseph speaks again. Congratulations. He looked at you with a deep gaze and said, From now on, having been granted a noble title, you have been promoted to an honorary knight. Ran was stunned by this news. Vlad asked in surprise, "A knight of honor? Me?" Joseph tilted his chin, smiling and saying, "Not exactly. At least wherever she is, you'll be granted the treatment of a knight." Vlad was stunned by that answer. He couldn't help but doubt this. "A knight? Me? A knight?" Joseph slowly explained. Of course it was in Dirma, since she had just recently become a baroness. Realizing everything, Vlad thought to himself that this is why they call him a knight of honor. Clenching the handkerchief, he reasoned it made sense. Being a knight isn't as easy as it seems. Seeing Vlad lost in thought, Joseph quickly intervened. "You only happen to receive it, but don't lose it. It's not just a handkerchief, it's Alicia's honor." Vlad hesitated, then carefully asked again, "What if I lose it by mistake?" "You will have to take responsibility yourself." Joseph shot a warning glance. "This happened because you took it with your own hands, and that made Vlad get goosebumps all over. I can tell from his eyes that this is not something Joseph can handle. I clench my humble handkerchief and reply, "I definitely won't lose it." Then Joseph raised the contract. "A very unreasonable ending, but thanks to you, I don't have to use this anymore. Does Vlad suspect the contract?" "That's right." Joseph nodded. "This is proof that Alicia borrowed 10,000 gold and is broke. 10,000 gold? Keep going. To take care of the soldiers in case she loses the confrontation. If she loses her status, Alicia will have to surrender herself. This is the only way to save her from Joseph's silence. Of course, she didn't borrow it for real. This made Vlad wonder why you chose Lady Alicia, since losing the duel means losing the chance to win." Joseph's face darkened, and his motivation was like a dying ember. Just a gust of wind could reignite the flames. "When Alicia is in your hands, Aang will definitely feel the pressure. I understand now." Vlad swallowed hard, realizing he might understand how the nobles live to prove themselves. Suddenly, he sensed movement and turned his gaze behind him. Joseph asks, "What's wrong?" "I hear a noise from the west side of the forest." On the other side of the lush green prairie, a cloud of dust rose high into the sky, heading this way. The sound of galloping hooves grew closer, making Vlad even more astonished. A group of horses is heading straight toward the convoy. Vlad is about to draw his sword to prepare for battle, but Joseph stops him. He signals to you to put away your sword. I was already prepared before the confrontation began. Both of them got off the carriage. The group on horseback dismounted and knelt before them. "Lord Joseph, sorry for being late." "Is that so? In the end, I had to ask you to do something else." Then he changed his tone and said, "You've worked hard, get up now." What does the base secret sword team leader's expression look like when he glances to the side? The Viscount took the handkerchief from Lady Alicia. The rumors have spread everywhere. Joseph sighed. "I guess so, you'll come to like him eventually." At this moment, V suddenly realized that the leader was looking at him like a predator, stalking prey. The aura emanating from him was completely different from that of other knights. He broke out in a cold sweat as if the smell of danger was emanating from the dark alleyways. My instincts told me not to get involved with this man. Joseph offered to come along on the way back to Uma, but he politely declined, saying we need to return quickly. "It's a pity. Thank you all." The leader respectfully placed his hand on his chest and said, "I am only fulfilling my duty as Bay's secret sword." "Bay's secret sword?" Vlad was surprised. "Who are those people? And what's with that black bag?" "You're curious about what's inside, huh?" "Ah, yes, a little. It contains the world of the nobles, a cold, brutal, and unforgiving world. Inside the large sack is the head of Alicia's uncle, Andre Hino. At the flying mansion, a group of travelers is passing through Shuma territory. Should I welcome them? It seems they don't want to either." Ragam stands beside them, reporting the situation. They only want to quietly observe the sacred dragon mark and then leave. The Countess flew into deep thought, her tone devoid of desire. "It's been a long time since I met a genuine caravan traveler like this. Maybe quietly watching over them is enough," Mr. Vovo said. "Understood the master's intention," Rapam replied. "I knew you would say that. We deserve to receive what we are entitled to." Rapers agree peacefully. "Then I will make arrangements." The Count suddenly brought up a story. "Apparently my second son and Vlan have achieved something remarkable this time." Mentioning this, R frowned. "Yes, there is a word in the report that makes the heart of an old man like me beat faster." The Baron falls into nostalgia, the #1 rule of the swordsman. "It's been a long time since I heard that word. Nostalgia indeed." Training elite soldiers begins with selecting those with clear bloodlines and natural talent from the start. Raw gems are carefully polished and treasured, which is why there are rarely cases so extreme that they require the first rule. He nodded. "These days, swordsmen are so highly valued that I rarely see them. If you were there, I'm sure you'd be very happy." He replied casually, "Not just me, there are definitely a few others too." The golden generation of BS is about to be replaced by these young veterans. I bet Mr. Joseph is very pleased. Count Bay closed his eyes and pondered, thinking that since he was barely hanging on, he had probably given up. But unexpectedly, he crawled out of the muddy gold and brought back something precious. You have to think carefully. In the end, I can only choose one of the two. Do you know the news? I heard Vlad has completed his mission and returned. Hearing this, the dining hall immediately buzzed with excitement. Really? It seems he challenged a knight to a duel. I also heard he has his own faction. No way. Ridiculous. A nobody trying to use aura. Sobanen and his companions, hearing this, couldn't help but feel tense. At this moment, the cafeteria door opens and everyone is starving. It's been a while, hasn't it? 1 month ago at noon, Vlad held his head high and strode in proudly. The dining hall suddenly fell silent. No one dared to speak. Whether from a wealthy or humble family, whether the social gap is wide or narrow, none of it matters. The battle of the children born in the alley has ended, only with the appearance of a single person who has stepped into another world. The grilled sausage platter was just served, and Vlad didn't hesitate to pick it up and enjoy it right away. As he chewed, he said, "It's a hassle to eat like this." Bo chuckled softly and said, "I think this will go on for a while longer. Everyone has heard about what happened in Didioma." Land's rumors spread quickly. Vlad licks his hand. Boshi casually changes the subject. "So, what are your plans for this holiday?" Vlad looked up and asked again. Bowie explained, "You don't know? They get 2 days off a year. This week, all the followers have received their days off." "Am I also getting a break?" Vlad wondered. "I'm not a disciple of a prestigious family, and I don't really have anywhere to go." Bochi, hearing that, eagerly suggested, "Do you want to come to my house? My father said he wants to officially invite you." Then he scratched his head and chuckled. "Actually, I've never taken a friend home before." V suddenly understood why he was so excited. "It seems you've been failing all this time." Poe quickly tried to explain, fearing you wouldn't agree. "At my place, I host guests warmly and even offer unlimited fresh grilled meat." VR pondered silently before Pochi made an enticing offer. "Aren't you saying you want to find a horse? Didn't I tell you before what my family does? We can arrange a horse for you from anywhere nearby. I think we even have some thoroughbreds better than Jaeger's horses." Hearing this, V's eyes suddenly lit up. "Are you sure about that? I need to make sure I get a rest." Suddenly seeing Vlad full of fighting spirit, Pochi-Chi felt a bit confused. At the training arena, Vlad was practicing swordsmanship with JH. Seeing Vlad losing focus, he swung his sword to counter him and focused entirely. You put all your strength into your attack, but that only made him angrier, and with a clever move he defeated Van. "I told you, if you can't do it, don't try. After dueling with the knight at Dioma, do you think you've become so skilled?" That statement leaves Vlad stunned. "My words have become a joke that you ignore?" Jaeger coldly questions. This left Vlad speechless. The two of them stared at each other for a long time before Vlad stood up and bowed. "No, I'm sorry." Jaeger refused to let it go. "If you're forcing yourself to come here, don't. And if you think you can do it without me, don't bother looking for me. That's enough for today. You can go now." With that, he turned and walked away. "Yes, Master Shaman. The achievements he has accumulated are very brilliant, and I am proud of them. But they are still very rough, like sand on the beach." Watching Vlad walk away, he pondered that the boy was still too weak and could be swept away by a big wave at any moment, still very dangerous. On his way back to his room, the voice in his head kept questioning him. "I told you to focus on the basics. If I were you, I'd be angry too." Vlad muttered, "I just want to make it appear again." Not every knight can use aura, but that doesn't mean knights can't use aura with low strength. Aura only shows a person's potential to become stronger. You should remember that you've only been holding a sword for a short time. A white flower will bloom on a solid foundation. If you weren't worthy of respect, they wouldn't be scolding you. Think again about what Jaeger said. Vlad sighed. "All right, you frown. I'm used to being looked down on and mocked." That was disappointment just now. This made Vlad feel sad. Damn it. That expression hurt me more than being hit with a wooden sword. At this moment, that voice rang out again. In the end, he couldn't ask about the holiday, and this made V suddenly realize, "Oh right, the holiday, never mind." You sigh. With this situation, what's there to talk about regarding the holiday? I should keep practicing sword swings until I can't think of anything else. You grip the hilt tightly. At midnight, in the backyard behind the dormitory, Vlad keeps practicing sword swings, leaving a long trail of cuts on the ground. Let's call it a day for today. Is it time now? You've already met your daily goal for a while. If you use up too much energy, you'll only exhaust yourself. If you get injured or something, all your efforts so far will be for nothing. He stretches and gazes at the night sky. That's right. Reflecting on myself, I only achieve something that radiates a glow. Up above, Jaeger has been watching you all along. Following his gaze, the full moon hangs in the night sky. A wolf chasing after the moon. On Raven, Noma Chinova's land, the fortress is burning endlessly and screams echo everywhere. Inside the castle, blood flows like a river, and corpses are scattered all around. I was still wondering where you are. You are carrying out your final mission. A figure in armor quietly walks around the castle, so you've finally come here. Raf Noma, using the last of his strength, looked at the person in front of him. Gin. Everyone says that the reputation of the master is the most important, and personal honor always comes second, but that doesn't mean you should follow orders blindly. The knights of the former Count Gaida were not like that, which is why they all died. Godin now looks like a demon. Raf Noma does not give up and continues. Godin, your light will also eventually fade away. Tell Count Gaida that I will be waiting in hell. Fine by me. After finishing, Gin swiftly strikes down. Noma, is this a vacation? Vlad was surprised. Joseph responded lazily, resting his chin on his hand. Yeah, the canoe house invited you, right? V was stunned. How did you find out? Rumors spread quickly. Your Gregory's assistant is spreading the news everywhere. Vlad immediately starts to imagine. Kano told Gregory, and then Gregory informed Jaeger. Jaeger reports the news to Joseph again. Joseph continues. Anyway, I was going to let you rest. Since you've already decided where you want to go, I won't stop you. Thank you, sir. Van glanced at Mr. Jaeger, but he didn't look at him at all. Noticing the subtle connection between the two, Joseph chuckled softly and said, It seems something is happening. If I intervene, this silence might disappear, but some relationships deserve respect. Vlad didn't know how to act. Breathing itself was difficult. Maybe we should just greet him and then leave. Jaeger advised a few words. Even during a holiday, a knight is not allowed to put down his sword. Receiving the signal, Vlad responded, Yes. Jaeger glanced at him and thought that missing one training session would be obvious, but missing a week, everyone would notice. He also feels reassured that even without instructions, he wouldn't be lazy, but keep a close watch so he doesn't get lost. Then he spoke. See you again. This made Vlan look much brighter. Yes, I understand. But don't get your hopes up. Even the Kano family will find it difficult to solve your problem. Find out how difficult it is to tame those horses. If they listen, then investigate which region the horses come from. Yes, you can go now. See you next week. Suddenly Joseph said casually, You don't need to bring any gifts back. I understand now. Vlad understood the hidden meaning behind those words. Surely he meant for me to buy a gift, right? It seems he really liked the Pochichi lollipop you bought him last time. After Vlad left, Joseph was lost in thought. The CO house, if luck is on our side, they might even run into each other. After all, both are notable figures, so what if someone is watching them? Then they will just come and ask directly, even if I have no intention of allowing it. Vlan is feeling confused. Why am I here? While the maid helps him put on this cloak that suits him so well, Oksana looks at him with a composed gaze. You look good in that armor, right? With your strong and fair body, anything you wear looks great. You should try on a few more outfits. Vad shyly lowered his head. Thank you, Lady Oksana. Are you about to visit Kano's house during the holiday? When invited to someone else's house, you must appear very proper. Oksana carefully guides you through each step of the etiquette. This is basic etiquette. Don't embarrass your parents. She gently stepped in front of you, so you won't make me ashamed, right? This statement from the madam made Vlad stare in surprise at the gentle and dignified woman in front of him, his ears turning red as he mumbled, Yes, madam. When the holiday ends, I will invite the master. One mistake with hands is enough. You're telling me your plan, right? This surprised Vlad a bit, so he apologized. As a knight's title is almost noble, he must learn to behave appropriately. Yes, madam, I understand, the lady signaled, and the maid immediately brought up a basket of fruit. Take it with you. It's not good to go empty-handed to someone else's house. V bows politely. The lady is so considerate. All right, I hope you have a great holiday. Take the fruit basket and go outside. Vlad stood looking at himself in the mirror. The difference between his past and present was too great, and the feeling was unfamiliar. It feels like I'm wearing clothes that are too big. Then you remember an old friend you haven't seen in a long time. Jamina, they say she's at the monastery, right? I hope she's still well, and you'll just have to wear clothes that don't suit you. At the monastery, everyone is talking about Vlan's situation. It seems the assistant of the flying house is about to become famous. Can he perform well at Didoma? Not really, just incredibly handsome. Jamina remained silent, ignoring their chatter. A blonde with blue eyes. Hearing this, she suddenly froze. Coming from a noble family, and so young to already have a radiant aura with a sword, he might become a knight representing the North. Jamina shrugged and said, Whatever. He hasn't achieved that yet. It's good that he's still alive and well. Hey, red-haired, what are you using your hands for? Since you haven't paid here and are working as a servant, you should work your whole life to pay back that money. Hurry up and wash the dishes, or don't blame me if the eldest sister scolds you. Outside, she won't know anything and you'll just starve to death. Getting used to working as a servant here isn't so bad. Let's go. We haven't finished our chores before the meal. Jemina muttered to herself. Luckily, I guessed that smile beforehand. She recalled the first day she arrived here. This place isn't for everyone. This is one of the places closest to the divine. We cannot accommodate girls who have been in dirty places. No way. These kids are all virgins. Max Ola retorted. They are children under the bishop's care? Still, suddenly we couldn't take them in anymore. Marcella shouted, "Why is that? How much money have I contributed to you? I've still got enough after raising them for 10 years. The female head priestess looked confused. About that, what about you? Lady Jemina asked Marcella. She turned back and scolded. You should take care of yourselves. Go inside now. She led the children in, but was stopped by the senior priestess. You can't do that. Mar grumbled. I don't want to go either. I hope App will take care of the children. They're very useful. Those guys, the henchmen are coming after us. Hurry and get in. Marla screamed. One of Jack's henchmen grabbed her hair and pulled her back. Got you now, you bastard, Jemina shouted through her tears. No, Marcella. Marcella. She helplessly watched Marcel being dragged away without mercy. The door slowly closed, ending her memory, tears continuously falling to the floor. She trembles as she calls his name, V.N. Standing in front of the Kano estate gate, Brad is stunned, speechless, thinking that although he is not nobility, people say he has a certain influence in Saint. But looking at this mansion, you can see how insanely wealthy he really is. In front is the magnificent Kano estate. The Kano butler comes to greet you. Welcome, young master. Seeing butler Pochi happily shout, the butler startled him. Pochi rushed over to hug the butler. It's been so long, I miss you so much. The butler happily replied, I'm also very glad to see you again. Pochi immediately asked, where is my father? He replied, he is welcoming the unexpected guests. The butler looked at where Vlad suggested and said, if you're okay with it, we can go explore the pasture first. It's our pride. He raised his hand and said, all right, I think that's fine. The butler bowed in gratitude for your understanding. Then Vlad suggested, I want to see the horses first. I have high expectations for them. Of course, as you wish. The butler added that the owner would personally introduce the fine horses to you, but it wouldn't hurt to see the rest as well. He pointed towards the horse area and invited you to follow this way. Before reaching the destination, the horses seemed to have caught your scent and looked panicked. As Vlan approached, they suddenly turned and ran away quickly, followed by some nearby cows grazing that also fled. Danku also ran after the horses, and Chow also fled. The two of them stood there for a moment, speechless and unable to hold back tears. Well, I'm crazy, so what if I can use aura? I can't even ride a horse anymore. My face shows my despair as I say, when others are galloping ahead with style, I'll probably have to breathe dust and chase after them. Bohai felt sorry for Vlad, so he said, look at the remaining horses in our pasture. Whether for fighting, riding, working, or slaughtering, I will go see them all. There must be one that suits you. He replied, yes, there is. Of course. He added, there are also beautiful and noble horses you haven't seen. Yet the ones my father bought at a very high price? I will try to persuade my father to let you see it. Bochi patted your shoulder reassuringly and said, okay. Watch the rest tomorrow. Just enjoy the dinner now and let everything pass. As the sunset falls, they begin exploring the estate. The first stop is the kitchen, which is bustling with activity as dinner time has arrived. The dishes prepared also make one hungry, and seeing such a spacious kitchen, Vlad couldn't help but exclaim, this is really impressive. Vlad asked, is there anything moderate in your house? There's too much of everything. Pochi could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. Someone exclaimed, they're here. They looked at each other as a tall man stepped forward to introduce himself. Welcome, I am the owner of this house, Oan Kano. Sorry I couldn't personally welcome our distinguished guest. V bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest in greeting. Very pleased to meet you. I am Vlan, guard of Lord Daha, Osan replied happily. I know the rumors about you have already reached Starama. He walks over and pats his back. Welcome. You seem a bit overwhelmed by Pochi's father's enthusiasm, while he thinks you're the boy who showed outstanding skills in the Nobles fencing tournament. The birth of a new star is Straw's greatest pride. He smiled happily, knowing Pochi had made a good friend. He quickly invited Vred inside. Please come in. Let's chat while the meal is being prepared. As the host, I am very happy to have such distinguished guests visiting today. Following Osan's instructions, I was thinking to myself, oh right, he also said there are other guests, so will we be sitting together? Oan suddenly spoke, and everyone here is a flying person. Isn't that something to be happy about? Hearing this, he couldn't hide his curiosity. Who could that flying person be? They immediately opened the door and stepped inside. V sees something surprising. A person exuding authority sitting in front of the fireplace, surrounded by everyone, immediately stiffening. Why is this person here? Is this a coincidence, or was it planned? The guest sitting in the chair, hands clasped, spoke. It's been a while, hasn't it? Rudiger glanced over. That's a surprise. Both Pochi and VR immediately bowed when they saw Lord Rudiger. Lord Rudiger, I didn't expect to find you here. Rudiger then asked, I wonder if you're okay with dining together tonight. The food is being prepared so beautifully that I can't refuse it. On the surface I seem calm, but inside I'm screaming. Damn it. Sitting here, the atmosphere is completely off. As soon as I look up, I catch a barrage of piercing eyes staring straight at me, all of them like bullets. It seems they really dislike me. I doubt Lord Rudiger's good intentions would agree with this, but I have no choice. I have to do it anyway. His guard looked at me as if he wanted to devour me. What can I accomplish just sitting here like this? After careful consideration, Vlad replied seriously. Today is fine. After all, I've been looking forward to it. I didn't expect you to answer so confidently. Rudiger then smiled and asked, I hear you're on vacation. Are you free tomorrow? You don't quite understand, he immediately asked again. So you mean Rudiger isn't hesitant to suggest going somewhere tomorrow? Tomorrow, when the sun is high in the sky, everyone and the horses will be gathered and ready for the trip, as per Rudiger's suggestion, while you, feeling bored, keep staring at the beast girl in front of you. The girl turned her head back and shouted, Why do you keep staring at me? Is this the first time you've seen a beast folk? The girl's name is Dorothea, from the beast folk family, the Lu family. Vlad quickly responded, There's always a first time for everything. Anyway, it's even stranger if you've seen us before. I hear you come from the remote streets of Sara, so how did you become someone who can fly? Hearing someone mention my background, I can't help but frown. Does that matter to you? Considering that your wizard is an animal person, that's even more surprising than my background. The girl was momentarily at a loss for words, so she just glared at him in frustration. She asked again, Have you really ever used aura? Why can't you ride a horse when you are already able to use aura? She continued, Even that useless one knows how to ride a horse. What can happen in this world? Aren't you overreacting a bit? Honestly, I didn't think a knight like you wouldn't know how to ride a horse. V is increasingly too tired to bother explaining anymore. Does she know anything besides rambling? Thinking about the days ahead, Vlad couldn't help but sigh. This vacation of his would just end up a mess. How did it come to this? I'm so tired. Not getting the answer she wanted, she kept asking, Are you listening to me? And then neither of them would back down. You say a word, she says a word. You started first. Do all beasts talk this much? Isn't this discrimination based on race? Do all mages talk so much? That's discrimination of their profession. You don't understand. Rudiger, seeing that neither of them would back down, turned back to mediate. Dorothea, don't tease him too much. It's hard to get him to come here. Dorothea retorted angrily. That bastard always makes a nasty face whenever he looks at me. Rudiger explained everyone would do the same if she kept bothering them like that. There was no more room for argument, so Dorothea had to stay silent and swallow her anger. She was so furious. The night continued further ahead. Rudiger's bodyguard raised his hand to point forward and asked for his master's opinion. What about Lord Rudiger around here? Rudiger replied, It looks fine. I will have a better view since this area seems quite open. Pawa just said it seems like they are going hunting here. Deep down, he knew they didn't look like they were actually going hunting. They hadn't even let the falcons out of their cages to scout. Our encounter with Mai is imminent. I didn't expect to encounter a group of pilgrims here, Rudiger ordered, raising the flag to show them my intention so they wouldn't feel uncomfortable. The family crest flag is quickly raised by the guard. Rudiger sits on his horse with an arrogant expression, gripping his sword tightly. Now it's time to start hunting prey. In the vast green plains, a herd of horses is grazing peacefully. The alpha wolf stands on the cliff and senses something is wrong. In other words, it feels that their peaceful moments are about to be threatened. There is no longer any doubt. The pounding sound is getting closer and closer. The leader begins to neigh with the first sounds, to alert his comrades inside the ground that something is wriggling and scared. Rudiger's army is on the other side of the mountain, but they are moving parallel to the group of pilgrims in white robes on the mountain. On this side, I sit on my horse and observe the pilgrims while Rudiger seems to be protecting them. Vlad, sitting on the carriage, observed and deduced. What are they hunting? This is clearly a convoy. From the very beginning, we never intended to come here for falcon training. Lost in thought, the carriage suddenly hit a bump and jolted up. I sat unsteadily in the carriage, feeling carsick. Maybe walking would be better. Beachy kindly asked, Are you okay? Do you want to vomit? Vlad replied, It's not that bad. You don't look well, you seem to be a bit hunched over, touching your left chest softly, but my heart keeps pounding strongly. Boai asked further, Is it because Dung's cart was shaking too much? I just have to walk a bit and I'll be fine. There's nothing to blame. Then he looked around. The scenery here is really beautiful. Pochi smiled and said, Isn't it? I really want to show you this scene. Poe added, telling you that the grasslands stretch all the way to Van. Sometimes monsters appear, but thanks to Joseph, we worry less this year. Don't you believe in Mr. Joseph? That's right, you also participated in the winter expedition last year. Then he suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "That time, huh?" V looked around and said, "So I also contributed a little to creating this scene." From afar, you see something rushing toward you and ask curiously what it is. The herd of horses is coming at an incredible speed, and you let out a surprised sound. The herd of horses quickly approached Vlan's group, seemingly fleeing from something. The boy stood frozen before the terrifying scene, his mind racing. What is this? What is happening? The herd of horses is rushing at full speed toward Vlan's group. The guard reports that they are a herd of wild horses, all of them well fed. Rudiger says they are just uninvited guests now. Realizing something was strange, Rudiger's face darkened. But why are they moving south? The soldiers were stunned. The guard found it strange. Yes, it was truly strange. They should have headed north where new shoots would grow. Watching the frantic actions of the horses, Rudiger thought their behavior was unusually urgent, as if something was chasing them. On the V side, upon seeing those horses, they kept clutching their chests with pale faces. It seemed they sensed their fear and asked, "What are they afraid of?" Suddenly, an earthquake struck unexpectedly, causing chaos. "Sir Rudiger, is there an earthquake?" "I can tell this isn't an earthquake. I remember this tremor very clearly. It's a sudden explosion from beneath the ground, with rocks and debris flying everywhere in front of Rudiger's group. Everything gradually descended into chaos as the creature emerged. Ryger's group and the pilgrims were also stunned, speechless. One of the remains of the Earth Dragon's offspring that just emerged, instantly swallowing the frightened, fleeing horses. The horse's head was bitten off, blood pouring everywhere. Seeing this, the beast tribe maid shouted, "Something's very strange. The death worm isn't a carnivore. Why is this happening?" And then she widened her eyes in surprise as she realized the true reason why a species that normally does not eat meat had become so bloodthirsty and insane. The glowing stone on its head was the cause of today's events. She shouted that a strange aura was emanating from the head of the death worm. The horses changed direction, and the guard reported, "Rudiger, the wild horses have turned and are heading toward the pilgrims." The strange aura from its head caused it to change direction toward the group of pilgrims where the horses were rushing, and the pilgrims, noticing they were targeted, shouted out, "No, the death larva is chasing the pilgrims." Rudiger sharply turned around and asked Dorothea, "What will attract the death worm, Dorothea? Be honest." "The death worm has no ears or eyes, so it can only sense vibrations through the ground." Rudiger shouted loudly, regaining his composure, and quickly looked for a way to lure it over, making Dorothea jump in surprise. "Yes, Sir Rudiger." Rudiger immediately gave the order to Vlan. Vlad takes Dorothea to a high place and protects her. As soon as he finds a way to attract its attention, he will send a signal to us. Vlad quickly received the order. "Yes, sir, I will carry out the order." Rudiger raises his sword and shouts, "Listen up, everyone." His face turned fierce. Whether this makes sense or not doesn't matter. What matters is being where we need to be and doing what we must do. Our duty is to fulfill the task entrusted to us by the Count. The soldiers began drawing their swords to fight. Rigger's troops charged forward with determination to protect the pilgrims. All the guards and soldiers responded together, shouting and moving forward to follow Lord Rudiger. As he advanced, Rudiger pondered that this insect was acting abnormally, and the whole situation felt very strange. So he immediately thought that someone was behind this, manipulating the insect to do these things. Rudiger, angry, thought, "You're quite brave." His eyes sharpened as he stared directly at the insect. "This is my territory, BS Star. How dare you?" A blazing red flame appears on the sword, symbolizing Lord Vu Tiger's anger. At the highest peak, the young sorceress is dropping magic bottles onto the ground. Doroya sits nervously searching for the potion bottle. Shaking, trembling. What color is the seal vibrating with? Hearing about the seal, he turned back and thought it was a mysterious power combined with divine strength and aura. Mystery forms a trinity. V exclaimed she must have a reason to become Lord Vudiger's mage. At the same time, a giant fire tornado suddenly appears in the distance. Ben and Pochi stared in shock and exclaimed, "What is that?" The insect is being burned by Rudiger's flames and screams in pain. Pochi shouts. Lord Rudiger and Rudiger look incredibly cool fighting the insects. Vlad watches from afar, amazed. He is truly amazing. His level is completely different, a voice exclaimed, still full of swordsmanship. "He doesn't have time to prepare properly," Rudiger muttered under his breath. "Damn it, are you trying to say you're the toughest dragon?" The worm seems ready to counterattack from its mouth. The death worm opens its mouth wide and charges straight at Rudiger Bey. He quickly reacts by stomping on the pedal. The monster suddenly plunged into the ground. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Rudiger Bey and his horse avoided a terrible storm. It burrows deep into the ground, causing everyone to worry and ask questions. Lord Rudiger, are you all right? Rudiger Bey sternly warned them. Stay alert. This death trap is not something to take lightly. It's really too difficult. No matter how talented he is, he can't possibly fight an opponent from the underground. Rudiger, standing with great integrity, raises his sword and says, "Hurry and find him. He's somewhere around here." Everyone responds loudly, "Yes, Sir Rudiger." Then he looked around, wondering, where could it be? Suddenly someone shouted, "Lord Rudiger, look over there." You can clearly see a crowd in the distance, while Tutrung Underground continues to expand, causing the ground to bulge visibly. It is rushing rapidly toward the group. The soldiers shouted that they were pilgrims, and Tutrung was heading straight for the group of pilgrims. Rudiger BS immediately urged his horse to run and shouted, "Damn it! Chase after them now!" Vlad on this side also learned about the situation and quickly called out, "Dorosha, I think we need to hurry." But Rad caught Dorosha drawing something with her tail. "You immediately lost your goodwill. Is now the time to play this game?" Dorosha hurriedly explained, "What are you talking about? I'm not messing around. This is an exclusive method of the wolf people." Dorosha's drawing emits a faint glow as she scolds, "You would have finished by now if you hadn't bothered me." "All done," she hurriedly said. "Fadi, quickly give this to Lord Rudiger. Just a rub or tear in the paper will do." The chubby boy cluelessly pointed at himself and asked, "Huh? Okay. She asked me to?" Seeing him like that, Doroya really wanted to get angry. Just setting the marker has already exhausted me completely. If I have to walk to him now, how can I possibly make it in time? And this blonde guy doesn't even have a horse to ride. If you had a horse, you might even be able to catch up. Sujong moves faster underground than on the surface. Lord Rudiger's knights didn't even have a chance to catch up. Vod listened to everything Dorothea said. He thought that way, and she would escape. He reached out to grab Dorothea's paper. Vlad quickly ran ahead, and he silently made up his mind. This was the last resort. Doroya was startled by your actions and shouted with her blonde hair, "Where are you going, you fool?" Vlad ignored her call and charged straight ahead. Dorosha shouted, "There's a cliff over there." You ignore it. Sliding down the cliff, I secretly think that from the very beginning, Lord Rudiger and Lord Joseph have had conflicts over the inheritance. Above all, his knights are all elite of bays, so I don't need to act. But the more V thinks, the more he feels scared, and thoughts of those animals keep lingering in his mind. I still remember everything deep in my bones, the feeling of the vast world stealing my home without me being able to do anything. Vlad grit his teeth, trying to focus. The strength is in his toes. Just as he was running down, he tripped over a protruding rock. Vlad couldn't react in time. His body was suspended in midair. Then he just fell down. Vlad's body rolled along the cliff face, hitting here and then there. Roll over. Vlad immediately curled up into a ball, his body bouncing down the cliff like a ball. After several rolls, he finally hit the ground. From this height, it's hard to say, Vlad just fell and landed sprawled on the ground. Then he struggled to get up and cried out in pain. Fadi suddenly burst into tears of joy. Oh, he did it. Dorosha up here is also surprised, falling from such a height and not getting hurt at all. Vlad, breathing heavily with his stomach tense, felt a sense of wonder. He couldn't believe he was still alive, thinking he had broken a few bones. At that moment, his body suddenly emitted a mysterious blue light. At this moment, a horse traveling with the herd suddenly senses something and turns its head to look towards Vlan. Your entire body is enveloped in a beautiful blue light. The clear eyes of the black horse seem to reflect this same light. Thunkim spoke to help explain, "It's a blessing. Without the blessing of the serpent spirit, you would have already died." V exclaims, "That's amazing." "Yeah, let's go there again next time. I'll keep going with my stuff," a firm statement. "Surely we still have a chance. Now we have to go this way. First." Vought looked to the other side and quietly thought, the pilgrims. Among those people, there was a familiar figure. Vlad suddenly stopped. He suddenly remembered this priest from before. Vro exclaimed, "Father Andreas, is he the leader of the pilgrimage group?" Vro is more tense than ever, his eyes constantly searching. Where is Lord Rudiger? At this moment, Rudiger Bey's army is approaching, but their exact appearance is still unclear. VR worries they are too far away, and Tutrung might harm the pilgrims first. He clenched the locator tightly in his hand, extremely tense. If this keeps up, the priest will be in danger. So, the locator. Vlad closed his eyes in frustration as the sound of the sword rang out again. Sometimes coincidence appears in the shape of fate and forces you to make a choice. He muttered softly, "Damn it." Suchung is rushing here quickly, so Vlad throws the locator device into the air. He thinks to himself that he has no more time to hesitate and must act now. V drew his sword and decisively struck. He reconsidered, or rather, he knew he had to act. No more hesitation. In Vlad's eyes, determination shines as the locator activates, emitting a strong blue light. Vlad's body is enveloped in the light from the activation device. A glowing rune appears, and in the blink of an eye, Vlad's sword is engraved with full words, radiating energy. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Take this, you bastard!" V decisively stabbed the ground, causing the entire space to freeze. Then a powerful burst of energy erupted. The sword reminds him, "You're not enough yet. Quickly increase the frequency of your energy until you can summon your own world." Vlad concentrates intensely to unleash his full power. A huge wave of energy crashes in. Vlad opens his eyes wide, surrounded by immense power, and a voice echoes, "Look at me." The wandering deathworm beneath the ground screams out, remnants of the distant dragons falling apart. Vlad paused there, his face showing some agitation, and the deathworm beneath the ground impatiently surfaced, causing Rudiger nearby to be amazed. Dorcha and the others watch anxiously as Vlad sweats slightly, facing the enormous deathworm, which looks unbalanced no matter how you see it. The deathworm said to you, "I am right here." The deathworm opened its mouth wide, full of sharp fangs. It charged straight at Vlad and rammed into him with such force that rocks shattered everywhere. Vlad quickly dodged and stepped back. The spirit warns, "Don't think about fighting it anymore, you better retreat. Your current strength isn't enough to battle that thing. Holding its leg here is already a good result for you." V glanced towards Rudiger Bey's army. I know. Seeing them running over, Vlad wondered if they still weren't ready. However, at this moment, the deathworm made a new move. It opened its mouth wide again and lunged toward Vlad. He grits his teeth and tightens the sword in his hand as the mutant bug again uses its old trick to dive into the ground. Vlad temporarily couldn't hold on and fell over. He looked up and saw the insect burrowing into the ground. Now that it has burrowed underground, it's even harder to deal with. Ven angrily cursed, "Damn it, it's digging underground again." He glanced around nervously, wondering where it was, as its sounds kept coming from the ground around Vlad's feet, making it hard for him to tell. Vlad kept analyzing whether it was on the left or right side. Suddenly he was stunned. "Please tell me it's not heading toward the pilgrims." At this moment, Vlad looked down again, sensing the ground beneath him constantly trembling and noticing that the earth he was standing on had cracked open. Truong Kiem hurriedly warned to get away fast, but was too late. The deathworm surged up from beneath V's feet, and he thought desperately inside that it was too late. Rudiger watched helplessly as the deathworm wreaked havoc nearby. He shouted, "No Tu Trung leaving the earth." Amidst the chaos and swirling dust, a tall figure of a knight on horseback appeared. The horse is completely black. Rudiger stared in shock at the scene before him. The horse carrying Vlad races past the deathworm and escapes, and he feels a sense of wonder sitting on its back. "It's a horse, a real horse indeed. I'm riding on the back of a horse." Truong Kiem spoke, using his soul world to observe its forehead. Vi immediately followed suit. Then he saw a faint horn on the horse's forehead, and exclaimed that this was Truong Kiem explaining. "It is a spirit. The black horse with a magnificent, impressive horn. This horse carries the blood of a unicorn. The lush green grass welcomes the gentle sunlight, and right after the horse's hooves pass through this place, they trample the lush green grass." V rides the horse, with a clear look of joy on his face. Vlad bravely rides the horse, running and laughing loudly. Clearly, he really enjoys this feeling. He smiled happily as V stopped to observe the scenery. He silently admired the view from atop a horse, feeling as if his perspective had widened. He urged the horse forward, laughing excitedly. "Are you crazy?" While you were enjoying yourself, Rudiger suddenly rode up and shouted for Vlan. The two of them riding side by side, he asked, "Are you okay?" Vung replied, "Yes, Sir Rudiger, I am fine." Rudiger gazed thoughtfully at your weapon. "You have inscribed a seal onto your very sword." He charged at that savage creature without hesitation. Rudiger Bey looked at him differently, pondering. A spirit willing to sacrifice oneself for others? This young man charged into action with the discipline of a swordsman. Rudiger Bey suddenly told Vlad that it was truly a great and brave decision. "You have fulfilled your duty with a nobility greater than any knight here." Vi replied a bit awkwardly. "What? Oh, thank you, sir." Rudiger BS is deliberately probing. "What do you think? Can you control that horse as you wish?" Rudiger Bey is determined to say that only when that deathworm is destroyed will the pilgrims be safe. "Now we have to place our bets," Vlad replied, confused. "But that is a fallen dragon. But Rudiger Bey insists that you and I can do it." In Rudiger Bey's eyes there was a look of determination and sharpness that made Vlad break out in a sweat. Looking towards the death insect, Rudiger Bey devises a plan. "You have the story of Dorja and are riding a very fine horse, so you might as well try to lure that thing. It went outside the range of the pilgrims' attack and then attacked them. Since I just learned to ride a horse, I wasn't very confident if I could ride this one. And suddenly the horse glanced at him. Seeing its eyes, V suddenly understood. So that's how it is. You're here to save your herd, too. V silently resolved. All right, let's do our best together. V chooses to trust his horse. I can do it. Yes, sir. Rudiger BS said, all right, go around that hill and come back to me. I will be waiting on the other side. Rudiger quickly urged his horse to leave. Yes, sir. Rudiger V left Rigger Bay's group. Tutrung was immediately drawn away by him. Vlad turned his head to look behind. Tutrung is indeed chasing after him, still as fierce as ever. Vlad seems very pleased. That's right, just obediently chase after me. Come on, shout it out. V and his horse head straight for the predetermined destination. Seeing Vlad's speed, everyone behind had to be amazed. How can he accelerate so quickly? Rudiger BS subtly reveals a smile. He couldn't help but praise him. Both he and the horse are very skilled. Still lure the death insects out of the dangerous area. Truong Kiem warns, lower that sword to the ground, you must let your own existence pass through the vibrations of the seal. Vlad also obeyed, urging his horse forward while stabbing his sword into the ground, causing a long scar to appear on the earth as the horse kept running. He gritted his teeth, shouting loudly, and a voice echoed, Look ahead, boy, there's a dragon chasing after you. Still as determined as before, that voice continues. It is following the trail of light you are emitting. Everything is going according to plan. Rudiger flies forward. He ordered the soldiers to evacuate the pilgrims to a safe place and the remaining soldiers to prepare for an emergency. They shouted loudly, Yes, Sir Viger. V rides his horse into the open field, the deathworm behind him smashing through the mountain wall to catch up. Rudiger Bay sees what's ahead and thinks to himself, It's coming. Now it's Rudiger Bay's turn. He draws his sword and the hot air feels like fire burning. Rudiger Bay gently taps his shining sword and the surroundings turn into blazing lava, still leading the death insect towards the finish line. He looked ahead, eyes wide with amazement. That was Rudiger Bay standing there with the flames continuously spreading. Seeing your surprise, the swordmaster explained, he is temporarily expanding his perception of the world. This is a method only knights capable of deep self-reflection can use. Rudiger BS, he's a knight much stronger than I thought. V could only observe that he's very fierce and capable of easily burning his own world. The deathworm turned its aggressive snout toward the unicorn spirit and Vlan, but suddenly something else caught its attention. It slowed down, and Vlan immediately noticed this. The Trung Tuvong is no longer chasing you. It has closed its mouth. This makes the kid worried. Things are not looking good. The remnants of the dragon have already detected the threat from Ryger's spiritual world. He grit his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I can't let this go on any longer. My inner world is too weak to attract the monster's attention again, giving him more time to gather strength. While I was lost in thought trying to hold the monster back, the unicorn spirit suddenly turned back toward the dead insect. You panic and shout, What's wrong? The unicorn spirit still faces directly toward the monster. V shouted nervously, What are you doing, kid? Where are you running to? On the contrary, it shows no fear as it runs in circles in front of the monster, while Vlad panics on its back. Hey, running like this is too close to that monster. He let out a long whinny as if he wanted to say something. That was amazing. Vlad was amazed by what was happening and couldn't help but exclaim. It was a beam of light emanating from the unicorn spirit's forehead. The unicorn raises its front legs as the sword explains. His soul world and the blessing of the white snake are resonating with this horse. A long-forgotten sacred secret is awakening from the memories of the world within him. This method successfully draws the attention of the deadly parasite. It seems to sense this powerful flow of soul world energy. A brilliant blue-white light radiates from where No and V stand. The monster is completely drawn to them. It gapes its jagged mouth with sharp teeth and moves forward. Everything unfolds as planned. You shout out to move forward. The unicorn does not charge at a rider without a horse. Somewhere on the horizon where you and I meet, I become us. In the pitch-black night sky, a white star suddenly appears. A person and a unicorn rush toward Lord Rudiger. Meanwhile, Rudiger, holding his sword and focusing intensely to strengthen the power of the soul world, is surrounded by a red glow. On the other side, both he and the unicorn are trying to hold back the monster. It's still not enough. We need a little more time. Rudiger's soul power is growing stronger, but he needs to be faster because it's only a matter of time before this monster stops paying attention to us. Sweat drips down Van's face. I'm reaching my limit. I can't squeeze out any more strength. The sound of galloping horses behind quickly approaches. 2 riders and their horses rapidly closing in. No, actually 4 people on 4 horses are moving forward to help you. They shout encouragement, Don't give up, kid. Keep going. They are the four famous knights. This is good. Together they open up a world where the soul's harmony can flourish. Hey kid, keep moving forward like that and get past Lord Rigger. The kid quickly responded. Yes, they are getting closer to Ryger. VR shouted, Lord Rudiger. Hearing the call, Ryger opened his eyes, the surrounding flames blazing brightly, having gathered enough strength, just as the deadly insect opened its horrifying mouth to attack. All right, now it's my turn. This is BS's territory, the land where monsters like you are not allowed to cause any chaos. His eyes burned with fury as Rudiger wielded his sword to create a massive tornado of blazing fire, rage engulfing everything around him. Get out of here. You cut the monster with your sword, and the fiery power lights up the area. All the pilgrims and Father Dorothea were deeply amazed to witness this heroic scene firsthand, while the four swordsmen were completely satisfied. Vlad alone lowered his head in confusion. So this is the world of knights with the ability to deeply reflect on themselves, a true and powerful soul world. The monster was burned to ashes by the flames created by Lord Rudiger. This thing is far from normal. The feeling of seeing the soul worlds of the knights is like gazing upon an endless mountain. I wonder if those knights think Godin can do the same. Sir Jaeger and Sir Pablo both wondered to themselves, can I do it too? With hands clenched around the sword. Of course it can be done, if your soul world is stable enough that nothing in this world can shake it. Rudiger kneels down, leaning on his sword. The monster before him has been burned to ashes. Only the blazing flames remain on the grass. V lowered his head and asked Han, are you okay? Welcome back. You did well. The little boy looked at the grass in front of him with a bit of worry. With the fire burning this fiercely, wouldn't it burn down the entire field? He replied gently. The grass here is quite damp, so it should be fine. Just a little burned, and then it will go out. But the battle is over. He also seemed exhausted, trembling all over, but still wanted to joke with the kid. More importantly, now I want to quench my thirst with a glass of paper. Despite trying to stand up, he seemed completely exhausted and just collapsed onto the grass. Oh dear, it looks like that's the price to pay for opening up his soul to the limit. He reached out a hand to Vlad. Will you help me stand up? But instead of helping Rudiger to his feet, you chose to sit down heavily. I'd rather fall along with the choice I made. Rudiger looked at his hand with a hint of disappointment. He sighed with a gentle smile and shifted to a happier topic. You're quite skilled at riding that horse. So, the rumor isn't true that you don't know how to ride a horse? You confidently replied. You see, the problem isn't with me. Rudiger looked up at the horse and commented. That horse is quite special, you admit it. That's right. A shadow flashed past in front of you. A voice echoes. Remarkably. The brown-haired knight speaks. That kid's pretty impressive, huh? He's skilled enough to break through our vassals. He looked at the boy and praised him. Well done, little one. See you next time. Rudiger sits beside with a cheerful face, while Vlad shyly scratches his ear. Thank you. Suddenly a voice called Vlan, and it turned out to be Father Andreas. You stand up, salute with your hand on your chest. I'm glad you're still safe. The priest's eyes shining brightly seemed to have realized something. Oh, I see. Now I understand. I imagine the scene where he met the serpent also featured that same light. I knew I had seen that light before. He raised both hands, and that was the light piercing through the dark night. He took the boy's hand. The priest knelt before him. Thank you, Vlad, from Sarah. This was so unexpected that the boy could only politely respond with, "See, yes." The priest closes his eyes and prays. O Lord, for the boy who has received your will, his actions are solely based on your will. Follow the priest's example, kneel and pray, and please comfort the child who has protected his world of the soul, blessing this shining boy with your mercy and grace. Amidst the vast meadow, a ray of light appears in the sky, shining down on the boy. Today, countless hearts unite into a single beam of light. His soul has expanded. The sunset bathes the grand castle of Count BS. A letter has been sent. The Count standing by the window holding the letter asks the person behind him, "Are you sure it's real?" "Yes, my lord, Dorothea has reported through the crystal ball." The Count was furious, crushing the letter in his hand. "I only sent them to prepare. I didn't expect it to be dark magic now. Ramos guessed, it seems some of them have stayed in the north." The Count was worried that since the Empire has always turned a blind eye to this, ancient cursed creatures are gradually appearing. He reassured himself, but at least I still have good news. The Count agreed. You're right, lately that kid's name keeps coming up. I quietly recalled the events involving him, the monster hunt last year and the honorable duel at the lake. Now it's involved with the traveler's affairs again. If it weren't for little Bay, who would have already suffered humiliation, truly admirable. The Count ordered Joseph to come, and Aram asked again, "Are you really going to allow it?" He turned around and confirmed that rights must be granted to those who deserve them. On the vast prairie, as the sky darkens, everyone sets up tents to hide, lighting 2 large fires and gathering around to warm themselves. A short distance away, Vlad also lit a small fire and sat cross-legged, carefully cleaning his sword. You carefully wipe the scratches on your sword, muttering, "Looks like you've been through a lot too, huh?" Rudiger, drinking wine, approached Vlad and said, "Why are you sitting here all alone?" The boy turned back to greet Sir Rudiger. He knelt on one knee beside the fire and asked where that woodsman was. He immediately replied, "Doro must have dragged him away to do something." It seems Rudiger, still drunk, keeps asking Han, while Father Andreas Vlad continues to focus on cleaning his sword. He is praying with the congregation. Everyone seems busy. Then he brings the bottle of wine closer. "Do you want a sip?" The boy hesitates and turns away. "I'm just cleaning my sword now." His voice was sad. "You refuse me again." He tilts his head back, closing his eyes as he recalls the times they met. "Even when I offer you a handful of peanuts, you refuse. When I reach out to help you stand up, you push me away. Looking back, I realize every time I tried to get close to you, you refused. Did Joseph tell you to do that?" The little boy carefully takes the bottle from Ryder's hand. "No, that's not it." You're surprised and exclaim, "It's whiskey." He raises his index finger to add that it's the noble's alcohol. The kid raises the bottle to his mouth, smiling to himself, thinking that after all, they are brothers. Their personalities may differ, but their tastes are exactly the same. Your sword caught Rudiger's attention. He warned you to keep an eye on it when you return. Vlad paused from drinking and replied, "I stopped by the blacksmith's workshop a few days ago. He said the hilt needs to be removed. Did you take back the bottle of wine? Why remove it when everything seems fine?" The boy lifts the sword. "He said that the connection between the hilt and the blade is too dangerous. Unless we find the person who made it, we have to remove the hilt." Rudiger raises the bottle to drink. The sword really does resemble its owner. He continued, "I refused because you know I don't want to lose it. Everything contained within this sword is a memory for me." Hearing your confession, he hesitated for a moment. "Still, you have to fix it. It looks a bit rusty." You raise the sword in front of you and look at it, replying, "Yes, that's why I had to find the one who forged it. I'm a bit curious. Where is that person?" The boy's face said with a sad expression, "Sarah, so you always tell people you're from Sarah." Rudiger looked at the boy affectionately. "Sarah, the shining land. Vara is a fitting nickname. Because today, this young man is also the brightest star, and his gaze is the brightest it's been today. Now I understand clearly. So that's the reason why my younger brother had to run around everywhere to get his service." Rudiger staggered to his feet, guessing. "You can't fix it right away, can you?" He continued, "If you hope to prove yourself that much, someone will recognize you sooner or later. Maybe right now, you still don't understand what he's saying." Rudiger places his hand on your shoulder and says, "You've done very well to survive this long. Thon Kiem will find someone to fix it." He left without forgetting to wave and remind, "Sleep early tonight. Tomorrow I'll head straight to Sturama." The boy watched his figure, feeling a renewed sense of hope. He is right. One day I will definitely fix it, because this sword and I have a place to return to. You lift the sword and smile, remembering the person and those wonderful victorious days in Laya. Across the vast grassland, 3 fires warm the cold space here. By the hillside, the sound of hooves approaches, but among everyone, it only looks at you. The gaze of the unicorn spirit fairy was intensely focused on him. In its eyes, a cool blue light emanated from his entire body, and the stars behind it also emitted a gentle, similar blue glow. Night has fallen over the Count's castle. In an opulent room, 2 women sit beside a table and chairs. One person is embroiderying, while the other holds a sample embroidery book, with a circular frame featuring a lush tree. The woman pulls the needle and asks aloud, "Is this good enough?" She held up the embroidery pattern towards the maid. "What do you think? Does it look like the Haino tribe's hat?" The maid, still holding the embroidery pattern book, replied, "Yes, madam. It looks exactly like the drawing in the book." She placed the finished embroidery down on the table, picked up a white embroidery frame, and thought I might just keep stitching another one. The maid quickly flipped to a new embroidery pattern and said, "Here it is." The calm lady doesn't need to show me. I've already memorized every stitch in my mind. She was sewing and talking to herself. "This is the first time I've ever done this. When I was a child, I only ever saw my mother do it." The maid girl smiled happily. "Then it's even more precious, madam. It's right that you agree. Anyway, this tradition is gradually being forgotten. These knights nowadays are all wrapped in silk and velvet, unworthy of carrying that flag. It is a carefully hung white flag on a T-shaped frame. She emphasizes that only true knights are allowed to raise this flag. The sky is clear and bright, and above the vast green plains, the convoy continues on its journey. What a magnificent sight. I've never seen anything like this before." He couldn't hide his excitement as he spoke, with the scene of horses galloping freely and the group running together, led by the majestic unicorn spirit, charging forward vividly. You're right, this truly is a rare sight. Perhaps it's the first and last time it will happen. He turned his head to look back. He saw VR inside the carriage gazing intently outside, silently thinking that during this brief encounter, perhaps both of them had become very special to each other. Vlad pursed his lips in thought, knowing this was the moment to say goodbye as he watched No frantically run outside, his eyes shining with sharp desire. Because I have something I need to do. Outside, No is glancing back at you, and you also have the responsibility to lead your herd. Suddenly, the unicorn spirit, galloping at full speed, stopped abruptly, its momentum causing it to stand on its hind legs. The horses behind also halted, gazing at it proudly, rearing up on two legs and neighing loudly. In the carriage, Vlad smiled as he watched No's actions, his eyes tender and tinged with sadness. It's time now, and No also looked back at him with sincere eyes. We can only walk together this far. Under the bright sunlight, the person and the spirit exchange glances as a farewell. Goodbye. Sitting with Vlan. Father Andrea gently comforted you, telling you not to be too sad when saying goodbye. Having successfully caught your attention, you responded slowly, just words spoken in a moment of emotion. But the sad, reluctant look on your face clearly revealed the feelings you were trying to hide. Yet seeing your expression, Father Andrea gently smiled to comfort you. It's truly hard for people to speak their true feelings. He closed his eyes and spoke from the bottom of his heart. Our lives are a cycle of meetings and farewells. Parting will make you cry, but meeting will bring happiness. He glanced outside gently, and even I could see that this was truly a wonderful encounter. I wonder when you and it will meet again. After all, the depth of the connection isn't just determined by the time spent together. Vlad gently smiled, thinking, yes, someday we will meet again, that's for sure. It still stands above watching the crowd, that's our promise. The scene shifts to the Count Bay's mansion in the pouring rain, in a dark room barely lit by lightning. Count Peter Bay sat in the center of the room, one hand holding his head in thought. He asked his aide, "Did you say the RF Noma Count family has fallen?" "Yes, my lord, we have just received an urgent message." Peter had been worried for so long that the actions of the western side were indeed strange, but he never expected it would turn out like this. He frowned in frustration. Is the Gaida noble family that powerful? It seems the western clans have made Gaida their center and formed an alliance. It looks like even Rafnoma, the ruler of the West, has been defeated due to being outnumbered. Peter continued to question Dragom. Why did the royal family do nothing? The old man replied that we cannot find out what is happening at the center, so Count Peter Bayes crossed his arms on the chair's armrest and stood up to interrupt. I see. I silently think that the North has a much more distinct identity than any other region. Because it is not influenced by the royal family and central power thanks to the sturdy wall it built, he slowly approached the window. But that also meant he couldn't know what was happening in other lands. Looking outside at the pouring rain, he continued, I never expected the Count family of a region to fall so easily. Not just an ordinary family, but a covenant guardian family. He frowned, pondering that the laws and traditions of the past no longer mattered because of the new rulers. The Count concluded that this was a turbulent era. Rapiem nodded in agreement. Yes, Count. No matter how loose charity becomes in the Empire, there are limits. The fall of the Rafnoma noble family may be a sign of a new era. Lost in thought, Peter suddenly realized something. Through the window he saw many white-clad pilgrims carrying a carefully wrapped cloth-covered coffin. He frowned and gritted his teeth. Damn it. They are not pilgrims. They are refugees from Rafnoma. Coming here with the former contract, an old man leading the group carrying the white coffin entered. Meanwhile, Vlan looked helpless and wondered what to do. He stood hesitating, sweat pouring down like rain. He stands in front of the door but doesn't dare to knock. Saving the pilgrims is a good thing, but helping Jaeger might make Joseph unhappy. Thinking about how Jaeger with one eye would handle this, the boy growled, Are you crazy, kid? If I use my power again, maybe Lord Jaeger will kill me. Thinking that, I still reached out and knocked on the door. I couldn't do anything else. Sir, I report that I have arrived, Your Excellency. Joseph. The person inside hears the voice from within. Come in. V cautiously opens the door and enters. Joseph is sitting and writing something, with Jaeger beside him. Joseph asked, Are you coming back a day early? The young man hesitated before replying. Yes, sir. Everything has turned out like that. Joseph still remained calm upon hearing it. Yeah, I've heard about it too. Are you hurt? I'm fine, sir, Fred Joseph advised. That's good, but you should still take good care of yourself. The boy was surprised. Yes, sir, I will follow your instructions. But deep down I wonder, is everything really okay? He still looks the same as always. Suddenly, Joseph looked up at you. His gaze was filled with anger as if to burn him up, and V regretfully retracted his thoughts. No way, that's nonsense. Now I'm doomed, I knew it. He is angry. Joseph slowly spoke up. Sarah. As you can see, I don't know much about the dark alleys of that former resident's hearing that made him a little surprised. He clasped his hands and with a cold face continued to ask, I heard that conflicts between gangs there only end when all members are dead or surrendering. Is that really true? V said in surprise. Why would he suddenly ask me about this? But I still answered, yes, sir, maybe so. Joseph asked further, so you mean you can't even send a letter there? That left the boy even more confused. What do you mean, sir? Are you talking about a letter? Joseph clarifies further. I mean the letter sent to your lover at that monastery. You mean Gemina. Vet is helpless. She's just a friend. Joseph continued. Well, she can be whatever you want. I've known about the situation there for a while now. I'm talking about not being able to send a message to Sarah because I'm worried the people there might get hurt. I want to understand them too, but resolving this issue will take time and effort. Vlad remained silent, unsure of what to say. He continued. That guy named Jack definitely has his own value. I guess that's probably true. But you did a great job proving your worth to me. You have endured a lot for me, so I should repay you as we promised, Vlan wondered. He approached and stood before a dignified flag, telling the boy, this is the flag that represents a person's honor. I heard that during his time, knights always carried a flag like this. Then he fell into deep thought for a moment. Something I will never have in my lifetime, so I have decided to give it to a knight. And you? He glanced at Vlan, seemingly ready to take it with both hands, and solemnly lowered the flag. You are worthy of bearing your own flag, and the Bay family will vouch for that worthiness. As I promised that day, the Bay family will fully support you. His gentle expression told you, you have received the title from Lady Alicia and are now a subordinate of the Bay family. Be proud and lift your head high under your own banner. Standing before you with the flag in hand, he advised, take it and return to your homeland, wipe out those useless ones who bound you, find your true freedom, and come back here to me again. The sincere words of the Bay family's second son completely stunned Vlad. Joseph smiled at him. Jaeger also smiled, and Vlan was teary-eyed with emotion. He saw the beautiful memories of his life flashing before his eyes, the simple sword gifted by the girl and the old man, the identification card verified by the priest, the handkerchief embroidered with the noble lady's name, and even the banner with the family crest. All of this has become the roots of the young man. He kneels on one knee. All of these are the achievements he has earned. He kneels before Joseph, his eyes sharp, a grateful smile, and tears streaming down his determined face as he speaks with reverence. I will obey your majesty's command. In the luxurious mansion, Peter Bay sits on a chair in the center of the solemn room, with Ram and a group of fully clothed, white-clad figures beneath the staircase. The representative of those people is the old man standing in front of the mysterious box covered with white cloth and locked with iron chains. Looking down the hall, Peter asked first, so, that was the proof of the treaty. The white cloth covering the box was removed to reveal a black and red chest with a surface carved with twisting shapes and a hard-scale pattern. Yes, Lord Count, the dragon fragment is currently inside that chest. The image of the massive dragon crying out in pain beneath the knight's sword appears before his words. A fragment of the foot of the dragon of perfection that was once defeated by the Dawn King. Hearing this, Count Peter nodded in understanding. Looking down, Father Andrea placed one hand on his left chest and bowed respectfully, saying, It is unfortunate to have to say these words, but the Raffinoma Count family is the only family in the West capable of protecting the treaty. Peter B.S. closed his eyes and softly said, I understand. I will assign my knights to you. I will do my best to support the transportation of the treaty evidence as safely as possible within my abilities. Please feel free to act as a guest here until the preparations are complete. Andrea bowed sincerely. Thank you, my Lord Count. Behind him, the group in white cloaks covered the white cloth over the coffin. They carried the coffin out together. Count Peter remained silent, his face showing signs of worry. Suddenly, DM spoke to comfort him, saying, Don't worry too much about it, Count. They have no other choice left. Peter B.S. slowly descended the stairs, each step heavy. From a Western perspective, the only family guarding the treaty that could match their strength is Lord Thick-Duke Timer Baranov. He stands silently by the window, lost in thought. I know I can't do much to help them with that, but at least my actions can ease the burden on those pilgrims' shoulders. Suddenly, he gazed out at something beyond. Oh, I haven't seen that flag in a long time, Ragam asked back in surprise. What? The old man approached the window and looked outside with Peter. I saw it, and outside the image of a flag stood out. Rapium continued, It's been a long time since I last saw that flag flying. They can rest a little before setting out. Old Ragam guesses that maybe he can't control his own excitement and anticipation. Peter suddenly seems to understand and thinks to himself, yeah, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to hold back my feelings when returning to my hometown. He remembered the image of the knight holding up the flag full of pride. A true knight is someone who can master himself. In his mind, he silently encouraged the young knight to go home and fulfill his duty, as the carriage left the city with determination, the flag serving as proof. Contrasting the sturdy, shining city walls, there are still slums somewhere with suffering people wandering the streets without family or homes. A person in a black cloak with their face covered steps forward. A sign for an inn appears in the dark night. A group of men are nervously shouting in front of a room. When will they finally come out? They are making a fuss. Tonight is your night to come out and play with him. Another voice interrupted. Dream on. Whoever has the most money is the only one who has the right to speak. The obscene words coming from their mouths are directed at the girl sitting behind the partition in that room. They keep shouting for him to pour a glass for them. Marcel, that's the name of the beautiful girl with makeup and lipstick they've been mentioning. Someone in the room said to her, "They're making a racket like a bunch of pigs. If you're ready, go out there now. You have to serve as many people as possible today to pay off your debt. Keep it up, you bastard." Mar glared at her, and she also frowned uncomfortably at his piercing gaze. Suddenly, someone behind her reached out and grabbed her chin. "Let's see how long you can keep this confident attitude. We have plenty of time. In the end, you'll be stuck here until your body begins to decay." Her provocative words surprised Marcel Law, but he quickly regained his confidence. She smiled brightly and said teasingly, "Stay alive, madam." The old woman froze and glared judgmentally. No matter how much this insolence is trampled on, it always fights back like this. The old woman crossed her arms, turned her back, and ordered quickly to get ready and go out fast, while Marla took a brush and applied lipstick on the table. She confidently told herself, "Well, I've managed to rise to a position far better than someone of my shameful status." She flicked her hair and sneered mockingly. "Still, life here isn't much different from before, but at least I am still alive, unlike the other girls who lost their lives in this chaotic kingdom." She grasped her long skirt, stood up, and whispered as she strode out. Suddenly the men all shouted and yelled, "She's out now!" "I've been waiting for you all along, Marcel." Her narration continues as images of men like monstrous demons craving lust appear. This is the path leading to her own destruction. They shouted chaotically in that small corner, next to the old woman smoking her pipe. "Come on, have you been waiting that long? If any man is eager to taste the sweet nectar of the black rose, show me those shining gold coins." Immediately, those who only think with their lower parts started shouting and screaming. "Here's 1 gold. Another guy sneers. 1 gold coin? I have 2 gold coins. There are even more despicable ones. Can we contribute together? We will each contribute 3 coins. They keep arguing nonstop. "You pig-headed idiot, do you think that's going to work? Then I will pay the 3 gold coins myself." The voices of the men keep talking over each other. "That crazy guy is also my money." The old woman laughed, a greed-driven smile on her face. "How truly Kedai able. This wilted flower is surprisingly good at making money. I will gradually drain all that sweetness and then throw you away like a bastard," a fool shouted. 44 gold. I make the final offer." The old woman smiled contentedly, finally getting a price that sounded somewhat reasonable. The people around looked at the guy who just shouted the price with surprised expressions. "Hey, do you have 4 gold coins?" The others sneered and muttered, "Damn it, I could be happy for a whole month with other girls for just 5 gold coins." The old woman glanced at her with a smug expression and spoke. Then suddenly a voice rang out, saying 100 gold coins and causing all the men there to fall silent. The old woman also widened her eyes in surprise, and everyone turned to find out who was behind that voice. "What?" There are footsteps on the ladder and a confident voice. "I will pay 100 gold coins." Marcelo La tensed up, clutching her arm tightly. It's this sound. She remembers someone's footsteps. That familiar old sound brings back images of the man with a sword and his blood-stained body, the destruction he brought to his family in the past. That cold stare and smile belonged to Godin, the sound that brings back those old days. The one there has reached the top step. She stammered and asked, "Excuse me, sir, did you just say 100 gold?" He walks past the dirty men and approaches the counter. He exudes a deadly aura that feels very frightening. The men stare at him in fear, making way and wondering silently, who is this guy? His aura is no joke. He walks up to the water counter. "Can I sit here?" The old woman watched him carefully, assessing him. Everything he wore was expensive. Even if the 100 gold coins were a scam, he could easily pay the woman about 10 gold coins. Bada smiled in a friendly manner. "This is the menu," but he shook his head and declined, saying, "I don't need it. Even after I left here for a long time, I still remember these dishes. Grilled sausages and black pudding, along with a potato cake and whole grain bread." Hearing those words, Max Law opened his eyes wide. After speaking, he took off his hat and cloak and ordered, "Just the usual menu like hers." Marcel covered his mouth with both hands, unable to believe it, tears welling up. Marcel recalls the scene of the three of them that day, the golden hue not coming from the decay of desire and greed, but from the peaceful color he radiated. A reminder of the calm days when Marcel used to bathe him. The color that the boy carried back then has returned. V places his hand on his chest, eyes brimming with tears as he speaks. I'm back, Marcella, and there's a shimmering metallic hue in the air. You and she stand there, looking at each other with emotions and nostalgia. Marcel, shocked by the news, covers her face with her hand as tears stream down her beautiful face. She stands there in a daze for a moment, while V, in the role of Dine, remains silent, his striking blue eyes full of unspoken emotion. He looked at her sadly, then something suddenly startled Morella, making her open her eyes wide. She covered one side of her mouth with her hand and whispered seriously to Vlan, "Let's get out of here. Quickly." This place has already been taken over by Jack's subordinates. While she was talking to Vlan, an elderly woman was standing in the distance watching the two of them. She has a frowning face and looks like a very difficult person, quietly wondering what's going on. Do they know each other? Is there something unusual between them? I have to separate them just in case something unexpected happens. Then she turned around with a sharp gaze. On the other side, a group of men are sitting together. The old woman gestures for them to come over. A red-haired boy and the scar-faced man also noticed her, their cold, sharp eyes unchanged. Then, as if understanding, everyone stood up. The sound of many strong footsteps stomping loudly on the floor. On Marcella's side, she saw a group of fierce, powerful men approaching, trembling, while Vlad also seemed to sense the impending danger. As they got closer, he still took the chance to tell her, "Before I pay, I need to settle something first." The old lady standing far away was surprised by his question and asked, "What do you mean?" He seemed to hear that question and shouted loudly, startling her. Vlad turned around, his eyes changing to a glowing green, expressionless. "There's something I need to take from him." The sight before their eyes made the men tremble and feel confused. The scarred man spoke. "This crazy guy is really ridiculous." With that, he drew his sword, ready to fight. "How dare you call the boss's real name?" Before he could finish his sentence, something sliced across his neck. Blood splattered everywhere, then a shadow darted swiftly like lightning with a swift slash from a sharp iron sword. Vlad has defeated the scar-faced man. His face remains unmoved, cold and ruthless. A few drops of blood splatter onto his handsome face. That man didn't even have time to understand what was happening before he was gone, collapsing to the floor in front of everyone's stunned eyes. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened, standing frozen and staring at Vlad. Even Morella was surprised by his actions. The scarred man's blood is flowing across the floor. That old woman was the first to react. She screamed in fear. Ved spoke, and everything fell silent. Still holding the sharp knife he just used to kill someone, he continues, "Shut up and wait." The old woman on the other side is still terrified, a few drops of sweat on her face. She calmly says, "If that bastard doesn't pay up, I'll take your lives to make up for it." The old woman was so frightened she turned pale. The remaining men still refused to back down, all shouting loudly with their swords raised. "What nonsense are you talking? Who do you think you are? Who sent you here?" Vlad's eyes lit up, his face darkening as dozens of swords pointed at him. Suddenly a voice called out to Jogger, revealing itself as Vlad Kell, with the same face but more fierce and terrifying. "I am the last blade of Jogger." Those guys looked surprised and asked again. "Jogger's team." One of them suddenly spoke loudly, I remember now. "The guy with blonde hair and blue eyes is Van." The other guy doesn't believe it and checks again. "What? That kid's name, isn't he already taken care of? How do I know that the important thing is his price? Just need to get his head and the boss will definitely reward us with gold and silver. If you were still alive, you should have known to stay low. Now you're rushing headlong into death again?" Then the whole group charged together to face Vlan in battle. He still calmly and steadily steps forward. "Enough playing around. Come on, just like that day. Charge in here and kill me." His powerful words and fierce face made everyone break out in a cold sweat, while Vlad appeared heroic and truly terrifying. The guys looked confused and asked what. Are they the same person? Him and that kid from before? This looks more like a bloodthirsty wolf. The brave, blue-eyed wolf appears in their eyes with a fierce and intimidating aura that could tear a person apart at any moment. V, annoyed, "Stop standing there." He rushes forward like a gust of wind, wielding a small but deadly sword, taking down the first opponent in one strike. As he acts, he says, "Then I will attack first." Suddenly, someone rushes from behind to ambush him. He spins around and blocks the attack, delivering a swift blow to the stomach that leaves the attacker stunned in place. Another one falls under his hand. The others see this but do not hesitate, charging straight at him. The chaotic scene unfolds. V aims at one target, his cold eyes holding his sword steady towards him. Every time the sword strikes, a scream echoes out. The sword pierces through that guy's head. Each scream means another life lost. Another enemy falls beneath him. I will not spare anyone. The sword kept slashing swiftly. 1, 2, 3 enemies falling one after another beneath Vlan's handsome yet cold face. As Marola watched the bloody scene unfold, trembling and covering her mouth to stifle her cries, tears streaming down her face as Marcelala's tears finally fell. In another place, the image of a beautiful woman with a red flower in her hair is framed, while a burly man drunkenly chugs bottle after bottle. Bang! The sound of an object slammed down on the table, as someone slumped on the chair with one hand resting on it. He looked up at the ceiling, thinking to himself, Georgia. Since he disappeared, Sarah's back alley has almost become my territory. I need to go further. I'm not the type to stand still. I raise my anchor hand to the sky, unhesitating to seize all the riches of others' territory. The enemy's appearance makes me shiver, fueling my rise even higher. Only when I reach my limit do I realize that the life of the backyard alley is still controlled by those above me. He drank from the bottle and cursed. This damn life, I believe that winning will bring everything, but I have failed before, yet now I still sit here. The previous winner was Georgia, and those who lost their lives were also Yorshire. He bowed his head in despair. Maybe one day my fate will be the same. If someone up there says that, then my destiny will be sealed as well. He wiped away a few drops of alcohol lingering on his lips trembling again. Damn it. Suddenly, Jack's underling burst into the room, opening the door hurriedly and shouting, Boss, it's not good. He looked at the younger brother and asked, What's wrong? The other, still sweaty, replied, We're surrounded. Hearing that? Depp asked casually. Huh? Where? Who's in charge? The entire alley and backyard have been surrounded by soldiers. Another guy looking out the window gasped and said, Boss, it's true. There are soldiers at the back door too, and they're all Sarah's security team. The other man was also stunned and asked again, What are you talking about? Why are Sarah's security guards here? I already paid this month. How could I have known? All the underlings in the room start to panic, except for that guy who remains sitting with one hand casually resting, head bowed as if lost in thought, and he mutters, It's just their routine patrol, right? Look at how many heads are severed from their bodies, all real and dangerous. Jap, with a sneer, sensed that the day would come, but did not expect it to be today. He smiled dangerously, his face exuding a terrifying aura of deadly intent. That's even better. Instead of overthinking, we can decide where to fight. Killing right in front of them is much easier. Vlad appears, holding a sword, with thousands of corpses at his feet and glowing blue eyes on his face. At the camp, a group of soldiers is gathered with the mayor of Sarah Town and Ven. The mayor standing behind Ven says, We have received orders to complete the troop deployment. Is the other alley also completely blocked now? The mayor nervously replied, Of course. He nervously took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead and continued, We did our best. Ven looked directly at him and asked again, Oh, you said you did your best? Then why did you let things develop to this point? You know, even the Count 3 has figured it out and the mayor just stands there, sweating in fear. I have no more excuses to make. Maybe I am quite talented after all. Ven glanced at him, cleared his throat, and the mayor only wiped his sweat, avoiding Ven's gaze. The mayor looked at Ven, wondering who he was, and how a knight could know so much about the dark alleys of Sarah. The mayor's face darkened again, flattering Ven. But now that you're here, I am glad that those who corrupted Sarah will be destroyed. Ven glanced at the mayor with contempt, thinking to himself, He's the truly corrupt one. How could a mere gang leader from the shadows control such a vast system? Ven secretly images the mayor clutching a pile of gold with shining eyes, cursing silently. He's the real mastermind behind this, secretly orchestrating everything under the guise of being the mayor. And of course, the price he paid was a huge compensation sum. VN sighed, showing that just a quick glance was enough to tell, just like anyone who has ever eaten meat or taken bribes would know very clearly. The mayor, seeing this, hesitated and asked, When will the knights inside arrive? The ones the family sent specifically for this? The mayor hesitated, unsure what to say, then Voden spoke up. He has arrived. A blood-stained foot is slowly approaching. Ven looks toward the door where a figure is coming closer and adds, That's the one over there. The mayor, unable to believe it, grimaced and asked, Is it just one person? He nervously gestured and asked, Sir Voden, do you think he will be all right? I have gathered all the knights sent to Sarah. We should leave this to them. Ven just glances at him with contempt. Ven shook his head and said no. The mayor asked back in confusion, Huh? Why the flag? Voden merely glanced at him, knowing he was answering in his mind because Mr. Joseph had poured a lot of effort into preparing for this. The huge black shadow is Vlan, approaching with blood-stained clothes and numerous wounds on his body. Ven silently thought, this is Vlan's official debut battle. Are you sure you'll be okay? Don't be like that anymore. Maybe the soldiers should go with you. I heard there are more than 50 people there. If you get hurt in there, I won't have the face to meet Lord Joseph anymore. V looks at him as he responds. Even if you get hurt, you'll be safe from harm. Ven sneers as he looks at you. I told you that can't happen. Ven looked at Vlad with a face that said there was nothing more to say. Vlad looks ahead seriously. Ven finally relents and speaks. You promised, remember? Ven hands the flag to Vlad and speaks. This is what Mr. Joseph told me. Vlad looked at the flag in Ven's hand as he continued speaking. He handed it to you in front of everyone and continued speaking. Now let's get started. The boy takes the flag and responds. All right then. Lord Ven Vlad drove the flag into the ground with force. The flag was forcefully planted into the ground, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. The flag was then lowered. Vlad stands beside, holding the flagpole with a serious expression that makes everything seem mysterious. A soldier in the line immediately exclaims in surprise. Oh, so that's the flag? I thought this tradition had been forgotten all along. Another person immediately spoke up. Who is he really? He's so young. How could he have received that flag? Another person continued, saying that the Bayes family personally sent that night. With Vlad's back turned and standing in front, he appeared lonely, his gaze becoming ruthless. Standing there alone like a lonely king, he quietly declared, From now on, this land is my territory. Under the honorable names that vouch for me, I will exercise my power over your lives. Then his face became serious. Ven took out the scroll. You thugs in the dark alley, listen up, Ven shouted loudly, holding the scroll and shouting at the top of his lungs. You have disobeyed the rules and laws of the Bay family and drained the lives of innocent people. So I, Peter Bay, the rightful owner of Sarah, can no longer tolerate your evil, and I have appointed my representative. Vlad stood coldly under the flag as Vodin continued reading. From now on, all the authority he exercises is granted by me and the Faith Guild. Ven shouted loudly, raising one hand, and his subordinates opened the door immediately and let my legitimate representative in. As he finished speaking, the soldiers forcefully slammed their spears into the ground, creating a spectacular scene. All the soldiers shouted in unison, Get out of here, you guys in the dark alley, to the point of grinding their teeth. Giap is sitting on a cushion chair with a pile of bottles beside him and a bottle in his hand, clearly hearing every sound from the soldiers. The Lord protects his representatives, killing with certainty. Ven rolled up the scroll, glanced at Vlad, and spoke. Now both justice and your guide are on your side. No need to hesitate anymore. Just go ahead and fight freely. Waving his sword, he said, Thank you. He told you to be careful. V, holding his sword, stood in front of the ruined building and replied, All right. The sword spirit's voice of warning echoes. He's probably getting ready. Expand your vision. He will attack from all directions to take your life. This battle will be completely different from all the fights you've had before. Vlad closes his eyes and centers himself. One of the basics in battle is to take the initiative, so let's start with a grand entrance. He calmly stands holding his sword as if entering another world. He silently wondered if Yorger would still be alive today if he hadn't called Godin that day. Today, V stands before Jogger and his subordinates, sword covered in blood, or perhaps even earlier. Jack and Jorah thought that if Jack had never threatened Jorah from the start, he would have continued to drown in his own thoughts, haunted by countless ifs and maybes, so in the end there was only one solution left. Vlad opened his eyes, his gaze turning deadly. He is determined to kill him for sure. He gathers his strength and swings the sword back. He swung his sword forward with force, and the power from him caused everyone around to fall down. The people around are forced to retreat by your power, and they keep rushing at each other, throwing punches and kicks chaotically. Vlad stands there, battered and wounded, reminding himself that his world is eroding the one he once knew. He clenched his sword tightly, so I have to end this here. My footing is steady to cut off this tangled connection and move forward. I am Vlad of Sarah, and I break through the wall to enter. He looked down from above, and besides being the legitimate representative, I am also an avenger. He slowly stepped inside, speaking as he walked, I am here to end our conflict. Standing alone amidst the enemies, he took a deep breath and shouted loudly, raising his sword to the sky and calling out, I am back. Jack, sitting in a room drinking, thought to himself. He then stood up, put his hand to his mouth, and let out a wicked smile. He widened his eyes in surprise, thinking so it was the legitimate representative here to take my head? Because of the promising stars, Vlad was waiting for him, and a man shouted loudly, Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of sword-wielders charged forward together, rushing at Vlad. Vlad's sword swung swiftly toward them. V charged into the crowd, a swift sword slash knocking them all down. They couldn't believe it and shouted, "What?" Vlad's eyes lit up as he swung his sword to cut down everyone rushing at him. From behind, a man charged forward, swinging his sword fiercely and shouting, "Die already." You take a run-up, spin around, and swing your sword at his neck. His neck was severed and his head flew into the air, landing next to Van's feet. The others began to feel afraid. They asked each other, "Is that really Vlad?" A man at the end of the line shouted, "Don't just stand there, surround him." Everyone heard that and started gripping their swords tightly, their faces all furious. They surrounded VN. Still, they felt fear and pushed each other aside. "What are you waiting for? If you're ready, attack him." The frightened crowd thought to themselves that if Lu Ling stepped forward, it would be us who would fall. They see Vlad standing in the middle of the encirclement, but everyone is trembling with fear. They push each other aside. "Someone, get ahead quickly." Seeing how scared they are, Vlad softly speaks. "You don't need to think too much." His eyes shone brightly. He shouted loudly, "I will finally cut you all into pieces." A beam of white light radiates out, leaving those around stunned. Vlad's eyes blaze with intensity as he swings his sword through the crowd, each person shouting and falling back. Everyone in the circle was killed, their screams of pain echoing loudly. The others looked at the scene in front of them, trembling with fear, and asked, "How can we stop someone like him?" Suddenly, someone on the upper floor shouted, "Throw the iron net at him. You with the iron net, shout loudly, get out of the way." The iron net was dropped right above Van's head. He quickly dodged out of the way. The iron nets keep falling down, and the angry crowd shouts, "Damn it!" Throw everything at him. The iron nets are all easily avoided. The people upstairs shout angrily, "Stop him quickly." "How is he so fast?" V stops behind the pillar. The people upstairs shouted loudly, "He's hiding behind the column. Bring him out here. We can't reach him from this position." Another person shouted in protest, "No, just let him go. As long as we block the stairs, he won't be able to go up." Someone orders, "The upper floor is preparing, and once he comes out, they'll throw a knife at him." A group of sword-wielding enemies are waiting. V glances at the ambushers and thinks to himself, "This is so troublesome." He considers that rushing straight through them would be too reckless. Someone started to provoke, "Hey kid, if you're so confident, then come here quickly." V was thinking about what to do. "I can't keep using my sword like this forever. I suddenly saw a rope hanging in front of me. Jemina always complains about this." He looked at the heavy curtain hanging high and smiled, saying, "The curtain is so heavy that it makes it hard for him to move." The people waiting nearby looked at each other in confusion. Swinging your sword to cut the curtain rope, the broken rope quickly falls down. Vlad takes a running start and jumps up, grabbing the rapidly descending rope to follow it. He started swinging across. The people below could only stare in confusion. He glanced back at them and let go, falling down below. You land on the second floor. When the people upstairs see Vlad, they scream in fear. He flew up here right away. The crowd called out to the first floor, "Everyone, get up here now." V looked furious at the people in front of him. "You ask, truly surprising. Are these all you can fight me with, you bastard?" the boy shouted. Then he charged at the group standing in front of him. They all raised their swords and rushed toward him, shouting loudly, "Kill him." Vlad swiftly dodged the attack from the leader, then swung his sword to his neck, causing him to spurt blood. One after another, the enemies behind him kept falling. He skillfully dodged and swiftly took down these little brats while fighting and muttering to himself. They wield sharp swords, but their way of approaching me is unbelievably stupid. I handle each one calmly and mockingly. Even Lord Jaeger's wooden sword is much more dangerous. After dealing with those people, he was covered in sweat. You stop, breathe a sigh of relief, but suddenly your eyes flash and you quickly lean back, dodging an arrow flying toward you. The remaining people are continuously shooting arrows at him, shouting loudly, "Damn it! You cowardly little thing." The people on the first floor shout up with their swords, "Keep shooting, we'll block the stairs." Hearing that, the archers all fired arrows at Vlan. Vlan quickly dodged each one, then glanced over and widened his stance to strike. He jumps down towards the group of archers, grabbing onto the chandelier above for support. He charged at the people below, his eyes blazing. He swung his sword relentlessly, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining people curse at him, and Vlad walks away, saying this is really troublesome. He looked at the group in front of him and said, "Just wait. I will come to you myself." The group, hearing this, widened their eyes in fear and clenched their swords tightly. He took the water bottle beside him, poured it into his mouth, then threw the bottle forcefully onto the ground, splashing water everywhere. "So now what? Should I go over there, or will you carry the corpses here yourselves?" The boy sneered and shot a glance at the crowd. "I guess I'll go in first myself. After all, you've been staying in my house all this time, so it's about time to collect the rent from you." The crowd was terrified and stared wide-eyed, while he thought Jack's henchmen must have believed this was their territory. He stepped forward with his sword, but it was a deadly mistake. This place was the smile of roses, and as he advanced, the crowd retreated in fear. Vlan's home, his eyes shining brightly. In the quiet dark night at the harbor, only the orange glow from the windows remains. Haben bowed his head and sighed. That guy is definitely a madman. With one hand he held a pen and was writing something, still unable to hide his admiration. Even the thugs in the market wouldn't go this far. If he's robbing so blatantly, what should I do? He rests his chin in his hand, his mind full of thoughts. After Jorah's death, he seemed to become a different person. He used to torment debtors but never pushed them to the brink. The more he thought, the more worried Han became. At this rate, everything will fall apart. In just a few months, the economy of the dark alley will collapse. You're talking to yourself again, trying to find a solution. You're going crazy. We need to report who robbed the smuggling shipment. Suddenly, a crew member under Captain Hoover pushed the door open and shouted, "Haven, have you heard the news? The alley is blocked off." Haben, hearing that, couldn't believe it and quickly asked, "What are you talking about? Who has blocked the dark alley?" The young man's next words left him stunned. Of course, it's Storama's people. They came to capture that guy for sure. Seeing that he remained silent, the young man raised his voice, saying all of Sarah's guards are surrounding us from that side. Hyan helplessly massaged his forehead, sighed, and leaned back. Finally, Jack has crossed the line. I can't be happy about this. Even if Jack goes through this dark alley, it will turn into a sea of blood. The young man suddenly asked, "But I thought you were close to him." He asked back, "Who?" The young man replied casually, and Hyan relaxed upon hearing his name. He wondered why suddenly mentioning him, and the young man honestly explained, "I didn't see it with my own eyes, but there was a blonde guy from Storama at the gathering." Hearing that, he felt a bit annoyed and kept writing, muttering, "Goodness, it's not like he's the only blonde in the whole world." The young man continued to explain, "There's more to it than that." When he heard the next words, Hyan couldn't help but stop. He even claimed to be Vlad from Sarah. He looked up at the trembling young man. "What? Really?" Hearing the definitive answer, he was once again stunned. "Yes, I heard that he returned for Thon Truongjiak." Seeing Haben trembling, the young man reached out to ask if he was okay, but his mind was preoccupied with thoughts that made him ignore the young man. "Yes, I've heard enough rumors." In his mind, he envisions the battle between him and Pablo. During Dema's honorable duel, his aura appeared. The young vassal of BS contributed to the hunt for the death insect. A young man, imposing in a blood-stained scarf from Vlad of Sarah, with 2 fingers missing on his hand, tightly gripping a staff. But maybe the rumors are true. Haben hobbles out of the room, leaving the young man standing behind. I have to verify it myself. At this moment, Vlad, covered in blood, swung his sword forward with cold, terrifying blue eyes slicing through a leg. From behind him, a man rushes forward, stabbing his knife towards him and shouting, "Die!" Vlad quickly turns around. He swiftly slashed the man's forehead with his sword, sending him to another world. This one had just sold salt, but the others still charged forward without fear. The knife and axe wielders created chaos, but Vlad remained fearless and charged into the crowd. In just a moment, you took down everyone, blood splattered, creating a terrifying scene. Suddenly, a man shrouded in blue light appears behind Vlad, marveling at how his speed leaves everyone speechless. As he assesses the situation, still in the midst of the slaughter, his talent and relentless effort, along with a strong inner will, gradually open his eyes. This kid. As his thoughts end, Vlad kicks someone to control them and then presses his sword down, revealing a natural butcher. Vlad sneered with a teasing smile, his blue eyes shining. I've given him enough time. Maybe I should also put his teeth back in. The opponent is now trembling with fear, eyes blank, missing several teeth and only able to whimper. He's like a cat toying with its prey, raising the sword as if he no longer needs it. Drops of blood from the sword drip down, pulled by gravity. The opponent's arm trembles, trying to stop the blade. When Vlad stood up, that was when the other guy completely lost his life. And at that moment, the sound of the sword echoed in his mind. Enough. Looking back at the pile of corpses behind, you remain calm. This is enough. I can't recreate the exact scene of that kiss. But Vlad glanced back, then continued toward the stairs. It was time to put an end to everything. He closed his eyes, then opened them as if gathering courage, and slowly stepped up the stairs, sword still dripping blood in his hand. In the room, a man is sitting there as the door opens. Vlad calmly steps in, his eyes shining with a blue light like during the recent fight. I'm here. The boss turned around with one hand without looking back. Is it because of Tintu? Welcome here. He pushed a glass of wine aside and invited Vlad to join him. Want to have a drink? He glanced back behind him. You stand tall against the light, covered in fresh blood, still silent and unresponsive. Jack's eyes. You're not interesting at all. Jack looks at the shadow reflected in the glass of wine. Are you really Vlad from Swara? Then he took the glass in one hand and drank it all in one gulp. I've heard the rumors, but I didn't believe them. He set the glass down on the table, exhaling with satisfaction. Vlad Fan's shadow reflected on the empty glass. I should have greeted you earlier and given the foreman a good talking to. The boy remained silent, listening to him. Oh, I don't think so. Maybe you already killed him. You still keep your eyes fixed on Jack in silence. He stood up, smiling and saying, At least you're the one I know who killed him. Actually, I overlooked you because I didn't want to deal with you. Jack drew his sword from its sheath and looked at you with a sinister smile. But I am the one who wants everything to be certain. The two face each other, creating a strangely contrasting scene, a chaotic connection. This dark world is eroding my world. Remembering the image of Jiak with one hand in the past, I no longer feel the sensation of using the sword against him back then. Vlad stepped back to defend himself. Now, I'm sure, you raise your sword, ready to fight. His world can no longer stop me. Both Jack and Vlad are now in combat mode. Vlad coldly, I'm here. Jack still keeps that relaxed smile with one hand. Fine. He quickly charged at him, even though his existence was just like my enemy. A powerful energy is released, causing a shockwave as the two swords clash, so intense that both Jack and Vlad tremble. Vlad's face showed clear concern as he said, I will treat him with all my final sincerity. Jack, still maintaining a contemptuous expression with one hand, was pushed back forcefully, revealing his worry. The sword nearly touches Jack's chest. He swings it to make both sides retreat. Vlad steps back to gain momentum, then leaps up, each slash forcing him to dodge desperately. This is how the dark alley shows respect. A slash wielded with most of his strength from above was blocked by Jack, causing his legs to collapse and him to cry out. A wave of immense power from Vlad forces Jack to kneel on the ground. His eyes are cold and terrifying, even more so than his brutality. Like a gust of wind, Vlad rushes at Jack with one hand, using his sword and iron hook to block Jack's blood-stained blade. He exerted so much force that he let out a grunt. Jack used all his strength to swing his sword and push Vlad back, surprising him. While he was still regaining his balance, he swung his sword down. V reacted quickly, stepping back and blocking with his sword. Jack keeps attacking relentlessly. It's a surprise because Tin 2, who used to wield only a wooden sword, has now changed. He jumps high, his fierce face looking down at Vlad, his large hands holding the sword ready to strike down. Well, at least you have to be this strong for me to let you come back and take revenge. V is temporarily in a weaker position, tense face holding the sword to block the opponent's attack. Your sarcastic insight. Quite an impressive progress. He laughed arrogantly. Suddenly memories from the past appeared. A boy standing in the dark, ruined alley, surrounded by impoverished, wandering people sitting scattered around. I also once had a dream. In front of that boy were magnificent palaces with warm, shimmering orange lights, completely contrasting with the dark alley. You want to reach out and touch me, dreaming of holding the shining stars in your hand at all costs. You clench your fist as if trying to seize the light, but that is impossible, and I need strength to take those sparkling constellations. The hand that once wanted to grasp dreams in adulthood now tightly holds a sword stained with much blood, even more powerful and bloodier. I have done everything I could. He walks through a sea of blood with a mountain of corpses behind him. Like that, I reached the peak of the darkness. When Track looked up at the light, he seemed to realize that it was still too far away. His broken arm can never reach his dreams. Even the stars no longer shine. Stained with blood and greed, they are still my guiding lights. In an instant, warm lights turned into a sea of fire. The castles and houses are submerged in blood beneath Jack's iron hook, and a flash of light appears. Jack instinctively raises his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glow. Emerging from the light, V appears with a sword in hand, ready to strike down. Jack stands frozen, unable to react in time. What is that? His hands clutch the sword tightly, blood splattering from his arm and splashing onto his face. He gritted his teeth to hold onto the shining objects in his hand. Coming down from above, a sword cut off Jack's right arm, leaving him stunned. His eyes flashed with a blue light as he wielded his sword, unleashing powerful energy and rushing forward, determined to match that light. Gatz's severed arm flung backward, then landed on the ground. He shouted, then used his iron arm to cover the wound. After the final blow, Vlad exhaled smoke, his face covered in sweat. Jack let out a pained and angry cry, but just a second later he smiled wickedly. His hand held his wound, but his mouth kept smiling as he stared intently at Vlad. Not bad, I hope your hair can witness this scene. His words angered Vlad, and just as he succeeded in provoking him, the boy charged at him again. Shut up. The swords can only cut into Jack's iron hook. He angrily charged forward. He doesn't deserve forgiveness. He contributed to Yorger's death and destroyed Marcel's rose-colored smile. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got as he swung his sword forward, because he was the bastard responsible for all the sins in this alley. The swords were all blocked, but he pushed back and retreated. He deserves to die. He is full of rage. Blood splattered across his face as he seized the opportunity to attack you with the iron hook. He laughed maniacally, truly a day of joy. V's sword clashed with Jack's iron hook, causing both of them to be thrown back. "Should we open all the Zoom bottles in the dark alley to celebrate, huh?" he taunted sarcastically. "You will go even further than me." Provoked, Vlad loses his temper and charges forward to attack. "I told you to shut up." After rushing forward, the sword was blocked again, causing both of them to be pushed back at the same time. While Vlad was angry, he still kept his provocative expression. The boy charged forward again. Jack also not only defended, but attacked. A stream of bright red blood splattered out, blood flowing onto the floor, forming a large pool. Vlan's shadow and Jack fall to the ground, Vlan's mirror blade piercing through Jack's chest before his hand could lower. Blood spilling from his mouth as he still smiles, as if he has been set free. Yes, this way is better. He remembers Jogger from before. Instead of being killed by Jogger back then, being spared by a kid trying to reach the top of glory is still better. Vlad calmly, with a crazed look in his eyes, said his final words to him. "Do you want to deny the moon?" He lowered the iron hook onto Vlan's head, still smiling. "You did well." His face was weathered and stern. He gritted his teeth. "Rest up first, then go." Vlad looked up cautiously, pulling the sword embedded in Jack's body out, causing him to cry out as blood sprayed from the wound like a water jet. Vlad stepped back as Jack clutched his wound and knelt down, blood continuously flowing from the injury. Blood was pouring from both the wound on his arm and his chest at the same time, but he still didn't fall. "That's enough." He stepped back, half of his face shrouded in darkness. He stared at you intently and said, "I've lived a wicked life, but even in wealth, I'm still fiery." In his eyes, Vlad, covered in blood, still radiates a shining light, even though in the end I was defeated by a brighter world of yours. He still smiled, his voice trembling, but also firm. "I have done my job well." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the iron hook on his hand to slash across his stomach. Jiak laughed loudly, full of arrogance, and shouted, "I have lived happily. Now I will go meet Mr. Jogger." One foot lifts off the ground as he leans back. His final glance passes over Vlad's expressionless face as he falls, his body covered in wounds but still wearing a smile from start to finish. A crazed smile, VR still standing there staring into the void. In his eyes now are surprise, disbelief, sweet revenge, which must be carried out naturally. Blood still drips from the blade of his sword onto the ground, yet he remains standing there, lost in thought. What is this bitter taste? Vlad turned back, noticing the leftover glass on the table. He approached gently and took the old cup in his hand before finishing it in one sip. After drinking, he sighed deeply, recalling Jack's words and the image just now, making him think he would go even further. He lowered his head in contemplation, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He left the glass on the bar, and the bartender took it back. Vlad turned and walked away, leaving behind an empty glass and a gold coin. He didn't look back because a knight doesn't accept free things, leaving behind an empty glass and a blood-stained coin forever here. Vlad went downstairs, where corpses covered every floor down to the hall. This is a dark, sinful alley where people encounter pools of despair filled with tragic souls. You pass through those shadows, but today Vlad awaits in a place full of light, a stark contrast to the damp, dark, and stinky corpses. He looked back one last time. Jack's smile still there. Even in death, a single drop leaving this dark world. V turned decisively and left, leaving an unfillable hole in the young man's heart. In front of Jack's base, Voden looked worried and strange. Why was it so quiet? Is something wrong I don't know about? Suddenly a figure appeared from the ruined door. Holding a blood-stained sword still wet, Ven felt a wave of relief. Oh, here he is. But the young boy now looks on coldly without saying a word. The pressure emanating from it weighs heavily on the wings of the army, making everyone break out in a sweat. The top soldiers are stunned, wondering if they are covered in blood. Just a fleeting thought. But did he really kill 50 people alone? They watch Vlad Luong Thuong walk through the wreckage, trembling with fear. Even seeing it with their own eyes, it's hard to believe, and I can't even get close. It's more than respect. Ven Hachmong shares the same thought as the top soldiers. This only seems more terrifying. In their eyes, Vlad now appears as a giant, engulfing everything in his shadow of pressure. In reality, he was breathing heavily while the bloodshot eyes stared back at him. Ven was speechless, waiting for the young guard's next move. Then Vlad turned around and he walked away with his face bowed. A voice calling your name echoes as he walks with blood-stained steps. The young man turns back, raising his arm to hold a wooden cane, and shouts, "Vlan, it's me." Vlad repeats the name that once seemed so unfamiliar. Haben looked in the direction of the voice, and there, far away, was actually Haben trying to push past a few soldiers to rush toward him. His green eyes constricted in surprise. V couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing the situation, Haben Ven gave the order, so it turns out he knows him. "Get out of the way." Haben slowly walks forward with his cane. The sound of footsteps continued steadily as V widened his eyes, refusing to look at the person in front of him. While Hayan, equally surprised, called out, "Hey, are you okay?" Because right now in front of him is Vlan in armor stained with blood, a smile on the blonde boy's face. "It's you." The sword falls to the ground. "Ah, damn it," Vlan shouted and collapsed into Hayan's chest, muttering complaints. "It hurts so much, my whole body is aching." Han couldn't help but frown with concern. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Vlad closed his eyes in calmness, a slight smile forming on his lips, and he shared his thoughts without hesitation. "Finally, I feel like I am truly back." At dawn in beautiful Sarah, Vlad stretches through the window, letting the wind mess up his hair, still not used to it. Maybe it's because this scene doesn't look like a dark alley, right? While looking at Thonbin's streets, he sighed in admiration. Just then, Godi pushed the door open, carrying a basin of water and a towel. "Oh, Commander, you're awake? You should rest a bit longer." Vlad replied. Lying down is even more uncomfortable. "My whole body hurts. What is that?" GJ kindly smiled and held up a wooden basin for him to wash his face. V frowned at him. "What's wrong with you?" Go hesitated when he saw your suspicion. "Huh? I've always been like this." Actually, he's secretly biting his finger in confusion inside. An acquaintance of the commander in Swear is starting to appear. With this team, it's hard for me to keep my position. After being with the commander for so long, I can't go back to being a guard at Bay S. V looked at G with a knowing expression. It seemed he thought so. "I already know what you're thinking. Then you cross your arms to reassure. Don't worry, as long as you do well, I won't abandon you, so he won't get the upper hand. Really? You promise, right?" Seeing that, V raised his eyebrows in a threatening manner. "If you don't believe it, then try for yourself," G exclaimed like he had found gold. "No, I trust you." But the young man just sighed tiredly. A G suddenly called out, "Lord Ven wants to see you." "I see. Is that so?" Luckily, I also have something to discuss with him. A lavish meal with countless sweet desserts laid out makes V look pale and sigh. Finishing this plate would surely be his end. The one on the other side is the one suffering more. I'd rather die than not eat. Mong tries to wolf down a piece of cake. He then turns to the numerous papers on the nearby table. "Look at this document. I need to go through it all, but I keep getting lost. Jack's shadow has already covered even the deepest parts of the dark alley." Vod stands upright in agreement. After all, he grew up here, and everything is under his control. Ven finally finished the cake in his hand. It will probably take some more time to understand the true cause. He suddenly asked, "So what are you planning to do?" "I need to deal with the aftermath, but you've finished your task already." Vlad thought for a moment before admitting, "I don't know anymore." Ven explained. "Until Lord Joseph arrives, you're still on the bench, occasionally helping me out with some tasks." Vlad hesitated and asked, "What can I do to help?" "I don't know anything about these documents." Ven interrupted him with a piece of paper. Did he think I didn't know? The young man takes the official document from him, the commander of the guard team and the acting representative. Seeing that Vlad seems confused, Ven clasped his 10 fingers together to explain that it means the authority to detain. Basically, it allows you to hit to some extent. Mr. Joseph wants to take this opportunity to clean up the alley, eliminate the remnants, and replace them with suitable things. That is his next step. You are the representative carrying out the mission. After all, you know the dark alley best. V finally received the order. I understand now. Ven keeps reaching out for the next piece of cake, but there's no rush. Now rest for now, meet up with your old friend first, and remember to bring your girlfriend too. V helplessly twisted his words. I told you already, she's my friend. Ven doesn't care about that guy. I've already registered to visit the monastery. I thought they would accept right away. Turns out they told us to wait a few more days. I'll let you know when I have new information. Vad said thank you. I can't help but wonder inside. He's more thoughtful than I thought. I haven't even asked him for help. Ah, there's one more thing. V is thinking about his plan before asking, Lord Ven, are Jack's remaining men all in prison? Ven replied, yes, we have captured all of them. Their whereabouts are scattered everywhere. Vlad asked for permission. May I go? When asked again what the prison house of A was, for Vlad's eyes suddenly turned icy cold as he replied, I am looking for someone. If I can't find them here inside this dark prison with only a faint light from a small window that is Vlan's target, I will turn this entire dark alley upside down to find them. The guards led the way, Jack's subordinates being held in the innermost area, and Vlan responded, Thank you. Then he stepped inside the large prison, behind the iron bars, and the prisoners couldn't help but whisper among themselves when they saw him. Is he the one? Yorger's nephew. Vlad's face is now full of murderous intent, and his henchmen continue whispering among themselves, no way. Why is his representative him? If not, then why did he come here? One of the skeptics? Don't tell me he's here to hunt down those involved in the Rose Blossom attack. They couldn't help but gape at the pressure, panic-stricken as they hurriedly ran into the corner of the room, glancing around with apparent indifference. Finally, you have identified your target. The other prisoners couldn't help but be startled when they heard Vlad's voice say he found you. It's hard to recognize you in the dark, especially with that dirty appearance. Vlad's words drew all attention to the young man, who seemed to realize he was the target and looked up. Vlad calmly smiled and said, "Just give me 40 silver and I'll get you out of here." He remembered a few years ago on the rickety truck when the guard spared his life and called out the name of the now gaunt young man. He, Vlad, grinned narrowly. "And you know how much you owe me." He couldn't help but gape. Black people are often discarded in this society like weeds. The first person to reach out to him reminded me of the scene at the slum block where a shining treasure always glows even amidst the rubble. That young man was here today. Vlad's appearance now is truly radiant and shining. In the grand cathedral, in the kitchen, the nuns leaning on their hands looked out the window and exclaimed together, "There he is." Below in the large courtyard, a very striking young man stepped out of a stopped carriage. The girls' screams echoed as they gazed at Van's face. "Oh my God, he's so handsome, he has blonde hair and blue eyes. He must be a subordinate of your knight." The girl standing outside asked, "Is it true that a knight is coming today? And is that the knight over there?" Someone replied, "I think so. It's wonderful to see such a young knight." The girls watched the procession and admired, watching how the guide led him. They look so admirable, and those following him all hold positions of power. If he's not a knight, then why are they following him? They must have paid a lot just to pin a badge on his cloak and let it fly through that night. The girls giggled to each other, no doubt he was very important, so even bought a lot of wine to store in the cellar. Behind them was a small girl with rough hands, still tired from washing a pile of dishes. Just then, an elderly nun pushed the door open and sternly scolded, "Why are you still gathered there? Didn't we hear there's an important welcoming ceremony today?" The girls nervously bowed their heads and said, "Yes, Mother Superior, we will go right away." Seeing that, she huffed and walked away. "Hurry up, the prayer session will start soon." Wait until the older nun is out of sight, then the girls frown and say, "Hey, redhead, we got scolded just because of your slowness." The small girl hesitates and replies, "I'm sorry." The sharp-tongued nun crossly folded her arms and ordered you to hurry up, right? "Well, go ahead, hurry up and wash those dishes." The red-haired girl replied without stopping, "Yes, ma'am, let's go." The girls happily chat with each other. We'll leave the front seats empty. Jemina still quietly washes the dishes as the announcement echoes from the grand hall outside. We have a special guest today. Vlad stands before many nuns with Mrs. Fuok still chattering beside him. He comes from the Baron's family and is his close knight, also blessed and recognized by Bishop Andrea, while the nuns below gaze at him with blushing faces. He is recognized by Bishop Andrea, and moreover, he is the pride of Count B.S. He looks like a knight straight out of a fairy tale. Praises seem to shimmer like wings under the sunlight on Van's face, but he doesn't care and keeps scanning around as if searching for someone. The nuns below couldn't help but whisper to each other, "Oh my God, he's looking over here." I think I caught a glimpse of his gaze. I whispered to myself after taking a quick look around. "I don't see her here. I already asked to call all the nuns here." After Mrs. Puok finished the introduction, she announced it was time for prayer. V, thinking for a moment, then irritably turned his head, knelt on one knee, and prayed facing the cross in the beautiful sunlight. This scene inevitably causes the nuns below to marvel. At that moment, a small foot runs over, and Vlad, not easily distracted by the sudden noise, seems to know exactly what it is. He smiled softly as Jemina, panting, bowed before the grand hall door slowly opening. She wiped the sweat from her chin. Thank God the prayer session isn't over yet. Jemina straightened her back and moved toward her position. At this moment, Vlad had already stood up and turned to look at her. The skinny, tiny figure in the wrinkled, dirty dress was the first thing that caught his eye, and it didn't make Vlad happy at all. He clicked his tongue, catching Mrs. Fawak's attention. She quickly asked, "Is something wrong? I feel sorry for you." V restrained his anger and replied, "She is too thin." "Did you all starve her?" But Fuok was utterly shocked upon hearing this. "Sorry, but what are you talking about?" Before she could finish, V stepped down from the podium. "Damn it, I almost lost control." Quickly, you moved toward the fiery red hair at the end of the hall. The nuns just now were also watching nervously. Vlad frowned, trying to hold back his anger. Jemina muttered blankly, "Do you mean Vlad?" "I don't think so." She recalled the young boy from the dark alley. truly a world apart from the person standing before her. Jemina lowered her head and smiled bitterly. It can't be Vlad. The call startled her. Jemina looked up at the tall young man and nodded. Vlad's eyebrows furrow even more. The person in front of him is truly too small. So he also has rough, reddened hands and a dirt-stained dress. Vlad grits his teeth and mutters, "Damn it. Sit down and use your cloak to wipe Jemina. Why do you look so covered in dirt?" This action leaves everyone open-mouthed. Huh? What do you mean? Do they know each other? Still arguing, so they didn't let you eat enough and even let you wear these torn clothes. Jemina stared in shock at the person before her, a sense of familiarity rising within her at Vlad's gentle manner, causing her to tremble all over. Her hand slowly reached out, touching the other's hair strand by strand, while Ven kept attentively wiping Jemina's dress and calling out, "Hey, answer me already," and at the same time a few tears fall right onto you. Vlad gently raised his head, tears streaming down Jemina's face as she recognized her family. Vung also pressed his lips together, then stood up with a sorrowful expression, declaring, "Handle all the paperwork. You're leaving with me today. Let's go home, Jemina. Let's go home." Hearing this, Jemina cried even more. That girl once had a home, but it was no longer there. But now, going home is something she has never been told before Jemina recalled that freezing night under a thin blanket, homeless and without family. Just two orphaned children struggling to survive in the dark alley. A steady hand reached from behind Jeremina, and Vladimir pulled her into his arms, letting her cry freely. But now, they have found each other. This is the home they have always dreamed of. In the luxurious carriage, Jemina clutches her bundle close to her chest, curled up in a corner, too afraid to move. She sniffles as she looks ahead, and Vlad also feels helpless. "Why are you making that face?" Jemina asked suspiciously. "What's going on? Why do you keep staring at me like that?" she stammered. Then, at this moment, Vlad, sitting in front of her, shone like the sun, making Jemina shyly hide her face behind her bag. Her words also kept inside her heart. "Have you changed so much?" Vlad looked at his friend in front of him, unable to hide his hesitation. "You turned to look out the window after just 6 months apart. Are you already shy?" The carriage is silent again. Jemina secretly looked up, admiring Vlad's indifferent face as if he were a noble. Then she glanced at herself again. Jemina held her sadness inside. Just then, Vlad shouted out. She quickly responded, "Huh?" But then she was silenced with a sweet candy. Vlad grinned mischievously and said, "You've been distracted all this time. Eat this and wake up." Jemina tastes the sweet flavor melting in her mouth and asks, "What is this?" V calmly replied, "Caramel. My night friend gave it to me." She asked curiously, "Why do you have this red dirt? You're not stealing food, are you?" Vlad casually places his hands behind his head and doesn't bother to answer. "Whatever you think is fine," Jemina said bitterly with a smile. Vra suddenly looked back and saw her trembling all over. "Why are you panicking and crying?" But it seems Jemina is even more panicked. "You're too late." She turned her face away, crying as she tried to wipe away her tears, leaving Vang unsure of what to do. He rested his chin on his hand and looked out the window. "Oh my, the weather is so beautiful, a starry night. No matter where you were born in this world, everyone deserves to keep a star in their heart. But releasing that star into the night sky is a different story." Inside the humble house, the forge blazes fiercely, with red-hot coals still burning faintly. Like me, the blacksmith thought to himself, wasting away uselessly with nothing he could do. Let's end it here. No one has come by these days. The old man thought this and struggled to get up. Outside the gate, the empty stand still remained. The blacksmith gazed at him for a moment as if recalling something, hoping he was still well. He was both admirable and pitiful. The image of the boy with the dagger that night comes back to mind. The old man doesn't wish for much, just that the kid doesn't die in vain. A late guest arrives. "Oh, is the shop already closed?" The old blacksmith simply replied, "I'll come back tomorrow." But the other person immediately dismissed it. "No, I'm busy tomorrow, I have to do it today." The old man frowned, but the words of the visitor next to him made it impossible for him to ignore. "This sword needs to be repaired. The last time I fixed it was a long time ago." Vad took out his sword and said that other blacksmiths claimed they couldn't do it, and only you have the skill. The old blacksmith opened his eyes in surprise, speechless. The young man smiled and asked again, "Can you do it?" At this moment he shouted loudly, "Wait! Of course it's possible." The old man hurriedly opens the gate to welcome Vlan, then gestures for him to come in and sit down. Here, Vlan hands the sword back to the old man. "All right." The blacksmith examined the scratched blade carefully before exclaiming, "That's amazing. I can see you've truly made good use of it." He asked with interest, "Where did this scar come from?" And V was unhesitating to tell the story. "Since last winter's potluck, I still wasn't used to using a sword." "And what about this one?" During an honorable duel with deer, I had to pretend to be bait to catch the parasite. While luring it, the sword just barely grazed the ground. The old blacksmith was amazed by these strange and wondrous stories, even during the honorable duel and hunting the remnants of the fallen dragon. He felt proud of you and smiled at Vlader behind him. Unlike someone wasting time in the dark alley like me, you always diligently carry out your mission. I think the old man laughed out loud, saying, "Ha ha ha, I was even more excited than when I created my greatest masterpiece. Wait here, I'll fix it right now." He begins his work by igniting the blazing fire first. The sword sparkles in the forge with flames burning fiercely, and the old man's passion shines brightly once again after a long time. Because the star lost its light and shined again, the blacksmith kept hammering to perfect his work. After a long night, early the next morning, Haben, holding a bottle of wine, suspiciously asked, the dead of the rose blossom smile with one hand holding it. "You said you have it, right?" V smiled and replied, "Yes, because this is a fair deal." "So, now you're going to run that place?" Vlad sat beside and recounted. "I wish that were the case, but I already returned it to Marcella. She can't start right away, but this place will be sorted out soon." Haben agreed. "Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, that place is just a sea of blood after the battle. What are you planning to do now? Are you going back to Sturma? Feel free to share. I'll stay here for a while. I'm on vacation." Hearing that, Haben smiled softly. "Hey, it's really good to see you again like this. Someone who follows the orders of the noble." The guy turned to complain, and they also told me to study something in my free time. Haben wondered, "What kind of study is that?" V replied seriously, "Jack's secret assets are hidden by himself alone. Or anything else we still don't know. After all, Jack's remnants are still causing chaos everywhere. Of course I should help you. That drink isn't free, you know." Haben chuckled and looked at me. "But surely they've all been sold already." Trying still hopes to find something nearby. Han cupped his chin, pondering. Gold and women? There must be some connection between the two." V frowned in displeasure. "Sounds complicated, huh?" I investigated a few names, but they left almost no trace. Haben is curious. "Who is it?" V said there was someone like that. "Her name is Anna. There are a few others beside her." Haben agrees. "You're right. It's strange. There should be traces of them here. I remember that one-armed Sandal did a lot of things when managing the dark alley, but this is completely different. I will also look into that, but since the intelligence organization in the dark alley just collapsed recently, I can't help much." Suddenly, someone on the shore waved and called Vlan. He quickly reported it. I checked, and there really was a suspicious place, as you said. Hearing that, Vlad also stood up anxiously. "All right, go check it out now. I'm leaving." Haben waved to the young man and said it's okay. If anything happens, he'll report immediately. Then he sighed and watched on. He just got back and doesn't even have time to rest. At a butcher shop with a sign, he's standing guard outside while Vlad is inside talking to the owner. What if he asks these people then? He casually said, as if he had already met him before. The shop owner wondered why he was looking for someone at the meat shop. There's no human trafficking here. V looks at him. I see. The shop owner turned around and grabbed the meat cleaver. I'm busy as hell, but I had to deal with some trouble first thing in the morning and then leave. He's focused on his current work, ignoring what's still behind him. You looked around before asking, but has this place always been a butcher shop? I remember it wasn't like this half a year ago. The shop owner quietly replied, I have permission to sell meat here from that black bear. One of the 5 leaders of the dark alley, the black bear pig butcher. It seems he's deliberately trying to spread the reputation of his superior to intimidate. Vlad sneered miserably and said, I will ask him myself. But it's interesting, how do you know the name written on the paper without reacting at all? A question filled with murderous intent and grip made the shop owner hesitate. In the dark alley, when you show someone a piece of paper with something written on it, they will usually get angry first. Since learning to read with everyone here isn't easy, as an outsider you probably don't understand the rules, right? Instead of pork, Brad gritted his teeth and asked, Are you involved in human trafficking here? A silence filled the old shop before the butcher spun around and swung his hand, the blade slicing through the air in a swift arc, but unable to keep up with Vlan's speed as he effortlessly dodged the attack. The shop owner gritted his teeth and asked, Who are you? Where are you from? V replied with a smile. That's what I should be asking. If we cooperate, there won't be bloodshed, which made the guy curse. Damn it! Vlad's smile deepened even more, and he nodded. That's right, now that's a real person from the shadows. You, give the order while pulling out the sword and close the door. Today, the business here is finished for the day. V is ready with his weapon, prepared to fight. Just wiping the blood off the knife and questioning when someone like you started coming in here? He explained that lately there have been many people coming and going like that, and he can't keep track of them all with just one hand. Vlad listened loudly. Is it chaotic like that? He glanced at you and reported. After that day, he changed a lot. Fran sighed with a look of longing. I am just an intermediary collector. Those slave traders only just learned about that detail. V silently analyzes how those guys could be so careless to sell people in dark alleys like that. But I have no valid reason to start this investigation. Where does the root of the problem lie? After some thought, he exclaimed, We are just investigating that matter. I believe it's the right thing to do. He answered calmly. Of course, but the other high-ranking knights will investigate the details of that matter themselves. Suddenly a boy ran hurriedly towards them, shouting loudly, Vlan, that's him! I shouted loudly that I went to gather information about the things you asked. Some kids saw it. V smiled brightly and handed the boy a skewer of grilled meat. That's great. Here, take this. Neck can see the juice dripping from the meat. Skewered meat. Vlad asks about her expression. Who were the kids they saw? You said it was a girl with brown hair named Anna. My friend said she saw her get into a strange carriage. Or about a month ago. V remained silent, thinking, does that mean she was sold elsewhere? Net, with a mysterious expression, continued speaking, but there was something unfamiliar about it. V wondered why. Net, while enjoying the last skewer of meat, shared that the women on that carriage are all pregnant. Vlad was so shocked he broke out in a sweat. What do you mean? All of them, Net replied confidently. That's right. He confirmed that those girls all had pretty big bellies. He expressed his surprise, wondering why they would buy pregnant women. They can't work. V said nothing but simply propped his chin with his hand. Seeing that, he turned and asked, Is there a problem? Is something wrong with it? V fell into a line of thought. The fact that Anna is pregnant is already hard to believe. Why would someone be involved in selling pregnant women? Even in the dark alley, those women couldn't do anything. This simply can't happen. A vision of a vengeful female ghost suddenly flashes in his mind, followed by a scene of a girl desperately reaching out to Vlad with a look of despair. Then tears streamed down her face as she raised her hand high as if seeking help. V secretly wondered if they would eventually become the women who lost their children and turn into those monsters. V remembers a warning to pay attention to the alerts from his own mind, as a bad feeling will start everything. V clenches his teeth in anger. Damn it. I hope what I think is not true. You quickly regain your composure, but there's nothing wrong with being cautious about potential risks. At this moment, at a luxurious dining table, two people are discussing, and one asks, Did you notice any unusual movements? Yes, Mr. Venn was just enjoying a pastry in his hand while curiously asking, Are you serious? Are you planning to work without rest? Vlad replied that he told me to watch over Jack himself. Venn explained, I didn't think you would investigate everything so quickly. He looked pale and said, How could I rest when you keep going and investigating more? I just finished the paperwork here. Venn asked further, Is it so serious that you can't think it over for a day or two? With a sad expression, he replied, I guess so. Venn warns, think carefully. This isn't something we can just solve. Vlad listens in silence before saying, If this exceeds your authority, I can report it to the mayor. Venn quickly corrected himself. That's not it. Oh my God, are you trying to force me to work from all sides? Below, a group of horsemen carrying Josep's flag are marching, led by Jaeger, surprising Voden. He said they won't arrive for 2 more days. The cavalry unit now stopped in front of the town hall. Joseph, with a face as cold as ice, stepped down from the carriage as the mayor of Saratown greeted him warmly. Oh, Mr. Joseph, I am truly honored by your visit. But Joseph paid no attention and walked past him to ask Han, Is everyone doing well? Venn scratched his head and replied, Of course. I hope your journey will be successful, Lord Joseph. Joseph asked, Is there anything happening here? Voden grinned widely. Of course. Joseph looked straight ahead with a skeptical gaze. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, looking down as if avoiding his gaze. Joseph said, Well, it looks like something has already happened. He barged inside and said, Come in, I want to hear about it. The mayor of Saratown greeted him humbly. This is the mayor's office, please. Jaeger stepped forward and said sternly, Let me check it out. Sir, that action left the mayor utterly confused. He hurriedly questions him. Look, it's a bit uncomfortable, but are you thinking I hid something dangerous inside to harm Mr. Joseph? Jaeger turned back and said sharply, I will look into that carefully. The mayor of Saratown was startled. He exclaimed with a trembling voice, There's really nothing suspicious. If you don't believe it, go ahead and check. Joseph suddenly glanced at Vlan, then smiled with satisfaction, and said, You did well. Vlan, feeling surprised but quickly responding, said, Yes, thank you. Joseph is curious, so do you want to tell me something now? Sharing. I just hope it doesn't complicate things unnecessarily. Joseph said, It's okay, just go ahead. I need some help with a few matters. It would be better if I could discuss that privately with the mayor. Joseph smiled to himself, thinking that strict education and training had finally paid off. Now you can handle one side on your own, right? He silently reminded himself that after all, even with our family as support, there's no guarantee it will last forever. You have to handle everything on your own, Joseph said firmly. You made the right decision, Jaeger reported after a thorough check. Mr. Joseph, everything is fine. Joseph stepped inside and praised him highly. You have a very impressive office, Mr. Mayor. He looks out the window. The view from here is very good. The mayor of Saratown is delighted. Yes, from here you can see the entire view of Sarah, Joseph suddenly said in a deep voice. But then he reached out and touched the edge of the chair, commenting that it should be replaced because it looks too big and unsuitable. The mayor of Saratown widened his eyes and confirmed again. Excuse me, sir, is there a problem with that chair? He suddenly became frantic and exclaimed, Lord Joseph cannot. You mean Joseph sat down and clasped his hands together? He spoke coldly. Now, Vlad, you can tell everything without worry. Mayor Vlad of Sarah and Ven stood frozen for 5 seconds. Joseph continues speaking. Someone is hurriedly walking on the muddy streets of Swarra's new market. So that's Vlan, I see. This smell is driving me crazy, and it's really hard to move around here. Vlad thought to himself that it was the poorest and most complicated place in the dark alleys. A chaotic place with all kinds of strange smells mixed with the smell of blood. Vlad suddenly stopped and glanced back, noticing a group of strange people in the dark alley staring intently at him. When death is always near due to hunger, they always have hostility towards outsiders. It's true that Jack only avoids this area for a reason. You guessed right, this is the alley the meat seller mentioned. In front of a house, someone is patiently knocking on the door. It turns out to be Vlan, who just knocks without saying a word. A man behind the small umbrella on the door looks out and asks in a dry voice, Who is it? V replies. He probably heard it from the alley entrance too. Everyone was very tense. After hearing that, the man quickly slammed the small door shut and called out. Wait a moment, V silently judges. They are playing mind games. I think I shouldn't let myself be ignored like this. The person I used to be would have to endure this often. But as the memories flood through Vlan's mind, he lowers his head and reflects. I am now carrying the honor of many people on my shoulders. Vlad looked up at the sky with a contemplative expression. Today's sky was beautiful with fluffy clouds. V tightly closes his eyes. I can't ignore this anymore. The sky gradually changes color from bright blue to a fiery orange, signaling that a long day is coming to an end. Vlad's feet are gently sinking into the soft, muddy ground. He stands tall like an ancient tree. The door slowly opens. A proud man steps forward and beckons. Come in. Vlad refused. He closed his eyes tightly, looked up, and took a deep breath. The man wondered, What are you doing? Not going in? He broke out in a cold sweat. I also stood still and said nothing. The man lost patience, turning and walking inside with a sigh. Well then, if you're not coming in, just get out. Vlad said, If you close that door now, I won't be responsible for what happens today. The man was stunned. What? Vlad turned back, grabbing the stick from his hand and demanding, You started first. Is that so? Vlad slammed the wooden stick onto the ground. The flag bears 2 majestic symbols. I am Vlad of Swarra. Under these honorable titles that guarantee my authority, I will exercise the power entrusted to me. V stared coldly at the man and said firmly, Remember to pass on my message to Black Bear. Come out yourself to meet the legitimate representative of BS, you say with a sarcastic tone. You've probably heard the rumors too, haven't you? The man's face turned pale and his eyes flickered with suspicion. V shared that if I planted this flag and went inside, something would happen. Your shadow stretched over the motionless bodies. Vod warned, don't take my words lightly. This is my final advice to you. At this moment, the mayor of Saratown slowly stepped out of the town hall. He was tearful, looking back at the old workplace. Joseph was standing above, looking down, and he explained that he didn't mean to do it earlier, so he felt a bit guilty. Yager added that he is only suffering the consequences of his own actions. The corruption of the city's authorities has been exposed, so he cannot escape his punishment in Stura. Joseph replied, That's right, because I caused his punishment time to come sooner, I feel guilty. By the way, what did the Black Bear say? Ved reports that he will do his best to cooperate. It seems everything is going smoothly. I thought he was a stubborn person. Maybe our coming from the dark alley together helped us. Joseph was a bit surprised and muttered to himself that no matter what, he was the leader ruling over the entire area. He questioned how, since the kid wasn't used to this kind of work and should have had trouble, but he had completed the task remarkably well. The training plan to turn him into a perfect knight instead of just an ordinary swordsman is going very well. After some thought, he turned around and praised. All right, well done. Joseph placed his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword and looked down at his subordinates from above. Joseph glanced around. 5 knights, a mage, 10 magic stones, 30 elite soldiers. His gaze settled on a bodyguard. He silently thought these were the subordinates who would share his fate. Joseph thought of the family throne. If he became the next head of the family, they would also enjoy the privileges. If I am eliminated from the competition for the head of the family, we will fall together. Sarah is the final stepping stone for everyone. After some thought, he spoke. I will now begin to govern Sarah smoothly. I will do my best, but I won't have time to worry about anything else. Joseph quietly contemplates. Although we are not yet ready to face the darkness that has enveloped the streets of Sarah, we cannot be prepared for everything. I smile and silently encourage myself. If we have only just begun to take our first steps so far, from now on we should truly start moving forward. This moment might be the last opportunity given to me. Joseph orders, so this task will be assigned to you, Gregory. Please select the investigation team members right here. Gregory placed his hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and politely said, Thank you for entrusting me with this responsibility. Joseph explained that a knight always remains neutral, even within the family, and he is not someone who would be blinded by the war between brothers. He glanced down below, and although he wasn't entirely his subordinate, he was capable enough to take responsibility for this. Gregory happily shared, because of the nature of the mission, there would be many cases requiring pursuit of others. He looked to the side and expressed his wish. I want to work with you, Ket. The one with tracking abilities is excellent. Gregory then turned to Vlad and exclaimed. He extended his hand and said enthusiastically, I hope we will cooperate very well together. The stars are full of hope. The scene shifts to Mosham, Lord Um's territory, with pouring rain, howling wind, thunder roaring, and the sky as dark as ink. Count Yu stands by his little son's bed, the boy lying motionless, sweat pouring down and breathing faint. Count Yu was deeply saddened. He wondered, will doing this truly save the boy? The green-haired woman smiled faintly and confidently replied, Of course, Lord High. Lord Yu painfully watched his tiny son moan softly as pain tore through him. His trembling arm trembled uncontrollably as the Earl stammered. Then I am counting on you. The tears are pouring down his face like rain. As long as my child is saved, I will pay any price. The green-haired woman floats up while comforting him. Don't be too heartbroken. Her eyes glow with a strange purple light and emit a mysterious aura because gods cannot see through everything. The green-haired woman is casting a spell, standing at the center of the formation and surrounded by a stream of purple energy. The green-haired woman smugly thought they could never imagine someone like me exists. The rain kept pouring heavily as a few people stood below, watching the scene. Gregory looked at each raindrop falling and said to Vlan, It's terrible weather. Vlan looked at him and replied, Yeah, it's a pity I almost made it. Gregory replied, Life is unpredictable. Plans can't match the heavens, then took out a small bottle of alcohol. Because he remained silent, observing each of his actions. Holding the bottle in his hand, he looked at him and offered a smile. It's pretty cold out. Maybe having a drink isn't such a bad idea, huh? Want to take a sip? He didn't answer, turned around and walked away, leaving a message. Let me go gather some branches. Kogori also had to look at him helplessly. Everything's wet already, so it's not easy to set on fire. Vlad didn't hesitate to reply. Still worth a try, right? He watched his back as he left, speaking while taking a sip of wine. He looks just like him. He really is Jaeger's bodyguard. The sky remains overcast, and the rain continues to pour in the cold forest as young Vlad in a black cloak walks through, gathering branches. These pieces of wood are useless. If it keeps raining like this, it'll be deadly. He turned around face to face and said, Ah, thank you, Lord Ket. Then he extended his hand. I'll take the hit. He took the pile of wood from Ket's hand, but the young boy just stared at him silently, making him a bit curious. Ket raised his hand to scratch his chin, as if pondering something. Thinking for a moment, he spoke up. Unable to find an opportunity to talk during the journey, Vlad looked at him with a hint of curiosity. The bird bows its head with its hand on its chest to show respect. Thank you, for last time. Hearing that, I was a bit embarrassed and quickly explained, I was just doing my job, no offense taken. So, how are you doing now? Ket heard and patted his head, replying, Everything's fine thanks to you. I thought I might have to cut off a finger back then. Suddenly, Gori from afar said, Seeing you two makes me feel like I chose the right people. He smiled while holding a bottle of wine. Many people refused this job just because they were knights. Vlad and Ket understood each other, and both thought about Gori's image in a chibi style. From now on, I will operate under this identity, no longer as a knight, but as a mercenary. Starting now, I am within the domain of Lord Utman. Luckily, the Black Bear cooperated, and we have a lead on them, but we have no evidence at all. The man's face grew more serious as he continued, We are now in the north, but this area is outside the territory of BS. Joseph can only help us here. Our mission is to avoid detection and investigate the village. Vlad and the fish are listening carefully. Did Gori clarify everything? Both replied in unison, Yes, master. He and Ket walk ahead, so let's go home now and rest up for tomorrow. He still stands silently, observing something. He gazes intently in one direction, silently hoping he won't have to hear that mournful winter cry again. The rain stopped and the carriage continued its journey, Gogori looking worried. Wow, I have a feeling we're about to be ambushed. G looks very exhausted and gloomy. Suddenly I had a bad feeling. There was no one around, and V behind me sensed something and was also very uneasy, constantly looking back. Nevertheless, he still reassured everyone, probably because it was still early morning. CAY suddenly pointed in one direction and said, "Report to G Gori. I see an inn ahead. A gloomy, foggy house appearing suddenly in front of us." He exclaims, "Oh, indeed, that's good news. Let's go. There's a man living inside that house." Seeing the carriage arrive, he was very surprised. My goodness, are there guests at this hour? Gori politely steps forward to greet them, as we couldn't make it to the village yesterday because of the heavy rain. "Could you give each of us a bowl of soup?" The innkeeper asked if you are mercenaries. "Things have been pretty chaotic here lately, so we can't let just anyone in." Behind the table, a small, pretty girl is quietly watching the strange boys. Her cute face with big, round, curious eyes looking at the person in front of her, while the adults are still lively chatting. Gogori is explaining to the landlord that we just want to stay for a few days because of the weather. "Are you really kicking us out? We're going to stay here forever." Noticing the girl, he gently smiled and waved, thinking she looked just like when she was little. When a handsome guy greeted him, the girl blushed shyly, then suddenly a voice calling out Vlan's name startled him. While everyone was still talking, he turned his back and walked away. The little girl also looked after him. He stepped into a hidden spot and whispered, "What's wrong? You don't seem like yourself today." The man's voice echoes, "I think this is the place." Glad suddenly opened his eyes wide. The other person continued, "I will lend you the world of the soul. Look at that girl." Then he closed one eye and a beam of light emitted from that eye, revealing a blurry image on the girl's cross-shaped TV screen with a stream of purple smoke. The image left him stunned. The purple smoke with a hint of black clings to the girl as the man curses. V secretly thought that children are usually very innocent, yet they are always the first to be sacrificed. I'm used to seeing this. He recalls himself as a child, when adults kept taking things from the little ones, and his past floods back. I watched my friends being brutally beaten by adults and couldn't do anything. All that awaited the helpless kids was death. They will freeze to death, die from the cold, or perish exhausted while crying and searching for their parents. The ones who abandoned them. In that hell, I decided that when I grow up, I won't be like them. I will never live like that. I remember hitting those violent men hard with a stick while my friends watched in shock and the adults looked terrified. Those were the vows I made. A child with a determined gaze and a sharp face has grown up since then, and once he makes a vow, he must keep it. For knights are those who know how to honor their promises. Now here, the determined gaze and sharp face have grown up, having gone through many hardships in the process of maturity, but still retain a hint of the old self. He stands before a grand temple, thinking of children who need protection. The man's voice in him echoes, seeming to be here, the energy from the necklace stopping right here. Vlad says, "Let's go in." The other person replied, "All right, the dark temple. Only Dewey's light from the main door where his silhouette is entering." Standing inside the temple, he whispered, "Do you see anything suspicious?" "Not yet. Yeah, it looks way too normal." But he kept looking around suspiciously and said, "What is this? I feel like something is strange." The other signals that someone is coming. A mysterious black figure slowly approaching him. Vlad is quite surprised. I can't look like I'm here to investigate. I have to act as naturally as possible. Thinking, he sat down with his chin in his hand, and the stranger asked, "You must be new here?" Vlad glanced and replied, "Just arrived this morning." A pastor with a kind face waves his hand and says, "Oh, I've heard of you, so you're a mercenary soldier." Vlad bowed his head and said, "Sorry for the intrusion." As he spoke, he suddenly looked at something. A red book with strange symbols on it. V is stunned, and this is why I felt something was off. I haven't seen a proper cross in this village since I arrived. The priest's gentle face said, "You don't need to apologize, it's okay. The God's embrace is always open to everyone." Lun has always been like that. The man said to Vlan, "I don't see anything unusual about him, at least not right now." Hearing that, he listened quietly and observed. The pastor continued speaking. "I'm afraid I've hindered your prayer." V replied, "It's okay. I feel more comfortable now that I've been allowed to pray here." Then he placed his hand on his chest, showing reverence. "I will leave right after I finish praying." The pastor cheerfully said, "This is a place where people seek peace. You can do what you want." Vlan's face darkened as he reflected on what he had experienced. "The girl with the necklace led me here. There's definitely something strange happening in this town. He always smiles, but I can't let my guard down around him. I need to stay calm and think." Then he lowered his voice and said, "Thank you, Pastor." Then he also left, saying I should go pray now. Please don't let the disease spread in this area. Shocked to hear that, he asked, "An epidemic?" The pastor adjusted his glasses with a smile still on his face, but now it carried a hint of danger and mystery. He continued, "Protecting our children, the children of the gods. A disease outbreak? Where did you hear the rumor?" Vlad also replied honestly, "I heard it from the pastor when I was praying at the temple." The villagers listened and thought for a moment before saying, "Well, if the pastor says so," Vlad quickly explained, worried that others might misunderstand him. "According to our plan, we need to stay in this town for a few days, and hearing about the disease here makes me worried." "Well, you don't have to worry because it's just a mild plague that only harms children," Vlad skeptically asked again. "Just children? But how?" The other person replied, "I have no idea. I heard it's a disease spreading across most of Lord Uman's territory. Maybe the gods are furious beyond belief, but that's the situation." Having heard enough, he turned away without forgetting to say, "All right, thank you." As he walked down the street, he kept thinking. Women disappeared in Swara, and here only children were dying from the disease. It seems like they are connected. It's definitely not an ordinary disease, but I still have no clues at all. He asked himself in his mind, should I go back to Sarah and borrow some holy relics to bring here? The other person said, the relics they lend you won't be effective. I think it's a curse cast by some dark mages. Only a highly trained bishop could detect this. Vlad asked again, how did you know about these important matters? That voice replied, I'm not sure, it's just a guess. He looked serious, genuinely confused. I'm pretty sure I was right, but I still have no clues. It's the church for us. The children's voices grew louder as, from afar, I saw 3 small kids talking to a person dressed in a full-body blue cloak. One of the girls said, the pastor also gave it to my friend. The person was holding a strange cross in their hand. They stared at the cross in deep thought before returning it to the girl. He turned away. The kids happily said goodbye. Vlad stands from afar, observing. This person looks suspicious. If I'm lucky, I might find a clue here. The other person's voice also warned him to be careful with the boy's actions. That person emits a strange aura and won't be easy to deal with. V reassures, it's okay, he says with a proud look. I used to be a thief and a robber, but the job I did the longest was pickpocketing. That voice sounded helpless when he heard that. I don't think that's something to be proud of. Why do I feel like I've been lured out of town? The other person's voice teasing. Today, you pickpocketed. It seems like he's noticed you already. V looks really serious. He whispers to the other person that they shouldn't tail him anymore, because he now remembers what he looks like. I should go back and report to Lord GG. The other person seems to know something. Wow. The stranger has stopped and is standing still, but Vlad has no idea. The other person continued speaking. It seems he's not going to let you go. Vlad was confused, unsure what the stranger was doing, when suddenly the other person's voice shouted a warning. He's coming now. Vlad turned around just in time to see the stranger approaching him, still holding a sharp sword in his hand. He reacted quickly, hurriedly drawing his sword. The 2 swords clashed. V barely managed to stay on his feet, about to fall, still not understanding what was happening, whispering, What is this? The other person's voice kept encouraging him. Don't stop moving. Dodge the attack. On the left, he quickly turns his back and jumps away successfully to dodge the deadly strike, sliding quite a distance. The 2 face each other with tense atmosphere. Having barely escaped death, he looks at the opponent, and with just a few sword strokes, he can tell that he's a dangerous opponent. His eyes narrowed, revealing a truly majestic knight before him. The person glanced at him, sword in hand, with sharp, piercing eyes, silent. V stands up, ready to fight. He looks at the other person, contemplating that whether he is a discredited knight or the current one, he cannot accurately assess his opponent's strength. If that's the case, he thought, then he closed his right eye as his blue eye on the left shone brightly. The other person remained silent and still, then suddenly charged forward, like the wind. The secret of a deadly strike can lead the opponent to death. Vlad's eyes shine brightly, with a blue glow radiating all over him. As soon as the other person lunged forward, the strike was just centimeters away from him, due to surprise. V quickly tilted to the left, successfully landing a deadly blow. I only have one chance. Just a moment. Thinking it through, he grasped his sword, a blue light enveloping it as he aimed straight at the knight. The sword clashes with the person's cloak, tearing it apart, and the beautiful blue blade streaks straight towards their head. Vlad was stunned. Aura? Vlad's voice shouted, Stop. At this moment, the blue and yellow swords have clashed. He thinks it's too late now. The opponent also stared in shock, eyes wide open as the 2 powers clashed, creating a blinding light that enveloped both of them. An explosion erupted, sending them flying apart. Viet also firmly grasped his sword, feeling annoyed and sweating profusely. The stranger is approaching him with a blinding golden light shining behind them. They have long hair and glowing yellow eyes. We've faced someone like that before. Hearing this, he was extremely surprised, as if recalling something, and the image of the opponent became clearer. A girl with long white hair and shining yellow eyes appears, her noble face revealing herself. That is the Holy Knight. I stammered softly. So the Holy Knight means I should clear up the misunderstanding with that person? The voice replied, well, I think it's too late to talk now. The faster the sword, the fewer the words. They must have made their decision. Hearing that, he also stood up, his sharp eyes fixed on the opponent. West firmly held his sword, defeating the boy before speaking. The girl also holds a sword, emotionless as she looks at him. Ready to fight, the voice calls out. Answer me. The intense battle begins, with both sides seemingly evenly matched as they charge at each other. Just entering, Red silently laments, this is heavy. This attack is completely different from Pablo's. Why did she suddenly unleash such a terrifying aura? That voice explains, that is what is called a blessing. The girl jumps high with a radiant light and a strange cross appearing behind her. The other person continued, she doesn't need to create her own world because the words of God are even greater than this world. The girl's face was emotionless. Her cold eyes made a decisive move, swinging her sword with blinding light, striking down his sword forcefully. Still struggling to withstand that fierce attack, he muttered bitterly, it's so unfair she gained this incredible power just by following God's will. But his eyes hardened as he silently thought about something. The sound of swords clashing echoed through the empty space. He managed to withstand that fierce attack. While defending and observing, even though this blessing is very burdensome, the Holy Knight still has a weakness. At this moment, that girl is preparing another attack. Another sword swings straight down at him, and Vlad spots her opening. Then he aims directly at that gap, raising his sword to strike. The soulless sword, full of power, left her stunned and unable to react as he straightforwardly pointed it directly at her. He happily thought, got you now. The sword was right in front of her face, lightning fast, but she dodged his attack. He was stunned by the quick reflexes of his opponent, and the voice reminded him to focus. Stay focused. Regain your balance quickly. A heavy foot stomped on the ground, and the girl flipped Vlad over, catching him off guard in a split second. Thud! He was thrown forcefully to the ground, Vlad in pain, eyes wide open, the fall so hard that a large hole was gouged into the earth. He struggled to turn over and lie face down, with a sharp iron sword pressed right against his neck. The girl behind him appeared like a knight, a brave and powerful hero under the evening sun. Ben was still stunned. What was that just now? How is that possible? The man's voice said. Gapthout is the armor on that girl, a technique using the knight's special armor to control the tip of the sword. You turned around to look at the person in front of you, combining blessing and magic armor? That's just a scam. And she didn't even sweat. She deliberately showed her weakness to lure me into attacking. Her noble and mysterious face remained expressionless. Realizing something, she closed her eyes and sighed. I've been played. The girl with a fierce look in her eyes and a sharp voice asked who you were. Vra raised his hands in surrender and hurriedly explained, I come from Sarah and have something to investigate here. The girl suspiciously asked, the person from Sarah returned to the inn. The thick fog and the beautiful orange sunset. Only then did she place her hand on her chest and bow her head to introduce herself. I am Eustia from the Northern Archdiocese of San Lugino. It must be divine will that I met the Knights of Sarah here. Gregory also bows his head and greets. Let's sit down and talk, Miss Eustia. He pointed to the nearby table and she responded accordingly. Eustia began to say, I am investigating the strange things happening here. At first I thought it was some kind of plague, but it seems to be a curse, she said seriously. She continued, I found traces of an ancient relic. Gregory was quite stunned hearing this. Isn't there a church here? Evil spirits certainly can't cause chaos without reason. She seriously expressed her opinion. I think the church is the source of this curse. And Ket, standing behind, also broke out in a cold sweat, the voice sighing, she's really sharp. Gregory hesitated and said, so he thinks the situation is more serious than I thought. A holy knight following the Lord also believes the church is to blame. But this is not BS's territory. He clenched his fists in helplessness. This is beyond my ability. Eustia simply watched each of his gestures in silence. Then she spoke to interrupt his train of thought and asked him to pass on my thanks to Sarah's new market. He looked at her with confusion. Eustia continued, he truly is a far-sighted person who can grasp clues we cannot see. Hearing that, he tried to understand her meaning. Is she asking us to stay away from this or just showing concern? Matters related to dark magic are for the church to handle. I have no reason to dig any deeper. After thinking, he replied, All right, I understand. Vlad stood silently behind Gregory, contemplating that the boundary had been drawn. He frowned, contemplating more deeply the weight of power and responsibility as night fell, with the inn's lights shining through the darkness. Vlad sat by the window, resting his chin on his hand as he watched the scene outside, still preoccupied with a few lingering thoughts. It seems we won't be able to find Anna after all. The little girl walks over to him and whispers, Are you leaving soon? Ven still looked out the window with a gloomy face and replied, Yeah, it seems like we're about to leave. The little girl looked sad. Why are you in such a hurry? He simply replied indifferently, Because it's done now. The little girl said, There's no such thing as finishing a job in this world. He was surprised as he looked at the little old lady. As he gazed at her round face and sparkling eyes like stars, he realized this little girl hit the nail on the head. Then he sat with his arms crossed and asked, Do you have no friends? Why do I always see you here? The innocent girl replied, Dad told me not to go outside. He looked out the window again, the landlord's reflection visible on the glass. I guess so. Nothing around here is normal. The girl looked up at him, her eyes shining as she begged, Can you stay a little longer? The church said they are about to give a gift. He asked again. Really? The landlord, standing far away and wiping his glass, explained with a smile, They're planning to gather the kids to celebrate. In these difficult times, I am very grateful for that. He turned around and asked, When will it be organized? The landlord replied, I hear it will be in 3 or 4 days. They said the priest himself will come to call the children. The little girl still hopes. Can you stay until then? Vlad silently sipped his drink, thinking. Miss Eustia had already sent a messenger pigeon to request aid. The Knights of the Holy Temple will arrive here in 4 days. I wonder if they'll make it in time. And he replied, Probably yes. The little girl happily smiles brightly and eagerly asks again, Master that. Then the girl said while rummaging in her shirt pocket, Keep these. What are you curious about, that flower ring? Then the girl smiled brightly at him, holding out a tiny ring in her hand. He took the ring from her, looked at it, and sighed. There's no flower, so how can it be called a flower ring? V looks at the ring in her hand, guessing it's made from the climbing vines on the wall of the inn, in a town where even a tiny flower is hard to find. The innkeeper calls out Marion's name. Which floor is she on? It's bedtime now. The little girl turns to look at her father with regret. But before she can finish her sentence, her father urges her to hurry up. Marion sighed and said, Yes, sir. The girl looked at him insistently. Will you be here tomorrow too? Vlad looked and then teased him. Probably so. Marion, still smiling happily, looked at him. Then she waved her hand and loudly said, You have to stay here. Definitely. Vung waves back. Marion happily walks quickly upstairs, then suddenly slows down. Marion's person trembles, unsure of the reason. Still unaware of everything, she keeps looking out the window, her legs trembling. The girl fainted. The landlord hurried over to Marion's daughter. Vlad turned at the sound and was shocked to see the scene. The landlord was holding his daughter in his arms, repeatedly calling her name. No, Marion, Marion. The girl is now weak, her skin pale and her eyes vacant, trembling all over. Vlad reacts by rushing straight to her, still shouting. Damn it, the man's voice echoed inside him. I have lent you my world. Just looking might not be enough to solve it, but at least you should understand the situation. Then his eyes lit up, revealing the image of the small, helpless girl being enveloped and tormented by black smoke. The voice echoed again. Lei Yuan has come true. Someone hurriedly ran downstairs. The man looked hurried. What's going on? The landlord shook his daughter anxiously, while the girl's face was now pale, trembling hands and feet. No, Marion. Wake up, please. Gregory seemed to realize something, and Gia beside him also looked serious. Miss Eustia, this is the girl with a pale face, her eyes white and blood tears falling non-stop, while her vitality is being drained away. Seeing that, Eustia analyzed the expression, noticing the child's breath fading, clearly indicating a curse draining her vitality. Vlad looked at her with some discomfort, staring intently, thinking to himself, Damn it, that white smoke is heading towards the church. How can I explain what I'm seeing? To them, Eustia suddenly said with a serious face, It seems they have already sensed my presence. Hearing that, a look of surprise appeared on Vlad's face. She silently blamed herself as a memory flashed through her mind. I was too careless, thinking that controlling enough would do, but I didn't expect they could still sense that much divine power. So she pursed her lips and turned away. Gregory and Vlad kept watching her. Before she left for good, Justia didn't forget to ask for help. Her eyes are very determined. If I don't come back, please explain the situation to my colleagues who come afterward. Meanwhile, Gregory could only close his eyes and accept it, while V stared in disbelief, unable to understand why he just stood there, watching. The young man's eyes were now filled with hatred and rage, all because of the burdens of responsibility and authority. In the tense atmosphere, suddenly a loud shout comes from outside the door, and both of them look out. Another family is experiencing a similar situation to Marion. You look worried as you tell your crying wife. Hurriedly, "My love, our child is not okay." Another family is experiencing the same. The little boy suddenly foamed at the mouth, and the father urgently shouted to his son, "Breathe, just breathe." But then the boy fainted, causing the family to panic. "No, wake up, boy." Other families are experiencing the same situation, one after another. A scream of fear echoes throughout the village. No. Vlad clenched his teeth in anger, and then remembered what he had done, sorting out his thoughts. I didn't escape the dark alley just to survive. I wield my sword not only out of admiration for the knights. Then he thought of the children gradually drained of their vitality, and the scene of dirty kids from his memories. And he told himself that standing by and watching was no different from choosing to stay in that filthy dark alley. Vlad stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword, frowning with determination, silently urging himself to move forward. But suddenly Mr. Jagori stopped his hand, his face stern and voice serious. Vlad looked at him with suspicion. "I understand how you feel, kid, but listen up. Promising one." He glanced at you and continued. "The knight's sword must be as heavy as its sharpness." Listening to Vlad's next words, he widened his eyes and said, "You will definitely become a knight. So remember this from the bottom of your heart. Our sword demands justice and responsibility." Vlad frowned in frustration. If you can't protect what needs to be protected, then what's the point of justice and responsibility? Jaggery still calmly replied like a teacher. "Yes, you understand now. Now repeat what I said during the exam." Hearing that, you become even more confused. "Huh, what do you mean by repeating that?" Now this is the only justice we can rely on. The scene shifts to where the life force of the innocent children gathers inside the bell as a dark energy source, with Eustia standing silently below, gazing up at the terrifying sight. She gazed firmly, certain that no matter how much dark energy surrounded this place, it was still a land created by the gods, and nothing could oppose their will. Then she opened the door and stepped in, and the dark, vast room suddenly was illuminated. Justia's shadow is cast onto the floor like a giant, and what catches her eye is a letter written in blood. She can't help but be stunned, as there is a person surrounded by a barrier in front of her. Justia immediately recognized it as a symbol of blasphemy, making her cautious and draw her sword into a defensive stance. The man, seemingly aware of her arrival, did not turn his back and spoke. "You arrived sooner than I expected." He turned around slightly, and in the backlight, Justia only saw a dark silhouette. "But why are you going alone? Just you and me?" Then he turned back with a mocking smile, holding a thick book in his hand. How could he send prayers to the people here? Right? She frowned, showing her suspicion. The people here remain unmoved, Jaitia standing there like a solid statue. She glanced around but still found it strange. This place is filled with strange energy, but there was no one there. Suddenly, zombies appeared, surprising her. This is the life force of the children, now turned into dark energy flowing into his energy core. He raises his hand to enjoy the abundant power. "All right," then he spread his arms wide and shouted loudly, "Let's begin the ceremony." The zombies ran towards Justia, but she quickly managed to get outside and closed the door behind her. The door echoed with the sounds of the undead inside pounding and smashing. She tries to keep her distance from the door, but the zombies still attack through it. Justia is momentarily panicked. When we broke through the door, they charged like starving demons, and it was too dark for me to see anything. "Where is my child? Find my child for me." Justia shouted angrily, "How dare you do this? Aren't you afraid of the gods?" He took off his glasses and laughed, his voice teasing. "Gods really are terrifying, but what does that have to do with me?" The book falls to the ground as he continues to perform. Just then, his face contorts into a terrifying expression. "Because I no longer need to return to the arms of the Lord." At the same time, the zombies rush in. Jaitia slams her staff into the ground, kneeling on one knee, beginning to carry out her justice against the glorious commander of the heavenly soldiers, Rosino, who stands beside God. Just as the zombies are about to reach her, she, standing against the oppression of evil, pays a heavy price to save these unfortunate souls. She opened her eyes shining with a radiant glow, and said, "I will pay the price." Then phoenix wings appeared behind her, and the halo of the main character appeared. In the peaceful sky, suddenly a beam of light appeared, shining down on the castle, which began to crumble, and the zombies rushing toward her started to vanish. Yes, the aura spread further, causing the demons to suffer and the enemies to be surprised. It was him looking at Sualamu's exorcism magic, watching her cast her spell with her hair standing up and both hands gripping the cursed sword, knowing that this magic was visible light even without eyes and could illuminate the darkest places. Although his dark energy is gradually fading, he still calmly looks at his hand, praising Eustia for summoning that light without any preparation ritual. You're more impressive than I thought. As soon as he cast the curse spell, a dark energy appeared. Then he summoned a cursed sword and continued. No matter how bright that flame is, it has its limits. That magic will cause a strong backlash, right? It is a miracle that comes at the cost of the user's lifespan. He walks away, stepping on the open book. You must know best, right? About the end of that glorious beam of light? He pointed his sword at Gia, but only endless darkness surrounded him. The glow shone down, and the zombies were immediately purged. They collapse and lie sprawled on the floor. Eustia is reaching her limit now, but she still fights on, as one group of zombies falls and another rushes in, making her hesitate. Are there still so many left? Just how many people have sacrificed themselves? This guy steps closer to her and says as he looks down at Eustia's face, "It's time for darkness to fall." Hearing that, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Even though she struggled, she kept fighting. "O glorious commander of the celestial army, Saint Regino who sits beside the Lord," he sneers mockingly. But she refuses to give up, praying that your church will defeat all enemies. Then she cast her magic, a brighter light than before, revealing an image of a knight with a sword and feathers flying everywhere, frightening him. This, she was willing to sacrifice herself for the safety of the villagers, at least to take this guy down, even if it meant risking her life. Suddenly, a burning car sped toward her, causing her to stop halfway. The villain was also surprised, while Vlan shouted, "Die!" The speed of the car climbing higher and higher, Eustia quickly jumped to the side. Jiggery shouted loudly, dodging away. The car sped toward him, but he showed no fear, only a contemptuous smirk. With a single strike, the cargo truck's parts flew everywhere. While he was still limited in vision by the flames, Vlad charged in, wielding the sword from before, his face now cold as he said, "You crossing the line by hurting children is more than I can tolerate." The bastard, just as the sword was about to strike, he blocked it. The two are engaged in a fierce battle, his face filled with rage while the other remains expressionless. In his eyes now is only fury directed at him. At this moment his divine power awakens, catching him off guard and making him realize anew. Now I understand, and it makes him even happier to exclaim again, "I meet you here." V doesn't understand what he's saying, cursing and telling him to stop talking nonsense and go die. He swung his sword fiercely at him, but he stepped back and dodged. Gregory ran over to ask how things were going. "Miss Eustia, are you okay?" And she tried to stand up quickly, advising him, "Gregory, you shouldn't come here." He sighed and said, "There is no other way. The children are dying one by one." Looking at the corpses over there, he asked, "What's going on?" She quickly explained, "We need to go to the bell tower. The source of the curse is there." Hearing that, he also nodded in understanding. "I understand now." With time running out, Gregory quietly devises a plan. There's no time to wait for a solution, only to risk splitting the troops. Watching the others struggle to take down the zombies, he quietly devised a plan, knowing that the Lord couldn't use basic aura. Suddenly, he fell silent and looked toward Vlan. He quickly changed his plan and had to separate him first. He used such force that the ground couldn't withstand it and cracked apart. He shouted, "I am coming!" Like lightning, he quickly ran to Vlan, where the two were fighting. Gregory grabbed him and pushed him away. V was stunned by this, and the other guy, before he could react, was blown to pieces. Through the smoke, Gregory appears and shouts, "Young, ambitious man! There seems to be something on the bell tower. I don't know what it is. Just go up there and destroy it." The boy quickly agrees and runs toward the bell tower, but the villain smirks slyly. "Where are you going?" Then using dark magic to control the zombies. Seeing the obstacles in his way, he cursed, "Damn it!" Just as the zombies were about to reach him, he didn't back down but kept moving forward. Hacking from one zombie to another tires him out and he mutters complaints. Suddenly, an aura-infused arrow pierces the zombie's face, making it scream in pain. Not understanding what was happening, he turned around and saw Ket holding a bow and Eustia infusing aura into his arrow. Ket shouted, "I am supporting you." He kept running straight ahead, not disappointing them, and continued to run forward as commanded. Yes, Lord Ket is gathering a powerful aura, and many arrows are flying out simultaneously, targeting the zombies, but these zombies seem endless. They run towards Vlan, feeling anxious and determined to go faster, but these enemies keep blocking their path, leaving no choice but to stop for a few seconds. Vlad shouted, "Get out of the way!" Then, with just a few sword strikes, the zombies were defeated, spewing black liquid and crying. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly ran through the door, his face full of determination and a burning desire to save the children in the village. Everything in this world is precious, and he remembered the grass ring still on his finger. However, not everyone can protect themselves. The moment Marion happily gave you the clover ring comes to mind, but you knights have sworn to protect them. If you are in a difficult place when evil is rampant and it's time to act, do not hesitate. Desiring to protect the children in the village rekindles their fighting spirit. Light your own fire to become a torch that dispels the darkness. That is my second lesson. A horde of ferocious zombies rushes forward to tear everything apart, but they were immediately cut down by a single sword strike. One tried to attack from behind, but how could they easily defeat the knight who could fly under the family's command? He immediately turned back and turned it into dust. He fought alone against a swarm of zombies as numerous as ants. One after another, they rush to attack like moths drawn to a flame. One charges at him but is immediately shot with an arrow. It writhes in pain before vanishing. That arrow was the final blow. It seems that reaching this point, you've had to fight quite a lot. Your hands holding the bow are bloodied. Damn it, normally being this famous isn't better. There are still quite a few groups left. However, they are no longer attacking aggressively like before. Looking at them, he sighed. Today he has seen enough bad things. That thing, including his face, has been smiling like an idiot from start to finish. That damn priest. He may look much weaker now, but I am not someone who can be defeated by death. That provocation made him so angry that he didn't hesitate, raising his sword to end him. Let's see if you can keep talking after your head is cut off. That guy still endures. Geography said, all right, keep laughing until you die. A decisive strike cut down, and the priest's head fell to the ground. At that moment, the zombies behind also stopped moving. After observing, they no longer moved. Eustia guessed that the general had failed. Gregory's strategy has succeeded. Now he finally breathes a sigh of relief, almost losing everything. Taking out a bottle of wine from his pocket, tonight I must get completely drunk. Oh, and there's no wine at all during today's mass. Hearing that voice, all three of them froze. The head of that priest guy talking, if you don't mind, could you give me a bump? Geffy looked at the head in shock. What the hell is that? But behind him, his corpse moved to ambush. Gregory shouted a warning, and suddenly the corpse stopped, with its head severed, erupting into a terrifying blue flame. Eustia knew what kind of creature it was, the headless knight, and the blue flames burned more fiercely each moment. It let out a cruel laugh, spreading destruction and chaos throughout the room. Vlan is running upward, facing a giant clock bell, which is the source of the curse cast by a noble wizard, so try your best to break the spell immediately. He only follows the instructions and then enters the space. It seems those three have been defeated by the headless night creature, and realizing the seriousness, his subconscious warns him carefully. There is an earthquake beneath your feet. The ground is cracking apart and the walls are collapsing. Vlad doesn't understand what's happening. He observes the debris falling from above and immediately jumps up to avoid it. Just reached the top when large chunks of wall flew towards me. Luckily, I dodged them, cursing under my breath. Suddenly, I fell to a different spot. What is happening now? Looking up in shock in front of you is a ruined, abandoned church. The headless knight approaches VL and you sternly challenge him. Give it here. If you're capable, then go ahead and take it from me. Vlad says no more words. You rush forward. I told you to give it here, aiming to finish him with a single strike, but with just a flick of his hand, he completely dodged. He pulls out his cursed sword and wants to fight you. Don't test your luck. I don't know when I will stop showing mercy to someone who is your equal. Vlad is surprised. Why do I stand on equal footing with you? Being on equal footing with him here means someone within your subconscious. I don't mean you. Vlad was surprised. What? You were pushed back by him and he kept charging at you? Luckily, you dodged his sword strike. He is gradually getting faster at this speed. I can't fight back anymore. He also has some praise for you. Nice landing, you bastard. I knew you weren't one of us. As for what happened to the others, he remains unfazed. To me, their lives are worthless. I only want one thing. The subconscious tells you not to guess. Humans can't move like that. V was about to attack, but he was faster by a step. You're too slow, huh? He aimed to deliver a fatal blow, but at that moment, the other person called out to Vlan, and you understood, managing to block his strike just in time. He was also quite surprised how he could do that with his armor. He guessed it. I didn't expect you to be even protected by a spirit. Ignoring what he says, Van rushes forward to fight to the end. The battle seems quite evenly matched, but in terms of skill, the headless knight appears to have a slight advantage, handling and attacking with agility. It seems you've lost some strength. If this keeps up, I won't have a chance to win. I wish I could meditate like Master Luger. At that moment, his eyes lit up strangely. In a distant space, he was faced with someone. In the vast world of that child, there are still many things left incomplete. No matter which world the child is connected to, it is still a spiritual realm within a vast space. The other person spoke. I and you stand on opposite horizons. I will become a consciousness that merges with you. That is the person who has been in Vlan's subconscious all along. I will accept your request. At this moment, Vlan is more determined than ever, and his bright eyes surprise him a little. My world will merge with yours. At that moment, he shouted, you will have to leave the children alone and stop them from harming us. Then he charged forward at lightning speed, and the two clashed fiercely. The battle raged on in a ruined wasteland, but the knight seemed unharmed. I blame myself. Damn it, I didn't expect my damage to be only this much. His sword trembles in his hand, and he seems a bit regretful. He's too weak to bear the responsibility of this mission, and he can only attack 2 or 3 more times before that guy heals quickly again, and definitely won't let him go. I easily overlooked you because I considered you an ally, but he has evolved into a different form, no longer wearing armor, and now he is surrounded by a seemingly impenetrable suit of deadly armor. Seeing that scene, even Vlad was stunned. Huh? What is that? The headless knight is now more dangerous than ever. He charged forward so quickly, aiming to attack from behind. The subconscious instinct awakened in him made him dodge quickly, but he still couldn't react in time. Luckily, he didn't hit with the sword, but his strength pushed you back. The knight noticed something unusual. Could he dodge in an instant by focusing all his remaining magic? His potential is not to be underestimated. If he develops further in the future, he will, but what people see now seems a bit different from what I imagined. Yes, the person he sees now is Vlan, who appears to have fainted from exhaustion after that blow. He approaches, but it is essential to eliminate all potential future threats we cannot foresee, and raises his sword to end Vlan's life. Before doing that, he even pretended to warn you beforehand. Didn't I tell you to regret facing me? The sword kept lowering gradually, just about to pierce Vlan, when suddenly it stopped. He was stunned. A hand had clenched the blade to prevent it from moving further. That's Vlan. But it seems now your soul has truly merged with the one in your subconscious. What you've done has gone beyond the limit. Hasn't this kid said that once before? Don't touch that dirty hand of yours and the children. That was what he said to the headless knight. A flash of lightning suddenly struck at that moment, causing the other guy to scream in pain. I no longer know who I am, but I know what I must do in this village world. Even though the memories of this body have long disappeared, my soul still remains. What I must protect is already engraved deep in my soul. I live simply for this reason. It was like a message. A wish from Vlad to that person. Now you are much stronger, and the sword radiates an infinite energy. He told the other to fight like a true knight now. Before he could even regain his composure, he was gone. V moved so quickly and suddenly that he was already standing right behind the knight, and he turned his head too late to react. What? He was thrown far away, about to charge back and fight, but immediately Vlad Cho slammed him face down on the ground. His subconscious told him, do you really think you can defeat me with that pathetic strength? That one asked in pain, who are you, really? But the other refused to answer. I have no reason to talk to a disgusting, blood-sucking parasite like you. So, now it's time for you to atone. Another lightning bolt strikes down. He screams in agony, unable to understand why this is happening. I never thought I would be afraid when facing him. Now he looks truly terrified of Vlad. That guy will definitely kill me. A monster is charging at me with sharp teeth. He charged forward as if he wanted to swallow me whole. Vlad once again prepared to rush at the guy. The knight once again can't find you. That bastard has disappeared. He's panicking. Where did he go? Left or right? Without waiting for him to look, Vlad stands right behind him, mocking his weakness. With such a slow reaction, you still dare to boast about your strength. I see this time he's a bit smarter. Without waiting for the attack, he actively used all his strength to swing his sword, but that strike still barely touched Vlan. Once again he appeared and struck him down, leaving him broken and defeated. It seems that the person in your subconscious is extremely angry, not expecting a lowly person like you to dare mock my disciple like that. This is a body that has escaped death and has refused all pain. So what is this feeling? The vivid pain as if it's draining this soul away, what is it? Vlad's sharp sword slices through Dunlahan's body. Clang! He falls straight to the ground, dust billowing everywhere. Without giving him a chance to recover, he quickly rushes over. He was in so much pain he couldn't move. How could he still be so strong in this world? Before he could think further, the sword was already stabbing into his shoulder. Dunla shouted in pain, but you remained unmoved and pressed harder, coldly saying, "Hand it over." He looked at you in panic. "All the souls you've possessed, give them to me now." then suddenly raised his fist and struck directly at your face with explosive force. Lightning bolts crackled everywhere as he decisively forced open his chest cavity. He could only scream. Ah! Your face suddenly became stunned. Here is your soul, just grasp that darkness and focus your power to shatter it. Now, everything can return. Dunlahan shouted in helplessness as the lightning grew brighter and more powerful. The soul gradually emitted a purple hue, shattering into tiny fragments in an instant, and the light scattered into the sky, each beam heading to a different place. The souls he stole are gradually returning to their rightful owners. Right now, he keeps moaning, sure that I know, but I can't remember at this moment. The way to destroy you, bastards. He is not on my side. I thought he was also someone who escaped death and pain like me. I can't remember how to destroy you, but that doesn't mean there isn't another way. As he spoke, you pulled the sword from his shoulder, decisively stood up, and struck him down hard. One of his arms was severed, and Lahan cried out in pain and agony, and you calmly said, "I just need to cut off all your limbs. Then it's as if you are dead." He crawled forward, trying to escape the nightmare before him, as lightning flashed again. Crack. Two swords clash, and his lower legs are cut off. With a cold, determined look, you say, "One hand left." He raises his hand high, desperately searching for an escape, and screams, "Lamastu, Lamastu." You freeze in shock, surrounded by a dark cloud of smoke, clutching at a straw for salvation, and he quickly pleads, "I am here. Please save me." From within the dark smoke, long, twisted arms emerged. He carefully observed, realizing they were his own, reaching out for help, but were drowned by the very person he worshipped. Dunlahan was torn apart by worms right before your eyes. That power is reclaiming his immortality. He kept desperately shouting, "No, Lamastu, Lamastu." His whole body gradually sank into the chaos, leaving nothing but a pile of ashes. Lamastu, a blurry image of a woman suddenly appeared in my mind. I don't have any memories protecting that person, but I have a vague feeling about this. What is that existence? A strange feeling suddenly came over me. Oh dear, I think I've pushed this body too far. Vlad Lung's body now started to tremble violently, but clearly your development has already been remarkable. I am proud that he could endure until now when I borrowed his body. I will have to apologize when he wakes up. Vlad's body gradually lost control, slowly collapsing and lying motionless on the ground. The blazing light of dawn shone warmly on his exhausted body. At Utman Mosiam's domain, a cold and gloomy place on a luxurious throne, the mysterious woman's icy eyes and full red lips briefly appear. It is a radiant soul. The traces left by the battle are very brutal. He is using an ancient magic that has existed for a long time to destroy my subordinates, backed by a soul of a tyrant king supporting him. Things from the past are starting to move. I understand. The moment to act has arrived. When fleeting praise no longer appears, her eyes gleam with mystery and eeriness. A chaotic era I have been waiting for all this time. My immortal knights take any life you see before you. Those are the knights of Count Littleman, so their combat skills have been honed over a long period of time. Count Utman has paid a heavy price for this deal. Now lying on the hospital bed, the boy with hollow eyes and drooling mouth, although his only son has returned from death, darkness is now growing inside him, and he is moved to tears. She will get what she wants again, and we will stay in this land until the right moment. Her close aide respectfully receives the order, followed by hundreds of her deadly army soldiers. They all said in unison, "We will do as you command." Lamastu arrogantly sits on her throne in a small house, and Vofash asks again, "So I've been unconscious for 3 days?" "Yeah. Luckily the battle is over now. When I found you, you looked like a cheap piece of trash. Do you know what I had to go through to bring you back? Go kept dragging you along the ground until we got here, and he kept nodding his head, thinking about Doan Kibin. Are they okay? Among them, the captain's condition is the worst. Don't worry about others anymore, just rest. I'll go report that you've woken up, and if you need anything, just call me." "All right, thank you." As soon as Go Roy left, he quietly sat in the room, still letting out a sigh of relief. Luckily, everyone is still alive. Yes, that's the most important thing. Tang Kiem also responded to him accordingly. It seems that the barrier created by Justia is strong enough to hold until the end, protecting each person individually. She also struggled greatly to unleash her power. She is strong, yes. It feels strange to talk to you without holding a sword, and the exhaustion still shows clearly on your face. Because our minds have been connected again, even if only for a moment, they have been shared. Can you now talk to me through your mind like this? I can now think to myself without speaking out loud. I don't have to whisper anymore, whether others are watching or not. No need to pretend to pray anymore. Suddenly, your eyes look desolate. Looking back, I've never told you this. Even though it's a secret only the two of us know, you are the one who saved everyone. Not only me and the brave knights, but also the children in the village. A peaceful scene unfolds right before our eyes. Deep down, he feels grateful. Thank you. For a moment, everything became awkward again. Neither of them knew what to say to each other. I see. You've done your best, and you should be proud. Thunkeem gently encourages V, who slowly begins to smile softly. The warm atmosphere fills the room, perhaps partly because of the fading sunset. Stop, don't come any closer. A tall man stands blocking your way. I am from Sara. Miss Justia will recognize who I am. The man carefully assessed, but Yu looked him straight in the eyes without a hint of fear. Just wait there. He turned away without forgetting to give you an order. V rolled his eyes and looked around. Although they arrived late, the Holy Knights have finally arrived and the villagers can rest assured now. He has returned to deliver the news. You can go in and thank him. V quietly steps inside. You are completely stunned by the scene before you, countless fallen soldiers lying neatly along the path. A hint of sadness inevitably appeared on my face. At that moment, it wasn't too cold, so I didn't pay attention. But unexpectedly, there are so many victims. A bright red book suddenly appeared before your eyes. Justia stepped forward and spoke. Vlan, what are you doing here? Miss Justia, may I search this area? He then added, Gregory has confirmed the missing women. There is someone I need to find. She looked at you thoughtfully before speaking. The remnants of the curse may still be there. Come receive my blessing once you're done. V salutes. I understand. Thank you. He carefully sat down to examine each corpse, glancing to see a long brown hair, then gently lifted the cloth. In that moment I quickly moved aside, hoping I wouldn't have to see her here. Old memories suddenly resurfaced. Her eye was bruised. She should rest for a few days. It's not like I broke a bone or anything. Even with one swollen eye, Anna still smiled brightly at you and held the hot-boiled egg in her hand, replying, Thank you. I'm just doing what needs to be done. You can keep it and roll it over the bruised area. Are you giving me a bribe? She smiled brightly without teasing. Hopefully next time she'll get your help again. That girl is now lying motionless on the cold floor. This world is truly disgusting, isn't it? His back suddenly looked so lonely as V slowly reached out to wipe away the dirt remaining on her beautiful face. Next time, don't do something so dangerous again. Just be born into a good family and grow up surrounded by love. You carefully fix her appearance. Sorry I couldn't be there with you. The evening sunlight shines warmly on the girl's cold body, and on her ring finger now rests a cute, daisy-shaped ring. At Justia's camp tent, she reached for the still warm teacup and slowly spoke, when he suddenly was pulled into a black hole. I wish I could be more specific. She gently hands the teacup to him. V responded immediately. That's all I know. I've been fighting too much. Just defending against his attack is already troublesome enough. Jatia falls into deep thought, the sound of a sword ringing in his mind. That's a good lie. Mixing truth and falsehood makes the story sound convincing. Anyway, I used to work with prostitutes and make a living by talking my way out of trouble. My words sound very convincing. The aftermath of the battle is just a pile of ruins because it shows signs of a weak resistance against overwhelming force. However, I can't know what the true ending was. She carefully thought. It seems he mentioned a name at the end. Did you suddenly remember the name? I can't recall it either. At that moment, my mind wasn't clear. You gently pat my head in frustration. Wait, eating the apple, did it help you remember anything? She quickly peeled the fruit. I think it sounds like law. You pondered deeply, trying to recall your memories. Lamasu. Her hands suddenly started trembling as she looked up at him to confirm. Lamasu. Yes, that's right. It seems he called it that way. You immediately agree, gripping the shiny peeled apple in your hand, trying to speak. All right, thank you for your cooperation. Sensing something unusual, your eyes flicker with confusion. Justia quickly stands up. Sanosino won't forget what you did. Go back and rest now. She also hurriedly left, feeling relieved. Luckily, she didn't suspect anything about you. Vlad couldn't help but watch JT's figure. Aside from that, did he notice her expression? It was as if she had become a completely different person. Her eyes full of resentment, her lips pressed tightly, and her face exuding extreme anger. In a magnificent and grand castle, a steaming cup of tea was being poured. Joseph slowly brings the teacup toward the person opposite him. When did you return from Sarah? Lamoon the elder smiled kindly and replied, Actually, it's been a while. If I had known earlier, I would have gone out to welcome you. Right now, I am just the lowest of the low, so why should I bother someone like you? Young master, more importantly, the old man set down his teacup, stroked his wise beard, and asked, Where did that boy go? In the office, Yosep and Lamoon are sitting together discussing Vlan, while Yager stands behind Yosep. He is currently out on a mission. He's in Lord Utman's territory. We'll hear news from him soon. The elder was a bit surprised. Oh, so even though he's just a servant, he's already been sent on a mission? The look on his face doesn't seem very good. Actually, I met the clan leader before coming here. Joseph and Jaeger focus on listening to the old man. I only have 1 ducat coin left, so I will keep it brief. Joseph's mind flashes with the image of a shining ducat, as if he has realized something, his face becoming serious and resolute. A ducat understands. So he didn't come here just because of Lan. I remember standing in front of the servants at Sturma, my tone full of mockery when I mentioned them. The servants in Sturama are all fools. I can't believe someone carrying a bayon like them would raise such a bunch. I chuckled softly, wondering if the servants you are raising are like that. Jaeger calmly replied, he's completely different. He's the kind of person who does whatever he wants. This is the first time the old man saw him praise someone and couldn't help but laugh. If a picky guy like him praises wholeheartedly, then that person must be pretty good. Being judged as difficult to deal with, he felt a bit embarrassed and kept his mouth shut. Seeing that, he also chuckled softly and teased him a few words. There's no need to be so surprised. When you were young, you already showed me your entire shameful face. While scratching around all day, I started to become interested in Vlan. I hope I will find that boy interesting. In his mind, the unpleasant face of Svanen appeared. If that kid is just like some Svanen who always puts on airs because of his parents, I'll personally punch his servant out. He looked at the old man calmly and said, my servant is an orphan. The old man fell silent. He took the opportunity to stimulate the old man's interest. After learning about Lammun's intentions, I need to maximize his curiosity as much as possible. Inside, he was full of schemes, but outwardly spoke of Van's tragic background to arouse the old man's curiosity. He grew up behind an alley without parents and reached this point through his own strength. His eyes are full of calculation. Mentioning his background is all part of the plan. The old man smiles with interest, and seeing his expression, I know my plan has succeeded. I can evoke the difficult times from your past, when you also climbed here on your own. Your attitude is very humble, and there's no need to share that part with him, but I hope you can teach him a thing or two. Your considerate attitude pleased the old man, so he gave you some face. I usually don't like the younger generation today. The old man's eyes radiated authority, but since you asked, the old man stroked his beard, his eyes shining with a blue glow, and a dangerous smile appeared as he calmly said he would verify him himself. At this moment, somewhere nearby, a group of people was gathering. Eustia placed her hand on her left chest and bowed solemnly, saying, We San Reno will not forget everyone's brave actions. Gregory smiled brightly and said, I hope you will speak well of us. Our Lord is not the meticulous type. Eustia bowed her head once again. I can't lie in the report, but I will do my best to repay your kindness, Gregory. The man looks disappointed. Then it's better not to mention us at all. She glanced and saw Vlad busy with his own flag. She smiled and asked him, Do you have a flag? He confidently replied, It's been a long time since the Yin House found someone to support. He received a very good treatment. She thought to herself, the mark of a fierce battle. A servant with the will to defeat Dulalahan. Just those two things alone are enough to prove he's different. She and he looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then we will take our leave. May Saint Rosino's blessing always be with you all. And so the two groups parted ways. Vlad's group rides away on horseback, and he turns back to wave goodbye to everyone. The villagers also happily wave back. Their smiles are like warm rays of sunshine, and he can't help but marvel the melting snow makes the village look much better. The man then explains to him that this place has always been filled with sunlight, and that everything happening in the village is because of him. You didn't ask anything else, and just smiled as if you had let go of something, feeling truly relieved. Unlike me, buried deep behind Sarah's dark alley, Anna wants to live in this sunlit village. The village is bathed in gentle light. You silently pray, hoping she will find warmth here. The flickering flames illuminate a small clearing in the dark forest where Vlan's group is taking a temporary rest. Everyone else is asleep, only I am awake. The firelight reflects on my contemplative face. I have failed completely, and if it weren't for the voice, I doubt I could have gotten through this. A figure in full armor surrounded by blue flames, like Georgiere and Anna, I almost got crushed by this vast world without even a chance to fight back. Gregory, unaware of what woke him up, sleepily looked at you. What are you thinking so deeply about? He lowered his eyes and softly said, It's just some trivial things. The man seemed to see through his thoughts without hesitation, exposing him, but the boy's expression was even more serious than his body. You were so stunned that you had to honestly reveal everything. There are so many wonderful people in this world. You bowed your head, your whole body bathed in the faint glow of a half-lit fire, looking incredibly insecure, wondering if I could still exist among those people. After sensing your lack of confidence, he gently consoles you. Well, everyone has thought that at least once in their life. He no longer lies down and decisively sits up. There are no certain answers, but I have found my own. What are you wondering about? The man's face is extremely determined. I need to keep burning brightly. The flames before them flickered with the wind. There's no way to stop them from swaying, but as long as the fire still burns, it can keep going. You stare at the flames, pondering his words. He concludes with his final words, standing up again and again, burning forever. You clench your fists, finally understanding everything. That's right, there's no shortcut to becoming stronger or catching up with someone instantly. I return to my original state with determination in my eyes to hold on and keep burning bright, focusing on the present. From within the flames, the silhouette of a mighty knight appears, as if making a vow. Because if Min wants to face a suddenly encroaching vast world, Hia will need to become a great fire. Unaware, a creature's figure is approaching the mountain behind him. The creature is shrouded in darkness, so its shape can't be seen clearly. Only its eyes, which look like tiny orbs, are visible. The main building. Joseph spoke in a serious tone. Well done. Vad's team has arrived and reported the entire situation to Joseph. After gathering all the information, he couldn't help but praise them. I want to commend you for your efforts in completing the mission, and your thorough handling of the core issue is also commendable. His face darkened, but the fact that the Yin House sword unilaterally drew itself from its sheath on another lord's territory was unforgivable. Everyone lowered their heads to admit their mistakes. Gregory explained, I sincerely apologize. As the person responsible for the investigation team, I will accept any punishment for this accident. A voice from behind them suddenly spoke. Lamont appeared out of nowhere, standing behind them. Times have changed. How could you act so recklessly on someone else's territory? Turning back, the old man continued. And even worse, you knew exactly what the consequences would be. Elder Nkiem Nki looked at them, and that action was even worse. He kept looking back and forth, still not knowing who was standing behind him. Who was he? The atmosphere around him was really unusual. Joseph also agreed with what the old man said. He is right, he has touched on a sensitive issue in this chaotic situation. Since the royal family cannot fully control the empire, all the unresolved problems are gradually spiraling out of control. Vlad and the two others stood silently, focusing only on what he was saying. The battles between territories were increasingly breaking out across different regions. His expression grew cold, offering no guarantee that the North wouldn't share the same fate. Gregory kept apologizing continuously. He continued. Since the time we encountered this curse from the past, Duke Iron has also been paying attention to what is happening in that village. Does he really do that? He continued. I understand your good intentions, but the fire you caused is too great. He frowned again. Lamun, standing behind, said, You should have left earlier. I heard the San Rosino Holy Knights were there too. You should have let them handle the problem. Anger welled up inside him. What does he know to talk like that? He wasn't even there. He sneered, These kids only know how to act without thinking of the consequences. The boy no longer listened to a word the old man said. I clenched my teeth, knowing that if we didn't act, everyone was watching us, waiting to see how I would explain myself. My eyes burned like those of a fierce beast, and I shouted in anger, If we didn't act, the children would have been killed. Seeing that expression of yours, he was very excited inside. Look at that. Where did Sir Joseph find someone like you? Mr. Gregory did what was best for the children. He emphasized more. Sanosino saw what we did and said our actions deserve praise rather than blame. Stop there, Joseph Bey interrupted, saying, Don't test my patience any further. V was startled and glanced sideways, the others also stunned by his words. Joseph Bey frowned and looked directly at Vlan, who bowed his head in apology. Yes, sir, I am sorry. Gregory, I believe you will understand me, too. The second rule of the Swordsman is an extremely sensitive matter, isn't it? Gregory bowed his head. Yes, Sir Joseph. We have been careless on our side, Joseph Bey continued, with sensitive issues overlapping one after another. Before Baron Utman personally sent a complaint, we should act first and show him our sincere intentions. He turned his back and declared that Knight Gregory would be suspended indefinitely, causing Vlad's pupils to react to this sudden decision. Joseph Bako cares and continues. He will not receive any compensation nor enjoy the privileges granted by the Bey family. The Fish Knight will face the same punishment. Gregory agrees. Yes, young Master Joseph and Vlan. He glanced back. Seeing the boy's blue eyes, Joseph Bako pondered. I have treated you very well, fed you and clothed you. Seeing Vlad's determined and stubborn face, I thought, but it seems I haven't tamed you. Joseph Bey is troubled. I am truly sorry that you spoke without my permission and made me sad. He wondered if his anger came from this shame. No. He clenched his fists, feeling only disappointment. Joseph B. turned around and decided, You will also be suspended indefinitely. I secretly thought, because this is really troublesome, I should have been stricter with you. I continued, You are not allowed to meet me unless summoned. As you leave, complex thoughts flood your mind. I am experiencing mixed emotions. Remembering the people in the room, Vlad felt sad and never thought he would see such unfamiliar looks again. Even though he was just an ordinary subordinate, you really made Lord Joseph sad. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Lamun looked up and smiled. So your name is Vlad? Vlad remained silent. Oh my, look at you. Lamun crossed his arms, mocking you for not even replying when an adult was speaking to you. The old man continued. I guess you've never been taught proper manners before? That made Vit clench his fists. I pursed my lips and thought I had been taught all of that already. From the lady, you looked at me like a kind mother. That's right. I placed his hand on his chest and bowed. I am Vlan, and I asked the old man in return, may I dare to ask your name? Lamun's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, as the old man thought he looked like he was asking for the opponent's name before a fight. The old man smirked, his fighting spirit awakening once again. It's been a long time since he felt such a powerful aura. All right, you want to know my name? Unfortunately, I don't have a name I can tell you right now. I am simply the one walking the most humble path. The old man pondered, I still haven't completed my mission. Some knights grow old, but they never tire. Because they cannot fall honorably on the battlefield, they travel across the 6 continents to the lowest places and reclaim their lost honor along the way. Like the founding kings of these lands, a swordsman also has duties to fulfill until the very last moment of his life. On the other side, Count Gaida finally built a bridge connecting to the north. More precisely, he took over the nearby area and carried out his plans there. To reach the north, he will definitely have to go through us. Dunka asked, will he come to us? Alicia Heno is worried. Dukan paused for a moment and then replied, we should prepare for that. Alicia Heno frowned and said, the central area has been sealed off, and before we realize it, the west will be sealed in a similar situation. She decided we need to write a letter to the Baron Bey. I believe they will help us because they have a reason and a duty to do so. The young lady is right. Dukan pointed at the map. Once they crossed here, their next destination would clearly be Lord Bey's residence. Alicia smiled softly. I'm glad I gave him my handkerchief. Dukan agreed, yes, we keep hearing rumors about him. Recently, he has grown up and become a handsome young man. She also nodded, seeming to have visited San Rosino this time and to have a closer relationship with the church. Nothing wrong with that. Dukan covered his mouth and said, oh my, you seem very proud of him. Alicia Ho covered her mouth and cleared her throat shyly. I've also done a lot for him. Dukan said, yes, I also agree that this is a very good move. Thanks to your monitoring of his movements, our spy network has grown stronger. He whispered again, if things keep this up, people will say that DMAN's famous specialty isn't paintings but spies. That made her blush with surprise. She turned around and said, because our spy network is now stronger, let's expand the surveillance area. If we detect any unusual activity early, it will give us a little more time. Because we don't have enough troops to handle surprises. I hope they just pass by us without doing anything. Dukan silently thought that the world was changing too quickly, so fast that even he couldn't predict what would happen next. But these changes weren't entirely bad. Like those flowers blooming as the young boy left, they could bring us hope and peace. That old man, if I could, I would have fought him right there. Over here, Vlad is standing with his arms crossed, talking. Really? The other person replied. The old blacksmith asked, but what did you do to this sword? I just fixed it not long ago. Why does it look like this now? An unarmed opponent, he is a formidable adversary. You reply. The old man wondered, what does that mean? Vlad hesitated. Oh, how should I explain this? You say that the more you immerse yourself in this world, the more you have to fight enemies you've never seen or heard of before. You think that's your destiny. The blacksmith said, isn't it time for you to replace this sword? What? Vlad asked. The old man explained, this sword is only slightly better than the dull swords of mercenaries. You're lucky it can still cut monsters. It's just made of iron and forged by an average blacksmith. Vlad confused. What are you saying? The old man frowned. If you keep using it, it will break apart immediately. The old man raised the sword and continued. The man with the large scar between his eyes made a request, saying, forge me a sword that can kill a demon, even a dragon. Lord Lowen was so stunned he was speechless. The old man paused his actions and asked the man again, what do you mean by cut? At the end of the memory, the blacksmith by the fire recounts the story. Last winter, a knight suddenly asked me to make that kind of sword. I wonder what he's talking about. Clearly, he knows your name. I remember him saying that Vlad Serra can cut through some types of demons, even dragons. Vlad listened and recalled, oh, I know who that old man is talking about. I met that knight during the goblin raid, but he was only determined to find out who made that sword. The old blacksmith holding the sword nodded in agreement. Yes, he asked me if this blade had any special abilities because he couldn't control his aura. Suddenly, the old man lowered his voice and said, even then, I only thought of myself, but you are still alive. He continued in a vague manner. The truth is that achieving such incredible feats also means being close to death. Vlad immediately asked, what do you mean? The old man glanced over, and Vlad focused on listening as the old man, holding the old sword in his hand, explained, You must have gone through extremely difficult challenges, which made you stronger. This sword still retains its shape after all that has happened. Vlad sits down holding the broken sword, with a warning echoing in the background. If the blade breaks, it won't be the only thing shattered. The blacksmith's reflection shows on the blade, bearing the marks of time. I just hope it doesn't hold you back anymore. Surely they don't want that either. The blacksmith turns to advise you. I'm not saying you have to replace it now, but think about it from now on. He was silent for a moment, then spoke up. Do you still accept orders? The old man closed his eyes and refused. This is my final work. Go find another blacksmith. Both of them fell silent at the same time. The old man remained silent, but deep inside he felt completely satisfied. No matter how grown up it is, seeing it like this makes me realize it's still the same as before. The old man felt sympathy as he saw Vlad looking extremely sad. It's natural for young people to feel sad when saying goodbye to what they cherish. For someone older like me, old things are just possessions outside of myself. The old man asked Vlad to break the silence. Besides that, are you planning to take it today? He hesitated and replied, Not in a hurry. But your eyes look sad. Oh, never mind. I'll use it later. The blacksmith still held and examined the sword. All right, I will sharpen it for you. The old man places the sword on the grinder, sparks flying and illuminating his aged face. The sparks flying out illuminate Vlan's face filled with sadness. Vlan holds the shiny sword in his hand. It looks very new, maybe even sharper than when he first held it. You again return with a mischievous smile. Thank you. I'll be bothering you for a long time. The old blacksmith scowled and pointed at you, occasionally reminding you to drop by and not to exploit an old man like him anymore. You sheathed your sword and promised that next time you would bring some good meat. The old man pretends to scold you, you damn kid. What good is just meat? You smile and wave goodbye. All right, I'll bring some good wine too. The old man nodded in reply. That's right, I'll be waiting. Remember to come back safely. The blacksmith stands at the door, waiting for you to move forward. The old man watched until the figure disappeared into the distance, then finally dared to cough in bouts. He knelt down, coughing into his hand, then sighed and told himself today, I have to close up. I did my best. He stood straight, looking into the distance where Vlad's figure was walking forward. The blacksmith couldn't help but admire his confident and steady stride. A magnificent fortress with warm lights appears before the old man, also where Vlad is heading. In stark contrast to the dark, muddy street now, it will surely be an easier escape from that harsh place. The blacksmith just opened the door and returned to the room, muttering, I hope so. The door closed and the street around returned to darkness, with only faint light seeping through the cracks and small windows. The dark night enveloped the empty street as Vlen walked in a somber mood, suddenly followed by a tailing figure keeping his distance, matching his every step. Suddenly he turned into a small alley and the stalker followed closely behind. He was observing, startled to see that Vlad in front had disappeared. The one tailing me is none other than Lam Moon. The old man sneered, thinking to himself that Vlan has a good instinct. A cloak appears from above. Lam Moon glances back as I suspected. It makes sense that he's wearing the leather armor from BS. Vred asked coldly, Why are you following me? The old man remained silent. What are you talking about? I'm just walking my own path. You insist I knew you had been following since I left the town hall. So what? Vlad stared at him intently, feeling like he's been trying to provoke me since the first time we met. He still calmly sneered. That's right. I like your sharpness. Just add a little more strength. Don't let anger control you. Learn to master it. Still standing there confidently, he has more potential than I thought. Suddenly, the old man was stunned and confused, so why did he and Vlad stare at each other face to face? Lammon recalls the past. It seems he deliberately disobeyed and only followed his own will. Old Guardian Ko Bian, you should have restrained your reckless actions from the beginning. Did I say something wrong back then? V said frankly, Please tell me if there's anything bothering you. Don't beat around the bush. The old man grew more and more delighted. It's been a long time since I saw this spirit again. The more I remember, the more I welcome it. A moment later, he drew his sword to provoke. He probably prefers sword fighting over talking. Vlad stared at him warily, a well-trained knight capable of flight. I don't know who he is or why he's acting like that, but anyway, he's someone familiar to Mr. Joseph. You suspect there might be something hidden behind this, but you drew your sword because he started it. The two stare at each other in tense silence. If they have their own reasons, they quickly draw their swords and charge at each other, swinging their blades to attack with Lamon skillfully blocking. Everything will end if I break it. Old lawman says so. So, you know a few fighting tricks, huh, V? Biting his teeth in anger, swings his sword forcefully, causing both of them to retreat. V keeps attacking forward, forcing Lamun to retreat into a defensive stance, sparks flying with each clash of their blades. Lamun's sword tip blocks your sword, turning the tide as you are suddenly halted. The old man strikes down powerfully, making it difficult for you to defend. You realize the strength of your opponent as he deflects all your attacks with the tip of his sword. It's not a coincidence. He can read my moves after just a few exchanges. I can tell from the way he fights. When Vlad's eyes become incredibly intimidating, it means he has been through countless duels. The old man sneered. That's it? V bows his head, staying calm. Surely not. Lamun was startled. A blue and green aura flickered in Vlad's eyes, and his sword emitted a similar energy. This is only the beginning. The old man widened his eyes in surprise. Nowadays, days are filled with chaos, and few people of that age can still wield such powerful aura. The old man laughed maniacally, making me feel like I was alive again. Vod rushes forward to attack Lon, who raises his sword to block the strike. The two swords clashed fiercely, sparks flying. You kept swinging your sword so fast that the eye couldn't follow, yet the old man effortlessly parried each strike. You pour all your spirit and strength into a strike aimed at the old man, but he easily dodges your sword, missing it into the empty air. The old man looked at you with a gleam of amusement in his eyes. I like your fighting spirit. It seems you couldn't hear what the old man was saying. All your focus is on fighting. You pull out your sword and counterattack. The old man also notices this and quickly jumps back to keep his distance. Now he ignores everything else and just wants to defeat him. His eyes shine brightly as he strikes again. Inside, I keep shouting to lift my spirits. I won't let him escape, even if my experience and skills can't match his. Neither of them was willing to give in during the fight. You know that if you can't win with those two things, you still have something else. I can use my overwhelming strength because I am younger. The two swords clash like their owners, an old man and a young one, equally matched. The old man was pushed back slightly by your strength, leaving two deep grooves in the ground beneath him. He smiled, unable to help, but marvel, time truly is cruel. He didn't even bother to show respect to the old man and said, "Let's see how long you can keep smiling." The old man closed his eyes and praised you. Your strategy is very good. Throughout the battle he was just playing with you. Now he is truly serious, his eyes shining like stars, no longer smiling, but you chose the wrong opponent to use it on. The two swords tremble non-stop, and you are pushed back a little in a situation not much different from his. The old man still looked at you calmly. Not bad. This is what we call physical enhancement. You suddenly realized something was unusual about him. This strength was not like what he had just shown. The old man raised his hand, a wave of power enveloping his hand, and said, "You're still early to be surprised. If you're familiar with it, you can still use it like this." He then grasped your sword with his bare hand, and a flash of astonishment appeared in your mind. That's crazy. He's holding the sword without a hand and wielding aura. I try to pull my sword out of his grip, but it's useless. My sword is locked tight. You hesitate not and let go of the sword, surprising the old man, who freezes in shock. You draw a straight sword from your side and strike at him. Even though he was still stunned and confused, his body's reflexes were quick enough to dodge the surprise attack from you. He chuckled and said, "You clever little brat, deciding to drop your sword. This is not something an experienced knight could come up with. That boldness can only come from someone with a monster's heart." He continued to stab towards the old man, who also let go of his sword. He opened his eyes wide and watched as the old man threw a punch with immense power. He was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. You absorb the entire punch, flying backward, and a deep groove appears on the ground. You spin in the air and land on your head. The old man also kneels down, a blue flame blazing on his left hand, panic in his eyes as he says, "Damn it!" I suddenly took this too seriously. The old man hurriedly calls out to him, "Are you okay?" When there was no response, sweat started pouring down his body. "Is it broken? The wind spirit is a bit weak." Before leaving, Joseph reminded me that the boy is someone they value very much, so don't hurt him. Thinking back now, it makes me feel a bit headache. The old man stroked his chin, pondering how to deal with him. He wondered to himself, what should I say to him now? You're not unconscious. On the contrary, you're very alert, with sharp eyes. Gregory once said that in any situation, as long as the fire is still burning, it's a good sign. He took the chance while the old man wasn't paying attention and charged at him, fully empowered. The old man didn't expect that even after taking one of his hits, he could still stand up. And this kid, he grabbed the old man's collar. The old man hadn't reacted yet, hadn't given up. He slammed his head hard into the old man's head, and both of them stood still, not moving, as his eyes gradually closed, like cheating. His whole body gradually lost balance, and his voice grew weaker until he fell into a coma. The old man rubbed his hands and sighed. Phew, almost got it all. The old man smiled brightly, as if he had found something extremely precious, saying, "But you are definitely talented." The boy is now unconscious and cannot hear what he's saying. You have passed the obstacle at the castle. Laman is now in Sara. He seems very interested in Vlan. Peter was looking at the documents indifferently. I already know. The old man chuckled softly. Luckily, Mr. Van's attitude hasn't changed. He must have closed his eyes. Lam Mun was a musician of the previous dynasty. Even I find it hard to deal with him. From the moment he sighed and left after seeing my subordinates, I truly had a bad feeling. I don't know whether I should say we regained our pride or just sigh because all I have is his interest. Hearing that, the old man could no longer laugh and could only sigh. The changing times have turned the image of a young Lamun commanding 10,000 troops into nothing but the past. Lamun is a living witness to the cruelty of time, having started as a soldier before becoming a knight. He wouldn't be interested in soldiers protected like nowadays. The old man's analysis is very much in line with Lamun's character. He agreed that some truths cannot be changed no matter how much time passes, and some things remain the same. He put down the documents on the table without looking at them, and at that time his feelings were not simply boredom or complaints, but a strange sense of sadness. Looking at the armor placed before him, he remembered Lamun's glorious days, the one who personally gifted the battle armor to San Rosino. The old man added that their recognition made him feel even more special. He had an idea in mind, thought for a while, then decided I should send a set to Sarah too. He smiled, glad he hadn't cut ties completely. The Yin flying house tradition still continues, all thanks to a soldier. Finally, VR wakes up, feeling dizzy and a bit of pain in his head. He holds his head and groans, unable to hold back a curse. Damn it, this old man, my head still hurts. Regaining his composure, he began analyzing and realized he had never seen that move before. He couldn't believe he used aura on his body instead of the sword. So he drew a conclusion. He is someone who can learn a lot. A true master hides his strength. Well, maybe everyone respects him that much because he's that powerful. Someone from outside has entered your room while you were focused, so you were a bit startled. You're awake? I thought you were still talking in your sleep. I have no hands to knock with. Why do you keep doing my laundry? Just leave it. I can do it myself. This is part of our service at the bar. I'm just doing my duty since you're a guest on the 4th floor, the most expensive spot. You mean guests? Hearing him speak so seriously, you struggle to say, I don't have much money to pay you. She places your clothes on the table and explains, for you, it's free, because you've already helped us by being here. The Rose Smile now is a tavern where many bastards can come without knowing about it. Are you sure this is enough for me to stay here? She still patiently explains to him. Marcel says just knowing his name is enough value. You have Mayor Sarah and the second young master of the Yin family backing you up, and you're also a versatile knight. Are you still shy about being appreciated like this? Don't go telling others about this. She held up a purple handkerchief. From what I see, you're a knight. The purple handkerchief embroidered with the name Alicia Hino, Lady Alicia's knight. His face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as he stammered an explanation. That's indeed what happened, she said sharply. I was very pleased to cut your hair and hold your sword. You really did something impressive. The boy trembled in fear. Thank you. She angrily walks away, slamming the poor door shut with force. I've always been grateful for that. Night falls over a vast grassland surrounded by towering mountains, with loud noises and thick dust in the distance. Talented beings can shine anywhere. The unicorn fairy is desperately running forward, dust and grass flying with each step, followed by a large group of horseback riders. They are chasing after No, and people always crave those unique beings. After stepping down from the leader position to another, it tries to run as fast as possible away from them. It still remembers what happened that day and is always searching for that boy. The nooses are thrown out. They threw ropes at it. It glanced back and realized their intentions. It is often hindered by those craving talented individuals, but it swiftly dodges the nooses before they tighten around its neck. The others clenched their teeth in anger and shouted, "Damn it!" They are still riding their horses, chasing after it loudly with the nooses swinging in the air as they shout. We can't let it escape. Follow it closely. The boy who rode it that day is not here. It remembers the days when it and Vong rode across the green plains. Returning to the present, it must face this challenge on its own. From above, a mysterious figure is watching the chase with a fierce gaze, shouting to his subordinates, "We must catch it." The scene shifts to the Rose Smile Tavern at night. Over a table of hot food, Vlad pokes at a sausage with his fork, while Sir Lamont mutters, "I already said I'm sorry." There are some things that even money can't buy, Old Man Lam munned. I have nothing to say. Keep talking, I really like this armor. Lamoon nervously looked at your battered armor and said, I know only potential attendants get this armor. The old man smiled. When I received my armor, I hugged it for days without letting go. In the face of the old man's blow, you knew what would happen and still shattered it. Success that left him stunned. The old man hesitated and brushed past it, saying he wanted the kid to go with him. You asked, but didn't look at him, still focused on your meal. Where to? Lamon continued. We need to show the young master just how useful you are. If you keep wandering around during the suspension, people will just see you as a troublemaker. Vod stroked his chin and frowned in thought. That does sound reasonable, doesn't it? The spirit agreed. That's right. Anyway, Joseph treats this old man with great respect. I asked the old man what I should do to prove I'm useful, and he just smiled and pointed at himself, saying, I want you to do something for me, and we'll report it later. He asked again, What is it? Lamoon didn't answer. Instead, he smiled slyly. Do you like horses? It's morning, and the caravan is traveling across the green plains. People say there is a black horse wandering around Sara, but one day it suddenly disappeared. It's like it was possessed. G, riding ahead, turned pale and said, I've also heard that rumor. That horse is called the spirit horse. V questions the spirit horse. G replied, That's right. I have a bad feeling about this. He envisions a faceless being who can control others. What if it's connected to the headless knight? I heard he can control women like a ghost. The soul explains that if the rumors about the spirit horse are true, then both of them are likely connected. You can't help but sigh. You asked if it's okay for Elder Lamont to just lie around like this, and he simply smiled and said it's fine. Right now, we have to follow the merchants, so there's nothing else to do. You should at least be cautious about your surroundings. The old man remains optimistic. Just rest easy. The horse will find us on its own. V is surprised. What? It will find us on its own? How do you know that? Lamont answers your questions. The horse called the spirit horse is not only fast, but also rumored to have unusual behavior. Vlad seemed to doubt something. The old man continued that it usually stands at a distance watching if it sees someone riding a horse or sitting in a carriage. Vlad's face shows a big question mark, and Lamont laughs. It knows exactly what it's doing. It's not an ordinary horse. V ponders with his chin in his hand. I'm starting to feel uneasy. If it really is a horse controlled by an evil person, the investigation team will have to go to Sarah to examine the traces it left behind. Lamont poured a cold splash. I don't know what you're thinking, but trying to guess won't get us anywhere. When the time comes, just let things happen as they will. The old man smiled smugly, thinking that from the very beginning, the horse was never important. I just want to observe you up close for a few days. If I like what I see, I might teach you a few things. The old man half opened an eye and asked Vlan, How long have you been able to use aura? The boy looked up at the sky, thinking. About 3 or 4 months, I suppose, the old man assessed. If it's only been 3 or 4 months, that's pretty fast. What exactly is fast? The old man replied, It's the process of using your aura since you learned to use it, but even so, not having your own color is quite interesting. The boy widened his eyes and asked again, My own color. Lamoon explains to you that aura is a reflection of the heart. Not having a color means your world has yet to be defined. V leaned in close and asked the old man what she should do to find her own color, startling him and revealing Van's sparkling, expectant eyes. Lam Mon sat up suddenly. Do you mean no one has taught you about aura? The old man looked annoyed. Don't get so close to me. Dan's son answers honestly, Yes, he does. I was taught that basic principles are very important. The old man stroked his beard happily. Oh, I see. I guess that Thishkam Giyam guy already has a way of teaching him. I shouldn't teach it too much. The old man said to him, Show the world who you are, don't hide it. V looked confused about what he meant. The old man explained, Create something that can help you bring the world inside out. The knights call it the key. The boy asked back, The key? The old man asked tiredly. Have you seen the knights use aura? Do they only use aura? His face was full of doubt. Do they use it differently? Old man urged. Think carefully. Do they have any special moves? I try my best, but it's useless. I'm not sure either. I just get stuck in emergency situations. Suddenly you realize something. Oh, you realize he's right. They all perform some kind of action. You remember that Pablo used his shield to block. Gregory advanced while swinging his sword, and Rudiger tapped his finger on his sword, and your train of thought stopped at the image of Godin with his sword across his chest. You furrowed your brow as you remembered him, and the old monk asked again, Looks like you've remembered something, haven't you? That is the key. It is both the tool and the ceremony to expand the world within your heart. I asked the old man, but I just need to use it. Whatever situation I'm in, I just follow my intuition. The old man chuckled. That's why I said you haven't found your own style yet. When the time comes, Jaeger will tell you, but thinking ahead isn't necessarily a bad idea. He was speaking when suddenly he fell silent, his eyes full of surprise and suspicion. He pressed your head down and shouted, "Lie down, lie down." An arrow shot straight into the grass on the carriage. Godai hurriedly turned back and shouted, "What was that? What just happened?" "What just flew past?" Lamoon and V look at the arrow lodged tightly into the wood. The old man said, "It seems everything is not going smoothly." The old man shouted, "Ambush!" Everyone stays alert. The knights in front turn around. "What? Ambush?" What did he say? But before he could finish speaking, another arrow struck his face. He rolled off his horse and sprawled on the ground, and at that moment, everyone panicked. What? Where did it come from? One pointed far away and said, Sir, there are bandits over there." A group of people riding horses on the mound, holding knives and staring fiercely this way. Lamon told G to make the horse run quickly, hold the reins tight, and don't let go. "What should I do?" "Yes, sir." V asked vaguely, "Are the bandits here?" Old Lamon said seriously, "They're not just an ordinary bandit gang, they're much more formidable." One of them raised a strange sword and spurred his horse forward. Immediately the group behind charged with swords drawn, fighting fiercely. What kind of monsters are they? The cavalry unit simultaneously fires hundreds of arrows at the enemy, with shield-bearing soldiers trying to defend, despite some arrows piercing through their wooden shields. They hold their shields and stand firm against the deadly rain of arrows, keep the formation, and hold steady. The cavalry continued to draw their bows and fire, running in circles and taking turns shooting. On the other side, Vlad, Laman, and GJ are watching. Laman breathes a sigh of relief. Sure enough, they targeted the mercenaries first. Luckily, we were at the back of the group, so we had some extra time. V wondered why the Mandi from the northern side of the border are here. Master Lamon was also surprised. This is the first time I've seen the Manji venture so deep into the kingdom's land. The old man stood up, drew his sword from its sheath, thinking he would be able to move freely. Lamon called G over to this blindfolded horse. The coachman took out the saddle and was suspicious of the old man's request. "This is a native horse," the old man insisted. "Running is worse. We need a horse to deal with them." The Manda cavalry are strong, holding weapons and living their entire lives on horseback. It is said that the Mandai are born on horseback, so whether young or old, male or female, they are all excellent cavalry. Vinge kong noi, nhung tru mot vaichien bin rathi, chung kong, tenao dichlai duok hiepsi, lamundan, don ho ki lai, kidoi, dao voi manji, faitriet, tio kanang, kodong kuachung. Suddenly, a firm voice rang out. Clearly heard, a riding on horseback standing tall above, surrounded by other knights shouting loudly, "We have no intention of killing you, just pay the toll and we will let you go." The mercenaries below are taken aback and slightly shaken. "Do you will spare us if we pay the toll?" An old man among the scrap piles stands up trembling and says, "Fine, I will pay the fee. Just tell me how much you want." The Mandi and Shuang man said, "All of you, leave empty-handed, except for your lives." The old man suddenly panicked. A's face no longer shows a desire for reconciliation, but turns cruel. Anyone still holding on to something will pay the toll to the underworld. The man just now looked helplessly at the mercenaries before him. With these cheap mercenaries, there's no chance at all. Who would have thought we'd encounter bandits in our territory, and worse, they're savages? He looked up. Surviving now is the best outcome. He still remains cautious of those people. But can we really trust them? The barbarian below, the leader, turns around to give the order. A nods in agreement, and he and his comrades all urge their horses forward. "Let's go." Vlad outside guesses they are starting to move, probably to loot. He tells Mon, who has now mounted his small pack horse. "I don't like them," and the old man agrees. "I tried to be friendly with them, but it didn't work." The Mandi group has approached the mercenaries, leaving only the leader on the distant hill. Lamon told Vlan, "You can't ride a horse, so you only have one chance." You chuckled softly as the Mani cavalry continued to move. Suddenly the horses reared in fear, overwhelmed by Vlad's immense aura, refusing to advance. The horses suddenly reared and spun around, almost throwing their riders off. What's wrong with this horse? The horse seems to be scared of something. Lamoon also senses that something is wrong. "Stop, something's not right." Feng notices his face change. "Damn it, that damn aura keeps haunting me." Lao Lamon from behind rides forward to dodge. You also climbed onto the wooden crate to get a running start, damn it, both of them charging forward at the same time. Lamon was tense but determined. Closing the distance to attack was not going as planned, and they hadn't dismounted yet when the horses panicked. But this is their only chance. The barbarian sees them and can't help but look down on them. Who are you to risk it? An old man and a little boy. The night riders raised their swords and charged on horseback. Lamon's eyes glowed with a blue light. "You bastards." The Mandai couldn't help but be startled by the oppressive aura. With only a broken horse and a sword, the old man brought bloodshed wherever he went, daring to come here and harm ordinary people. The others saw this and trembled in fear. Oh, this is Aura. Why is there a knight here? The remaining ones quickly retreated, turning around and stepping back to create distance. Suddenly, something startled him, and before he could turn to run, Vlad appeared from behind. Your cold gaze screams for death. Where do you think you're running, you damn dogs? The man from Man muttered, trembling. Before he could finish his first sentence, he was suddenly cut off at the neck. Vlad landed safely. Another guy saw his teammate's head fall, and Vlad realized he was there. He only turned his head back with overwhelming pressure that made him break out in a sweat. He quickly turned around to warn his companions. Things are not looking good. Lam Moon looked back at Vran still standing in place. The old man shouted a warning. Vlad, follow me. Half of their ambush has already failed. He turned back, unaware that a horse had ridden past him, and we need to reduce their numbers quickly to reorganize the formation. Vlad shouted a warning, and above, A urged his horse, swinging his axe quickly towards Lam Moon, who was distracted. Lam Moon swiftly turned around, their eyes met, and he slashed with his sword, quickly raising his blade to block. The old man remained calm and composed, but where did this guy come from? I was extremely angry, frowning and eager to defeat the opponent. He saw Lam Moon's arm blocking the sword, glowing with a blue light, and asked coldly, Are you a knight of the kingdom? Lam Mon assesses the opponent. Look, he dares to stare into my eyes without blinking. He's not an easy foe to shake off. The old man shouted to Vlad, Run, Vlad, quickly. Those mercenaries will run when they get the chance. You should go protect everyone. Hurry up. Hearing this, you quickly turn around and run as fast as you can. Yes, V jumps onto the higher ground. As soon as a man appeared, he rode a horse and charged forward, swinging his sword to strike at you. You react quickly to block the attack, but his strike pushes you backward. Vlad gritted his teeth, his face covered in dirt as the horse galloped past. The force was too strong, and the horse's speed increased, making the strike come with great power. Thankim saw you in shock and quickly reminded you to stay calm and take control of the advantageous area step by step. V clenched his teeth in anger and cursed, I wish I could ride a horse. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a blue light. The group of people all looked in the direction of the sound. Is someone there? Are they the support team of the Emperor? They look in that direction with anticipation, as if the sound isn't coming from many people. A black horse is rushing over quickly, seeming like a single horse. Vlad froze when he heard the sound from the horse. This neighing, the men who just saw the horse's appearance suddenly stammered in surprise. That is the horse. It escaped last time, and now it's coming back on its own. How is that possible? A black steed gallops at full speed, its eyes shining with a blue light, massive and muscular. The son of the prairie, the horse riders with swords advancing aggressively, the tribal leader shouting loudly, everyone gathering. That is the child of the prairie. Their hands spun a long rope, accelerating the horses toward the unicorn spirit. Leader A immediately swung the rope towards the fairy, but it successfully dodged the lasso. Its eyes shone with a blue light as it ran around the group on horseback. Damn it, it got away. A snapped angrily, Stop standing there. Chase after it. At this moment, No had created some distance from the others, while Vlad quickly moved to the edge of the cliff. He raised his sword high and called out, Keep shouting from over there. I'll stay here. As expected, the spirit unicorn recognized the familiar voice and paused to return to the sound's origin. It immediately sped up towards Vlan, who also ran to close the distance. The leader behind him also caught up right behind. He roared, You can't go anywhere. He swung his sword high, aiming at Vlan, who used one foot as a pivot to prepare for an incredible jump. A's sword missed the boy. And in that very moment, Vlad leapt down from the cliff. The boy's face was tense, and below on the grass, the sound of galloping hooves was frantic. The cliff wasn't very high, but a slight misstep by the person or the horse would be disastrous. Luckily, both of them calculated perfectly. Vlad successfully lands on No's back, standing above the cliff and witnessing the entire scene, while the leader can't believe his eyes. No way. The child of the prairie with holy blood letting someone not from the prairie ride on him? This made Vlad feel incredibly exhilarated. He laughed out loud. Yes, that's it. This is the feeling when it told me I don't need to hold back anymore. He raised his hand to catch the bright light from the sky. Now he also had a horse and could ride like everyone else. Now I can go anywhere I want. The short-haired man leading the group below immediately raised his sword and ordered to catch him, not to let that child of the plains fall into the hands of the imperial bastard. Despite the disparity in strength, Vlad and his horse remained undaunted, charging straight ahead to face him. The boy's eyes shone with a bright light, and the unicorn spirit's eyes also turned blue. That light astonished the Mandi greatly. It was the sole world power of the night. It shone through the Manji group, who could only be stunned and gasp. Kailan Van swung his sword through the air, blood scent lingering with each strike. The long-haired, bearded man was panic-stricken. Damn it, that bastard is also a knight. He's shouting, he's already killed so many people, don't fight him head-on, stay away and attack from a distance. V turned his horse around in a circle, causing panic among the crowd. In truth, he had circled behind me. The long-haired commander orders us to split and flank him from both sides. The unicorn spirit horn neighs loudly, causing the horses to immediately come to a halt. The barbarian was panicked. What's going on? Why are my horses acting like this? It refuses to change direction. The horse is frightened. Sweat pours down the face of the zinc-bearded man. What could scare them so much? He turned his head back, his eyes trembling, and met his gaze. The blinding light emanating from Vlad's eyes and his horse's eyes. They are chasing right behind the group. Now you are the one being hunted. Over there, Leader A is raising his sword, ready to strike down. But Lammon calmly blocked this strike. The two of them and their horses ran side by side, one attacking, the other defending. However, the old man's horse was exhausted and panting heavily, and he quickly realized this. Damn it, my horse can't take it. This is too much for a mere human to handle. While the old man was worried and trying to find a way to turn the tide, Guy A closed in, his eyes like he wanted to swallow him, raising his sword once again, ready to strike down. It's over. This time, the pack horse and the old man managed to dodge a strike, but perhaps they have reached their limit and its legs falter. Meanwhile, the other's war horse remains vigorous, dust flying everywhere as he brings his horse to a stop. On this side, the pack horse has fallen to the ground, trembling and tears streaming down its face. Despite the unfavorable situation, Lamoon is not afraid. Instead, his rage intensifies, and he grits his teeth to say, "Really? A knight's path is enough with just one person and one sword. Nothing can stop this old man. I didn't expect there to be someone else who could make me so furious." The man turned around, glaring angrily at the old man. The old man is really tough, but now he's about to be finished too. Behind them, dust is billowing up in the air. A trumpet suddenly sounded, catching the old man's attention immediately. Isn't that the trumpet of the barbarian group? As expected, behind them was chaos. The Manda people, some blowing horns and others wielding swords, were trying to speed up to escape the pursuit. The old man was surprised and stammered out Vlan's name, saying, "Yes, the one riding swiftly with a brave sword in hand is the little boy VN." And such a chaotic chase scene made the leader A feel furious. His eyes bulged with veins and he roared loudly, "Damn it." He grabbed the reins and urged the horse toward the boy, shouting angrily, "Why do you dare?" He kept riding his horse at full speed, leaving Laulamon standing there stunned. His face twitched in anger. He couldn't accept that Vlad was riding that horse. How could the prairie child even refuse me? A loud shout drew the boy's attention away from the horse quickly. Vlad turned around and realized it was the one who had cut him on the cliff earlier. What is he doing here? Could it be that the old man has... The boy gazed further into the distance where there was a figure. The old man is running quickly towards him. V breathes a sigh of relief. He's still alive. Seems to have run out of patience. He repeated, "I said get off the horse quickly. That's not a horse a guy like you can ride." Vred replied, "Don't mess around. Who do you think you are to order me around?" The leader roared in anger, emitting a reddish-brown glow from his body, causing Via to startle. That is, it is magic. Some maniacs can use magic to conceal their own worlds. The boy brandished his sword forward, ready to fight, while also assessing his opponent. He is at least of a level where he can control aura. The man roared, "I will kill you for daring to stain the holy horse. Vung, dap, trade, thach thus. Ngoi, ku, tu, shem." One side wielding a spear, the other a sword, they charged at each other on horseback, with flashes of red and blue light illuminating the surroundings. The two of them kept clashing swords while continuously urging their horses forward, with the two different powers of their blades constantly colliding. Suddenly, the man named Mandai's eyes flashed, and his other hand tightly gripped the reins, causing his horse to stop. V, unaware of his intentions, kept running ahead. He secretly cursed, "Damn it, he's behind me. I just turned around when the opponent swung his sword at me." Vlad couldn't react in time, but his horse did. At the critical moment, it turned around and saved his life. That slash from Manji then struck into the void. Vlad looked at his horse and sighed. "That was too dangerous, thank you. You saved me." The man is deeply puzzled, a horse born with the blood of a god. "I know it's extraordinary, but I didn't expect it to be this incredible. Their movements have become one." Over here, Vlad is also deep in thought. "So far, I've faced countless incredibly strong opponents, but with that manny I can fight him sword to sword, so the real issue will be riding skills. The spirit reminds you that you don't even have a saddle or bridle. Vo denies it. That's true, my calves are trembling so badly that I can't use my legs properly anymore. The soul continues. The longer this battle goes on, the more disadvantageous it will be for you. Ven remains very calm. But I have a way to change this situation. Remember the old man's words from before in your mind. Remember this, Welko, when you fight a manji, you must pin him down. V stored wide-eyed, yes, that's it. Well, it's time to resort to dirty tricks. Thinking of that, you took the initiative to spur your horse forward. You charged straight at the enemy without any fear. Seeing that, the other person's face darkened. Neither of them are allowed to cause trouble here anymore. I have to end this battle now. He roared wildly, unleashing his power and charging forward. But unexpectedly, Vla ran ahead of him, then suddenly turned around, kicking up dust and dirt toward the opponent. The spectators outside shouted in surprise. He's running away. Seeing the puzzled expression on the leaderman Jay Vladen's face, he urged his horse to keep going. He was so angry, he gritted his teeth. You despicable little traitor, that's all you can do. So you even dare to ride the divine steed? The aura of magic radiating from him envelops the entire warhorse. The sound of the wind chasing behind grows closer to Vlad. Vlad glances back, still being pursued, each horse's hoofbeat kicking up dirt and stones into the air. Vlad just smirked and said provocatively, I've heard you're born on horseback, but I've always lived in the mud beneath their hooves. Ga'a ngevai, kang tuk gian hon, doi mardu rochte meo, gan giong dap. Nguai dang noi givai, Vlad kong he nao nung, quai lai, dwai mat san bier dai, touch thuks vai chi. If I have done this much for you, then it's time for you to do something I want. Then he took off his cloak and threw it behind him. The strong wind blows your cloak towards the leader's face, obscuring Vlad in front of him. He quickly grabs the cloak and tosses it aside, confidently saying, Your petty tricks won't work on me. But even he didn't expect Vlad to risk jumping off the horse, sword in hand rushing toward him, his eyes wide with surprise. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The Mandi leader hadn't yet figured out what was happening when his neck was suddenly pressed down by your strong arm, pulling him off his horse. Seeing his plan had succeeded, Vlad had confidently continued fighting beneath the muddy ground. A still hasn't recovered, only managing to shout something, and both of them fall onto the rocky ground, with the impact startling his horse into running away. Using momentum and the ground tilting toward the abyss, Vlad tightly grips the neck of A and drags him down into the chasm. Both rush over the barren rocky terrain and fall together off the cliff. Bonnie started to panic, while V remained calm and handled everything. Their powerful collision caused the ground to sink and dust to fill the air. The loud noise drew the guards' attention. They turned toward the old monk, unable to hide their fear. Sir, Lord Laman was terrified to see his student risking himself like that. Stammering. The old man quickly ran to the edge of the abyss despite the danger of the deep chasm, feeling worried because no matter how strong a knight is, falling from here would be deadly. Laman looked straight down into the abyss, the emerald blue aura catching his attention before he let out a relieved sigh. This brat is so cowardly. I can't believe he learned this before I taught him. Below the abyss, only Vlen's emerald aura surrounds him as his sword supports his heavy body, stabbing straight into the ground. A, exhausted after the fierce clash, his body battered and injured, lies immobilized beneath him. Realizing he had no way out, he used his status to suppress Vlan, claiming to be an A of the Budat tribe in hopes of awakening him and giving himself a chance to survive. Vod knows, but he doesn't care. His eyes are now filled with murderous intent. You raise your sword and point it at A, then coldly reply, so what? At the Bey family estate, the nun begins to accuse Joseph Bey of Vlad's actions at the monastery. I understand you want to train that servant, but I think you should be careful. Facing the head of the monastery, Joseph calmly listened to her accusations, and then coldly replied, Be careful what you wish for. Her face hardened, and her expression turned grim. She started recounting the day Vlad Gemina left the monastery. She shouted at you, Please stop, what is happening here? How can you take a nun without going through any procedures? Her face was serious. Even if you belong to the Flying Clan, you can't do whatever you want. Are you so indifferent to her confrontation? You turn back and glance coldly at the head nun, your tone completely unyielding. Thanks to that flying name, she still has a tomorrow. This ends the memory. Her face darkens, her eyebrows furrow tightly, and her voice is harsh and unrestrained. Saying that is truly blasphemous, a lowborn who is impatient and cruel. Then she closed her eyes calmly again, her voice becoming gentler. I'm sure he will cause trouble in the near future. Hearing her words, Joseph still showed no reaction. She continued, I worry he might bring shame to you. He opened his tired eyes and calmly replied, Is that so? He started to reconsider everything, knowing that Vlad had committed an act of disrespect in the monastery. It had been a long time since that incident, and she could very well complain about him. But she only did that now, while I was warning him. Joseph Bey realized that things were not as simple as they seemed the moment Sanino granted recognition to a servant born in the alley like him. And the venerable priest Andrea approved, surely with some intention in mind. Joseph's serious gaze fixed on the nun facing him, and he began to consider the potential threat. Only one person could manipulate the head of the monastery, Bishop P. The image of the stern bishop in his red holy robes, holding a staff and appearing noble and prestigious yet cunning and scheming, appeared in his mind. He started to reconsider the forces controlling Sarah. Sarah is being controlled by two people, Joseph Bey, recognized by his bloodline, and the Bishop of Swara. Those who follow God's word care for the people. The image of the scale appears in Joseph's mind. The balance is between the Bey family and the church, but this equilibrium is gradually tipping in favor of the church. However, that fragile balance is being disturbed. The achievements of my vassals will ultimately give me more influence. Now I see their true intentions. It turns out I have been their target from the beginning. Piecing everything together, Joseph realized the problem. His deep-set eyes began to consider what might happen in the future. Joseph Bey reflects that although Vlad gave them a reason to do this, he still must maintain certain boundaries. They need to understand that he is not obligated to act just because his subordinates behave badly. Is there any other hidden intention? A voice calling out pulled him out of his thoughts. Sir Joseph, sorry to interrupt your meeting, that's Jaeger speaking. You keep the horse with you. The monk has returned. Joseph coldly replied, I guess I'm about to hear some bad news. G is urgently reporting that the Manny have appeared, Lord Joseph. The nun gasped in fear, while he remained calm as if nothing was happening. He calmly asked, Where are they? He continued, On the roads connecting Sarah and Vanner, they are attacking the civilians there. Joseph looked at him sternly. Do you really run away alone? Gore, upon hearing that, nervously confirmed that Lord Lamon had ordered him to call for reinforcements. Vlad captured the leader of the Manji gang and is standing guard there. He immediately asked what happened to the mercenaries protecting the merchant. He replied, They retreated as soon as they saw the opportunity. If it weren't for Lord Lamoon and Vlad, we would all be dead. Joseph pondered. So only the two of them are protecting the ambushed people. The nun was also very tense, and Guy confirmed firmly. Yes, he just smiled softly. He immediately ordered Jer to personally lead the cavalry. GJ, I need you to lead the way. Act quickly. Both of them bow their heads and obey solemnly. Yago nods seriously. Yes, sir. Joseph G shouted loudly. Yes, I understand. After the two of them left, Joseph turned back and asked the nun, Isn't he very good? The nun hesitated, unsure how to respond. Sorry. He continued, Despite his humble origins and impatient nature, he still follows God's will and protects those on the mountain. The nun was questioned and nervously replied, Yes. Joseph fell into contemplation. Bishop P., if we must meet one last time and you speak to the nun, please deliver my message to him. He looked at the nun with a displeased expression and continued, I am truly grateful for his concern for me. That look made the nun turn pale with fear, each word like a threat. I will visit him in person soon. His eyes sparkled with a line of thought. I will face you directly. Vlad's army is moving. He glances over, and in the distance another army is riding towards him, causing him to worry as he speaks. I think more and more people are gathering. Old Lama also agrees. Yes, many of them are heading south. The old man thought if they were just ordinary bandits, they would have fled as soon as their leader was captured. The old man sat on the cart, looking down at the chained A, guessing he was a high-ranking warrior. As the fiery red sky at dusk stretched ahead, he gazed anxiously into the distance, but the situation was worsening. If this keeps up, we'll run into serious trouble before reaching Sarah. The worried look on the old man's face was contemplative. Is the horsekeeper still not back? It seems like the man tribe is dispersing now. Suddenly, the old man saw something approaching from afar, and Vlad smiled as he looked at the distant dust rising in the fog. He said, Oh yes, that's the reinforcement cavalry coming. Vlad said with relief, I guess I was worried for nothing. The soldiers all looked happy and cheered when they saw the reinforcements. That's Sarah's cavalry. We're saved. A, who was tied up, looked on anxiously. Damn it, they arrived too quickly. The guy said to Lam Moon, Old man, that was an impressive decision. If you had tried to stay and not abandon the goods, things would have been different. The old man cheerfully added, That's the advantage of deception. All right, now that our backup has arrived, it's time for me to ask a few questions. With a serious expression, the old man asked, Why did you come here? Why did you go so deep into our territory? A replies, We only need Thao Nguyen's child. Lamon asks, Why steal from others when you can just catch horses? Because we also need to make a living, the old man marveled. Well, that's quite practical. He glanced over and continued explaining. There is no reason for us to go south anymore. His eyes turned to Van riding the horse as he spoke. I never expected the child of the prairie to choose a boy from the Empire. I guess time truly is a ruthless master. Lamon felt someone behind him, Jaeger and Gager riding on horseback, joking. I never expected you to have trouble with just a few bandits. Old man immediately felt annoyed and replied, What did you just say? If I had a war horse, these bastards would have run back to Van already. He stops joking and greets warmly. I'm glad you're safe. I will take you back to Sarah. Lamon looked at the distant army with curiosity. What will you do with them? It seems like they have their own issues too. Jaeger coldly said, We are in a chaotic time, so we must stay away from the frightened Manji. He then urged his horse forward and said, I will persuade them to leave. His blindfolded eyes immediately emitted a blue light that startled A in horror. Jaeger calmly continued speaking as a civilized person. A's eyes widened in panic and fear. That is a completely different world, if he really wants to. The man watching Jaeger's imposing and terrifying back silently thought he could kill us all. Immediately, he shouted loudly. Everyone turned back. The army is preparing to advance. They hear the shouts and become confused, but he turns to his troops and shouts loudly. Idiots! Can't you see the situation? Stop talking and leave quickly. The soldiers are all very confused and worried. What should we do? If we leave him and go back, the clan leader will say this is Sarah's front yard, and we don't know when reinforcements will arrive. Jaeger slowly rides forward with his weapon, causing the soldiers to panic and debate whether to advance or retreat. Now, with an additional night, it's even harder for us to handle the old man and the boy. One of the soldiers suggested, Let's turn back again. I don't think they will harm him because they also don't want to start a war with us. Up pondered silently as his soldiers agreed to follow the order. Yes, do as he said. The entire gang immediately obeyed the order to retreat, shouting loudly to send a message to captured leader A, asking him to survive, saying we will meet again. Lamon sighed and looked at Jago with sarcasm. What kind of civilized person are you? He replied slowly. Isn't the final result quite clean? Seeing the bandits retreat, the villagers cheered happily as they left. The man group is pulling back. Everyone rushed to Vlad, who was riding No, and exclaimed, Thank you very much for protecting us. No's eyes suddenly changed, and while everyone was still cheering, it suddenly reared up and neighed, causing him to lose control. It's too dangerous. The people around immediately turned pale and started whispering anxiously. Oh my God, that horse is so fierce, probably because it's a wild horse. Let's stay back a little. Ved nervously stroked it. Why did you suddenly act like that? Calm down, Jaeger asked curiously. Whose horse is this? He replied. Oh, it is. With a bright expression, he calmly said, It's the horse I met during my fight with the death worm before. Somehow it found its way to me. The guy then asked, So this is the wild horse you mentioned? Yes. I smile and say it's bigger than most horses and looks special at first sight. I will need to make a saddle for it when I get there. Jaeger gently smiled and praised him. It seems like you'll finally get the job done. By the time I got back to the city gate, it was already dark. Jaeger turned back and saw Vlad still standing there and called out, What are you doing? Not planning to go in? The full horse, full of eggs, confused him and left him speechless. Oh, it didn't move at all. Why is it acting like that again? The man also ran out of words and just looked on. Jaeger said, I understand now. It seems he's quite unhappy when the merchants approach. His voice was steady, and the rider was disliked by other horses, saying something that made him look downcast and sad. It also looked annoyed when hearing Jaeger's words, as those being ridden dislike other people. The man also sighed helplessly and said, I really never know what to do with you. Both the person and the horse are devastated after Jaeger's final remark. He must have met someone like himself. And as a result, Vlad couldn't enter the city and had to stay outside burning wood and sleeping with No, feeling sad and sighing, Oh, it's already morning. Lamoon raises the glass to his lips and takes a sip, his cold eyes looking behind him. V sighs regretfully, I really like that horse. The old man looked at him for a moment and asked, Does that work? Vlad replied with a hint of disappointment and sadness. My eyes gaze into the distance as I ponder and say, I guess those guys aren't making up stories with us. Vlad falls silent, thinking that the horse prefers the color red. Suddenly he remembered A, and guessed that wild horses often go to places with rose bushes, because on the icy plains, there's no food for them. Suddenly Vlad thought of something. The rose bushes bloom only at certain warm temperatures, which is a signal for survival. There is food, so you immediately look down at the bouquet of roses in your hand and speak, but this much probably isn't enough. If you know what the horse likes, you'll find a solution quickly. I guess the more red there is, the better. Lamoon sitting there responds, Maybe so. Stay still and watch the old man speak. The bigger, the better. After a while, he confirmed that bigger is usually better. Vlad slightly turned his face away and added, moving also more agile. Suddenly, a red hair appeared in their line of sight as Jemina carried large pieces of fabric past them. Laman looked at her as if he understood something and said, "The hair definitely deserves to be called a rose." The old man couldn't help but speak with concern. "Are you sure you're okay? It doesn't seem like your relationship with him is going very well." Vlad looked at him and replied slowly, "She has always been complaining since she was a child." He happily smiled and joked that our relationship goes far beyond whether we like each other or not. While Jemina's face was extremely gloomy, and she spoke coldly. Bang! Vlad paused for a moment in silence before speaking confusedly. "I haven't even said anything yet. I don't want to pay attention to you. I'm focused on my work. I'm working right now. Stop interfering. Just for a moment, let me talk." "Alicia, I'm very busy," Jemina said with a frown, which surprised Vlad a little. "You still refuse to stop and keep asking for help." She can't hold back her anger and shouts, "I told you I'm busy. Can't you see I'm working?" As Jemina turned around to scold him, a bouquet of roses appeared to stop her. She looked at the flowers in front of her, confused. "What is this?" Belle looked directly at Jemina as she responded. "I want to give you this and ask for your help." She still looks annoyed and glances at Vlad. "I told you to go to Alicia's place and ask for help." Your blue eyes look at Jemina and deny, "No." Vlad smiled confidently, saying that only Miss Jemina could do this. Her words momentarily made Jemina's face flush. She quickly turned away dejectedly and asked what it was, while Vlad looked at Jemina with confusion. "Are you hot? Why is your face so red?" Jemina, after calming down for a moment, suddenly shouted in anger, "Shut up!" Then, in the dark cellar under the dim torchlight, two figures entered and stopped at a cage. "I am Joseph Bey, the mayor of Sara. The person in the cage is A from the Buddhist tribe." Joseph Bey looked at the man in the cage and said, "I have something to ask you." The sarcasm in A's words was clear, but being personally visited and questioned by the mayor of this city was truly an honor. "I truly hope this trip of mine won't be a waste." I cast a scrutinizing look at Joseph Bey, silently evaluating him. I've seen many people try to act cold or noble, but I've only seen a few like him. He's sitting there with chains on both hands. This man truly thinks that way. Standing outside, he said, "I initially thought this was just a traditional ritual in your tribe, but in reality, capturing wild horses is forbidden." After a moment of silence, Joseph Bey said with interest, "That's quite interesting." He couldn't help but speak a little more. "All worlds should be at peace so they can shine freely in their own way. Therefore, wild horses only shine when running across lush grasslands." Joseph Bey looked at him with increasing contemplation. "It seems you are the kind of people who value principles like that." A remained silent after hearing these words. Then after a while, he asks a puzzled question. "So, what is your true reason for risking your life to cross the Iron Duke's territory and come here when breaking that rule? The moment of inaction has ended. A has stood up. I have thought about this while being locked up here. It seems this will be better for me." I look toward the outside of the cage and coldly say, "I am responsible for the future of the Buddat tribe. The only reason I risked breaking the tribe's taboo and trying to capture Thao Nguyen's son is because we need the fastest ones we know." Joseph Bey was surprised, and suddenly A's voice grew even angrier. "You guys," the man frantically yanks the chain. A is losing control more and more and shouting, "What the hell have you done?" Immediately, the tip of the sword pointed at him. Ja looked at A with a sharp gaze, a stark contrast between the outside and the inside of the cage. Joseph Bey, confused, asked, "What are you talking about?" A's anger shows no sign of diminishing. It only intensifies as he emanates a pinkish-red power and asks in a stern voice what you did to drive the dragons crazy. As A's words ended, he was completely stunned. The dragon, which had remained silent all these years, suddenly appeared more aggressive in Joseph Bey's mind. A shouted in extreme anger, demanding, "What did you do with the dragon shards?" He was now completely stunned and at a loss for words. His words reminded Joseph Bey of the dragon shards, proof of the Western oath, safely delivered to the Iron Duke. "Does that have anything to do with the fury of the 7 dragons? I looked at him with a cold gaze and spoke. "The young man with blonde hair who defeated me has come here." He hesitates for a moment, confused, and asks, "What is this for?" He didn't want to argue and quickly responded, because only one creature could catch up with the fastest dragon, the son of the prairie. A paused for a moment, then continued. "The son of the prairie will definitely choose me or him for a valid reason." Joseph Bey fell silent for a moment before speaking. "I will consider what you asked." His eyes looked at him as if he knew something, saying, "You should hurry." Maybe you also know this. The descendants of the dragon path have inherited the bloodline of the true dragon. I furrow my brow and say seriously, they have lived without realizing they are dragons until now, but surely something has changed. A new piece of information Joseph Bay learned from him is that once they realize they are dragons, they will recklessly invade our territory. So, I ask you again, what did you do with the dragon shards? Meanwhile, in the capital of Baranov, Waterpole, a blue flag flutters in the snowstorm. The cold wind and white snow are constantly blowing here. An old man with snow-white hair stands there in silence. The fallen dragon is crying. He is the Iron Duke Timer Baranov. Suddenly, a hurried voice shouted from behind. Count Baranov looked terrified as he spoke. The dragon's fragments, his eyebrows quickly furrowed. It seems that Timer Baranov was accustomed to this, and slowly spoke up. It's starting again. He asked the mages what they were doing as he walked. The old man hurriedly replied from behind. This time things don't seem to be going well. They couldn't soothe it with magic. Timer Baranov's cold eyes glanced back and ordered the bishops who could lift the curse to come here. A soldier quickly responded, "Yes, your grace." He asked as he walked, "Have the holy knights not arrived yet?" Then a voice shouted, "Captain of the Hour Knights is coming." Baranov said, "Bring him to me as soon as he arrives," and was answered with the sound of soldiers. "Yes, my lord." Timer Baranov steps forward toward the iron door, looking inside with a hint of surprise. Timer Baranov couldn't help but feel cautious as he looked at the door, thinking that he might be seeing an energy completely different from anything in the past. He reached out and placed his hand on the door, which then slowly opened. Timer Baranov's face grew more cautious as he looked at the scene before him, horrified and suspicious, as the dragon fragments resonated together. At the Rose Blossom Inn, Morel Lamb, dressed simply, nervously looked at the merchant group holding exquisite gifts, happily standing in her inn to thank Vlan for saving her. She stammered, Vlad has gone out to take on a mission." Hearing Marcel say that, the merchants felt sad and regretful. Oh dear. The merchants turned to each other, their voices filled with reproach, mixed with sighs. "It seems we arrived a bit too late. That's why I said we need to hurry. I couldn't say goodbye to him at the monastery, so I prepared a gift for him." Their voices filled the tavern with a buzz of laughter and chatter. Mir saw this scene, could only smile awkwardly, thinking, perhaps there's no need to add boy to his name. I got caught up in the atmosphere. Regaining her composure and calming her thoughts, Morel La looked seriously at the bustling crowd before her and thought, no, this is an opportunity. Rumors that Vlad saved the merchants from the Manji are spreading quickly, and if possible, I want to make his name known even more. Seizing the rare business opportunity, Marcel smiled a standard smile that warmed the surrounding atmosphere. She reached out her hand to start her tricks to attract customers and boost the reputation of the shop. Lately, he's been quite busy. After all, he's a promising talent in the Bayes family. Hearing Marcella's praise of V, the merchant groups responded with smiles. Oh, right, that's definitely it. He's the one destined to accomplish great things. She immediately responded, gesturing to invite everyone to use the services of the Rose Blossom Inn, since we don't know when he will return. Would you like to leave it as it is? The merchants think that's quite reasonable. They agreed quickly without even thinking. Oh, that would be perfect. On the second floor of the inn, Jemina takes in the bustling scene downstairs, still tidying up the guests' bedding to take for washing. The exhaustion etched in her eyes, she turned her head and sighed, thinking she should be happy about it. Vlad's figure was gradually fading into the dazzling glow while she still stood there watching him leave, but it felt like he was drifting further away from her. She was so downcast and lost in her thoughts that Marcella had to call her several times, but she remained unaware. Jemina. The call woke her up from her thoughts, and she responded, startled. Yes, madam. Morel La smiled and gestured for her to follow. Since when have the merchants on the first floor of the inn left? Jemina was surprised and wide-eyed at her request. You want me to take care of the guests looking for Vlad, ma'am? Marcella replied calmly. Yes, from now on they will only meet Vlad through you, Jemina said nervously. But they seem to be very important people. I think the lady should do it herself instead. I'm also worried that if I make a mistake, it could cause trouble for Vlad. Seeing Jemina's shy and self-doubting demeanor, Marcel tilted her head in helplessness at the girl before her. She thought for a moment before continuing. If there's anyone suitable to host Vlad's guest and Jose smile, it's definitely you. Hearing her words, Jemina lifted her head, as if gaining strength from within. Marcella continued. Vlad might not exist now if it weren't for you. Jemina, you need to be confident. She stammered, Is that really true? Marcel affirmed. Yes, go ahead. Jemina still can't believe it, but I'm sure you'll make a mistake. I don't know what to do either. Her innocent words made Marcel laugh. She cheerfully comforted her, saying it's okay to make a few mistakes. I accept the risk for you. She stepped closer to Jemina, placing a hand on her shoulder to comfort her, saying, I heard he asked you to help attract a horse's attention. Look, he still needs you. Marcella took her hand and pulled her along. See you in your room always, Jemina suddenly said. She was panicked, sorry. Marcella turned back to look at her with enthusiasm. Not only men go to the battlefield, but women also have their own battleground. Like Georgia gave Vlad Kongam, her enthusiasm made Jemina confused, but she still chose to follow Marcella's advice. Marcella saw that she had also agreed and gently strengthened her, saying, I will also help you take hold of your weapon. At Joseph Bey's mansion, in the reception room, Lamoon and Joseph sat facing each other while Joger kept watch over them. Laman spoke first. Count Gaida can no longer go north. Although he has a powerful army, the remnants of Rafnoma, the former alliance leader, still exist in many places in the west, and the dwarf campaign front is supporting them. The image of fierce dwarves wielding terrifying weapons alongside large armies makes everyone cautious. The elder begins to analyze everything for Joseph, and before deciding to head north, he must address the root of his concerns. Joseph calmly takes a sip of tea in agreement. I agree. The Laman elders are still uneasy, however, I am worried. Seeing that the situation had become more serious, Joseph's expression grew serious. About what? Lamoon begins to ponder. Lucas, I have a reason to believe that my final mission should be entrusted to a servant of the Bayes family. You might be offended if you think that's a cold judgment, but if I were to honestly advise the Bayes family, I would say so. The Western Knights have surpassed the Northern Knights. He narrowed his tired eyes and coldly replied, I understand. Lamon closed his eyes in thought, realizing I had been too complacent walking the lowest path and observing the Western Knights. Such thoughts as mine fleetingly crossed my mind, feeling I had not fulfilled my duty. An intense snowstorm scene appears, with a cavalry rushing through the thick snow. Lamon recalls that the North was once stronger and more honorable than any other region, a monster relentlessly driving away the man tribes. The images of those terrifying monsters are in stark contrast to the luxurious and glamorous central region. The old man feels sad, for what is colder than the cold northern wind is the indifference from the uncaring central authority. The Northern Knights are those who have struggled and fought against everything. But now, what about them? The strength of the North was once very powerful, but is gradually waning as we achieve stability. Meanwhile, Western progress is steadily growing stronger. Then, the old man's serious face looked into Joseph's gloomy face. You must not underestimate Lord Ho's request. You need to prepare before it's too late. Seeing that Lamon had finished speaking, Geosep sighed and said, I completely agree with you. Even the part where you said the North now is different from the North of the past. He looked out at the peaceful, endless scenery outside the window with a gentle voice. Nevertheless, the North continues to produce mighty fruits. The elder mage gazed in the direction of Joseph's eyes, and the room fell silent. The old man cheerfully started the conversation, saying, That's right. A new generation will always rise to replace the old one. Vlad and No continued to clash outside the city gate, neither willing to back down. Vlad looked at the scene before him and sighed in helplessness. What is this? Why are there so many people? The city is packed with everyone pushing to see Vlado, and the townspeople keep whispering excitedly. The mysterious voice begins to remind you there's something interesting here. Of course, they have to go outside and see. What's so interesting? The voice continued. Yeah. Think about what you've done so far. You've tried to blind the horse to lead it in, pulled it with pure strength, tricked it with food, and begged with your head bowed. Hearing these words, Vlad didn't know what else to say. He thought to himself, men had done all those things. His voice grew more mocking, the young boy becoming more famous, yet powerless before a horse. How could that not be interesting? I finally realized the problem, helplessly thinking I never thought that was the reason so many people gathered here. Jeremina's voice breaks the quiet between the person and the horse, startling both as they turn to see her dressed in a fiery red dress, a red veil covering her face, with a young girl beside her holding a bouquet of roses, whispering, When are you going to make me wait forever? Vlad was confused by Jemina's new look. Why was she wearing a dress? The voice continued to answer your question. It's the women's combat uniform. I'm very impressed with her thorough preparation. Everyone behind shouted, It's time, Jemina. She lifted her van to reveal her intricately made-up face, with bold red ruby earrings accentuating her proud expression. Ven and everyone in the city were surprised, shouting, Wow, she really covered up well. It was attracted to Jemina. It lifted its head and looked toward her, and when it reacted, everyone cheered. Huh? The horse is reacting. Its shiny black eyes fixated on Jemina. Facing it, she still felt a bit scared. Seeing it up close was even more frightening, and it was really stressful with so many eyes staring at her. She held up the bouquet of roses to comfort herself, but if she hesitated because of this petty fear, She wouldn't deserve to stand beside Vlan. Jemina smiled brightly, gently offering the bouquet forward, coaxing it softly. "Good horse, come here." The horse responds and steps forward towards Jemina through the city gate. Everyone on the city wall was surprised. "Oh, it's coming through, it's entering, it's entering." V holds the horse's reins tightly, guiding it safely into the city. Everyone cheers enthusiastically. "Good job, keep pulling it in." V looked at the helpless horse, its eyes shining with joy, showing its bright white teeth. Oh, it seems it understands its own preferences well. Both of them have reached Jemina. The horse looked at her sincerely, and Jemina, meeting its gaze, bravely reached out to stroke the horse. The moment she stroked it, the horse lowered its head obediently for her to continue. Haven cheerfully congratulated her, shouting, "Jemina! Jemina! That woman is the Red Lady, Sarah's Rose." Vlad looked at him with helplessness and confusion. Haven and the Net brothers also joined in. "Jemina, Jemina, she is the Red Lady." The children raise their pink wings in celebration and shout together, "Sarah's Roses." Everyone in the city cheered happily together. "Jemina, Miss Jemina, she is the Rose Lady, Sarah's Rose." Morella and the other women standing on the roof witnessed everything. They whispered and asked her, when did the lady prepare all these children and precious roses? Marcel La is proud. Everyone look closely. This is a scene that no amount of money can buy. One of them still doesn't understand and asks again, "What? Has anyone ever seen someone from the back alley attract so much attention? Has anyone from the back alley received applause and cheers outside the alley before?" She smiles. At least today that is happening. The lively scene is noisy with the crowd. Amidst that, Vatno walks confidently alongside Jemina. Sarah is watching the two of them. Snow and wind are swirling around as the two familiar figures stop. They stand on the white snow with towering mountains in the distance. Right beneath their feet are severed arms and legs scattered across the ground, blood everywhere. Rudiger and Dortia both fall silent as they gaze in that direction, where countless mutilated bodies lie scattered on the ground, blood everywhere, creating an extremely brutal scene. Rudiger looked in that direction, confirming total destruction. Doroya observed carefully and then said, "They were killed instantly. There are more than 50 of them." Rudiger's expression grew more serious, and he replied, "Yes." He looked at the former battlefield and concluded that they were so quick that they didn't even realize they had died. Rudiger then said to Dorothea, "Joseph's report is correct." Dorothea's expression grew more serious. She replied, "Yes, they have realized something." Dortia just thought of a heavily wounded golden dragon, bleeding all over and falling down. She said that the most perfect existence had been torn apart by a swordsman, and as it hit the ground, its blood spread across the world. Dorothea tensely continued, explaining that this is how the remnants of dying dragons appear. Then she visualized the image of the dragons again. They appear in many forms, from western dragons to long, hundreds of meters long worms. As Dorothea thinks about dragons, she explains that some have lost their wings, some have lost their scales, and some have lost their eyes. They are divided and have forgotten their origins. The two of them step over the bodies beneath their feet and continue on. As they walked and talked, Dortia expressed that for an unknown reason she realized she was a dragon. Rudiger agreed. Suddenly Rudiger stopped. Right in front of them was a giant footprint. Rudiger remarked that it was one of the most perfect dragon footprints he had seen elsewhere, under the late-night sky with the moon casting a faint white glow. Life is an endless cycle of choices. The image of a warrior holding a sword appears, with a group of people standing close behind him. And that voice echoes again, because no one can decide for you. Sometimes you have to face the situation on your own. The mirror of the warrior's sword reflects the silhouette of a tall man, while behind him are small, powerless civilians alongside the narrator's confident statement. And that moment of decision is when they realize what kind of creatures they are. Back in the present, the warrior is facing a large army, fully armed. "You are led by XM Guide." With a contemptuous look, he uttered the words, "Are you planning to ignore your own order? It's directed at the fearless warrior Joger." Joger solemnly looks at Siech Moon, who remains silent, and says, "You are not my lord." Siech Moon hears this. Sigmund takes out a sealed, rolled-up white paper and informs Georgier to execute all remnants of the dwarf front. This order bears our seal, Count Gaida. But Joger looked at the group behind him before replying to Siech Moon. "If you have eyes, look carefully." Then he turned his gaze to the back where the weak people were standing. They are just victims. The two of them face each other as Jichmun defends, perhaps having decided that these people are no different. But Georgier does not believe it. There is no way the Count would make such a decision. Under the Gaida family banner, Jichmun, with a dark face, asks, "Are you doubting this decision and showing disloyalty? Have you abandoned the oath of loyalty you swore under the Gaida banner?" Jor gritted his teeth and replied, "I am human. I cannot obey such an unreasonable order." "I see. So what about you guys? Are you going to continue following Jogger? The whole group suddenly bowed their heads, looking helpless and saying nothing. Someone looked at Jorger and said, "Sorry." One by one, they turned away from Jorger, standing helplessly behind, and headed toward Sishmon. They walked away, feeling guilty. "Sorry, I truly am sorry." No matter how wrong the order is, a knight must never disobey his lord's command. There is still one knight standing still, neither heading to Crimson Gate like the others, nor following Jorger. The eyes of the two others turn to Godin. Jogger speaks first. "Godin, it's okay." Godin's cold face looked towards Jorger, showing no emotion at all. Jogger kindly says, "Go ahead." In the meeting room, Godin is closing his eyes, recalling Jorger's words, "To a place where you can shine even more." In the meeting room, everyone is seriously discussing together. For the North, we need to pay attention to the Knights of the Iron Duke and the Bay family. We have information that Viscount Man has recently been acting suspiciously. A hand extends, holding a piece of paper written in black ink. This is a list of the Knights of the Iron Duke and the Bay family. Godin took the paper, pondering for a moment before saying, "The list from BS is still the same as the report from a few years ago." Someone else added, "It seems they haven't trained a new generation, except for the eldest son, Ruzer, who hasn't had any notable new knights recently." Godin's eyes suddenly flashed purple as he said, "Don't jump to conclusions." Hearing that, everyone there immediately grew serious and looked towards Godin. He looked back at the paper with a serious expression, the background scene emphasizing the danger. The weight of the name BS cannot be judged from a simple report. Just like I was Gaida Bayes's hidden sword, they must have their own hidden sword too. Immediately, everyone lowered their heads in response. "Sorry," one of them suddenly spoke up. "Oh, now that you mention it, I heard there's someone from my hometown in the Bay family who is quite special." Godin asked with his eyes closed, leaning on his hand. "How are they special?" The other person replied. "Well, I'm not sure if I should tell you." Godin closed his eyes indifferently and responded, "Go ahead." Then the other person continued. "I heard that a male servant is showing impressive promise." Godin, feeling intrigued, asked, "What's his name?" Suddenly, Godin was stunned to hear the answer. "He's Vlad from Sarah." Then the other person continued, saying that he first appeared in the honor duel with Durma and that he used aura there. The room's atmosphere has become more lively now, with everyone eager to discuss. "A servant using aura? Ha ha ha, that's just ridiculous." Meanwhile, Godin was deep in thought, seemingly unnoticed as everyone continued their chatter. It looks like the Bay family is just making things up. It's also because they haven't trained a new generation. That's right, with this herd they might even claim they killed the dragon long ago. Ha ha ha, Godin thought to himself. Vlan, I remember that name. The image of Vlan crying out loud flashes in his mind, and after a moment of reflection, Vlan Sarah. That's right, that brave little kid is Vlan. Godin rested his chin on his hand, wanting to say something. But he smiled, thinking it was impossible. It couldn't be him. He sat cross-legged on the chair with his eyes closed, believing that in his memory he only remembered a name and a face. Then he opened his eyes, a hint of doubt in his mind, but the image of Vlad clutching his stomach and kneeling on the ground with a determined look, surrounded by white lights that moved his heart, truly shined so brightly that I wanted to take him with me. He thought to himself that he didn't know whether he was still alive or not. As for Vlad, at this moment he was slumped over the table with a gaunt face, as if something had drained all the blood from him. "You complain like you're about to die." Seeing Vlad still lying unconscious at the table full of food, the sword shouted, "Stop whining like a child and eat your share." Hearing that, Vlad asked again, "Complaining?" Then he recounted what he had done today. "This morning I had a combat training session with Lord Jaeger, and in the afternoon I practiced physical and aura enhancement techniques with the old man. I also had a progress review on training in the evening." Hearing this, the sword suddenly rang out. Vlad, resting his chin on the table, sighed and muttered, "I really thought I was going to die, but the sword didn't think so." "You have no idea how lucky you are," Vlad continued, ignoring the fact that you had your face down on the table and said, "You should be grateful to have someone teaching you." "I know. That's why I'm grinding my teeth and doing this." G, carrying a large bag, approached Vlad and asked, "Hey, Captain, are you okay?" Vlad looked back and asked, "Why are you bringing your luggage?" Go replied immediately, "Lord Joseph told me to stay here from now on." "What? Why the sudden change?" "I heard you took over the stable in the backyard for your horse. The stable has to be where the horse is, right?" Vlad paused for a moment and asked Han, "Do you think you can handle it?" Go confidently replied, "Come on, what's so hard about it? I am the stable hand of the Bay family." Seeing that, Vlad wished Go good luck. That made him feel confused. "Huh? What are you wishing for?" Still slumped over the table. "You tell Go to leave. If you're done, then go. I don't have the strength to talk anymore." But Go still has something to say. "I'm not finished yet." "Huh. What now?" VR suddenly became alert after hearing Go's response. Lord Joseph told him to go back. Then why did you sit up suddenly and turn back to ask Go again? What for? He cheerfully replied, to do what else? Then he looked at Vlan and continued, maybe he called you back to erase that punishment. Outside the castle, the clear blue sky and golden sunlight shone down. With a resigned look of judgment in his heart, Go thought to himself that he was really stupid to believe what that liar said. All the serious gazes were directed at him, including Lon and Joseph, because now he is standing in front of Joseph, and the atmosphere at this moment makes Vlad believe that this is not the kind of environment where he will have his punishment erased. In Joseph Bey's office, he sat solemnly with a cold gaze fixed on Vlad standing before him. Then asked that day in one of Lord Utman's villages, you disregarded my orders and saved the children. Is that correct? Faced with Joseph like that, Vlad broke out in sweat and quickly confessed, yes, that's correct. If something similar happens again, what would you do? You're still disobeying my orders. Joseph's cold words made Vlad feel like he was falling into an ice cave. Vlad felt helpless as he faced Joseph's eyes. The image of him kneeling before Joseph and swearing an oath deeply affected his psyche. I hesitated, questioning myself if I had sworn to be honest before him so I couldn't lie. V made a crucial decision, clenched his fist, and then spoke. Yes, I will still do it. The reply surprised Joseph. He pondered and said, yes, this is why I chose you. V replied to Joseph seriously and honestly, with no regrets in his heart. Joseph is pleased. He stands up from his desk with a calm voice and says, those who shine are honored, but you shine because of your conscience. And when you move forward and get lost, it will help you find the right path. Then he stepped forward toward the red cloth. Joseph glanced at Vlad behind him and softly said, because you have found your own path. After saying that, Joseph pulled back the red cloth to reveal the shiny iron armor. Joseph smiled softly. I hope this armor will help you protect that unwavering heart. Vlad froze in surprise at Joseph's action, feeling confused. That is a suit of armor made by Sanino, an organization known for creating the finest steel armor. This armor was crafted using a variety of advanced techniques, shining as if blessed by God's blessing. V looked at it then at his own armor again, hesitating as he reached out to touch it. This armor is understood by Joseph for you. I know you can't take it off. Every scar is a testament to the person you have become so far. He softly explains so Vlad won't carry the burden mentally. However, this armor is proof of the path you have chosen. Ven still doesn't understand the meaning of those words and responds with confusion. Yes, Joseph stands beside the armor so Vlad can see it more clearly. Order him to look more carefully. Still following the command, he stepped forward even though he didn't understand what was happening. Looking closely at the armor, you notice a different line written carefully and sincerely. Vlad touches that line, unconsciously reading the knight who protected the lives of the children. They bestowed upon you the title Vlan, Protector of the Children. The image of Jorga sternly appears. The trustworthy old Lamb sect and those who have traveled together for many journeys appear in his mind. Joseph also smiles contentedly. Yes, that is the path you will take from now on. Your face is clearly reflected in the glass door. Coincidentally matching the armor, V seemed to see his future self in the freezing snow mountain. VCO Baranov, the Duke's successor, was still carefully observing the surrounding area within his territory. He looked up with a serious gaze, his breath full of white smoke from the cold, affirming, they're here. In the direction of his gaze is the forest on the other side, illuminated brightly by burning torches. The aggressive riders following the group, holding blazing torches, galloped at full speed. The horse prints left on the white snow, suddenly something unimaginable sped towards them, causing the ground to shake violently. The snow on the ground shatters, white dust fills the air. Through the white smoke, the snow dragon appears, its sharp eyes and pointed teeth relentlessly chasing the cavalry. The snowy mountain trembles with each movement. The chase is not over yet, and the advantage is leaning towards the dragon. The cavalrymen tried to speed up and shouted, "Damn it, we're about to be caught." They kept shouting to encourage each other just a little more. As the dragon was about to catch up with everyone, Vokop held tightly onto the arrow covered in a powerful purple aura. Seeing the intense purple aura on the cliff, the knights shouted out and began to scatter. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed it and charged straight at the dragon. The white dragon opened its tooth-filled mouth in panic. The arrow, flying at a deadly speed through the cold wind, aimed straight at its head. Vokop saw the dragon right in front of him, triumphant. "Got you now." But unexpectedly, the dragon tilted its body to dodge his arrow, roaring fiercely. Vuong Kop couldn't believe it. He opened his eyes wide. It was so close, yet it still dodged his arrow? I knew it was fast, but I didn't expect it to be this quick. Lindblom, the fastest dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and stared at VP defensively, ready to run and escape at any moment. Seeing this, he quickly ordered his troops. Go, don't let it slip away. The panic-stricken cavalry has been wiped out. We can't catch up with it. The dragon sped away and disappeared into the deep, snowy forest. King Cop looked down from the mountaintop, veins bulging with anger. Damn it. In Joseph's office, Rudiger holds a teacup, savoring its aroma before calmly commenting. As expected, you really have a talent for tea appreciation. Nowhere has better tea than here. Joseph, annoyed, what are you doing here? Are you free enough to come here for tea? Rudiger smiled gently. We're not strangers. Joseph grew more annoyed. Rudiger set down his tea and said seriously, it seems the barbarian was right. Joseph was surprised, meaning Rudiger was certain. Yes, a dragon is heading this way. Rudiger's face grew even more serious, his eyes hardening as he said solemnly, if the west has death worms, the north has lind bloom, living in the freezing snow, the coldest and fastest dragon of all. Joseph calmly countered, but it's not their migration season yet. It's not always the winter season for migration. Rudiger silently ponders, as if something has happened. The last time the death insect was also unusual. His eyes narrowed and his thick eyebrows furrowed, confirming the seriousness of the issue. Lind Bloom has tasted the blood of the gray ORC. It must be eliminated before it goes berserk. Joseph remains calm. Which way is it heading? Rudiger didn't know for sure either. He simply replied, not sure. It moves too quickly to track. Joseph frowned, knowing this was a dangerous problem that needed to be dealt with quickly, but we couldn't just stand by and watch. Rudiger reassured his brother. Of course, so he assigned me the task of eliminating Lindum. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Joseph made a suggestion. How can I assist? Sarah's side will do their best to support. Rudiger requests, along with thorough reconnaissance of the surrounding area, I demand the deployment of knights. Hearing Rudiger's request, he thought it was reasonable and immediately agreed on how many knights to send. Rudiger smiled and held up one finger in front of him. He asked for one. Joseph thought to himself, one sword is needed to deal with the dragon. Even if I bring all my knights, no one can stop him. Joseph wondered, is it really just one person needed? Seeing that his brother still didn't believe, Rudiger explained, Lind Bloom can be pierced by a sword, of course, if the sword can reach it. Hearing that, Joseph wondered, who should I send? Rudiger smiled smugly, just as he was about to speak. The knocking on the door drew both their attention. Vlad outside called out, Joseph, I have come by order of summons. Joseph still doesn't understand what's happening. He asks tentatively, this person? Seeing Vlad enter, he bowed to Tiu Chuan, and Rudiger was flustered. Ah, sorry, I called you in a hurry without asking for permission. It's been a while. The best dragon tamer in the north? Hearing this new title, Vlad looked up, surprise evident on his face. It's already evening. The lights in Jemima's room at the inn glow warmly with a rose-colored smile, and tea is ready. Jemima sits on the bed sewing a cloth. Vlad leaned into the light as he sharpened his sword. They worked in silence. Vlad was the first to break the silence. He hesitated, saying it would take more than a month. Jemima responded indifferently. It's better that you're busy. You're very good. Jemima suddenly seems to remember something. If only Ga could see this now. Jemima calmly replied, nothing just suddenly came to mind. Vought didn't ask anything further. He continued his unfinished task calmly and said, it's done. Jemima sat on the bed, her hands still sewing, her eyes full of emotion. She remained calm as if they were just reminiscing about the past. I don't remember anything about my mother, but I remember yours. The image of Vladim's mother holding him tightly, protecting him from the looters even as scars cover her body, remains in Jemima's mind. She says that even in that desperate situation, she didn't abandon her child like my mother did. Vlad looked at Jemima pensively, lowering his head so that his hair covered his eyes, making his expression seem somber. He seemed to become more subdued. So did I. I don't remember my mother very well. Neither of them knew what to say anymore, and the room gradually fell into silence. At the end of the last knot, she cut the thread and turned to show Vlad her work. The third cross, San Reno. She held up the cloth for Vlad to see, nervously saying, this probably doesn't reveal much, right? The Marquise's embroidery is so beautiful. Vlad looked at his friend's work, a bit confused. Yeah, it won't show. Jemima paused for a moment and asked, dragons are very dangerous, right? Vlad replied softly, yeah, they're called living disasters. She got off the bed, approached Vlad's seat, and said as she walked, with a hint of disappointment, it took more than a month to get the results, so it'll only come back in winter. Ven still bowed his head, a shadow cast over him, his eyes showing deep thought. Autumn passes by so quickly. Jemima knew she couldn't change anything either. She sighed and clenched the handkerchief. She handed the newly sewn handkerchief to Vlan, so, here, take this one. V looked at the handkerchief, his face showing clear surprise. He asked, "What is this? Can't you tell? It's a handkerchief." Still worried about that thing? Seeing Vlad's teasing face, she couldn't hold back and directly threw the cloth into his face, shouting, What? I feel sorry for you carrying around that useless silk handkerchief." Her face flushed red, her voice growing louder. "This is cotton fabric. Just use it freely." Vlad was hit so hard in the face that he was trembling while sitting, and Jemina took the opportunity to run out of the room but still didn't forget to remind her friend. "Anyway, be careful." He held the handkerchief, his face still pained, and sighed, truly a stubborn girl. Looking at the handkerchief, he noticed the embroidered rose at the corner and the neatly written name, Semina. He smiled gently and said, "If you're going to use it, just use it. Why bother sewing the name?" In the snowy northern mountains, the misty bones obscure the forest as Rudiger's group follows the main road. Vlad, seeing the crowded procession, asked involuntarily, "I only asked for one person, but he brought 3. Rudiger helplessly asked, "What does this mean?" Seeing his dissatisfied look, V could only answer based on his own thoughts, maybe just to be safer. But Rudiger immediately objected, No, I know his character well, that guy is definitely upset with me." And then they both looked back with slightly embarrassed expressions. Rudiger said, "If not, why would I be given this ragtag team?" Behind, Lamoon and A are still bickering, sparks flying from their eyes, neither willing to back down. Rudiger looked at these two people and thought that a mangy warrior and an old knight from Bays could be very useful if they worked well together. But right now, they couldn't cooperate at all. He then shifted the responsibility to Vlan, saying, "From now on, you will be in charge of these two." "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that request." Rudiger also felt dissatisfied and said, "Even if we don't consider the man people, how can you command the former lord's knights? You have a more tactful way of speaking." Then he helplessly shrugged and said, "Just try and see. I feel a headache just talking about this now. I give up." "What do you think I should do? I'm also in pain and have no way out." Looking back, they still didn't stop. Lamont asked kindly, "Is the old man still not dead in the mission?" "A is not weak either. Neither of you are dead yet. Just standing next to you already smells of earth." Lamoon sneered. "Death has no order." I also didn't respond right away. "Do you want me to bury you according to the proper rites?" The old man continued. Can you do it? Give me back my confiscated weapon." A also responded. Fighting the old man is not enough for the West. The old and the young keep childishly competing, making Vlad feel helpless just watching. He sighed. "I want to go home." Suddenly, something from somewhere caught his attention. He raised his head and looked straight in that direction. Rudiger saw this and also looked over. "Your eyes turn more serious. You say with a serious tone, 'The smell of blood.'" Dorsia immediately objected. "You're not a dog to be able to smell blood in this snowy field." Look in Vlan's eyes, Rudiger had no doubt. Immediately ordered him to lead the way. Everyone arrived at a mountain gorge where the bodies were piled up. Seeing this scene, Rudiger could confirm that his judgment was correct. Indeed, they had swept through fiercely. Rudiger turned to A and asked, "Is this your tribe?" The guy shook his head in denial. "No, it's a neighboring tribe we used to know." He insisted that their migration from the south to here meant my tribe had also moved. Lamont looked at the pile of corpses, feeling this didn't make sense. "Strange. These wounds were caused by swords but not by people from the north." Rudiger also agreed with the old man. "I think so too. They have no reason to commit such a brutal massacre. The long-standing war fought with bloodshed has ended long ago." Rudiger immediately thought of a hostile legion from elsewhere, convinced that uninvited guests had arrived here. His orange eyes narrowed, and Jiger's face clearly showed that things were becoming more serious. The snowstorm is getting worse, causing significant obstacles for Rudiger's army. He sighs. "Luckily, we arrived before the snowstorm started. That is the northernmost outpost of Count B.S.'s territory, Barren Fortress. A towering, solid fortress appears before everyone. But what catches Vlad's attention is not its grandeur, but the 2 flags flying on its roof. He immediately reported to Rudiger that there were 2 flags. "What do you mean?" He looked up at the top of the tower where not only the family crest flag was flying, but also a dark red flag with a large dragon breathing fire. Seeing that flag, Vigor's anger surged. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What are those people doing here?" Vlad, confused, turned to old Lamoon and asked, "What is that flag?" The old man also enthusiastically answered your question. "That flag belongs to the Central Authority." Vred suddenly said, "Not the Central Region, but the Central Authority?" Lamoon confirmed. "Yes, the Central Authority, The Longblood Knight Corps is under the Central Command. The flag is bright red with a golden, shimmering dragon printed on it. The Emperor's shadow extended his hand, seemingly controlling all the knights. Rudiger led the troops into the city as a guard approached to report to him. The Longsat cavalry regiment sent by the Central Authority arrived 2 days ago. Rudiger wondered why they came here. The guard reported that they came here to control Lind Dum. Rudiger gritted his teeth and said coldly, "You're really quick to gather information." He turned back and called the person behind him, "Deputy Leader." The other immediately responded, "Yes, Lord Rudiger." He coldly looked at the deputy leader, his sharp eyes giving a signal. The deputy leader acknowledged the gesture, bowing respectfully. "I will do it immediately." The deputy leader and his team left. Vlad watched them go and then turned back to ask Lamoon. What is the Longsat Knight Corps?" Lamoon explained. As their name suggests, they are knights tasked with destroying dragons. They are recognized by the Emperor and governed by Long Huyet Kong, one of the central nobles. In other words, they will definitely intervene in any matters related to dragons according to imperial law. Hearing that, Vlad said surprised, "So this place is welcoming truly strong knights, but you are attracted to something else." Vlad looked up, inspecting the top of the fortress carefully, then asked, "There seems to have been a big fire here." Lamont explained that this fortress is an observation tower, also known as Barinha Fortress or B's Observation Tower. There are many things here that are too confusing and new for Vlad, who keeps asking Lam Moon what they are. The old man was also unhesitating, having been robbed and reclaimed, with the burned fortress rebuilt. For Manji D and the monsters, it was a giant barrier. But for Bays, it was a fortress symbolizing the indomitable will of this territory. The bloody Battle of Bayas appeared in his mind. The fortress was burning, but Bayas's army still stood there, calmly planting their flag to declare their sovereignty. Vlad watched Rudiger gradually walk away, thinking that they just raised their flag without respecting Bayas's authority. No wonder he was so angry. The fierce flames of rage engulfed Rudiger. He pushed the door open and entered the main hall. Mia's arrogant voice rang out. "Finally, you have arrived. I have been waiting for you all this time." Rudiger looked up at the Longsat cavalry surrounding the main hall. The commander of our group, standing proudly above everyone, introduces himself as Mia, leader of the Longsat cavalry. He is Missa Dragulia, the eldest son of the Longblood Duke with the 7th. Rudiger looks serious, as if a major figure has arrived without our knowledge. "Rudiger Bey, I am the temporary commander of Baron Fortress." The two face each other like two opposing poles, one proud, the other straightforward. Vladimiri's presence drew attention, and his serious face gave me chills all over. I stared at him in shock. What is this? The feeling is similar to when I saw the deathworms. Why do I have this sensation in front of him? Messi's whole body is shrouded in an invisible pressure that makes Vlad feel afraid, and he smiles as he faces him. Rudiger asked sharply, "Is the Long Night Order behind this? The attack by those man people?" He replied as if it was a normal matter, something that had to be done. "We, the Longsat Knights, a force established with the King's approval, have accumulated knowledge and experience over centuries. Lindblum is the fastest dragon among the remnants of the fallen dragon. Since we can't keep up with it, we have to draw its attention. The bodies of the Manji people are just bait, huh?" Rudiger couldn't accept those words. His face darkened. A shouted from the car, "You cowardly imperialists! You are truly despicable." Anger clouded his eyes and he charged forward to attack. Seeing this, Lam Mun quickly knocked him to the ground. "I don't accept this, old man," Lam Mun threatens him. "If you say another word, I will break your neck." The old man's strong pressure makes A cautious. The old man leaned in and whispered, "I understand your anger, but it only makes sense if you are strong enough. Stay calm. If you keep acting arrogantly, you'll only die pointlessly." Seeing this scene, Miyasi smirks provocatively. It seems the heir of the house has raised an impudent dog. Then he turns to Dorothea, whose ears are pinned down by the pressure. "So there's also a cat, huh? But I wonder, have you fully tamed them all yet? Those despicable things sometimes forget where they belong. How can Ludiger tolerate such insults? You may object, but this is where they are supposed to stand. Since you are approaching Miss, now is the time for you to take your proper place." Commander Miss saw him approach, and the dragon-riding knights drew their swords, ready to fight. The pressure from Rudiger's power radiated intensely around him. He walks forward with overwhelming pressure, causing the knights to tremble and make way for their master as Rudiger approaches Messi without hesitation, standing before him, his anger finally erupting. "Who gave you permission to go up to Duanqua?" Mia remained unyielding, still holding on to his pride. "I ordered it, but no one took any action, so I sent my subordinates to Duangxua. Rudiger did not allow that." Who gave you permission to stand here before? Seeing Rudiger so serious, Mia also refused to back down. Oh well, I don't think that's reasonable. According to Imperial law, the Dragonsat Knights have the authority to mobilize personnel or resources within the Empire. He stepped back down the stairs, Rudiger standing above with a stern gaze. Yes, you do have the right. A burst of fiery anger erupts. Rudiger stood before Miss without showing any mercy, but only when you had asked for permission from its owner. Miss said coldly with emotionless eyes, "So does that mean you refuse to cooperate?" Rudiger coldly and expressionlessly denies it. "No, I am willing to cooperate." He stands imposingly in front of Mia, exuding authority, but Rudiger points his index finger to the left. His finger points far outside the window. "You need to complete the necessary procedures." Mia glanced back with her blue eyes to see what was outside. In the fierce snowstorm, the black dragon emblem on the red flag fluttered in the wind. That flag gradually came down. Mia was caught off guard by the sight. The symbol on the flag lay crumpled beneath the thick snow, looking wrinkled and battered. Immediately, hundreds of soldiers lined up to draw their swords and fight, shouting in fury. "How dare you touch the Central Knight's flag?" The magician clenched his jaw tightly. Those knights are always the same. He stands proudly with both hands on his sword in front of the elite knights. "That's why we don't want to get involved with you." Lamon's face was filled with murderous intent as he ordered, "No one is allowed to make a move here." Both sides are tense and ready to fight. The owner of this place hasn't given permission to attack yet. Mai remains calm in every situation. Captain Missy, with Rudiger's large body standing a step above him, blocks his view. "If you want the dragon flag, you can ask for our permission." Rudiger's gaze was cold but full of judgment in his words. "You're on Bo's land. If you want to kill the dragon, at least speak up." Despite his anger, Missy still hasn't shown his face. Rudiger smirked. "Those are the things that need to be done first. Then we can talk about other matters." Mia's eyes sharpened. "You will regret this," Rudiger replied. "I don't know, but I wonder if those central nobles regret it or not." He leaned close to Mia's ear and sneered, saying that whatever decision he made, this life was full of regrets, and Rudiger threatened with contempt. "If that's the case, I will prioritize doing what needs to be done first." The subordinate on the planet bowed and said, Van, 17 years old, Mia sat confidently in the chair, resting her hand on her cheek as she listened to her subordinate report about being born in the dark slums of Bay County. He pondered. Sarah's also quite troublesome. Recalling the tense face and furious expression of the blue-eyed blonde V, I could feel every beat of his heart. It seems, I am certain now, everything related to him far exceeds my expectations. After a long while, Mir spoke while touching the paper on the table. He had done too many wrong things, and his status was still low. The subordinate on the planet hurriedly replied, "Yes." Tapping his finger on the map, Me pondered deeply over the plan. However, right now, it can be said that people always say promising flowers can bloom anywhere, but is there any precious seed that can be planted in a place like the? Me is serious. There is a lot of information, but he still cannot draw a definitive conclusion. Find out more about him, we can gather additional information on what he has done, but his actions in Sarah are quite discreet. How is that possible? We already have many spies everywhere after all. We still haven't been able to contact our eyes and ears in Sarah. He slowly takes a small sip of wine. He hasn't been mayor for long. Relaxed with the glass in hand, M.I. gently shakes the stem. Exactly. But with the recent disappearances, he used that as an excuse to strengthen his power. Now he knows the reason why, as with swords and authority, you must be flexible and sharp and act quickly and precisely. He unconsciously plays with the glass in his hand. Joseph Bay. I heard he can't even lift a sword, but no one understands his true strength better than I do. So the children of the doctor are also worth noting. Both are talented, but only one can be the leader, and a little wine accidentally spills from the glass. They fall onto the image of the kingdom on the map. He quietly smiles to himself. I can still exploit this weakness. The sound of discussion echoes in the small room. In my time, schemes and tricks were rarely seen. Still, no one could have foreseen this. We found the attacker of the village right after that. However, this was not like the Dragon Knight using the Mahdi as bait for the dragons at all. Rudiger also reluctantly accepted. Of course, it had to be that way, because the dragon moved too quickly for us to catch up. There's no other way then. Dorothea stood aside and suggested, if we can't kill that dragon, those people will have a reason to stay here. Rudiger also agrees internally. That's right, if the Dragon Slayer kills the dragon, they will take that opportunity to carry out their plans in the central region of the north. Rudiger crossed his arms and asked, how long does it take to set the lure trap for the dragon? The man calmly replied, there haven't been any farms recently, so the best option might be to ask the Play family for help. Rudiger, feeling uneasy, clenched his fist into his shirt. We need about half a month. The two men beside him each shared their thoughts. Maybe we should go capture the Mandi. We could steal some of the Mahdi caught by the Satlongnian. El Man openly opposes. Don't say that. The Mandi in Satlongnian's hands are from Group A. If you provoke him, he'll go crazy, and it'll be exhausting. He winked understandingly. After all, the people of the North and the Manjidi have lived together for a long time. If they use them as bait, what will happen to the peace that both tribes have built over the years? Will this entire northern region be plunged into war just because of a matter of catching the dragon? Both of them slumped down exhausted. Please forgive me. We were too naive. That old man also sighed helplessly. Yeah, I'm exhausted. Rudiger listened to the conversation and understood very clearly. Lord Lamoon is right. Whatever decision we make, there will only be consequences. He started to feel a bit tense, but this might be the situation the Central Knight wanted. Because they want this northern region to destroy itself through war. Rudiger closed his eyes tightly, hand resting on his chin. I heard Vlad has a pretty fast horse. Old Lamon shrugged and advised. Well, then don't think about riding it. Everyone here knows that horse doesn't listen to anyone. He asked sadly. Oh, I see. So it hasn't been tamed yet? Lamon joked in response. That's right. It's stubborn. It has fallen into a passive position. Rudiger was truly out of options now. That way was no longer viable. I want to plan a way to use it to take down the Taklong. It turns out that what the Sword Dragon Grandmaster has is not just a name without substance. I don't want to admit it, but hunting dragons is too difficult and requires careful planning. Jianang clenched his teeth as if to contain his anger. Is that not a problem? Then this challenge will be stalled and nothing can be done. However, if we can find out Taklong's location or where he is heading, suddenly outside the door there is the hurried footsteps of someone. The soldier shouted loudly, Lord Rudiger. He calmly replied, What's wrong? The soldier's face looked serious. Someone outside is requesting to open the gate. Rudiger was confused. Who are they? The iron fist clenched into a steel fist, his face darkening. Amid the cold of the north, the iron fist rises high into the gloomy sky. It is the knight of the Baranov family, Steel Duke. The snowstorm grows stronger, covering the barren stones on the ground. A blood-stained hand lies in the white snow. A strange creature is gnawing on each juicy, tender piece of human flesh. It sniffs its nose, licks the blood off its mouth, looking bizarre, as if it's been starving for days without food. It opens its bloodshot eyes and screams into the stormy sky. Outside the city walls, many people are hurriedly preparing their belongings. Vladen whispers softly, This is enough. Doro the Treacherous holds his tail close to his face, exposing his unprotected face. This is a cold resistance mark. No need to bite anymore. Show your face. Why am I the only one like this? Everyone just engraves on their armor. Dorothea calmly replied, Because you will be the last one to run. The knight behind Vlan happily teases him. That's right, the best dragon rider is flying, and this time he's charging ahead, just like when fighting the death worms. Dorothea swung his hand into the wind and drew a red-orange mark across Vlan's face. Gradually, it imprinted on his face and disappeared. Dorothea gently reminded him that the engraved anti-evil magic wasn't invincible, and to avoid its breath. Vlad replied indifferently, I see. He pointed towards the stable with a squint. I'll remember your words about that horse too. Be careful not to let it bite. Dorothea playfully sighs in frustration. Is the horse a dog or what that it bites? Vlad imagines it biting him. He was bitten when he tried to climb onto the horse's back. Lammon happily steps forward. Are you ready yet? He turned his head back. Vlad quietly stood up. The reconnaissance team has returned, and that dragon was caught by the Longsat swordsmanship squad's trap, but the situation has become complicated. The monk scratched his head, and AG, having witnessed everything firsthand, will testify that the conflict with Kongd was not caused by northerners, but tensions with the Manji will continue. For now, we must do our best. He glanced at Vlad standing nearby. Do you understand your mission clearly? Vlad's eyes are full of confidence. It's easy. Just lure the Lin dragon to the designated spot. That's right. When you lure it to the eastern canyon, Rudiger's ambush will strike, and VC's skin will also shoot out toward it. All right, ask whatever you want. Vlad calmly said, Nothing to ask, just ask away. You understand that you are the center of that dragon hunt campaign, right? Remember, this is not an ordinary dragon hunt. Vlad was surprised by that statement. What? His face tensed as he seriously warned that the future of the North depended on this hunt. The silent battle between the North and the Central Knights has begun. Branop in the northeast and Bay in the northwest are the two main pillars supporting the North. The next generation of both families are directly involved in this dragon hunt, and even the eldest son of the Blood Dragon Lord from the Central Knights Guild is here. Just one of those three powers gathering in one place is enough to threaten the Empire. The heir of each of those three clans coming together is not an ordinary event. If the remnants of the dragon cannot be defeated, even when the two pillars of the north join forces and are then destroyed by the Longsat Knight Order, the Central Knights will use the dragon as a reason to intervene in the north. Lammon sternly reminds that the dragon must be eradicated by the Sword of the North. Vod clenched his veins and gritted his teeth, yes. Only then could he save the AG tribe from captivity. Suddenly, something caused everyone to stop. Something made both Vlad and Lammon look back. Mir smiled. Rudiger remains calm. It has appeared. He quickly gets ready. Is the vanguard team prepared? Standing before thousands of cavalry, Rudiger coldly orders the troops to meet at the canyon. They place their hands on their chests as a sign of respect and reverence. The city gate has opened and the cavalry quickly rides out. Rudiger silently watches from above, his eyes meeting with King C's worried gaze. Rudiger, do you think that boy can do it? He looks too young. Don't worry, V. This is the best choice we have, even though it looks like it, but he has managed to lure underground worms to the surface before. Moreover, he didn't even have a horse at that time. Vokop was surprised and couldn't believe it. That's right, Vred is indeed like that. Everything about him was beyond expectations. Vokop lowered his head in thought. Age doesn't tell the whole story. Experience and skills achieved will be the deciding factors in the success or failure of the mission. I thought this generation of BS only had him to watch out for, but it turns out there's someone else too. V rides a horse across the snowy mountain range. One of the knights points ahead. Based on the information from the soldiers and the direction we're chasing, it should be ahead. Linum's current state can be called out of control. It abandoned its territory, ignoring its instinct to seek warmth, and moved southward as if it had a purpose. You mean the remnants of a dragon with intelligence. Usually they only have animal instincts, but the mage said that if they become aware of being a dragon, then it's possible. He worries and wonders. Last time, did the Two-Trung also relentlessly pursue the pilgrims, or did it truly become aware? Pay attention to the footprints in the snow. Those tracks are enough to tell what kind of creature it is. It seems we've arrived at the right place. The snow last night was truly lucky. Its footprints are clearly visible on the white, pristine ground. It seems like it just passed by not long ago. Let's quietly follow the footprints. They move together across the towering mountain range as the last rays of sunlight shine before setting. V kept looking back behind him, puzzled. That's strange. He claims it ignored its instincts and headed south, but the footprints pointed north. And instead of crossing the vast plains, it went into the forest. His body was weighed down by the pressure, and V swore to himself, damn it, we're trapped. The dragon from the cliff is approaching Vlan, its emerald eyes wide open as it looks at him, and almost instantly he screams and scatters. Everyone is caught off guard by his voice. The fierce dragon leapt down right onto Vlan's head, and in that life-or-death moment he pulled the reins and narrowly escaped the deadly strike, snow flying into the air and hitting his face. It growls and exhales a cold breath. The Knight Commander shouts, damn it, hit the core. He tears the paper seal on the staff and flames burst forth, turning his staff into a blazing torch. The squad of knights charged forward, brandishing torches and attacking fiercely as they surrounded the dragon, gradually forming a shimmering circle of flames under the night sky. The beast just stood there calmly, observing each knight carefully from side to side. Open your mouth. That dragon is gathering a blue magical energy, distracting and dispersing its attention. Watch its breath, everyone, it's spreading out. After the scream, the dragon unleashed its breath. It roared and attacked towards them. The cold blue breath of the dragon heads straight for the vanguard team, emitting terrifying sounds as it moves. One of the frontline members was hit by the dragon's breath before he could dodge, and he struggled to withstand the bone-chilling cold. The knight and his horse, frozen in place, cry out in pain as sharp, jagged ice pillars surround them. Suddenly, two shadows rushed forward, skillfully avoiding the ice pillars and the frozen members. They were two other members of the vanguard. They rode their horses from afar, swinging their swords to create sword energy and strike the dragon. But the cut was ineffective and only left a tiny scratch. When they looked back at the dragon, they seemed surprised. Is it really just a scratch? Suddenly, Deputy General, with a serious expression, shouted, "Disperse!" It turns out that while not paying attention, the dragon suddenly moved toward the two frontline members, raising its sharp claws to attack them. One of them glanced back in fear and panic, shouting, "What?" and only saw the fierce dragon swinging its claw down. Then a long spray of blood splattered everywhere, along with screams of agony. From afar, the deputy commander, with a horrified expression witnessing the dragon slaughter his team, clenched his eyes wide in anger as a beam of power turned into light streaming from his eyes, followed by the words, "Damn it." Then the deputy commander set the torch ablaze, making it shine brightly. Realizing something was wrong, the dragon turned back toward the lieutenant general. The dragon saw a person on a horse holding a blazing red torch in the distance. Seeing the dragon attracted, the deputy general seriously shouted, "I will lead it away, you keep your distance." Then he urged his horse forward, holding high the glowing torch to lure the dragon towards him. Provoked, the dragon stomped and chased after him, while Duan Tianfeng was urging his horse to follow behind. The chase was fierce, and a single mistake could be deadly. Suddenly, sensing that Duan Tianfeng was behind it, the dragon leapt into the air, leaving behind a cloud of white snow. The dragon leaps towards the cliff, continuing to chase the lieutenant general. Suddenly, the lieutenant general looks up at the sky with a terrified expression. It turns out the dragon used the cliff as a springboard to leap forward. When it landed, it kicked up a cloud of snow and then stood in front of the deputy general, forcing him to stop suddenly. The dragon begins to gather its cold breath, aimed directly at the vanguard. The deputy general quickly turns around and urgently shouts orders to disperse. At that moment, sharp blue ice pillars suddenly appeared beneath the ground, causing the horses to instinctively lift their hooves. The dragon then breathed its icy breath downward, leaving Duan Tianfeng no chance to dodge and exclaiming, so the dragon's breath was aimed at the ground. At the same time, Vlad quickly mounted No and leapt into the air to avoid the dragon's breath below. He swiftly landed on a nearby rock, while the front line below was already engulfed by the dragon's icy breath. V looked over there, nervously thinking, "Damn it, that dragon is quite clever." As for the deputy general, he was trying to control his horse to escape the sharp ice pillars. Then he looked back at the vanguard squad, struggling to escape the icy columns, and ordered them to dismount. "The plan has failed. Everyone get off the horses quickly." Hearing that, everyone jumped off their horses to prepare for a direct confrontation with the dragon. They quickly entered a fighting stance, determined to cut off at least one of its legs. Standing before the crowd, the dragon was fearless, emanating an immense aura of power. The swirling white snow around it only heightened its terrifying presence. Facing the current situation, the deputy general anxiously pondered whether he could do it or not. Suddenly, the dragon charged forward like a flash. It rushes forward to the vice general holding a torch, raising its sword to attack, when suddenly a streak of red blood and a strong stench flash from behind. Realizing this, the dragon turned back in that direction, while Duan Tianfeng was also surprisingly looking that way. Over there, a hand with a long bleeding scar is raised up alongside a scream. "Here." Vaser cut his own hand to attract the dragon, accompanied by taunting words. "This is the blood you wanted." Hearing this, the dragon looked toward the direction where the sound came from. A person and a horse stand firm on the cliffside, as the dragon glares and growls. Vlad's hand is slowly dripping bright red blood, and now the dragon's eyes are gradually turning red. The drops of blood stain the snow with red, as Vlad's actions finally provoke the dragon into a frenzy. It roared in fury. Seeing that, Vlanthu with disbelief exclaimed, "This is incredibly effective." Thon Kiem's voice echoes, but it doesn't need to go that far. The dragon leaps up with a fierce expression, claws ready to strike at Vlan. A loud noise followed, and snow burst everywhere. Vlan had managed to jump off the cliff, landing with a person and horse a short distance from the deputy commander. The deputy general threw the torch while calling out, and he raised his hand to catch the blazing torch. Seeing that, the deputy ordered him to run. Following the deputy Vlan's command, he urged his horse forward, answering clearly as he ran. With the torch in hand, the dragon was easily attracted and chased after him. To fully lure the dragon, his eyes and the unicorn spirit's gaze simultaneously sparkled with determination. The horse runs fast, leaving the fierce dragon chasing behind. As he runs, he says, "Let's go." No. Ahead, a towering canyon and a vast snow-covered plain appear. "It's coming now," he asked. "How much longer will it take?" The person carefully observes the red dot on the binoculars and replies, "It's about 5 minutes ahead." But the red dot keeps moving, getting closer and closer, making it hard for the soldier to estimate the time. 4 minutes, then 3 minutes, and suddenly the soldier loudly announces 1 more minute, making VCO Baranov stunned and ask what's going on, when an image of Vlad holding a torch and riding on a creature appears in the binoculars, prompting the binocular holder to shout immediately ahead, and hearing this, VCO Baranov panics and yells, "What is this?" Give the order to fire, and obeying the order, a soldier with a bow aims straight at the sky and shoots an arrow. Ven, running with all his might, saw the signal and thought to himself, "It's the signal. Just a little further and I'll reach the canyon." Ahead, I see Rudiger standing ready with his sword, his stance quick and confident, clearly in his territory. Suddenly, Vlad's face turns pale and his expression grimaces. Then a sudden intense pain made Vlad cry out in agony. Realizing something, the voice of the sword rang out. "What's wrong with Vlad?" Not only Vlan, but No and the dragon are all trembling in fear. Seeing that, the voice doubted, "This is towards Vlad. You are trembling." clutching your chest and suffering from pain, as if your heart is being squeezed by someone. Vlad seems to be in the palm of someone's hand, painfully clutching his chest, surrounded by a barrier of sharp ice, so that voice must be mocking. Uncle Puak? Vlad still tried to think through the pain. What does Uncle Puak mean? Who exactly is it? I saw a group of people appear behind Rudiger, not far away, led by Messi Dragulia, the Dragon Slayer cavalry. He looked at Vlad with a smug smile. Vlad clenched his teeth in anger, enduring the pain, and asked, "What the hell is going on? Why are you suddenly able to stand there like that?" Rudiger looked at Vlad with concern. Vlad trembling all over and struggling to breathe, hand on his chest. Taklong is moving away, planning to retreat using the 36 stratagems. Damn it. Taklong is trying to withdraw. Rudiger shouted loudly to order the soldiers to advance. All the knights charge and move out. Surround it tightly, push it into the canyon. Countless soldiers swarm forward like ants. Let's go and cut off all its escape routes. The soldiers quickly stand in front of the charging dragon. It is desperately trying to escape at all costs. Lord VC received the order and immediately threw an aura-filled spear toward it. Leave it to me. I'll blow up each snow wound and send that monster flying away. Seeing it dodge, Vokop continued to press it with multiple spears, hitting the snow and scattering everywhere. Is it down? The snowstorm completely obscured the view, but within it, the bloodthirsty creature's glowing red eyes, which had killed hundreds, could still be seen. It roared as it gathered energy and quickly released a foul curse. But it's already too late. Taklong has unleashed his breath towards them. The energy source is heading straight for Vlad nearby. He's suddenly startled. That attack would probably kill Vlad instantly. Vlad regains his composure. If the best option can't be used, then he'll settle for the second best. Lammon jumps off the horse, standing in front of Vlad with the qualities of a retired knight. He braced himself and said, "You know, for someone my age to go out in this weather, the cold seeps right into my bones." Each of them was surprised, some holding their breath in shock at the scene, a chance to shoulder the responsibility for the future. Focus now. Van, it's so cold. The cold gradually seeped into his body and tightened around him like a spiderweb, leaving him immobile. He tiredly collapsed, his mind seemingly losing control. I managed to drag my body out of the black hole in the deep alley, but now I'm stuck in this soft snow. V kneels down under the snow, his mind constantly echoing someone's voice, "Stay awake. Vlan. The sunlight shines brightly from the sky, creating a beautiful rainbow halo that falls into his freezing hands. It's so warm. What is that? Who is the man standing in front of me? Why does he keep pushing me? Calm down, Vlan. This is the world of the old knight. The Brahmin is bloodied on his shoulder. The world he spent his whole life building has now reached your horizon. This is the moment. Cut off all the chains. Reach out and grasp the sword. He screams with all his muscles, his eyes blazing brightly. The sword soars majestically toward the horizon, a single strike that shakes the world. The beautiful sword path cuts through the sky as the heavens gradually begin to crack apart. The sword path was so powerful that Mia felt he had escaped from a magnificent illusion. Blood dripped down Mia's face, and he was exhilarated. "Hey, he does have some talent," V called out worriedly. Lamoon slightly smirked. "Go ahead. I've done my part." "Now it's your turn." Vlad glanced behind him. Taklong was still frantically unleashing blue flames from behind. Wave after wave of shockwaves made many soldiers struggle to cover their faces. V was truly furious, grinding his teeth with veins bulging on his face. Then he swung his arm and said, "Let's go. Number." Old Lamoon smiled proudly, then weakly collapsed. The swift dragon strike continuously attacks without stopping, making it impossible for the soldiers to counterattack. The current situation looks dire. Rudiger hesitated with worry. Everyone bears marks that can withstand the cold, but moving forward is still difficult now. If I open my world now, no one can escape. He grits his teeth and mutters, "Damn it. Did we fail just because we made one wrong move?" But suddenly, from within the white bones, a young man with a sword steps forward confidently. Rudiger stared in shock at the young man, his murderous aura blazing like a raging fire. Vlad on horseback, he swung his sword high into the air, striking with all his might. Taklong also charged wildly at Vlan, and they both sped past each other at lightning speed. Still, Vlan struggled to land a strike. Its scales are too tough. Teasing still works. Your strike has damaged its scales. Ven and No immediately turn back and rush towards Taklong. Don't stop attacking. Both of them rush at each other wildly, spinning in circles to create a stalemate. The sword wielder and the monster clash without weapons, their collision echoing across the battlefield. They shouted, using all their strength in a life-and-death battle. They were like two massive planets colliding, and Vlad fought even more fiercely. Taklong's scales are bleeding. Vlad thought to himself that he must have succeeded and could capture him. Before he could rejoice, the sword in his hand shattered, and Vlad looked down in horror at his weapon covered in sickly green blood, while Tak Long still snarled fiercely. It frantically charged at Vlad. You raised your sword into the air, but somehow your arm trembled like that. Tak Long lunged at you, but luckily Vlad managed to dodge the attack. Why did you hesitate earlier, waiting for an opening? You grit your teeth, but the dragon suddenly leaps into the air, then lunges down with its mouth open as if to devour V. The purple glow suddenly blazes brightly, and the spear stabbing down in front of the dragon makes it retreat. King Cop shouts loudly, "I will support you." He continued to swing his arm forcefully toward the dragon. Although he missed, it was enough to make it stop attacking Vlad, and the vengeful dragon looked toward the purple light source, exhaling a few thoughts. Tak Long runs with all his might towards that direction. Tak Long is running back towards the prairie. Hurry and chase after Vlan, only you can catch up to him. V lost his composure and looked ahead. Everything in life, once it reaches its limit, must fall. You are still trying to move forward, but this is already the end of that sword's path. Neither of them can stay together forever. If that's the case, then let it do its duty. V's expression is blank as it reflects on the shattered sword. He closes his eyes and surrenders. Damn it, let's go. No. With its pure strength, it runs very fast, as if no one can stop Tak Long right now. But R, standing behind it, swung his sword filled with aura, startling it into stopping, then raised his sword high and struck the dragon fiercely, causing it to scream out in pain. Even so, Vlad kept attacking, coming from above and then below, creating a scene of beautiful scars. Stop for me. I said stop. The sword kept cracking uncontrollably, and he struck a powerful blow. You bastard! Tak Long's body sprays blood as it loses balance and gradually falls to the ground. Tak Long struggles to stand up as another spear comes flying from above and pierces straight into his thigh. Tak Long kneels down, crying out painfully with his blood-stained gloves, gasping for breath. This is my last spear. I'm counting on you, Vlan. The sound of hooves is getting closer, more frantic. This is the final battle. Vlad's face serious. Truly, this is the last one. Thank you for helping me achieve today. Your memories surge into the sword, which Vlan tightly grips as he moves forward. Tak Long loses its breath in madness. Its crimson eyes now only see Vlad before it. It opens its mouth, ready to strike. Vlad gritted his teeth and charged straight, slicing across its belly. The sword swung, spilling Tak Long's blood everywhere. Rudiger, V Cop, the other knights, and me all hold their breath as they watch the outcome of the battle, sparkling shards falling over Fell's face. Goodbye when the sword broke was also when he shed tears. Although it is not a shining star in the sky, this sword still shines, because it is in the hands of a boy whose dream is to shine someday. Even a sword in a narrow alley has the potential to become a star. That star's name is the Sword of the Dragon Slayer. The dragon's body was tied up by many soldiers and dragged away in a pitiful state, with the silhouette of the young man barely visible behind them. Vlad sat with his arms crossed, face down. Rudiger came over and praised him for a good job. Vlad's voice grew serious. Is the knight okay? Rudiger is confused. The knight, wait, he still hasn't revealed his name to you? With tired blue eyes, he calmly replied, Yes, he said he still hasn't fulfilled his duty. Rudiger sat down beside you and will reveal his name soon. He looked at the sword and said, It's broken. It tried its best. Yes, it tried its best. I don't know if what I am about to say can comfort you, but I will give you a new sword. Looking sadly at the mirror surface of Vlad's sword, I wonder if I can find another sword like it. Sharp swords always break at the joints, and there are many sturdy or shining swords. But a sword that can hold your entire world? I'm not sure anymore. Even the Emperor would find it difficult to find such a special sword. Don't be too sad. Just because you still hold it in your hand doesn't mean it has abandoned you. That sword will always be with you, along with the title it helped you achieve. Vlad asked innocently. You can be proud of your crest. Only you and I have it in the Bay S generation. That sword is a witness. The Dragon Slayer Vlad and Envoy Sarah. Right now, the City Hall just received Joseph Bay's letter, and he is asking, what's happening in Derma? Jaeger politely replied yes. It was personally sent by Count Ho. Joseph wondered if there was any movement in the west. Jaeger replied, Count Guido's army remains at a standstill. Joseph said nothing, only sighed, then turned to Jaeger and asked when Vlad would return. Jaeger replied, The last time I heard about him was his victory in the expedition, but there's no new information. Joseph strokes his chin and calculates, at least a month. Jaeger, curious, asks, Do you need him? Joseph replied quietly, I guess I don't have much time left. He wondered if after the expeditionary army completes its mission, they will return to Sturama. Jaeger replied uncertainly, Maybe so. Joseph chuckled softly. Then I will go to Stura. Jaeger placed his hand on his chest and bowed politely. I will go prepare immediately. After finishing, he quickly went to work. Joseph thought to himself, Gaida wants to play this game, huh? Although he didn't threaten directly, that action was definitely intentional. He smiled with a knowing look. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I never thought that moment would become the stepping stone to handle this issue. As I recalled the scene where Alicia Hanno handed Vlan a towel, Joseph thought with contempt. His mistake that day was the best move. The Baranov transfer space, snow falling all around. The 2 boxes are placed on the red carpet. Baranov's timer said with satisfaction, "Well done. VCO Baranov reports seriously. The Bay family has contributed a lot. Luckily, the dragon was killed by someone from the north, so the Longsat Night Order couldn't use it as an excuse to intervene." Timer said sharply. "Where is he?" VC responds. "Mir is left with the Longsat Knights. BS's squad will monitor them closely until the end." Timo frowned. Bailong is dead, and the Longsat Night Corps has also left. He continued, "They no longer have any reason to be aggressive." Timer quietly considered. "This is only temporary. It's only a matter of time before another dragon recognizes their potential, all because we are holding 2 dragon shards at once." He calculated. "I need to separate them." Timo suddenly paused, but he thought to himself who would be trustworthy enough to take on this task. Timer stared ahead and hesitated in his thoughts. The guardian of the pact, who should I entrust with this task now that the sun is high in the sky? Lamoon with his eyes cast down speaks softly. "You kid, the old man is wrapped up completely, only his head sticking out." Lamoon exclaimed, "Do you think you're bringing the corpse back?" Or what V replied, "It's very cold, and we're also far from Sturama." Lamoon, after hearing that, could only sigh and said helplessly, "The people of the north are not afraid of the cold." A frown appeared on V's face as he replied sarcastically, "So you said you're getting old? Are your joints aching?" Lamoon said bitterly. "This brat's name, I didn't expect you to remember." Old Liu said helplessly, "Don't do anything else. I'm about to suffocate from the ropes." "It looks like everything is ready then. Aren't you planning to return to Sturama with us?" he said. "You're a distinguished guest from afar, and your father would surely be delighted to see you." She chuckled softly. "It's a rare opportunity, but I don't know if I can live peacefully there." Rutger remained silent for a moment, then spoke. "If that's what you say, I won't ask further." He continued politely, "I feel awkward seeing a guest leave empty-handed, but VC has taken Lin Boom's spear stuck on his leg." Rudiger glanced at M and asked, "Do you want to take its tail with you?" M smirked. "Then I will do as you wish." "Well, the road is long. Bringing it along would be unnecessary. I will handle the Manni who were captured as prisoners of war. Leave the affairs in the north to the north's people. You can return at your leisure." I didn't think much and agreed right away. He looked into the distance and said, "Just one more request. Can I say goodbye to the new Dragon Slayer?" Rudiger replied, "It will be fine in a moment." And then he stepped forward. As they pass each other, Rudiger threatens, "But if you try anything, I won't let you go anywhere." "What do you mean by that?" Rudiger questioned. "Do you think I don't know?" The image of Vun Ray sitting on a horse, clutching his chest, flashes through his mind, and Rudiger is filled with utter confusion, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Why did he suddenly stop?" A group of people appears, led by Missy, and he, with a bright gaze, wears a dangerous smile. Rudiger emphasized, "Remember, there will be no more 4-second warnings." Miss replied, "I will remember." There, the 2 of them each went their own way. Mia quietly turned back and thought to herself that she had acted too hastily again, not like her usual self at all. That's a chance to understand his world. He silently encourages himself. No need to be disappointed anymore. He thought to himself that he was about to see the most important thing. Looking at the neatly packed luggage, Fred said, "I think the luggage is all packed. We probably haven't forgotten anything, right? Anyway, the old man doesn't have much to offer me." Lam Mun praised. "Not bad," M said calmly as he approached them. "I must say, you surprised me." Fred replied sarcastically, "If it weren't for someone, I could have done even better." M continued, "Anyway, it's been a pleasure meeting you, though it seems our perceptions differ." V responded coldly, "I have no reason to be happy to see you, but plenty of reasons not to want to meet you," Mia exclaimed. "It's a pity it seems you misunderstood my good intentions of not wanting to involve you in danger." Vlad doesn't care about him, and with determination he dismissively said, "Stop talking nonsense and leave once you're done." Mia stared intently at Vlad, her aura sharp yet composed. In such a short time, has he really grown up? He smiled with a mysterious expression and thought, well, no matter where he is, he has to learn to hold his head up high. His face darkened. "You were born to be like this." After a moment of thought, Mia spoke, "All right, I'll ask a few more questions and then disappear from here. Is his voice really like that? V was stunned to hear M ask, does your heart beat faster every time you see a dragon? Seeing Vlan's reaction, Mia clicks her tongue. Well. Vlad stood tall and stared at him. Messi exclaimed, the blood of Lin Bum. He glanced at Vlan and smirked faintly. Mir suddenly stepped toward Vlan, looking dangerous as he spoke. I want to know if you really want to drink dragon's blood. His eyes now seemed filled with sadness as Vlad was lost in old memories. A voice echoing, do you want to drink dragon blood? After hearing that, he grits his teeth in anger and asks, what are you talking about? His eyes become sharp, but deep inside he remains calm. He knows that every time he sees a dragon, his heart beats faster, and even when facing it, his heart trembles. In his mind, he now sees the shadow of someone. He questions, who are you really? How do you know things about myself that I don't know? Suddenly there was a knock on the door that startled him out of his thoughts. He irritably responded, don't bother me anymore, go away. Oh, that's so cruel. Anyway, we've already teamed up twice to hunt dragons. He stammers. Rudiger, I am sorry, sir. Vlad awkwardly chuckled and explained that they kept asking about this hunt. Rudiger interrupted Vlad's light laughter and said, do you think I have something against you? Can I come in? Hearing that, Vlad quickly invited Rudiger in. Yes. After getting Vlad's approval, he grabbed his luggage and stepped inside. Rudiger looked around before speaking. So this is where the courtiers live? I was a bit confused when I first came here, Rudiger asked. Why are you here? Rudiger placed his luggage on the table. This is the sword I promised, personally forged by BS's master blacksmith. Not only sturdy and sharp, but also light and well-balanced. Inside that luggage is a meticulously crafted sword. Rudiger repeats that it is lightweight and balanced, so it must definitely be worthy of you. Vlad was a bit surprised, his face looking a little awkward. Maybe I went a bit too far. Hearing that, he smiled slyly at Vlad and said, no, this sword is entirely worthy of a dragon hunter. It's a well-deserved reward you should accept. Rudiger's eyes suddenly turned cold as they reflected off the sword. I want to give you the best sword I can find, but that might cause misunderstandings. I mean no harm. I know the relationship between you and my younger brother. Hearing that, Vlad also agreed to accept the sword. Yes, I will accept it. Then Rudiger moved on to ask another question. Is Joseph here? Have you met him yet? Vlad's gaze remained unchanged. Yes, we just exchanged greetings. It seems he's very busy. Rudiger replied, yes, thanks to someone watching over you. Sometimes I don't even know who is serving whom anymore. Vlad asked back, somewhat confused by that statement. Huh. Seeing Vlad not understand what I was saying, he looked a bit surprised. What's wrong? You still haven't heard anything? His words only made V more confused. What did you say? He raised his hand to begin explaining. All the knights of BS are subjected to training. The scene shifts to a different location where two figures, Lamoon and Peter, are having a conversation. Lamoon speaks up. It's my choice, but it has truly been a difficult time. Peter replied, I understand. His expression turned sharp, so he finally handed over the last ducat. Lamoon nodded in agreement. Seeing that, he continued, the price of honor has been paid, and that boy's shoulders must be very heavy. That's why I gave it to that rude kid. As a knight and vassal of BS, I feel relieved that I have fulfilled all my duties. Peter suddenly turned his body towards the old man, who bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for your dedication to BS all this time. Lumen also bowed his head. I apologize for making you worry for so long. Peter asked Lumen, are you going back to your homeland now? The old man closed his eyes with a hint of sadness. Yes, I should do that. My territory has probably changed a lot. Peter then offered to have him stay a while longer. Then stay a few more days. Lan found this statement confusing. The old man thought to himself, strange, you're not the type to be sentimental about parting. Then he spoke. Is something wrong? Peter raised his hand to explain. When someone leaves, someone else must appear, right? Elman asked again. So you summoned the knights. Has the master also given his approval? Peter immediately replied, the deserving should enjoy their rights. The youngest and fastest record in BS history has been broken. Hearing this, Lumen burst out laughing. That record can be broken, it's no big deal. Peter continued. I am even more convinced hearing someone who values tradition like you say. That Lumen replied with a smile. It's like we're saying goodbye. I look forward to it. In that moment, a new title was born. 3 days had quickly passed, and inside the capital a large figure appeared, surrounded by guards watching over. Another figure emerged, drawing attention from those in front. Jaeger. Did he cast a spell? She has turned you into someone else. So it feels a bit strange then? Jaeger looked at Vlad and asked, are you worried? Facing that question, Vlad blushed a little, feeling a mix of emotions. Jaeger sighed and replied, I will let you rest if you are a little worried. Today, this door is only open for you. Jaeger paused for a moment before shouting, the attendant of Dr. Vlan has arrived at the Knight's Gate by order of the Count. Please, allow entry. The door gradually opened. Come in. A blinding light burst out from inside the door. Vlad widened his eyes, thinking this was the Knights' Hall, with countless knights standing solemnly inside. Then someone's footsteps caught Vlad's attention, and he turned to see it was Joseph. He looked at the two of them from behind. Damn Chu thought, in the past I didn't dare stand before this gate because I couldn't hold the power of the silver sword. I thought I would never cross this difficult boundary, but now I am placing my trusted sword into it. Thinking then, Joseph said, "Go ahead." Vlad widened his eyes at the sound of those words. Joseph looked at him sadly and said, "Congratulations." Vlad clenched his jaw in silence and then moved inside. My sword, the Crimson Path, is the path of honor. The boy has walked that path without even realizing it. Step by step, leaving behind the dirty dark alley towards your dream. V, dressed neatly, steps out of the shadowy alley of the past into the Hall of Glory. Facing the shining star above, Vlad on the red carpet, with spectators witnessing every step he takes. And now, finally, he kneels on one knee, bowing his head before Count Peter Bay. You have reached that star. Countess Peter looks down at you with admiration. Vlan, Base's squire, you have done very well on your way here. Keep the unchanging Swordmaster's code with your left hand, he said as he handed Vlad a scroll of white paper. The boy received it with both hands. He raises his sword and continues speaking, engraving that into his heart as the sharp blade is lowered onto his shoulder. A knight must always focus on developing their potential. That is the second rule of the swordsman. The knights are willing to burn everything they have in the foggy village. If you appear where you're needed, you must act without hesitation. The only standard for making decisions is one's own conscience. A knight must always walk the path of honor. That is the final rule set by the swordmaster. Ven still closed his eyes, listening to Count Peter's teachings. To preserve your honor, you must always hold your head high and move forward without shame. That is the price of becoming a knight. Peter finished, his voice firm. Swearing before my sword and the knight's code of Vlad's envoy, Sarah. Vlad the boy has always seen potential in the unadorned sword. The red-haired girl beside him can attest that, even in the dark, dirty alleyways, he held a long wooden stick like a knight's sword, protecting the rose of happiness from a ruthless opponent. The boy is also ready to protect what needs to be protected. Joger, the knight who guards the rose smile, can attest to his conscience. And as he looked up at the starry sky, he decided to keep moving forward so that one day he could touch it. It was a law he didn't know, but he always protected it with everything he had. The plain sword, no longer ornate, broken more than half as proof. What has fought alongside you all this time can now bear witness. Vlad spoke. I swear. He held the scroll with reverence, as if to engrave it into his heart, his determined gaze showing that Min would protect the swordmaster's law with all his strength. Count Peter orders, a Peter Bay, owner of Bay S, gives the command. When you rise from kneeling, you are a humble squire, but you will stand tall as a knight knighted. The boy stands up, his voice echoing in the solemn space. He is Sir Alicia's knight. A small hand with a handkerchief suddenly appears, reaching out to him. Images of children with innocent smiles, ordinary people whose extraordinary love is waving at you. The one who protected the breath of children blessed by Sanjino and is a dragon slayer. The name was born beneath the blue blood of the swift dragon. The spears of the knights pointing towards the sky are recognized by the knights of BSV and Lady Sarah. You look around. Today, the originless boy has created his own roots with his own will. Maxim Co. Gregory smiled at him. Rudiger looked at him with satisfaction, and Lord Jaeger with the squinting eye did the same. Outside the corridor, a tall figure stands there. They are the roots that all the stars here will be able to witness. Joseph smiled kindly and proudly, as if to say, Well done, Lord Vlan, you surprised and made him happy. Now in Gaida, Chinova's voice echoes in the room, hanging the flag with the eagle emblem. It's time to move forward without hesitation, but the dwarves behind us are still making everything difficult. So this time I've decided to proceed slowly, just like those damn nobles. The person said while rolling 2 walnuts in his hand. The fierce lord of the West Ixmida looked at the 2 walnuts and said, I hear that the only one remaining at House Alicia has not yet been betrothed. Godwin respectfully replied, That is indeed the case. Crimson Moon smirked, Well now, how can that be? How can she endure this harsh world alone with her fragile body as a woman? He grinned. Godwin, this time I need you to show what you're capable of. Godwin bowed respectfully and said, Please give the order. My lord, Sipun said in a deep voice, let's go with my damn son to Didioma and seize a just and fair excuse there. Godin wondered if it was just an excuse for not violence or war. Shichmun seemed to read his thoughts, but you have always been like this. I hope you won't disappoint. As you wished, that child has been granted a noble rank. Joseph sits beside him, bowing his head and saying, Thank you. Peter responds slowly, Soon there will be a conference where all the northern lords will gather. Joseph was stunned. Is it the conference? Peter looked at his second son. Yes. Joseph broke out in a sweat. The conference hadn't been held for over 10 years, and then suddenly took place. I didn't notice any signs. I keep wondering, do they really keep security so tight? Or maybe it was carried out so suddenly that no one realized the real reason behind it. Peter straightforwardly said, in that conference I planned to make Alicia heal the Lord of Dioma. That surprised Joseph greatly. For a long time, the Ho family had benefited from the border between the south and the center. Peter uncorked the bottle and slowly poured the wine. But now they must decide whether to become the gateway to the south or the abandoned desert land of the center. He took a sip, knowing that if they chose the latter, they would become prey for the Western Eagle. The era of peace has ended, and now everyone must cling to each other to survive. It will be a difficult choice for Dioma, who has always remained neutral. Joseph absent-mindedly asked, will she choose the north? Peter looked at his son. I know you tried very hard to make that choice. Countess Peter set down his glass. I will support you with everything I have, at least in the matter of Dioma. Peter stood by the window watching Joseph leave, his mind filled with mixed thoughts because his child was born without sharp fangs. So he must have his own way of fighting. It's really concerning. He clenched his fists behind his back. Not only is Ho standing at the crossroads making a choice, but the longer he hesitates, the more blood will be shed. I must end everything within my generation. Mr. Ha is determined to break this cursed cycle of fraternal bloodshed. The vibrant sunset dyes the sky red as the sun slowly dips behind distant mountains. I stand on the watchtower, lost in thought, finally having the chance to come up here and enjoy the view. Lamont said, I want to show you this scene at least once. The old man smiled softly, and the city wall looked more crimson than ever. The old man slowly recounted that these Sturama walls have endured countless harsh trials by soaking up the blood of enemies. The entire royal family is no exception. Lamont briefly grew contemplative. To protect what is important, blood must be shed. From behind, the silhouette of the old knight quietly blended into the crimson sky. Knights are those who are willing to give their blood when needed. The old man glanced at you. When the moment comes, you will also have to offer your blood. V smiled softly and replied, Yes, I understand. Suddenly, the old man said, My name is Lam Moon. You turned to look at the old man with a confused expression. What is it? Old man Anton told you to call him Lord Lam Moon from now on. Lam Moon handed you an object. Here, take this. You ask curiously, What is that? The old man explained that it is compensation money for your armor. He holds the coin with a skeptical look in his eyes. Is this just a single tarnished coin for compensation? My armor is made from gray orc leather. Lamoon smiled kindly. Its value is much greater than anything you've ever had. When the time is right, you'll understand the worth of this coin. The old man asked if you had accepted the mission after being knighted, and you nodded. Yes, I will leave tomorrow. The old man advised you, if everything goes well, remember to stop by my residence. Vlad replied immediately, I will definitely stop by, but when I do, I will collect the rest of the compensation. Lamont extended his hand in front of him, showing friendliness. I am always ready to welcome you. Sir VN. You pause for a few seconds. Really? The old man smiled. I also had some really happy times. Lord Lamoon, I sincerely thank you for reaching out and taking my hand. Thank you for your guidance. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a heavy sigh echoes. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Alisaya slumped down on the table, her voice despondent. I've been sending letters for a month and haven't received any news about the visitors. Your butler gently reassures you. Please be patient and wait a little longer. He added, we always have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Only then can we respond in time. She muttered, worst-case scenario. Worst-case scenario. Alakaya looked up and asked the butler, should I follow what Count Gaida wrote in his letter and take his eldest son? The butler fell silent upon hearing her, so she hurriedly stood up and asked again, what do you think? Should I become a member of his family? The butler hesitated. Maybe I didn't choose the right words to express my opinion. Alicia clenched her fists, still trembling with anger. Outside, there was a wedding invitation, but the tone sounded like an announcement of something already decided. They don't value us at all. She frowned. They speak sweet words but make no promises about the future of the lake. The only thing I see clearly is their insatiable greed. She falls into deep thought. Everyone around me is just a bunch of opportunists. The butler reassures her once again. Please, don't worry too much, Count. An opportunity for us to rise up will surely come. Alicia nodded in agreement and said, you're right, we'll try to hold out until then. Suddenly, she rested her hand on her forehead, looking puzzled. But why is the royal family not making any move? Even lending us a few attendants, they hesitate? The butler explained, they must have calculated everything carefully. They are well aware of the terrain advantage here. His eyes suddenly turned cold. The only thing I worry about is that he suddenly fell silent. A frantic knocking at the door interrupts the conversation as someone rushes in. My Lord Count, we have just received news that the Count of Gaida's men have entered our territory. I hear you remain calm. Are they here already? The butler quickly told her I will try to reschedule the meeting for tomorrow. I will try to delay it. Alicia remained silent, seemingly pondering something. The butler gently reminded him, please stay calm. Usually when facing a hungry eagle, don't expect mercy. A flag embroidered with a soaring eagle fluttered in the wind. Leading the army was the eldest son of Count Gaida, Isvan Gaida. He looked around and then made a comment. This place is really backward. Godin told him it's always like this. He added that they value peace more than war, and if possible, they prefer to let things fall apart rather than trade or exchange. He sneered and said bluntly that they were all dull and boring. Isvan turned to ask him, I don't have to do anything, right? Godin replied, at least you should introduce yourself. He asked further, so, I only need to introduce myself? He explained again, you should also pretend to care about the other person and say a few polite words. Isvan sighed. I hate having to do these things. I hate all kinds of work, Godin reminded him. That is the duty that comes with your bloodline. He grumbles, why are you making things so complicated this time? Just take whatever you want. That's the simple rule my father has lived by his whole life. He was annoyed. Can't we just take what we want from them? He still patiently explained to him. The North has never failed to protect what they value. He continued, the West we have today is thanks to conquest, while the North has achieved today through protection. He summarized by saying that Count Gaida is currently the ruler of the West and the commander of the entire alliance, so it's understandable that he acts cautiously after leaving the West. Yvonne sighed. All right, you're going with me on this trip shows your father really values this. Suddenly he said, we've heard that Alicia Ho is very beautiful, unmatched among the noble women in the region. Upon hearing that, he smirked. Really? Then I have even more motivation to keep going. The scene now shifts to the magnificent kingdom of Brigantes, with the image of a dragon emblem on the flag appearing. Mai knelt before the throne and respectfully said, I have returned. Father, the one sitting on the throne is the Duke of Blood Dragonia. He coldly ordered, report. He bowed his head and replied, sorry, Tuklong was killed by a knight from the north. Stannis gritted his teeth and said, the northern thugs, they really don't know their place. He continued reporting, however, my journey also yielded some gains. I discovered a boy in the north. His final words shocked him. He is a young dragon who hasn't opened his eyes yet. I asked him, did your father come to the north before? I have traveled to many places. I have spent my life spreading my lineage across the continent. He silently thought that each seed is a possibility. No one knows what they will become. Devoting his entire life to that is truly worthwhile. Then he asked Miss, does your heart and that boy's heart intersect after meeting? He replied, yes. He asked further, what color are they? He described, the boy has blonde hair and bright blue eyes just like ours. That hair and eye color are only found in those with Dragulia blood. Stannis said slowly, I understand. He continued, the boy still hasn't returned to Longtoa. He might not have awakened, as you said. The sky outside the window gradually darkened. He continued to sow seeds and wait patiently, both of which are difficult tasks. Suddenly, his appearance changed. His face no longer wrinkled and aged, and his white hair turned golden. Still, humans keep repeating those actions. Stannis calmly looked down with a cold gaze. I have also lived like that before, he said with a cold, faint smile. I want to meet that child, he said in surprise. Oh, Tram really can't compare to seeing her in person, Isvan said to her. No words can fully express the beauty of the girl before my eyes. I am honored to meet you, Miss. I am Isvan from the Ga family. Alicia coldly replied, welcome here, sir. Isvan from the Gaida family. Alicia's butler looked him over and silently assessed him. Just as expected, he bore the typical appearance of Western lords. You dare to call her a lady when she is a countess? The butler's face darkened with anger at his arrogance. To get here, you have gone through a long journey. You should have given us notice so we could prepare a proper reception. He hesitated. Oh, about that. But before he could finish speaking, she interrupted him, her eyes turning cold as she looked straight at him. Isn't it also time for us to discuss the marriage proposal? The attitude of the Ga family makes me a bit disappointed. He sneered, thinking to himself how formidable she was. I thought she was a gentle young lady, but her words are so cold. Godin suddenly spoke. Lord, we often say that relationships beginning with meetings are also very precious. Alicia looked at him and asked, even if that meeting was rushed and careless like this? I didn't expect him to ask back. The Lord values Lady Alicia so much that he sent his son to this meeting, right? The butler was so angry he was trembling when he heard his shameless words. He thought to himself, I must be patient. They are acting so casually, probably have an ulterior motive. They might be looking for an excuse. Isvan bowed his head to apologize to her and ask for her forgiveness for skipping the necessary formalities. Godin continued to speak nonsense, but from now on, Lord Isvan will be the head of the family. His presence today is a valid reason to overlook some minor details. She remained silent in thought for a while, and seeing her silent, he chuckled, saying, "Please don't be angry. We came here to discuss the marriage proposal, right?" She told him that they could discuss the details more comfortably later. "For now, please go and rest at the arranged place." I didn't expect him to shamelessly say to her, "Actually, I would like to speak privately with Miss Alicia instead of discussing in this crowded place." She looked slightly surprised upon hearing that. He continued, "Normally we should greet each other's parents first, but the current situation doesn't allow for that." She clenched her fists in anger, causing her dress to become wrinkled. Patience is a virtue, but it also has its limits. If you keep enduring when the other side has crossed the line, you're just lowering yourself. She was trembling with anger, grinding her teeth, and said, "You dare." In the face of her anger, he chuckled softly. "Oh, too easy." Godin thought, now we have the perfect excuse. Before he could act, a loud shout outside announced, "The knight of the flying clan has arrived," causing everyone present to look surprised. The butler hurriedly called out, "Please come in." The door opened, and a group of people slowly entered. The leader spoke, saying, "It's been a long time. I would like to extend my greetings to you." Count H nodded. All the knights bowed their heads to greet her. The Basin knightly family respectfully salutes the lord. Alicia gently smiled in response. "Welcome here, everyone." The knights of the Bay family took off while speaking. "Please forgive me for being late." He places his hand on his chest to show his respect. "Lady Alicia, I am here at your invitation." Alicia smiles contentedly. "That's right. Only you have the right to call me lady because he is the only one I allow to do so." Vlad said seriously, "I am here to offer a worthy price for the handkerchief you gave me." Isvan was a bit confused and asked, "A handkerchief?" He glanced at him and continued, "The price is for your face to become extremely serious. I swear on the honor and reputation of a knight of my family." The space suddenly fell into complete silence as his cold gaze flicked towards Golden. "Inside, I want to tell him that my shadow has already touched him, so open your eyes and look carefully. Knight Lamnuyet, your pride is even more evident on your face. Finally, I have the right to stand before you." Suddenly, the scene shifts to a small building. Isvan rubbed his chin and spoke. "I thought everything would go smoothly, but BS made an unexpected move." Isvan thought, "Brother Sarah, this is the first time I've heard that name. At first I thought I had seen him somewhere before, but it's not the case." Because he stared intently at Godin standing right behind him, he suddenly smirked. Truly a strange feeling. "This is the first time I've been insulted like that?" Isvan asked him, "Do you know him?" "He looks really arrogant." He explained, "The relationship between me and him didn't last. I never expected to face him here." Godin remembered that he didn't kill him that day out of pity. He knew you possessed a dazzling skill that made others want to cheer and support you, even if it could lead to unpredictable consequences in the future. He chuckled softly, feeling a bit proud. He never expected that the person mentioned in the previous report would be him. Yvonne continued to ask, "What should we do now?" "Dad said I just need to come up with an excuse." Godin paused for a moment and then replied that there is a way. His eyes gleamed with danger. "Do you want to take everything and fall flat?" This rule applies everywhere. In another room, a voice echoes. Lord Joseph said he wanted to demonstrate the strength of the alliance between the two families. She mentioned that Jaeger had come here in person. Then other evidence becomes unnecessary. He handed her a letter and said, "He also sent a letter." Jaeger explained. "He said that even though Vlad is holding Miss Alicia's handkerchief, it's still hard to refuse Ga's proposal." She read the letter with a bit of surprise. "Ga is even more persistent than I thought," he said. "Mr. Joseph is doing his best for this matter." She replied, "Yes, this is entirely feasible." I continued, saying that my grandmother and Lady Oksana both come from the Oscar family, which means I also carry Lady Oksana's blood. The butler standing beside her looked at her with obvious surprise. "Oh my," he continued. "Yes, that's completely correct. It is precisely because of this blood relation that they agreed to lend her someone. If the Countess becomes my godmother, we can easily dismiss this marriage proposal. If Gaida's son wants to marry me, he must have the Countess's approval." Alicia pondered. "I feel worried about placing such a heavy burden on the Countess's shoulders." He told her that Lady Oksana said Alicia is always welcome. The butler stood to the side, thinking to himself that it seemed like they were doing everything to help us. But this proposal also gives the Bay family an excuse to interfere with the Two Explosions family in the future. He was worried just as I thought. The Bay side isn't acting purely out of kindness. He looked at her and thought to himself, for now we have no other choice. None at all. Did he even consider this situation to delay the announcement? Joseph Bay is truly a frightening person. The chain of fate has become a pawn in his hands. Alicia hesitated and asked Jaeger if she needed to make a decision right away. He immediately replied, "No. We understand that this is a burden for Miss Alicia." She bowed her head gently and thanked him. "I am deeply grateful for your thoughtful consideration." The butler, hearing this, felt torn between two options. Gaida was pressuring us with a marriage proposal, while Bae was tempting us with an offer of protection. Is there no one worthy for Countess Alicia to place her trust in? She remained silent for a long time before speaking to him. "It's been a long time since I saw you, Lord V," she asked. "So how do you feel about your current role?" He replied seriously, "For Lady Alicia, I will do everything I can. I was ordered to do so, and I also want to do it." Both she and the butler were surprised to hear Vlad say that. Vlad's gaze was now very determined. The butler looked at him and smiled. "No, there is still someone. The one he considers to be you. Only this young man, the only person facing the Count without any ulterior motives." Alicia softly said, "Those words make me very happy." Lord Vanco gently smiled and said, "Show me my handkerchief." He always keeps it with him, so it must need fixing. Vlad then agreed and reached into his armor to take out the handkerchief. "All right, seeing your action, I felt a little happy inside." He wanted to keep it safe, so he put it in his chest armor. Even though it's a small thing, it still makes me feel strangely proud. Vred took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. Her eyes suddenly looked a bit different. You handed her a white handkerchief that wasn't hers, and V hurriedly pulled it back. "Oh, my mistake. Suddenly something swept past your face like the wind." A moment later, the handkerchief disappeared before Vlan's confusion. It turned out Alicia had snatched it in the blink of an eye. You don't sense the danger approaching, only marvel at how quickly she moved, so fast I couldn't see anything. I didn't even see it myself. She asked with a serious face, "This isn't the handkerchief I gave you, is it?" "It's just an ordinary handkerchief. Jamina gave it to me. It's my usual handkerchief." Alicia still looked uncomfortable and asked, "Jamina, is your lady friend a girl?" He replied casually, "Yes, we have known each other since we were young and grew up together." She suddenly burst into laughter, but the murderous aura around her was overwhelming. Vlad, unaware of what was happening, continued to speak happily. "It's made from pure cotton fiber, so it's perfect for daily use." The butler just stood there reciting prayers for him. Shouldn't he have kept such things to himself? Jaeger is just as worried. "You damn bastard, shut up." Only then did he realize something was wrong. When he turned around, he saw three faces with three different expressions staring at him. I wonder in confusion, did I cause trouble again? Yeah, I guess so. This time it's a big deal. Innocent boy? Jaeger slowly said, "I really hate fools." His eyes gradually filled with murderous intent. "And you are the stupidest person I have ever met." He got angry and scolded you. "Sir Joseph has put so much effort into organizing everything perfectly. Yet you destroyed everything with just a handkerchief. Your stupidity has reached genius level." V timidly admits fault. "Please forgive me. I didn't expect the situation to turn out like this." Even though I was furious, trembling with anger, Ja told himself, "Calm down. After this winter, he will be 18, and I have to treat him like a man. Anyway, he's a knight. The man signaled for you to go outside." You silently looked away and hesitated. Jaeger irritably asked what you were still standing there for. "Are you not leaving, or do you want to be torn apart like before?" Who would have thought Red would say that to him? Honestly, it might actually be for the best. "Instead of kicking me out, could you just hit me?" the thug warned. "Stop messing around and get out now. If I have to use force today, there won't be any mercy." V quickly slipped away upon hearing that. Running away is the best strategy. Jaeger is frustrated and helpless about what to do with him. V quickly goes outside and closes the door. "I don't know what you're all staring at me like that for." A knight chuckled and said, "You don't always see a great man like you, so we have to look carefully." The other knights agreed, truly capturing the hero's aura. "With both of your hands, they keep mocking you. I really admire you, as expected, a shining talent." V said sadly to them, "I want to be alone." They saw him say that and immediately stood up and left. "Then we will step outside to give you some quiet space. It's only your first day on the job, and our new recruit hasn't already shown what makes him different." Seeing them say that, he turned his back and left. Fine, I'll go." Behind you, the teasing voices kept echoing. "I have to warn the maids at the lake. Letting a stallion like him wander around so aimlessly is extremely dangerous." V leaves in frustration. "Damn it. Why does everything have to become so complicated? You seem pretty disappointed about today. Just when you least expect it, it happens. This is my first mission as a knight, so I want everything to go smoothly." Vlad is also pretty upset because his comrades laughed at him. The other knights even ganged up to bully me. Instead of comforting me, they just mocked me. A voice echoes. "From my perspective, everything still seems fine." They don't look down on you. They just want to tease you a little for fun. The knights serving under Jaeger have already accepted you as their comrade. You reply, "I know I've been through this before. Whether it's a street thug or a high-ranking knight, no matter where you are, people's ways of life are still similar. Then he sighed. Since things have already turned out this way, there's nothing else to do. Once the water is spilled, it can't be taken back. Vlad gazed pensively out the window. And I also have nowhere to go. Suddenly I thought maybe I should pray since I haven't done it in a long time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Alicia was feeling very uncomfortable. The more I think about it, the more it seems unreasonable. No matter how naive he is, how could he keep my handkerchief and a woman's handkerchief together in the same place? The butler tried to defend the boy, but he still kept it clean. She said, "That's normal." The butler replied, "It's not normal at all, especially for a boy of that age." Alicia grew more annoyed. She asked him, "Why is that?" He explained that Lord Vlad had completed many difficult tasks, yet still kept his handkerchief clean, which meant it received his special attention. His earlier actions were a mistake born of indifference. In other words, he is also innocent. At least he doesn't have evil intentions like the others. Isn't it true that you train swordsmanship for yourself? Count Alicia hesitated. That's true. Suddenly, the butler noticed something outside. He told her, "Look, the person over there is kneeling at the base of the tree, praying sincerely." The butler continued, "Every action he takes has a reason, which is why we hold him in high regard." Alicia also gradually calmed down. He hasn't changed much all this time. Suddenly, her eyes showed a hint of surprise as a familiar figure appeared and approached him. "Who's that?" The butler suddenly felt that something was off. "Is there someone outside?" "Quickly inform Lord Jaeger of the urgent situation." The boy knelt on one knee before him for a long moment before speaking. "Still can't remember anything?" It replied calmly. "That's right. V, continue." "That person said they would recover some memories after seeing it," it replied. "It seems there is some connection between me and the spirit. Someone is approaching." He glanced back silently and then strode forward confidently. Jiao Jiak looks around. "Is there a grave here in this place? This must be the resting place of someone you know." V slowly stood up and replied, "Only those permitted by the owner of this place are allowed in here." Isvan arrogantly replied, "You're allowed in, but I'm not." His face expressionless, he replied, "I already asked for permission." He couldn't help but sneer. "Finally, you are willing to look at me. You know, I felt like I was invisible earlier because you only stared coldly at Vlad without even looking at me." Isvan casually continued, saying he was asked to tell you that if you give up the Lady Alicia's handkerchief, he will forgive the second dried beef debt. He remembered the past and couldn't help but feel angry inside. "What does Godin mean by that? Honestly, I don't care what kind of relationship you two have. Hand it over." V remained silent for a long time before continuing. "If you think you can take it, come and get it. Westerners never hide their desires. In this world, only the greedy can survive. The North never backs down. In this world, only those who protect what belongs to them can endure." Ivan calmly replied, saying, "You wouldn't accept. There's no other way. I will never accept to go home empty-handed." Without hesitation, he pointed his sword at you and coldly said, "Northern rookie, I demand a duel with the prize being Alicia's handkerchief." Vlad calmly said without any reaction, "Try again." He was surprised and exclaimed two words, "What?" "I am a knight of BS and also a knight of Miss Alicia. If you want to duel with me, please specify your full name. Western Assassin." Meanwhile, Godin looked at the documents in his hand and coldly said, "Wiping out a secret society in the city, pushing back the Dark Mage's followers, summoning deathworms, and defeating the Swift Dragon himself." It seems he was in a hurry, sticking to standards and common sense, but nothing was exaggerated, creating opportunities for himself. He will still grow up even without this incident. Godin recalled that when he used to fence, a single sword stroke was simply a potential. It's unbelievable that Han could reach the level of a dragon slayer in just a year, but awakening his own aura is truly surprising. It's not something that can be achieved just by teaching. It's a pity, or should I bring him back at all costs? Godin then turned his head and smiled softly, realizing someone had arrived. "You're back? Then the handkerchief is still with the previous owner." Isvan replied, "Yes, just as you said, he is not a reasonable person." Godin continued, "I thought you would take the handkerchief." He replied, "I had planned to do so, but the atmosphere wasn't right. I don't understand how they do it, but the old knight of the lake and the one-eyed knight immediately charged at me and him. Anyway, I have requested a duel." Godin suddenly asked. "When?" he said arrogantly. 2 days from now. They say they will call a priest to oversee the fight." He chuckled softly, then said, "If there's no priest as a witness, they won't be able to argue. I have a valid reason and an advantage." Ivan angrily said, "One more thing. Seeing that damn face twisted in fear would make me extremely happy." On the other side, the butler asked anxiously, "Do we have a chance to win?" Jaeger coldly replied, "It's difficult. Isvan is the head of the Western Crusaders of the Gaida family, a tough opponent who has been well-trained since childhood. Previously, Lord Lam Moon also highly valued the swordsmanship of the Western Knights. Honestly, Vlad's chances of winning are very slim right now." He pondered for a long time and then replied, "Thank you for being honest with me. But if this continues, Countess Alicia's handkerchief will be—" "Don't worry too much. He used to fight alongside knights when he was still a logistics officer, right? And in this case, Lord Joseph has been fully informed by Count Alicia. He had already prepared the plan before sending us out." The old man couldn't help but be surprised as he turned to look at the guy. "Is that plan okay?" Jaeger just smiled softly. "The match is just a formality." He replied, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so well prepared in every aspect. If you need any assistance, just let me know," he replied. "Honestly, I have a request." He asked again, "What is it?" He replied, "We want Countess Alicia to consider an idea about the location of the match." As the fight begins, he can't help but be speechless and calls out to Godin. "Usually one-on-one matches take place in the hall or corridor, right?" He replied, "Is this the Countess's request? Or just talk?" "This match is related to her proposal, so her parents want to see it from their resting place." He frowned and said, "Really? That's a good reason. This pasture just feels so eerie." It cleaned up so thoroughly that not a single pebble was left. Or Isvan asked, "Is it raining?" He calmly replied, "No, my lord." He answered, "The sky isn't raining, but the grass is still wet." He replied, "This match takes place in the climate and conditions of the north you will have to endure. Preparing the battlefield before the fight will give a significant advantage. That basic principle is something every commander must know and follow." Godin turned around, and after their eyes met, there was a hostile intent in his gaze. Jaeger calmly spoke. Gaida was incredibly sharp. "We will stand in his line of sight, so focus on controlling your breath. Throughout this time, he has managed himself very well, despite facing an enemy he despises. When my patience reaches its limit, the only thing I need to remember is my vow to Lord Joseph." Regaining my breath, I open my eyes wide and say, "I am ready." He sneered quietly. "You're my pride. All right, go out there and teach the usurper how to wield a sword." Alicia sits seriously on the referee's chair and begins to explain the rules of the match. "In today's match, you may use aura. However, you are not required to fight to the death. If either of you is in danger, we will intervene. Do you both agree to these rules?" Vlad coldly spoke, "I agree." Isvan nodded in satisfaction as a preacher raised his hand and shouted, "Remember that God sees everything under the sun." He swung his hand down forcefully. The battle begins. A blazing red aura surrounds him. He looked at Vlad provocatively. "Are you still carefully keeping that handkerchief?" He pondered quietly and asked, "What will I get?" He is confused, so you repeat, "If I win, what will I get?" "At the very least, I should receive your sword." Isvan didn't expect you to say that. He angrily curses, "You damn idiot." Your eyes sharply stare at him. "I heard that it's a tradition in the West to plunder, right? You must be proud of that too." You remember the pale, terrified faces of innocent people. There is a place where plundering is an essential part of life, and those who are robbed often face death early. V's steps begin to move forward. He is someone ready to seize what he desires, and I am someone willing to steal to survive. Your tone is sharp and full of sarcasm. I wonder which of us is the greedier one. He looked at your stance, frowning. "What kind of stance is that?" You smugly look at Eason and say, "I hope you will like it." The cloak billows in the wind as a familiar figure appears. The fully equipped soldiers lined up in formation. Isvan suddenly panicked. The soldiers behind Vlan stand solemnly, as this is what we had prepared for you, Godin thought to himself. All the Bayes knights carry long swords. He frowns, so they had anticipated that this fight would happen. Step forward and say, "Go ahead, show me." Your teasing gaze is fixed on him. How mighty is Gaida's air. He swung his sword fiercely at you, causing the ground to crack apart. You quickly dodged. Vlad jumped back. Isvan angrily raises his sword. Humph. The large sword overwhelmed him, but he struggled to defend against the attack. Ven swung his sword to knock his opponent's sword away. Isvan gathers his strength and swings his sword, aiming straight at your head. Vlad quickly jumps back to a safe distance. He was repeatedly pushed back with sword strikes, while the Gaida family members watched the battle closely, silently saying, "Good. He's fighting very well. Keep going. Keep up the good work." Godin watches from afar, silently assessing, evading heavy strikes, using the length of his sword to limit the thrust, having prepared carefully. Moreover, this slippery grass moves quickly without issue, but it conflicts with sword styles that require stable footing. He was puzzled about who could have chosen such a sophisticated location for the match. The massive sword dragged along the ground as Isvan swung his sword toward you, kicking up dirt and stones. Vlad gently dodged, his bloodshot eyes glaring at you in anger. He shouted, You damn rat, slipping around like that, while your big body swings that sword like a beast. V stared with wide eyes, gathering strength in his legs as his small body braced against the powerful strike, then gently shifted the tip of his sword to the side. What the hell is that? Is he really just a rookie who has only been practicing swordsmanship for a year? How can he possibly block one of my sword strikes? You quickly turn back to him. He refuses to give up, angrily swings his sword, but your body easily evades it smoothly. Isvan raises his sword and strikes down into the ground, causing the earth to crack open along a line. Still not counterattacking, you keep dodging his deadly strikes. He grits his teeth and shouts, "Fight honestly, how long do you plan to run away?" You sneer and look at him. Who would know that? He's angry and annoyed. This damned place feels like fighting in mud, and the longer it drags on, the more it favors him. His teeth clenched tightly. It's so embarrassing that an unknown knight could humiliate me like this. Isvan started provoking, probably because of your poor background and your pathetic fighting style. He smugly looked at you and said, "If your biological mother saw your face right now, she wouldn't be able to stand it either." Vlad seemed to fall into an ice cave. I wanted to say something, but suddenly I couldn't help but smirk mockingly. That will never happen. You taunted him. If you knew even a little about life in the alley, you wouldn't have said that. You look at him with a sarcastic tone. I'm truly disappointed. I thought the aristocrats used much more sarcastic provocation. He frowned. What? V quickly rushed forward. What you just said, your eyes cold, the tip of the sword pointed straight at him, is only worth a casual remark in the alley behind. The sword pressed close to his face. He panicked and raised his sword to defend himself. You sneer at Isvan. If Count Gaida saw your proud face right now, he would jump for joy. He grits his teeth in anger, the tip of his sword leaving a long scar on Isvan's face. You, Isvan, shout out, your aura exploding, you damn bastard. The aura, like blades of swords, shot toward him as Vlad leapt back to dodge the attack. Isvan now looked like a monster emerging from a sea of fire, his eyes cold and piercing, while Vlad's sword trembled in fear. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't even dream of dying easily." Godin, standing outside, commented that holding out this long was pretty good, but the match ends here. Yager judges that he truly is the worthy heir of Gaida. His world depth is on a different level. Now he must try his best to hold on. Vlad sweat and thought that as the sword duel dragged on, the pressure on his body would become very intense, and his stamina might even drain faster if he used aura. If he just focused on dodging, at least he could hold his own against him. The Knights of BS, those who gave me the chance to train. Sir Jaeger, my teacher, and Lady Alicia, who entrusted me with protecting my honor. Everyone thought that their chances of winning were slim. He closed his eyes, but they believed that someone from the back alley could never defeat the heir of a Marcus family who was trained from childhood. In front of him, Isvan looked like a beast ready to pounce at any moment. V clenched his sword tightly. Even if he lost, he still gained something, but he truly wanted to end everything right now. He silently told himself to stop dodging, to stop running away, to stop promising himself that next time he would do better. His gaze turned to the person behind Isvan, at least in front of the knight who had shattered his home. His eyes flashed with light, an endless aura erupting. Look carefully, I am now someone who has the right. The thing I need to approach you. You grit your teeth, your eyes also becoming sharp, the result of your struggle. He charged at Vlan. Isvan's voice was tense. The danger of the swordsmanship lies not in its fierce strikes. He swings his sword, sparks flying off the blade. Be careful if he starts attacking non-stop. The scorching blade flashed past his face. Isvan shifted his relentless attack straight at Vlan. He raised his sword high and struck down hard at you. The heavy blow caused the ground beneath you to sink. Isvan roared in fury. Die, you bastard. A sword strike sent you flying away. He grimaced in pain, using his sword to hold himself up as the land around him was ravaged by his opponent. V secretly thought he's really strong. This is the first time I've fought against a wild and brutal swordsmanship style like this. You look at his figure in the smoke and fire, silently calculating that if you don't move into his sword range, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. You take a running start and then rush forward, knowing there's only one way to escape. Isvan raises his long sword high and swings a beautiful strike towards you, but you quickly lower yourself to dodge the attack. His eyes show a sharp determination as he charges forward. Then he forcefully strikes his sword into the ground, causing a spray of dirt and rocks to blast him away. V is momentarily stunned, but remains undeterred and continues fighting. You bend down to dodge Isvan's sword, crossing the line between life and death. He, lost in his swinging sword, suddenly looks over at you. Vlad looks at him coldly, quickly swinging his sword to close the distance. The two blades clash and their auras clash, causing them to shine brightly. Your attack forcefully knocks him back. He is sent flying using his sword to support his heavy body. V clenched his teeth and said, "You won't escape." He charged at him once more. Isvan angrily grits his teeth. "Arrogant bastard." He pulls his sword from the ground, using the dirt to block your view. Dust and debris blinded you, blocking your view as the longsword swung straight at you. Surprised, he seized the opportunity with a smug smile, causing the ground beneath your feet to sink as you narrowly dodged the heavy strike. He couldn't react in time to your agility. Godin was caught off guard. How does he know the secret techniques of the Knight's Order with his defensive skills? Ved dodged tiredly. The blow was too strong. I couldn't completely block its direction. He angrily swung his fist at you and shouted, "What trick are you pulling now?" Vlad shouted, "Do you think I only know this much?" The two of them charged at each other, and he used his sword to block his punch. Isvan let out a stunned moan. "Yeah." His hand twisted in pain as he screamed. "Ah." Vred smirked confidently, seizing the moment, and at that instant he tightly grasped his sword and swung it with great force. Ha, Isvan is not weak either. Yes, the two powerful strikes are about to collide, causing a huge explosion right in the arena. Alicia hurriedly stood up, looking anxiously at the thick black smoke ahead, with flashes of blue light flickering within the dark fog. She wondered, did I win fair and square? So you looked directly at Godin, and I get a reward for that, right? He fell into silence, and I shouted angrily, "Answer me." He calmly replied, "Yes, my sword has finally touched you." "You speak up. Do you remember what you said to me that day?" Godin recalls, "You're my guide." Vlad, as a teenager, knelt on the ground and said, "Knights only accept worthy rewards. My name is not Stanga, and I am not really 42 years old. Because your reward isn't quite worthy, I'll give you some dried beef, but I will take this away." His cold gaze looked at you. "It is a reward worthy of me and the spoils of the victor." You remained cold. Godin, Gaida's subordinate, is the prize for this match. Vlad is the winner. You point to Isvan's sword. I want Isvan's sword. Godin was surprised by your request. Alicia was no exception. Everyone watching the match was stunned. He was in shock, his eyes cold. That is a fitting reward for me and the spoils of the winner. At the BS family main building, Ven respectfully hands something to Joseph. This is where the urgent news comes from. He unfolds the letter. I did my best to prepare him with everything I had, but this mission is still too much for him. Hopefully, we have at least avoided the worst outcome. His gaze was contemplative, as if he realized something. Joseph looked at Venerable. I never expected it to be this person. He asked him confusedly, "Is Vorden Isvan of Gaida really such an easy opponent?" He was surprised. That can't be true. He continued, "He's only in his early 20s, but in the West, no new knight has the potential to match him. So much so that among the knights, people expect him to become the greatest knight in the West." He looked at the letter and muttered, "Yes, I based this plan on that." He pondered that the heir of Count Gaida, the conqueror of the West, had no better debut match for Vlan. Even if the opponent was a renowned strongman, Vlad's reputation would remain intact even if he lost. But as long as he can push back Isvan even once, Vlad's reputation will rise significantly. Not to mention, if he ends up losing and loses his hand, Alicia will have no choice but to take the flying hand. Joseph smiled. This is indeed a quite unexpected outcome. He spoke, "Vorden, the task I assigned to you." He quickly responded, "Yes, Sir Joseph, I am ready without any mistakes." He ordered to abandon everything, and he quickly received the command. "Yes, I will do it immediately." "What?" He turns around in Ven's panic. "We will have to start planning all over again." He was panicked. "What do you mean?" He stammered. "We have been preparing for over 10 days. He stayed up all night. He calmly spoke up. "The situation has changed." I continued. "I prepared for the worst, but not for the best outcome. I don't know whether to laugh or cry anymore. Ven by the Emperor weeps inwardly. I think I understand now. The Ga family knights were stunned, while Bei looked pleased. Godin proposed to Yager, I want to get that sword back, at least." He calmly replied, "What about the matter of procedures that you will have to withdraw then?" Godin refused to give up. "Isn't that request from him a bit too much?" Jaeger calmly said, "We will handle that. Taking the sword just for a match is clearly too much." He responded calmly, "But this is not just an ordinary match. You are the ones crossing the line without thinking ahead." Godin quietly pondered before speaking. "What do you want?" Jaeger's dominance was strong as he said, "You can't ask me to do that because it's not within my authority." "You know that too." He wondered if the reason he took that sword was because of his hatred for me. His eyes were cold, so the negotiation is off. He remained calm, if you understand. Go back immediately. He stood up, his murderous gaze fixed on Jaeger. "Eventually, we will meet again." Jaeger refuses to yield to my pressure. "Choose a good day to arrange the meeting, and I will come to greet you myself." His eyes are cold. Say goodbye to that kid for me. He was pleased. "Fine, I can handle that." Godin turned and walked away, watching his figure disappear into the distance. and thought to himself, Tan Bin, you've gotten involved with a terrifying monster. Alicia calmly sipped her tea at the Ho family estate and asked, we won't have to accept Mr. Joseph's offer anymore, right? Duncan said, yes, because you defeated Gaida's proposal with your own knight. She smiled. It's such a relief. No matter how warm the doctor's embrace is, giving them an excuse still makes me uneasy. Alicia narrowed her eyes at the teacup. A knight like Lord Vlan wouldn't be something you see every day, right? He smiled, of course. Alicia asked, how much more do you think he will grow? He pondered for a moment. If things continued to develop like this, he had the potential to become the North's representative in the next generation. Are you that surprised? He remained calm, considering this was only a cautious prediction, because Lord Vlad's potential was far from ordinary. Alicia thought for a long time after hearing this, then set down her teacup, realizing that bearing the role of head alone was not easy, and there was no guarantee such a situation wouldn't happen again. Instead of being surrounded by numerous nobles vying for the lake's inheritance, she gazed out the window in thought and said, it would be better if I had a knight without any powerful background beside me. Duncan looked at her in surprise and asked, Miss Alicia, are you… She interrupted him. This would also be a pretty attractive proposal for BS, right? From a certain perspective, it's like a blood alliance, isn't it? He was confused. I think it's still a bit early, isn't it? Even if a knight has semi-noble status. She pondered, and he said that he has the potential to represent the North, right? We need to seize him before others do. So it's still better than marrying some weird person, right? Duncan wiped the sweat off his brow as he listened to her words. That's true, but she smiled softly, sincerely praising him, and what he did was truly admirable. Over at the distant tree root, Vlad poured the wine onto the ground. The flowing stream of wine glistens as it pours over the golden light. The serpent spirit happily smiles. He said, it seems like it really likes this. Looks like the solution is to offer whiskey as a tribute to it. Because this is a barley-aged wine, I think it will suit this spiritual being very well. A spirit of the earth. It happily wagged its tail, circling around Vlan, then joyfully blessed you. You happily felt that the expensive wine was truly worthy of that spirit. Because the blessing of the white snake is like a second life for you. Vlad gently stroked its head. Thanks. Then you returned to the Ho family estate. Alicia, sitting opposite Vlad and Jaeger, asked if he was feeling any discomfort. Like a wound. I'm fine, Miss Alicia. She asked if it looked like you spilled wine on the hilltop yesterday, right? I calmly replied, yes, I did. I greeted the spirit there myself. Every time I come here, I win a glorious victory. It seems the masters here are looking at me with goodwill. She turns to the side. Goodwill says, Jaeger, please deliver this letter to Mrs. Oksana and tell her that I have felt the warmth of bloodline after a very long time. She hands the man a letter, and this one should be sent to Mr. Joseph. She continued, I am sure of this after facing 2 challenges from the center and the west. Where should the demon stand? Understood. Miss Alicia, I will pass on the message without any problem. Miss Vlan, I agree with the assessment that the previous lords would also hold you in high regard. She took out a box and placed it in front of him, then opened the lid, revealing the shining object inside. She continued, they will surely allow me to give this. It has been passed down through many generations, and now I pass it on to you. Inside the box is a shining gem. You're surprised. I remember seeing that before. It is the glory stone of the elf race. The elves are a race living in the far north of the empire. Because they worship different gods, the elves and the empire rarely interact. But it is said that the first lord of this region had ties to the elves. Thanks to that relationship, we obtained this gem. I heard it was formed from the sap of a rare tree. My father used it as an ornament for his sword, but I have no reason to use a sword myself. I had to leave it sitting unused for a long time. She smiled, saying it suited your sword very well from her perspective. You look at it nervously, I see. Well, usually you have to pay a hefty price to obtain an item as valuable as this. V looked up. Isn't that the family heirloom passed down from the first lord of this region? How could I dare? She smiled kindly. He deserves to have it. You have protected the H family twice. Van, the young one, nervously looks to Jaeger for help. Why, even though I know, I still feel like it's not right. Jaeger doesn't know what to do. Alicia spoke sincerely. Please accept it if you can. Please, Your Excellency, are you surprised? You remember when you were young. Vaser raised his sword. If you help me, I will help you. I will help you recover your memories. He will help me become a swordsman. With that promise as my support, I have come this far. Because I became a swordsman, I have to help him recover his memories. V reached out and took the gem. The knight only accepts rewards that are truly deserved. You smile sincerely. Thank you, Sir Alicia. Alicia also felt happy hearing that, while Jag was confused. Did he really receive it? She thanks him. He also felt overwhelmed when touching it. V thought to himself. Everything is in order. This could be the clue to help him regain his memories. She continued speaking. Look into the amber through my world. You are surprised as the light from the amber flashes and envelopes you. A giant tree appears before their eyes, while the people flying boastfully. Our rookie is truly ambitious, one of them responds. He not only spoke the truth, but also spoke loudly. Not everyone has such big ambitions. Isn't that right? You just became a knight not long ago, and now you want to become a noble. They happily commented with sharp insight. See, as men, you have to aim high. You've only just met, and you've already made a strong impression with your potential. You nervously explain, that's not how it is. They ride around on horseback looking confused. No, that can't be right. That's not a bad decision. On the surface, it seems like they're just lending it to you. But they actually gave you a family heirloom of the Ho clan. And what's more, the recipient is also a knight, personally awarded the gauntlet by the Lord. They shouted with joy. Of course, there are probably many more exciting things to come in the future. You stammered. I told you it wasn't like that. V turned to ask Jaeger for help. Please say something. Mr. Jaeger, when everything was happening, you were right beside me and witnessed it all. I will report this separately to Mr. Joseph. Even I can't decide on this. You look sad and lost. Yes, I understand. They looked ahead in surprise. Huh. Are we finally here? One person replied, yes, and looking at the pristine white city ahead, they happily kept teasing the rookie so we arrived in Sarah without realizing it. They cheerfully continue, well then, it's a shame. How about we set up camp outside tonight and enter the city tomorrow? You order to ride on, let's go? No. The group behind laughs happily, the flags fluttering in the wind. The city gate was shrouded in darkness as they calmly urged their horses toward it. Jaeger spoke. Vad, try and see this time. You're hard to understand. Me? The guy remains calm. That's right. Try opening the city gate with just one word. I'm confused. Can I do it? Not long ago, I had to crawl through tunnels. The people behind were excited. If you can't do it, tough it out outside for the night. I have to do this no matter what. V approaches the city gate. The silhouette of a knight standing on the wall spots him. They shouted to stop someone. He raised his sword. I am Vlan, a knight of BS. I have returned after completing my mission. They are confused. V is a knight who was recently promoted after defeating Tak Long. Everyone hurriedly ordered to open the city gate. The city gate was opened. V was surprised. It's really open now? Jaeger said. Of course. He looked in your direction. A knight is a position of honor. Only those who prove their strength can earn it. Now you have the right to demand all the castles on Baseland to open their gates for you. The knights stand in formation, with a representative stepping forward to greet you. Please forgive me. Welcome back, sir. Plan Jaeger smiled. Keep your head held high and move forward with confidence. The gate you once passed through as a servant now welcomes you as a knight. V confidently walks through the city gate of Gaida Chinova territory. The head of the Gaida family looked at Godin and Isvan and spoke. And you still dare to call yourself a knight? Yorger gritted his teeth. You should have left the head instead of your sword. Isvan's face turned pale with fear. He begged his father for forgiveness, his sharp eyes fixed on his broken hand, grinding his teeth and shouting in anger. And what's with your pathetic look? I thought everything would turn out fine in the end. And yet you went and ruined everything. The culprit isn't even the celebrated Jaeger. That guy is just a rookie who just got promoted. His eyes flash with a threatening red glow. You think you only lost a sword? You have destroyed all my influence over this place, and now you hold the upper hand. He turned to him and asked, Godin, what did you do when this happened? When my son was humiliated like a dog, all you could do was stand there and watch? He bowed sincerely, truly ashamed. He shouted, what happened? Weren't you saying you knew him? To be precise, he also had a connection with you. Count Godin was raised by the knight deserter he mentioned. This statement hit him like a heavy blow. He trembled. Georger was crushed to the point of breaking under his grip. He gritted his teeth and said, that bastard will still ruin me, even after he's dead. He continued, I've heard that he's a talented knight, and the level of the knights beside him is also rare. Moreover, he knows how to leverage the home advantage. And there is someone I didn't expect to be there. He can face me without hesitation. Although few know about him, I believe he is one of Base's hidden swords. He scoffs and sneers. The north is full of treacherous devils. He looked at him and ordered, Gin, do you still remember our ancestors' teachings? You have explored the West, haven't you? He replied, Of course, sir. He continued, Do everything possible to fill your stomach and then seize everything others possess. Only then can you survive in this harsh Western land. Exactly. I also follow our ancestors' teachings. Since I was born, I have destroyed, looted, and ravaged beneath this gate. His eyes were cold. The Ga family are the pioneers. We can seize what belongs to others, but others can never take what belongs to us. He orders from now on the eagle's eyes will be focused on the north, to retrieve my son's sword at all costs from the Base estate. Ven happily places 4 gold coins on the table. Congratulations, this is your first reward. V looked a bit disappointed, thinking only 4 gold coins. He caught your disappointed look and looked at you with suspicion. What's wrong? Is it because there's so little that you feel disappointed? Vlad replied softly. A little. I thought knights got paid a lot. He laughed happily, just like a rookie. No wonder Lord Jaeger still wants to keep you close to supervise, if you're wondering how they make their fortune. Ben solemnly explained that as a knight, one must value honor, never forget their duties, and bear all responsibilities that come with it. Then fell into deep thought before speaking. What do those things have to do with money anyway? He secretly smirked, hiding the gold coin, and looked at you with a knowing smile. Actually, they are related. When cats are well fed, they don't need to catch mice. If you want honor and wealth, you have to earn them yourself, he enthusiastically explained. The price of honor is paid once a year. It is classified as a special reward, something you should look forward to. This year you have achieved quite a few accomplishments. The boy was surprised. Oh, what about the price of duty and responsibility? He looked at you intently. You brought Sarah the family heirloom of the High Clan and you're still asking me that question? Voden smirked slyly. Besides the Dragon Slayer, you also have another nickname, Vlad the Rogue from the North. Hearing that nickname again, Vlad was stunned for a moment and then chuckled happily, saying, If you become a noble in the future, don't forget me. Got it? Ven looked at him helplessly, confused. It's not like that at all. At the tea table, Joseph said, Now that you are a knight, your responsibilities should match your status. He calmly said, I will assign you an area to patrol. V was surprised, so I will patrol that area alone. I will also assign some soldiers to accompany you, but you will still be the main responsible one. Vlad replied politely. I understand your letter, Joseph continued. That alley behind is perfect for someone like you, isn't it? You happily replied, Yes, that place is just like my home. Just a reminder, you won't have enough people. Some of my forces have already been assigned to Gregory, Maxim, and Ket. Joseph set down his teacup and said, I will establish a salary fund for the 4 of them. You can recruit people to serve under you yourself. My eyes showed coldness as I emphasized seriously, this job is completely different from commanding mercenaries. Knights are frontline commanders and can serve as representatives anywhere. I only know a few thugs in the alley behind. If I recruit them, will it damage your reputation? Sir Joseph, close your eyes. Thank you for considering my position. However, you don't need to worry. Your people and their roles have nothing to do with me. If something like that could harm me, I would have kept you at Smile already. Are you scratching your head? Joseph smiled and reminded him that using you is harder than killing someone. And since this is the first time I will introduce you to someone. He replied, Yes, thank you, sir. You may now order your person to go. I bow my head and respectfully step aside as you leave. Jaeger asked suspiciously, So you want to send that person to deal with Vlad, Lord Joseph? He smiled knowingly because Vlad was worth a try. This time I continued to trust his unpredictable nature. At the Rose Smile Tavern, G suddenly asked, Really, boss? Number. He shouted, Vlad, sir, I can serve you loyally. You're hard to understand. There's no need to overreact like that. Just do what he's doing. He trembled, wiping tears and choking back tears. Heh heh. Luckily, I didn't run away back then, and I became a mercenary through the tough times until Tai Lai. I had to clean horse dung and was bitten and kicked by horses. Ever since I started working for the boss, I've only encountered strange things, and in the end, I became a servant. Following the boss was definitely the right decision. V hesitated. What are you talking about? A servant? Really, I'm just a helper. Go suddenly stopped. He chuckled. Who would have thought that at first the boss was just a mercenary? You reply casually, Remember to do your best. You smile as you look at him. I have to keep Go by my side. He's talkative and easily panicked, but he always gets the job done. Marcella said, Just take the goat with you too. V looked puzzled. Who is that? She pointed to the large figure in the distance. Are you surprised? He is so big, but it's a waste that he has to work at this Yenbin tavern. Since he started eating well, he's been getting bigger. Vlad smiled at him. He's a trustworthy person. He knows the back alley well and is loyal. You look at Marcella, confused, and ask if it's okay, because wherever there's alcohol, there's trouble. She repeats the trouble. She smiles. Who would dare come here and cause trouble? You still don't realize your position? Rosemai is now the safest place in the alley. Everyone here can enjoy their meals peacefully. Business is going very well. Do you think the reason is somewhere else? It's because Lord Vlad is staying here. Her words woke him up. Marla smiled brightly and pointed at him, saying, If you want to work with someone, just bring their name along. We are protected, and you have a reason to operate freely. That sounds good to me, she said proudly. A little back and forth makes everyone happy. I'm just excited by the idea that I can protect people without having to draw my sword. That's what I love most about becoming a knight. She smiled as she looked at his happy figure. In the end, you finally realized your position, Vi thought. So the last person must be him at the busy, bustling port. Ha drunkenly cheers happily. The top-quality wine really is different, truly worlds apart from the Captain Kwai's wine. Is he still selling that poison-like alcohol? He happily explains that's his only joy. We just have to endure the aftertaste of the ride. You keep talking, and seeing you again makes me remember the past. Just yesterday I was feeding you and Jemina and arranging a place for both of you to sleep. People say you shouldn't keep furry pets, but golden fur is on a different level, right? You're helpless, whatever you say or pretend to say. Haben seriously refocuses himself. So what brings you here today? You're probably not just here to visit, are you? You stammered. Oh yeah, you're still learning how to navigate by the stars, right? You're taking a sip of your drink, huh? That thing. I haven't smiled in a long time. Who would hire a disabled person like me as a navigator? You don't understand. He said he wants to go to sea. He said that one day he wanted to leave this place and explore the world. Haben interrupted him. Not every dream comes true. No matter how hard you try, nothing is certain, so it's best to know your place. For someone like me, a nameless nobody in the alley, this is already a stroke of luck. The boy fell into deep thought. V frowned and looked at him. Do you really believe what you just said? Heian pondered. He continued. Haben, you know, if a bird is kept in a cage for too long, it will forget how to fly. He was terrified. What? You're freezing cold. Now I understand. You draw your sword from its sheath and speak harshly. This place is slowly eating away at his dreams. Vlad's eyes reveal deadly intent as he clenches his sword and growls. Everything is their fault. The sword in his hand begins to glow. Heian is terrified. Van, raise your sword. The room is calm and peaceful. Suddenly a source of energy emanates from somewhere. Fragments of the room cause the villagers to panic and scatter. Ah, get out of there. What the hell is that? What is going on? That's where old Hoover lives. A group of people pushed the villagers away and shouted, Move aside! Don't stand in a crowd and block the way. They looked up at the room in fear. A large slash clearly visible revealing the interior of the room. One person in the group ordered to inform the boss and called all members here. Understood. Bori is panicking. That greedy old man just died and we only just started to enjoy peace? Who are these bastards? In the room above, Han just dodged your strike. He shouted, What the hell did you just do? V calmly replies, The army is halted, and once again swings his sword, shouting. They are gnawing at his dreams. The battered walls prevent him from reaching the river, his eyes steady and cold. He was imprisoned for so long that he forgot his own abilities. The broken walls are continuously shattered by you. If you can't do it, let me help you break them down. You once helped me too. Thanks to that, I wasn't swallowed by the darkness of the alley behind. You always remind me to set achievable goals. The wall was shattered by Vlad, with debris flying from the impact. They dodge and look up at the same time. What is it? Bly looked up in horror, meeting Vlad's fierce and threatening gaze. You muttered to yourself, Haben. You glanced at him behind you. His dream still lives on. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise as he looked at you. The water shimmers under the sunset. He mutters to himself, Yeah. The sunset reflecting off the sea mirrors Haben's dream. He smiled, now I see. Darkness envelops the alley behind. The two walk through the alleyway. He sighs. The knight has quite a lot of privileges, smashing the headquarters and then taking people away. Yet they still gave you a gift. You look at the bottle in your hand and mutter, What is it? This must be the captain's product, right? They're secretly telling us to drink it and just die already. Hoyen forced a stiff smile. He pondered for a moment before speaking. Now that I'm leaving, I finally feel something strange. Our boss really makes bad wine, but he still accepts people like me. Don't worry, Joseph won't do anything to him. He can even tell the harmful insects from the beneficial ones. He nodded in agreement. That's true. A third of his experience in the alleyway comes from the captain's smuggling activities, he mused. This mayor truly is different. He is both intelligent and perceptive. He must have had his own reasons for sending you to the back alley. Vlad thought for a moment and also found it reasonable. What he said makes sense. However, he didn't give any specific instructions. You helplessly pondered and wondered, what should I do now? Why are you asking me? You already know the answer. You're confusing. Me? He calmly explained that today you didn't cut anyone, but still managed to persuade the old boss to surrender. You should tell the other leaders too. Let them know about the new order of the alley. Go bites his nails. He kept looking around nervously. Where has the boss been all day? Seeing your figure and Haben in the distance, he quickly ran over and shouted, Boss, where have you been all day? We've been waiting for the boss for a long time. The boy looked at him confused. What's going on that has you so agitated? He's in a hurry. Someone is here to see the boss. You seem annoyed, but I thought it was something serious. Send them to Jemina. She's in charge of entertaining my guests. He scratched his head nervously and said, I just think the boss should meet this person directly. Watching him bare his teeth in anger, the officer observed his murderous gaze calmly. Still as sturdy as ever. You stepped out and asked who let the stranger into the backyard. What if it bites someone? Ved suddenly looked at the guy. Hey, the guy looked back at you. You wandered. What are you doing here? He looked at you smugly. I am the person introduced by the mayor. By the flickering firelight, Jaeger asked uncertainly if he would bow his head to Vlad. Joseph calmly sat by the fireplace and replied, If I only give him orders, he will never bow, but he understands my position and the sincerity behind my offer. Jaeger continued, So the next move is definitely you interrupting him. Exactly. Through VLAN, we will take control of this place. Now we have to face the dangers beyond the northern border. You explained that Gaoa's clan has significant influence. We use them to suppress other clans. His eyes are sharp. Over the years, many clans have challenged the authority of BS. Now we must respond with action. Once the threat behind us is dealt with, we can face any challenge without hesitation. He interrupted him, saying the duty to restore the North's glory is an immense burden. Can a knight like him just being promoted really do it? Joseph replied, definitely not just with potential. He is riding the horse revered by the man, and he even cut through the dragon to save them. If it were Vlad, only Vlad could do it. Breaking the chains of hatred, Vlad rides proudly atop the leader of the MJ, which is just absurd. A voice coming from the next room, the noise catching Shamina's attention, and although it was faint, the door was being knocked. Vlad opened the door, saw her standing there, and asked, Jamina, what's going on? Her dark eyes looked at him, and she said, Is it just you here? Jamina threw the pile of clothes in his hands, and he looked confused, wondering what was really going on. She slammed the door shut and asked, If there's no one else here besides you, then why do I hear voices talking? She looked at Vlad worriedly and asked, Do you still like talking to ghosts? He stammered, No, it's not that. What kind of ghost or spirit is that? She looked at him suspiciously from head to toe. I must have heard the talking voice. She stepped in to remind him to change rooms. He suspiciously wondered where he could go. She sat on the bed at the end of the hallway, silently thinking no one is allowed to see this side of him. Watching him put his clothes down, she continued, I will move to the room next to yours. You can't hide forever. Vlad turned back immediately, his deep eyes glancing at her. So you're willing to become an accomplice for me? Whether I am a young punk from a poor alley or a knight in shining armor, you always worry about me. Jamina got up from the bed and reminded me that I should go to church once in a while. She moved toward the bed, and the boy spoke up, Jamina. She replied, causing you to feel awkward. Do you want anything? Let me buy it for you. She was confused. You want something? She thought for a moment before sighing and looking at him. Take care of yourself first, you idiot. She smiled and stepped outside, at least to buy some things. V watched her figure gradually disappear, lost in thought. I was just trying to help. Godai called out loudly from the stairs, Captain. He reports that everything is ready. Your eyes look serious. Really? You walk forward bravely, so let's go. A hand holding a small ball drops it into the spinning wheel. The host loudly calls out for one person to stand up and shouts, Oh no, this time you're really in trouble. Your inner voice reminds you that we should have come here earlier. If you want to train your reflexes and observation skills, there's no better place than this. A glow flashes in your eyes. Surprisingly, combat skills can have this use too. Watching the ball roll, you think to yourself, by focusing on an object, I can make time pass more slowly. Suddenly, the ball seemed to be affected by something and froze. You were caught off guard by the ball just now. Your inner voice speculates, that recent movement was beyond normal expectations. You look up at the host and secretly sneer. What? What are you trying to do? It seems like cheating is going on here. Every casino in this neighborhood definitely has its tricks. He looked at you, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. He turned pale with fear. You, like a beast in dominance, stare at him. What a coincidence, I just needed a reason to start a fight. A voice from behind asks, Lord Vlan, does this place satisfy you? He was accompanied by a group of burly guards who spoke up. I told you already, if you're coming here, just let us know in advance so we can prepare to welcome you. You look at him suspiciously, as if you think I need your permission to come here. He pushes up his glasses and smiles evenly. Ha 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 ha, of course not. He asked for permission for me to accompany you upstairs. Our boss is waiting for you, I muttered. Is he waiting for me? Does he just need to sit back and relax while I go upstairs and serve him at his feet? Seeing him start to walk away, I called out. His eyes full of intent, he looked at him, still seeming like a lazy good-for-nothing from the alley. He froze in panic as the burly men from behind moved forward. Hey, even if you're a knight, we can't let you and that attitude go beyond the limit. As he finished speaking, he was kicked straight in the stomach. He fell rolling to the ground. Ha! Gordy sneered and said, "Attitude?" Then he flashed his badge smugly. "Don't you know this knight is on official duty? Can I kill them? Even if they all die, it probably doesn't matter, right?" The guy with glasses was startled and panicked. What kind of thug? How could a thug like him get into Sarah? V orders your boss to come down here. Starting today, this casino will cease operations. He stammers, "How could it happen so suddenly?" You frown. I don't want to repeat it. Your sharp gaze looks at them. Bring the ledgers here for me. At the Bay family estate, Gregory greets you happily. "Vat, you've really become famous lately. Rumor has it you took down 2 hideouts in the alley behind, right?" You bow slightly to him. Lord Gregory, he hands you a large piece of thigh. "Here, take this. Cold smoked river meat is the pride of the CO family. Botley also gave you this dish before, right? You happily accepted it." "Yes, I enjoyed it with Sir Joseph. He really liked this dish." Gregory laughed loudly. "Ha ha, who doesn't like it?" "You're welcome. I will enjoy it at home. But why did you give me this gift? Are you trying to ask me something? Oh no, have I been caught offering a bribe?" He scratched his beard awkwardly. "But this matter involves your territory. If I step in openly, people will think I have my own agenda." He smiled and said, "Don't worry, just speak freely." Gregory explained, "The man known as Black Bear is the boss of the meat trade in the alleyway." He nodded and said yes, it was him. The man smiled and suggested that Vubat Kok, who was involved with him before, also had a bad background. "What do you think? Do you want to join me in taking him down?" You suddenly realize why he's worried about everyone thinking he has his own agenda. Vel wants to restore order in the alley while Gregory aims to expand Potley's influence in the meat industry. Ho Kong holds what we and he want. You ask, so is this mission a warning or an elimination? He smugly thought that warnings wouldn't work on someone like him. Perfect. Remembering that Anna was killed by him, I also want to settle the score with him. Gregory happily replied, "All right. I will coordinate the forces under my command and we will act in 3 days. I understand." The guy happily waved at you. "Just say what you need." "Can I have a bottle of whiskey?" The man was confused. "Whiskey?" You forced a smile. "I also need to loosen up a bit." Night falls over the alley behind. You look at the door in front of you, suspicious. Oh, has he closed the door? Is he not here today? Hey, you're knocking loudly on the door. Are you in there, sir? The automatic door opens. Inside is dark and cluttered. He hesitates for a moment, then steps in. Vid looks around the house, then approaches a room, his eyes darkening as he sees a figure lying still on the bed. He pauses in thought before speaking. "As promised, I've come here today with the finest wine and meat." He approaches the bed, but maybe I arrived too late. He sits down on the chair beside the bed, silently watching the person lying there. This time I reached the northern border. It's a beautiful place with towering snow-capped mountains and endless white fields stretching out forever. There, I had to fight a snow-white dragon. You pull out a sword from your pocket, a broken, slightly rusted sword. This sword has been with me until the very end. I have so much more to say, but in the end, only one sentence can sum it up. He placed the sword in his hand and sadly said, "Thank you for saving me." An ordinary sword born from the dream of a fake blacksmith, wielded by the hands of a boy. This sword once pointed to the sky, and now it has returned to his embrace, shining brighter than anything else. Vlan, Jeremina, and Haben stand sorrowfully in front of the graves. She keeps wiping away tears, while the boy and the man remain silent in contemplation. Haben said, "You really are different, using your first salary to buy a grave and choosing an expensive cemetery near the monastery." Vlad calmly replied, "At least he escaped the alley at the end of his life. You're the best blacksmith in Sara, huh? He could forge a sword that kills demons and pierces dragons, but in this world, he's just an anonymous blacksmith." He pondered and said, "I've asked everywhere, but no one knows his name. Do you think a name is that important? I just need to keep him in my mind." They hurried back to the alley and my gaze caught on something. Vaude asked, "What's wrong with them?" Haben wondered. "Who's there?" Seeing the small, dirty figures hiding in the dark corner, he was surprised. "Oh, you kids, you're suspicious. They've been gathering more lately, so if you want something, just come and ask. Everywhere you go, you see their piercing eyes." Haben looked confused. "Do you really not know why they do that? I don't understand." "Yeah," he sighed. "It seems you've forgotten. We once looked at things the same way." He continued, "Winter this year is colder than last year. Are you pondering? Looking at the small figures in the dark corner, yes, many of them will freeze to death. They only need 1 blanket to survive, right?" I remind him. "Wait, you only have 1 gold coin left from this month's salary. You tighten your grip, but there's no way to earn more money this month. 1 gold coin is enough to buy blankets for all of them. When giving out the blanket, remember to tell them to pray for the blacksmith." V clenched the gold coin tightly. Praying means having a blanket to wrap around yourself, which is too much for them." Jemina keeps rubbing her eyes. I'll also talk to the landlady. Once their stomachs are full, they'll handle the cold more easily. He smiled. Yes, this is how I will gradually change everything. Although the simple sword was buried with the blacksmith, the star he created still continues to shine even in the alley behind. The name and appearance of that star have changed a lot compared to before. The children happily smile as they receive the legs and bread. A pool of blood reflecting the gloomy buildings. You step firmly into that pool of blood. Vlad leads a troop towards the Black Hero's residence. Gregory gazes at the decayed bones in the corner and sighs, realizing that this place is even worse than what he had heard. When the weather warms up, the plague seems to break out right in the alley behind. No kidding. The guy grits his teeth. At first, we only planned to do just enough to stop them from doing business, but it seems we need to take more systematic measures ourselves. You speak up saying you don't need to hesitate or overthink. The guy looked confused. Humph. Your cold gaze warns that Hak Hung will give us a reason to take all of them down. He was surprised. Turns out you had known all along. Vad smugly looked at him. From the very beginning, the alley behind was never a place for half-hearted measures. Gregory sneered. That's right. Simple and easy to understand. Everyone could see it. Hak Hung's dark house appeared clearly before their eyes. He said, "Let's begin." The man replied, "All right, take a breath." Loudly and confidently, "I am V Envoy Sarah. I am here to arrest Hak Hung for disturbing the peace in the city. You present a document bearing approval stamps for murder, fraud, human trafficking, and deceiving the noble owner of the city. Hak Hung, you must immediately surrender and accept your deserved punishment." The house remained silent with no sign of movement. Traknish, "Then we have to fight, just as you predicted." Looking at the door in front of us, he continued, "Hak Hung has given us the excuse we need. He is already prepared. If he gets caught, he will surely be executed. Inside, a group of people armed with various weapons are lying in ambush. You give the order. All man will go first." A looks up and asks, "What is the plan this time? Just scare them like at the casino?" "When I took on the mission, I thought I'd get to heat things up this time. You ask, what do you think? They dare to sell pregnant women and their unborn children as ingredients for dark magic?" This infuriates him, and his cold gaze meets his. He said sharply, "Really?" A terrifying burst of power shattered the door and knocked the people inside away. They struggle to hold on desperately. His red-bladed sword. They panic. "What is this?" He strides forward boldly, angry tone. "Killing you all still isn't enough." They panic and shout, "What is a demon doing in Sora? What kind of demon is this?" He angrily charged towards them. "I come from the Proud Badat clan." They panic and order him to stop. He raises his sword and beheads one of them in a single strike. The others were also defeated by his proud sword, his eyes burning with rage. A group of people behind rush forward with blades raised to slaughter. He charges from behind with an axe, leaps and quickly takes one down, then forcefully pulls the axe out of one corpse's head and throws it directly at the man standing in front of the fallen bodies on the floor. He sneered and looked at him. "You also have someone," he replied coldly. One of you is giving orders. Why are you still just standing there? There are only two of them. Surround and attack together." A dazzling sword suddenly appeared, breaking his blade in two, and another strike overwhelmed them, causing them to panic and look toward him. With a fierce tone, he said, "From now on, any bastard who dares to stand before me, I will kill them all." They looked at you as if they saw their worst enemy and backed away in fear. V ordered them to kneel down quickly. "Hades' gang members are taken away by soldiers," Gregory softly says. "This place is temporarily safe. Let our troops handle the rest and move in further," Vlad replied. "Then let's go. Lord Gregory." The sound of footsteps entering the deepest room, he pulls open the door handle and inside is dark and cold. Vlad looks ahead in panic as the priest performs an absolution for the Black Hound. He took his hand off his head and loudly said, "Welcome, sir. Lord Vlan, you are questioning with suspicion. Who are you?" The priest smiled politely and said, "I am from the church, here by order of the bishop." V speaks firmly, "I am here on the mayor's orders. That man is Hak Hung, a notorious criminal." He immediately retorts, "No one here is a criminal anymore." Hak Hung's sins have been forgiven by God. He proudly pulls out a scroll of paper through the power of indulgences. God is everywhere. However, his light cannot reach everyone. First, it touches the leaders. Then it reaches the wealthy. That's what the lower classes see. That's how God and the church are. Vlad was suspicious. So now that forgiveness, is that guy innocent? The priest smiled smugly. It was indeed the bishop who declared the pardon. "Gregory, is it true that Bishop P did that? Everything just feels so unbelievable. Why would he pardon a gang leader hiding in the alley behind?" V is stunned. "Can that tiny piece of paper dry the tears of countless women who died because of a fake church?" Hak Hung smugly said. "Now I am an innocent person. Since God has forgiven me, everything should be considered wiped clean, right? You grit your teeth. Forgive. The priest confidently said, "That's right. If you have a sincere heart, all sins can be forgiven." He arrogantly provokes. You heard what he said. You coming here to cause trouble is ultimately for nothing. V angrily thought to himself, how could you do this? The women you sold, they died in darkness, in pain and fear. Meanwhile, you who pushed them and their children to death, how can you still laugh like that? An overwhelming sense of injustice rises within me. I just can't accept this. The boy spoke seriously. This priest, if he truly has a sincere heart, all sins can be forgiven, right? He calmly and precisely said, if he is forgiven by God and the church, then no matter what crimes he has committed, he will be granted absolution. V closed his eyes softly and said, I understand you. Gregory, do you remember what you told me in that foggy village? If an important position is left vacant and no one dares to take responsibility, then I should be the one to do it. Wait, V. His eyes flashed and Hak Hung's head was cut cleanly off. The Sword Saint's law caused his head to fly out of his neck and the priest looked over in shock. Gregory could only close his eyes and pray. A and the others were a bit surprised. Vlad steadfastly looked back, blood from Hak Hung forming a long streak on the floor. His body collapsed. The priest looked at the blood pouring from his neck. He shouted in anger, What? Stay calm and lower your sword. Vlad loudly declares, I am a criminal, so please grant me the chance for absolution. A coldness envelops the noble estate. Joseph lowers his head and mutters, Did he really kill someone and be granted absolution by the church? Gregory bowed his head quietly and said, I apologize. I should have stopped him. I never imagined someone like Black Hung would be granted clemency. He said seriously, it's highly likely that he wasn't granted forgiveness. He received the pardon. Maxime was panicked, wondering why the bishop was reaching out to save a scoundrel struggling in the alleyway. He looked up, his eyes cold as he silently thought, because he doesn't see you as anything at all. Joseph asked loudly, Where is Vlad right now? Voden replied, He's in my office. I think it's best if he stays out of sight for now. He whispered, Well done, Jaeger. He loudly ordered the immediate arrest of Knight Vlad. He has committed murder. All the knights standing there were surprised. He squinted, secretly thinking that although it was a foolish act, he understood why he did it. The pardon granted to Black Hung was arranged in advance, and from the start, the bishop's true target was definitely Vlan. So, there was only one way left. Zager looked straight at him as if he understood the intention. The man nodded softly. Understood. Gregory was panicked. Lord Jaeger has granted me permission. He raised his voice and interrupted. It's my fault for not properly instructing him. I take responsibility. Seeing Jaeger's figure walk out the door, Gregory was panicked. Am I really the one who has to go catch him? It's all my fault. If I hadn't rushed to deploy the troops to bring benefits to the family, Joseph said sternly. Lord Gregory, since you are directly involved in this matter, you must also take responsibility. The man bowed his head and whispered, I am right. I take full responsibility. He sighed. Your judgment is indeed quick. Joseph handed him the letter as a signal, telling him to take this to Van and give it to that person. Leave as soon as possible. I was panicked. What do you mean, that person? You mean Gregory seems to have realized something. He said seriously, I will go straight there. Joseph continues to give orders. Ven calls for a wizard to come here. I must contact my father in Sanino. Maxim, from now on, cancel all missions, select the best soldiers, and wait for my orders. They all shouted in unison. He stood up from his chair. Joseph stands silently by the window. I knew this day would come eventually, but I never expected him to act so brazenly. Bishop P has declared war on me and used Vlad as bait, so I have to respond appropriately as the leader of Bay S. Turns out, that's actually a good thing. Now we only need one. No one can stop us. A city entirely belonging to Bay S. B said seriously. Did he really kill Black Tiger without any hesitation? The priest immediately replied, Yes, Your Excellency Bishop. He opened the Bible with a sigh. Then he is even more fierce than I had known. The one who vouched for him was Father Andrea, right? The priest whispered quietly below. From what I've heard, it seems to be the case, B said loudly as he closed the book. So, we made the right choice in choosing him as our target. He thought to himself, if everything goes smoothly, we can eliminate them with just one move. Bay's second son, a man who can only rely on bloodline to face me, and also a thorn in my side, someone everyone thinks is a devout priest, but that's just a facade. In the end, he is a knight from the lower class, supported by both of the above two, leaving no reason to hesitate anymore. My will is the will of the Pope, and the Pope's will is the will of God. He speaks seriously, relaying my message to the mayor. He must teach that foolish knight who dared to ignore my pardon, and also tell them to prepare to leave. The priest was alarmed and asked, What do you mean? He raised his voice, saying, The thing we have been preparing for since I was sent to Sarah. The possessed demon struck him down. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to use aura and become a knight in just 1 year. It's highly likely that darkness exists within him. When the truth is revealed, no one dares to guarantee that the young brat can escape punishment. Sarah's alleyway falls into silent darkness. The pounding of footsteps echoed as the Vatican Knight captain stepped forward, signaling with his hand. All soldiers immediately lowered their shields, and he shouted loudly, "Listen, today we are here under the bishop's orders." Knight Vlad disregarded the bishop's pardon, which means he is opposing God's will. This is a serious crime, comparable to blasphemy. Open the door immediately, or I will consider everyone inside heretics. The scene at the tavern opens with Maxime, a large figure, stepping out sternly. "Why is it so noisy so early in the morning?" He cautiously asked, "Who are you?" He replied sternly, "I am Maxim, Knight of Lord Joseph. By order of the mayor, I am here to investigate the Rose Smile." He immediately retorted, "You have no authority to investigate. Everyone living here is a suspect of blasphemy." Maxime snapped angrily, "You've gone too far. Just being near Lord Vlad automatically makes you guilty of blasphemy?" He calmly replied, "The church will decide on that. You probably also know that there is an inviolable line between the nobility and the church." Maxim looked at him threateningly, "But we are not the ones to cross that line." Behind Sarah's troops, they lined up one after another behind him. Maxim raised his voice and declared, "From now on, we, as law enforcement, will seal off this area. If you want to enter, you must ask the mayor for permission first." The captain of the Vatican Knights was furious. "You will regret this. A knight like you dares to oppose the church?" He chuckled softly and calmly. "I have no choice but to try. I owe someone a debt, so I have no other choice. This is what I can do to repay the kindness of saving my life in the heavily guarded prison." Jaeger raised his voice, questioning, "Didn't I tell you that whatever you do, you have to consider the consequences?" In the end, Lord Joseph had to step in and clean up the mess you caused. "Even after becoming a knight, you still act like a servant." I bow my head and whisper, "Forgive me." He silently thinks he's very clever. If only he looked a little wider, he wouldn't have fallen into that cunning trap. The problem isn't about your perspective. You've been running back and forth carrying out your mission, so you don't understand the fragile balance between the nobility and the church. Father P. He chooses the target precisely without needing to adjust. Jaeger grits his teeth and speaks. "Sir Joseph is trying to buy you some time, but we only have at most a week. Soon you'll have to go out in front of the church. Get ready to leave." He looked at you thoughtfully. Jaeger turned away quietly and said, "The weather is getting colder. Let me get you a thicker scarf." The person's footsteps gradually fade away, and the voice in your head echoes again. "Don't blame yourself. You did what you had to do." The boy responds sadly, "I think so too. I never thought I was wrong, but after thinking it through, the fault still lies with me. The world of the alley is different from that of the knight. Remember what Jaeger once told you? Remember my words? A knight's sword must be heavy because it is sharp," Vlad whispered softly. "At last I understand the meaning of that phrase." Snow is falling, covering the grand church. B looks out the window, his voice stern. "So they are determined to delay for a week?" The crowd gathering in front of the church is growing larger. They shouted in anger, "This trial is so unjust. Black Wolf is a damnable traitor whom he dared to sell pregnant women." "That's right, Vlad did what he had to do, so why is he being treated like a criminal? You pardoned the murderer, don't insult our knight. Lord Vlad is Sarah's pride. We cannot accept a bishop sent by the Pope. This is the North. Our bishop must be someone with northern blood." B angrily turned away. "This is why people say Northerners are no different from a bunch of savages. It's hard to believe he used the public to pressure us. No matter how much effort they put in, when faced with the truth, everything is just tricks and cheap tactics, and failure is inevitable." He secretly gloated, believing this trial represented the will of the Pope. The trial takes place. Vlad is led to stand before the presiding chair. The murmurs of the crowd continue non-stop. The priest on guard shouted loudly, "The bishop has arrived!" Everyone stand up. Everyone stood up at once. Joseph was shocked. Just by looking, he was terrified. "A heretical judge?" The whispered murmurs echoed loudly. "The heretical judge. This trial has gone too far. Even during the worst times of the witch hunts, they never went this far." He thought angrily, "This is truly brutal." They definitely had a plan. From the very beginning, they wanted to steer this trial in that direction. Is Gregory still not back? In the end, time is the thing that traps us. B speaks seriously. Lord Vlad places his hand on the Bible and swears that everything he is about to say is the truth. He placed his hand on the Bible softly and said, "I will only tell the truth." Light emanated from the Bible. The magic circle beneath his feet lit up, and ancient characters ran up the judge's body, surrounding the spheres of chaos. V, watching the characters beneath their feet, tremble uncontrollably. The onlookers suddenly fixed their gaze intently. B said seriously, "The blessing of the word of the world has been bestowed. If you lie even half a word, the planet will stop shining." His gaze was sharp and devoid of any compassion. Joseph sat at a distance, watching him, angry and determined to prepare for the worst. B smirked confidently. Take a good look and enjoy it slowly. See how useless your northern blood is when faced with the truth. Lord Vlan, sitting on the chair, said sternly, Did you kill Black Hung? A person who was granted clemency, is that correct? V nodded quietly. That's right. The light inside the orb in the judge's hand did not go out. He spoke softly. So you admit to opposing the will of God. You angrily retort. What are you talking about? I am not opposing the will of God, B said firmly. The next question made Vlad's face go pale as he was being interrogated in the hall. Joseph clenched his fists and muttered irritably, That's despicable. He is trying to manipulate Vlad by asking leading questions. No matter what Vlad says, he will distort the answer to fit his interpretation of God's will. B questions. Do you truly believe that in similar cases to this one, your decisions to kill are always fair and reasonable? Vlad looked at him before speaking. I believe you. The judge's orb suddenly extinguished, and he bluntly declared, You lied. Joseph was panicked. V had fallen into his trap. No one can confidently say they've never made a wrong decision and always acted fairly and reasonably. He deliberately inserted these words into the question to force Vlad to lie. He angrily retorted, I did not lie, and spoke in a serious tone. The next question, a year ago in Sarah's alley, was there a report that a boy was struck by a black lightning bolt? Was that boy you? Vlad whispered. That's right. He maliciously accused you, so you have bad luck? Vlad was startled by this, and he raised his voice. Next question. After being struck by lightning together, did you hear any voices? Did you notice the appearance of any anonymous entities? Does Lord Vlad have a stroke of bad luck? Whispers echoed. No way. But he can't answer that question. If it's true, then the achievements he's made so far are impossible. Joseph was silent and panicked. The situation had turned against him, and Vlad was at a disadvantage. It's true that he has matured at an extraordinary pace, but that doesn't mean he's communicating with some heretical creature. I've seen it with my own eyes many times. Nothing can compare to the aura emanating from his sword. B confidently raised his voice. Say it, Lord Vlan. Why do you keep silent? He bit his lip in panic. What should I do now? If I say yes, I will become a heretic. If I say no, I will be a liar. No matter what I say, the bishop will still get the outcome he wants. That voice suddenly rang out again. Say yes. Right now, lying is more dangerous than telling the truth. Just say that you are affected by the after effects of the lightning strike and your mind is temporarily not clear. If you say no, that will be a lie. In that case, you won't have a chance to explain. V is secretly calculating. There are still 3 questions, and if the worst-case scenario happens, I will have to reveal his identity. He whispered, Don't worry, I have a way to protect my identity. The boy was panicked. What? B suddenly shouted. What are you doing? Why won't you answer my question? That voice reassures once more. Trust me, Vlad whispered. Do you want to know if I hear any voices? The church door suddenly swung open, Gregory's voice echoing. Joseph stopped in shock and looked over, the crowd turning to look as P's face showed clear anger. Andrea said firmly, This is an unjust trial. Vlad was shocked. Father Andrea, P shouted angrily, You have no right to appear here. How dare you talk about justice in this trial? I am the one who guarantees Vlan of Sarah. I was the one who chose that name when it was still underground and presented it before the Lord. If anyone doubts Vlan, they must contact me first. B, out of argument, snorted angrily. I allow you to attend this trial, Andrea said calmly, regaining his composure. Then he was helped by Duang to walk, receiving everyone's respect. Vlad looked at him in confusion. Father Andrea, he grasped the tightly cuffed arm of the boy. Andrea softly reassures him, Good job, son. Now let me handle the rest. Bishop P, please repeat your question. He boldly declares that from now on I will answer your questions on behalf of Lord Vlad. He speaks irritably. We have confirmed that Knight Vlan is the boy struck by the black lightning years ago in the alley behind Swara. After being struck, did he hear any voice? Did he notice the appearance of any anonymous entity? Andrea glanced at Vlan, who was bowing his head, and softly said, Of course, all of Vlan's actions before and after were influenced by that voice. The crowd was stunned and said, B is proud. You say that an evil, sinful voice. Andrea quickly interrupted. Is that voice not the voice of God reigning in the heavens? Bishop P was stunned. He continued proudly, Lord Vlad had cut through the darkness with blinding light. He has protected the pilgrims from the remnants of the fallen dragon and saved children from the claws of heretical creatures. Please consider that a knight endorsed by both me and San Rosino is extremely rare. Everyone seemed to come alive in response. Oh, I see now. That is not the voice of something sinister, but the voice of God. It sounds quite reasonable. That's right. One of the people who guarantees that Lord Vlad is Andrea's father. B speaks seriously. Lord Vlad was born in the back alley, a place of low status. Do you think God's blessings come so easily? Andrea firmly asserts that Lord Frozen is the descendant of a once noble but now fallen family. He endured countless hardships to stand above everyone one day. He became a sword saint and the founding king of an empire. When blessing, God does not care about where a person was born. He only cares about where they are headed. He chokes on his words softly. The next question. Did Knight Vlad commit numerous crimes in Sarah's alleyway or not? Andrea said firmly. That is emergency aid, not a criminal act. He shouted angrily. What kind of emergency relief is considered a crime? Andrea said seriously. Have you ever seen what happens in the alley behind? The bishop steals cables and kills people. Their life is a continuous chain of tragedies. Not only Vlan, but everyone living in the alley has been living like this from month to month. If the church treated them kindly and supported them, the chain of tragedies would end. Pierre's hand clenched in anger, trembling. He shouted, After all, Vlan's growth rate is truly unbelievable. A newcomer who recently started using a sword awakened their aura, matching knights and even killing a dragon. Andrea calmly recounts that on that day, a humble mercenary ran through the pitch-black night to fulfill their duty, tearing through the darkness with a pure, sacred, and miraculous light. I am not the only one who witnessed the glow emanating from his sword. Does he doubt if there are any other witnesses here? If there are no witnesses, then it's just a false claim. Joseph raised his voice, holding a bundle of letters, and said, I submit evidence. These words are written by true knights. Knight Dukan from Hino, Saint Knight. Justia from San Rosino, and the heir of the Baranov family, ruler of the northern VC Baranov. Everything can attest to Lord Vlan's achievements, Bira secretly thought angrily. Worrying about faith, low origins, past criminal behavior, and even the doubts about Vlad's talent were all false. I went to great lengths to get a nearly airtight net, but in the end I still have to use it, he said sternly, bringing the sealed binding here. A group of top knights entered the church, carrying a large holy box on their shoulders. The villagers whispered curiously, Aren't they knights from Vatican? What is that thing the Vatican knight had to personally bring in? He raised his voice. Bishop P., the presiding judge, wants to ask you one last question. And I won't ask with words. I will bring the truth to light through action. The lid of the box opens. Andrea is stunned. It's the mirror of Saint Mariello. Bia smirks confidently. That's right. A relic from the Vatican capable of reflecting the truth of anyone who stands before it. From this moment on, the exorcism ritual officially begins. Andrea nervously raised his voice. The exorcism ritual is too much, Vlad has answered honestly, and proved his innocence. B looked at him with menace and said, My duty is to investigate even the smallest suspicious points. Damn it, it sounds so noble. But if the exorcism ritual takes place, it will become an indelible stain on Van. The purpose of the trial has changed, and the truth no longer matters. Now he just wants those who guarantee Vlad will bear a burden for life. This trial is just an excuse to control the North. He spoke seriously. The judge was preparing to perform the exorcism ritual. Bishop, there is still a planet that could reveal the truth. So how can you dismiss the holy object so easily? He shouted angrily. Watch your mouth. Is hunting demons such a trivial matter for you? If your Lord Vlan's soul is truly pure, he only needs to stand in front of a mirror, right? He frowned in discomfort. If he claims he's hunting demons, refusing now would be like admitting Vlad's guilt. He looked at Vlad softly and reassured him. I can't protect you this time, but don't worry. That relic is just checking if any evil creature is hiding inside you. I place my trust in you. I have seen your true self. Vlad bit his lip, avoiding his gaze. B said firmly, What are you waiting for, Lord Vlan? Go stand before the sacred object. Ivy stood frozen in place as the mysterious voice reassured him. It's okay, you're confused. But he speaks softly, just confidently, stand in front of the mirror and step forward like someone heading toward the light all this time. He silently thought, that's right. He confidently took a step forward. Vlad seemed to step into his own world. He looked down in panic at his reflected image, then suddenly lifted his head. In front of Vlan stands the owner of the voice that has guided him all this time, and the atmosphere between them is quiet as he softly speaks. Finally, I understand how the blacksmith felt when looking into your eyes. V was stunned for a moment, then softly said that he had hoped his ordinary sword wouldn't hold you back. I have taught you everything I know. I wish I could stay by your side a little longer to watch your progress, but to hide myself before that mirror, I must delve deep into the world. Vlad was panicked. What do you mean? He whispered. The world of a knight is as vast and deep as the sea. The world you've seen so far is only a small part. Now it's time for me to delve deeper. You are panicked. I am not ready for this deeper level, he whispered. One day you will reach it, but now I have to leave you alone. Only you can create your own world. I'm confused by your words. That will take a lot of time, and even if I spend my whole life, I might not be able to do it. The darkness gradually covers his face, and he calmly says, I believe in you. We will meet again. When you reach a deeper level, the person's face has disappeared, leaving only a faint light and a farewell. V closed his eyes, his soul now strangely empty. V stood before the sacred mirror and sternly shouted, What are you doing? Lord Vlan, open your eyes and look into the mirror. You softly speak. All right. Your blue eyes open, and the light from within your gaze shines into the mirror. He said firmly, We will definitely meet again. The mirror, as if influenced by a powerful force, radiated a blinding light. B was stunned by the beam of light, and the onlookers were also caught off guard. Andrea gaped and looked over as everyone exclaimed in panic, Look, the white light, the dawn's light emanating from St. Mariello's mirror. Only the souls of those who have never done anything shameful can possess that pure light. The clouds in the sky gradually disperse, and the people below are in panic. Look, everyone outside is gazing up at the sky, the clouds reflecting everything like flowing water. People stop what they're doing and watch it for a long time. Marcella and Jemina were also frightened by this phenomenon. The swirling clouds centered around the church. He is terrified. Oh my God, he hesitantly looks down at you. VL's voice trembled uncontrollably. I have never done anything wrong. Why do they keep provoking me and then panicking? Tears of injustice fall down his face. Why do they keep trying to take everything I have? V screams in helplessness. I told you so. I have never done anything wrong. A bolt of white lightning strikes the church directly. The sacred mirror emits a blinding light. That boy truly never did anything wrong. B was panic-stricken, covering himself as the pure light made everyone sitting there tremble. He was just trying to survive. He was only doing what he had to do. And the last witness steps forward to prove his innocence. The church bell rings. It is the voice that has been watching over him all this time. The people outside kneel in sincere prayer before this miraculous sight. P's distorted face reflected on the shattered mirror. He stood there in silence for a long time. B wondered in confusion. Is it really possible that a holy relic bestowed directly by Vatikang would shatter after reflecting the soul of a squire with a milk breath? He speaks seriously. Has anyone seen what his soul reflected onto the mirror? That is not an evil entity. If it were, the judges would have already recognized it. The priest behind whispered that if lightning struck the top of the church, then it was powerful enough to manipulate reality. He thought to himself with discomfort. Even he didn't know what it was. It shone with a blinding light, so it's likely not something dirty, but it's also too powerful to be considered a blessing from God. I have to report this to the Vatican myself. Even if its nature isn't evil, an anomaly of this level will definitely catch the Vatican's interest. He might be questioned again. A frantic priest rushed over, raising his voice. Bishop P, we have just received a letter from Sanino. Bishop P of Sister Sarah must clarify the relationship between Black Hero, who was just granted absolution, and the Dark Sorcerer. If he refuses, we will launch an investigation against him. He was so furious that his voice trembled. Those sneaky bastards. I clench his hand tightly in anger. How dare those bastards from the north, a weak diocese in the north, speak to me, a representative of Vatican, like that? They can speak so arrogantly only because they are backed by the northern families. If the entire north united, even the power of the Vatican wouldn't be able to control them. He gritted his teeth and ordered, Call the mage back here. I want to send a letter to Duke Longhuyat Yager. Quietly reported. It seems San Rosino has sent a letter to Bishop P. Joseph marvels, wow, they must have hated him for a long time. He whispers, everyone knows the Vatican doesn't really care about the northern diocese. Joseph chuckled quietly. That's right. The central authorities' bias and condescension have no limits. Usually, it would be very difficult to gain San Rosino's political support. But at this moment, a new balance of power is gradually taking shape. An alliance between the northern families and San Rosino Vejan. Vodin, how is Father Andreas doing? In the next few days, he will have to stay in bed. His health is not good, and he had to endure a snowstorm to get here. He sternly instructed, take the best care of him. If possible, I want to keep him here until the end of winter instead of sending him back to Van. Joseph's mind was overwhelmed. Even though we used Vlad as a tool to bring him here, his mere presence was enough to put pressure on Bishop P. He is so famous that if he became a bishop, no one would dare say anything. In times like these, we hold him tightly. The knocking on the door and Vlad's voice rang out. Lord Joseph, I am here. He spoke loudly. Come in. Vlad quickly entered the room, guided there by Jaeger and Ven. What should I do with you now? Joseph whispered, bowing his head sadly. I beg your forgiveness. He speaks seriously. I am the kind of person who plans carefully to achieve the desired result, but no one can predict what you will do. From the beginning until now, everything you have done has been beyond my expectations. From now on, Vatic will be watching you very closely. No matter how rich you are, you've already interfered with their activities. Vlad stammered. I beg your forgiveness. He continued speaking. Father Andreas said that God's blessing might be within you. The boy was terrified, thinking that could not be true. Joseph said firmly, That doesn't matter. If it's right, good, and if not, I'll make it right. Vlad looked at him in confusion. Take it. This is your special bonus money. It's not your salary. Just consider it a reward for your recent achievements. It's considered a special bonus. He was secretly surprised. Oh, so this is what Ven mentioned. There are over 300 gold coins here. You are stunned. 300? Vlad hesitated before speaking. How could there be so much? He replied calmly. I consider all the achievements you have made while working under me. Now that you are a knight, you have the right to enjoy the fruits of your past victories. He happily said, Thank you, sir. Joseph seriously warned, Remember this. As a knight, you must bear all the responsibilities that come with it. Do you understand what I mean? Vlad immediately replied, Yes. He solemnly recounted that Knight Vlad acted on his own without regard for the pardon which was the will of the Lord. This fault was pointed out by Bishop P, so you must take responsibility. Knight Vlad, I am expelling you from Sara. Ivy looked pale. What do you mean? Joseph's cold gaze swept over you, but Vlad, still confused and speechless, didn't understand his meaning. Jaeger and Ven both dared not look directly. Their tangled thoughts in their minds questioned themselves. What does he mean by that? Exile is no longer an option for me. Joseph looked at your confused eyes and thought that even a small mistake could be used as an excuse. Bishop P and the Vatican will target you again. For you, half-hearted tolerance is no different from poison. Now, we must act decisively. He gritted his teeth and said, You have to leave Sarah this week. Burley's voice suddenly echoed in Vlan's mind. I wish I had 100 gold coins right now. What are you planning to do with that money? He replied, Buy land and build a house to settle down. Do whatever I want as long as I don't have to live like this. You seem confused, farming, huh? He confirmed. I'm planning to do some business. I'll buy a decent building somewhere around here. Are you serious? Do you really think doing business is that easy? You will go bankrupt in the blink of an eye, he sneered. Still better than being a mercenary soldier, right? Jiup Kai? What do you think, rookie? Well, what would you do if you had 100 gold coins? V is loudly mopping the floor. No one would actually give me that amount of money. Bly chuckled softly, teasing. Why so unfriendly? It's just small talk. There's nothing to lose, right? V thought for a moment, then said, I would pay off my debt first if I had 100 gold coins. Are you panicked because you owe someone 100 gold coins? Our rookie sure knows how to have fun. Are you fond of gambling or what? The boy remains calm. It's not gambling debts, just a few people I need to repay. Burley froze. What kind of repayment is that? V thought to himself that his time here was running out and it was time to settle his debts. Meryl looked at the gold coins on the table and softly said, I told you, you don't need to worry about the rent. He replied, I've had to spend a lot of money lately to take care of the street kids. You must have used all your savings to turn this place into a guest house. As long as we get through this tough period, the blooming smile will lead to prosperous business. She was confused, but you didn't need to pay 50 gold coins. V chuckled smugly and said, I just want to improve the quality of service, just treat this as an investment and later share a profit with me. Marcel Law sighed helplessly. I have to try my best and not let my investor suffer losses. I also planned to let Jemina handle everything and step back. Hey, you smile softly. I can't let the pink smile ruin the shop, she whispers softly. If you're so worried, then remember to take good care of yourself. You just got back and now you have to leave right away, Vlad said smugly. This time I will return safely too. She spoke calmly, knowing for sure that you will handle everything well. V chuckled softly and spoke. Thank you. Marcella, she was stunned by what just happened. Marcella remembered their first meeting, when Vlad was brought by a familiar knight from the shop. Your body is weak and frail because you brought color into my dull, lifeless world. You speak softly, for everything. The bucket of water is almost overflowing. Diang, with her small body carrying the heavy bucket, approaches the boy and softly says, If you keep holding the bucket like that, all the water will spill out. The boy was surprised. Oh, Lord Vlan. Zhang gently asks with the bucket of water, How is Father Andreas? The boy replies, He's still resting in bed. For him, even moving in the cold weather was already very difficult. Yet as soon as he arrived, he rushed headlong into a confrontation with the bishop. Vlad hesitated and turned away. That makes sense. Does he need anything? Anything within my power to provide? He speaks softly. It's not that Lord Joseph has prepared everything perfectly. The boy nodded. I understand. The kid continued. So is that true? I don't get it. What do you mean by what's right? Diang looked at you with admiration and said, They say you have been blessed by God. He panicked silently, thinking the more the rumors spread, the more exaggerated the story became. I didn't mean it that way. Zhang looked confused and tilted his head. Is that so? No matter what, Father Andreas is very happy because he has become a true knight. Vlad was a bit skeptical. Really? The little boy happily confirmed that yes, he even received God's blessing. Vlad chuckled softly. I told you it's not like that. The boy happily asked, can I tell my classmates later that I prayed to him? If you want to, go ahead, but I don't see what's worth celebrating about it. He handed the bucket of water to the boy softly before walking away. Diang happily reached out his hand. Thank you for listening to me. See you later, Sir Vlad muttered as he walked down the long corridor. I was planning to find Father Andreas, but he still can't get out of bed, so I guess I will too. Vlad paused, lost in thought. He stands silently in the hallway. His world is now so quiet, it's almost frightening, with no one to answer him, and the space feels completely silent. It's been a long time since I felt this lonely. I turn around and tell myself I guess I have to get used to this feeling. At the Rose Blossom Tavern, Gregory muttered over his drink. Fate really doesn't want us to work together, does it? Every time we cooperate, we end up breaking the rules. When are you leaving? I'll be ready in 5 days, but if everything is settled, I might leave earlier. Gregory sighed in disappointment. Well, the outcome might not be perfect, but thanks to you, our plan has succeeded. Hak Hung's gang has been broken up. The Kano family's entry into the Sarah market is only a matter of time, and the negotiations with Mr. Joseph have also concluded successfully. You softly say, that's really good. At least we've gained something. Gregory looked at you with a disappointed expression and said, the debt between us is truly too great. As the head of the family, I want to repay that debt by sponsoring you for the rest of your life. Cheerfully, I guess I'll get free sausages for life. Then Gregory smiled. Yeah, I'll keep feeding you until you're sick of it. He suddenly fell silent and whispered, I'm not the type to say cheesy things. That day, your actions were more noble than any knight I've ever known. I don't remember when I changed. Religion, politics, personal interests, and ambitions. You ignore everything and remain loyal to the Sword Saint's code. There are very few true knights like that in our era, and I feel deeply ashamed. Gregory looks at you seriously, speaks softly and proudly about you. Take care of the Vlan spell. Vlad's smile is clearly visible. You clink your glasses with Gregory, speaking softly and clearly, Mr. Gregory, at the bustling harbor. Haben excitedly said, that's enough already. When was the last time I saw a boat? Look, that's a car-class ship. The river is frozen solid, so whoever captains that ship will have to put in a lot of effort to steer it, Vod added softly. And it's also extremely expensive, Vlad said seriously. So you still want to set sail, huh? He replied smugly, of course I want to. You suspect that I want to go far away from Sarah? I look at you confused. Is that so? Today you suddenly wanted to go out and invite me to see the boats. The two of them arrive at a large boat. Vlad softly says, this one costs 200 gold coins. Heian was surprised, a trading ship, and felt proud. Yes, it's a bit cheaper than the others. He also agreed that's why merchants often use it, Vlad said seriously. So I bought it. Haben looked at me confused, and I smiled smugly. To repay you for never hesitating to help me and Jeremina, I have decided to settle this debt at all costs. Even if you have to limp on land once at sea, you won't have to worry about it anymore. He nervously handed him a stack of papers and softly said, this is the ship ownership certificate. Sign your name below. Haben was stunned. Why are you so calm? Now it's yours. Haben was stunned. Wait, this is... What is going on? V looked at him silently. Put the captain's hat on him. Congratulations, Captain Haben. Time gradually passed. Vlad went to the blacksmith's grave and poured wine. Since he wouldn't see the blacksmith for a long time, he stopped by to say goodbye. I also personally thanked Lord Maxim for protecting the rose-colored smile on my behalf, along with Lord Ven, who clarified things for me. I, Gregory, and Mr. Fish had a private talk to discuss how to protect the children's future, and gradually I managed to settle all my remaining debts. The names deeply engraved in my mind slowly fade away, but there are still some debts I will never be able to repay. Time passes quickly. At the old tavern gathering, Vlad's gentle voice rings out. I have spoken with Lord Gregory. When the ice melts on the river, go to Starama and pick up the shipment of the Kano family's meat. Although he was not allowed to venture into the open sea, it was still a good start for his first voyage. Habe was suspicious. You've already set up a trading route? Calm down. Just get ready when you're able to. Look behind you. Speak softly. Please help Haben with his business. Your presence by his side means a lot. He nodded briefly. Okay. Ha quickly changed the subject. Tomorrow is the day you leave. Vlad confirmed. That's right. I will leave at dawn. You seem doubtful. Did you say goodbye to the mayor this morning? He asked softly. He is a just and fair person, and he is applying pressure on the bishop, so I can't meet him. Even a simple greeting could be politicized by the Vatican and give them an advantage. Heian sighs in frustration. Curse the advantage, so you've met everyone you need to meet. Vlad looks over at him, and he glances up at the row of shacks softly. There is still someone. Jemina is locked inside a dark room. The knocking sound combined with Vlad's voice echoes. Jemina, open the door for me. She lifts her head from her arm and speaks steadily. How long do you plan to lock yourself in the room? I have something to discuss with you, so please open the door. If you don't open the door, I'll break it down. Hyen has told everything, right, about what happened at Captain Huber's headquarters. You know how I am, right? I said I would do it. Don't come near the door. I'll count to 3 and break it down to rush in. 1, 2, the countdown echoes. Jemina hurriedly runs out. 3 doors quickly open. Jemina stands silently at the door, clears her throat, and asks, What do you want to say? Speak quickly, and then leave. Vel looked at her, but Jemina avoided eye contact, not wanting to face him. He speaks softly. I really want to be patient and wait, but I have no more time. Please understand me. Jemina looked up in panic. What? Vlad suddenly lifted her into his arms. Jemina screamed in panic. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Vlad, speaking loudly from above, says, Come with me to this place. Then he quickly runs off, despite Jemina struggling. Hey! Vlad suddenly lifts Jemina into the air, and she screams in panic to put her down. I told you not to hide in the room all week, so I had to drag you out like this. She panicked. Where are we going? What's going on that we're out so late at night? Vlad softly said, I will leave tomorrow. Jemina felt a little sad. Then you should have behaved better before. Last time you left on your own, and this time you got kicked out. You're really a fool. At least you're still alive. Be happy it was only detention. She looked to the side and whispered that it's now curfew. Vlad whispers softly, He's later than I thought. Run a little faster. Jemina looked down at you, confused. What do you mean? Your steps are faster. Jemina was carried along as you ran. She panicked. Are you crazy now? Put me down. Jemina, with her hair messy, stared intently without looking away. The dress in front of her was stunning and drew everyone's attention, and she stood frozen in place, exclaiming in surprise. The shop owner approached warmly to greet him. Oh dear, Lord Vlan, Vlan whispered. Sorry for being late. Has my order been completed? He happily replied, Of course. Since you didn't come to pick it up, I was going to send it to you tomorrow. Vlad nodded at Jemina, saying, Try it on now. Are you talking about me? During Sarah's snowy winter night, V stepped lightly on the thin snow and whispered, I saw you earlier. The lady's borrowed dress suits you very well. Jemina slowly follows behind. You look confused as you glance back. V sneers playfully. Why are you sneaking around now? Jemina, feeling shy, puts on the new outfit. What do you mean? Vlad sighs in relief. Thank goodness I told them to make it your size. It seems like you haven't grown much either. She clenched her fist in frustration. Are you trying to die? Vlad softly reminded. Stop borrowing the lady's things and wear your own clothes. She looked down at herself, confused, with her necklace, earrings, heavy makeup, and fan. How much do all these coins cost? He replied. It's about the same as that sword hanging above the forge. She snapped, Are you joking with me? Each pair of shoes cost over 5 gold. Vlad whispered, If you do your hair too, it will be perfect. I've been a bit busy lately. Hey, when will you come back? Who knows? They didn't say anything, so I don't know either. You clutch your cold, trembling hand and softly ask, You're not planning to follow me if I don't come back, right? She was shocked. There's no way I would leave the rose flower inn. You calmly replied, Actually, the lady wants to leave the inn to you. Jemina doubts me. Stay calm and don't let the shop fall apart. I invested a lot in it. She was shocked. What? Vlad replied confidently, I will definitely come back to recover my investment. Take care of our home. Jemina blushed. Our house. V suddenly stops and rummages through his pocket. You quietly take out a handkerchief and say, Here, take this. This is a handkerchief I made. I don't know about it, but it seems that aristocrats have a custom like this. She was confused. What kind of custom is that? V kneels down. He speaks softly. Miss Jemina, I humbly ask you to grant me your handkerchief. Jemina hesitated, clutching the handkerchief tightly. There are 2 ways for a knight to accept a lady's handkerchief. One is placing it on the tip of his sword, the other is exchanging it directly. In an empty square, a knight kneels before his lady and receives her handkerchief directly from her. The lady may not realize it, but the knight has willingly accepted the responsibility that comes with accepting that gesture. It is a vow to protect that person. The silhouette stands out against the white snow, its hooves steadily marching forward. Footprints pressed into the snow as it passed by shops, through familiar alleys, and past the beloved abandoned estate. Vlad wrote it, wanting to take one last look at everything before leaving. Why is it so noisy this early? I'm going to freeze to death before I even leave. What is it? What are you doing here? He replied calmly. What do you mean by that? I am the humble servant of a noble knight, clearly. Stop playing games now. I am being detained, remember? Stay and find your own way. Guy grits his teeth and says, I've invested in you for a long time. I'd regret quitting now. And out there is a con artist. If you go alone, you'll be stripped clean in less than a week. You speak softly, surprised that a con artist would say such a thing. Go smirked confidently and said, Anyway, just trust and follow me. I may know every corner of this world better than you. I heard you bought a whole ship for your friend. Will I ever get something like that someday? V smiled softly, and depending on his expression, he looked confused. Where are we going? He immediately replied, To the east. Go was confused. Why the east and not somewhere else? He narrowed his eyes and looked back. His sword hilt was adorned with a dazzling white tiger gemstone. I need to find something there, he whispered to himself. Better than wandering aimlessly. Vlad looked back one last time, Thon Chi's figure etched into his heart. Vlad quietly thought, Goodbye. Sarah thought for a moment before turning around and walking away. Vlad led the way loudly, Let's go. The sound of hooves outside the city walls echoes non-stop as they gradually move away from the gate. Joseph stands atop the tall fortress. Dare softly remarks, The air is really cold, he responded, his voice cold as what lies beneath. Not only cold, but also painfully sharp. He didn't look back even once. He has found his target. Things will be very busy from now on. Yoger, we need greater strength enough to never lose what is ours again. He leans in slightly and whispers, I will accompany you. Are you sure? He's already very hard to read. You can assign the task or give him directions, Joseph whispers. For someone who has spent their whole life only following orders, I cannot take away his first chance to choose his own path. He speaks seriously. This is also a historic moment for us. A knight setting out with his honor. Such stories only exist from our ancestors' time. The revival of an ancient tradition nurtured by Sarah. Carried on by the wind, a knight bearing his own banner. The imperial capital of Brigantes, the Blood Dragon family's flag fluttering proudly. What do you think about P's proposal? That proposal is probably the best it can be, he spoke loudly. Well, that old bishop is quite capable. We will accept B's proposal. Let's plant our flag in the North Pole of the Central Empire. Dobre. Demetia slammed his hand down on the armrest of the chair and shouted, Again. Does this terrible thing happen again? Who really is Count Doberta Demetia? Every time they sow barley, they overturn it as if they're expecting something. The knight was confused. Even after assigning guards all night, every morning he would snap and say, Don't make excuses. They bowed their heads and apologized softly. He clutches his head roughly. Why is nothing going right? There's no fertile land here, no mild climate at all. The only support we have is the dense forest and these barley fields. If we don't plant enough now, we'll all starve. He was confused, but with only the soldiers in the domain, Demetia threw a cup of wine at his head. He shouted angrily, If you're short on soldiers, just force the people to do it. What's the point of caring now that we're about to starve? It's definitely the monsters in the forest who did this. Mobilize all troops to protect Ta's barley fields. They bow their heads and sigh. Following the Lord's orders, the knight departs in helplessness. Demetia grits his teeth and says, I'm so headache I might have to hire mercenaries. He glances to the side and grumbles irritably, That cursed forest. Today it looks even more ominously dark. Gordy carefully counts each one, salting and curing the meat. He holds up the card, suspicious. What is this? He whispered. This is the pilgrim's certificate written by Father Andrea. He nodded. So that's how it is. You brought all the valuable, expensive items without missing a thing, right? But why didn't you think of bringing a lighter? Vlad just listened in silence. I nervously retorted, You only brought a lighter, didn't you? I was a bit busy last week, Godai shouted angrily. I at least brought one. You shattered it to pieces like that. It's just because it was defective. What do you mean, fault? If you intentionally smash it, then yes. Hurry up and rub it. Sleeping outside like this, you'll freeze to death. Damn it, I can't do it anymore. Vlad suddenly drew his sword, causing Guy to startle. He boldly approached, making him panic. It's difficult, isn't it? Let me show you how it's done. Be alert and look behind, then say seriously, If anyone there is making a fire, lend me one. Aida taekwathujiang herodeichu. He was stunned. Mountain Bandit. The bulky guy approaches with a serious tone, realizing the situation he should run away from. So why are you still standing there? The bandit looks at both of you as if assessing a commodity, and V cautiously watches him. The guy boasts confidently, with that fair face, he probably could fetch a good price somewhere. The crowd behind also buzzes, Who's this young master? Say your parents' names and maybe we'll offer a fair price for you. So do you have it or not? The man looked confused. What? V speaks coldly. I said just to see if there's a fire. Son Thief sneered. What is this lunatic talking about? Narrowing his eyes to look at the fingers hanging all over the guy's neck. Vlad immediately drew his sword. Forget it. There's no point in looking for trouble. A flash of light appeared in his eyes. When I left my homeland, I had already made up my mind. The bandits were immediately stunned. Your aura flared fiercely with a fierce killing intent, and you sternly ordered, "Hand over everything you have." The bandits trembled in fear, wanting to retreat as your voice grew colder. "Your lives are worth less than beasts." The bandit stared speechless at the swinging sword as the screams of the bandits echoed throughout the forest. The dawn was breaking, and the city guards on patrol reluctantly spoke up. "This damn forest feels even colder today. It's like something's about to jump out at any moment. Don't mess around like that." There were already some frightening rumors before. The noise made them alert, and they pointed their spears toward the source of the sound. The soldiers shouted loudly, "Someone." The heavy breathing of No echoes as it suddenly bares its white teeth and growls. The soldiers panic. The monster. Vlad softly reassures them. "Calm down, the horse won't bite," and he steps towards them. The soldiers startled and confused. "The horse?" He speaks softly. "Lower your weapons. I have already captured the bandits causing chaos in this area. Are they suspicious bandits or ruthless criminals who murdered the nearby villagers?" The band of bandits, bloodstained and holding a gruesome head, are being led in chains one after another. Two soldiers panic and can't speak. The boy sternly says, "I want to see the Lord. I am a knight of Lord Vlad of Swara." In Demetia's mansion, he greeted warmly, surprised that a knight had come to Dobre to prove himself, then bowed to show respect. "Thank you for your warm welcome," he said softly. "You've caught the troublemakers causing headaches in the area. As the owner of this place, how could I not welcome you?" "Come on, enough with the formalities. Have a seat." V quickly sat down. He smiled and started the conversation. "I heard you caught a total of 9 bandits, right?" He calmly recounted that including those only with heads left, there are 15 of them. A few of them managed to escape. He cheerfully praised. "Very well, I will reward you accordingly." Vlad replied politely, "Thank you." "That's right, a knight carrying a banner, probably looking for a chance to prove himself." Damia pushed the cup of wine in front of him and softly said, "I have a favor to ask. A task for a true knight like you, seeking fame." He remained silent, somewhat annoyed, implying he wanted to exploit us for free. "We'll collect the bounty on the bandits and leave soon, because right now we need to focus on finding that voice's trail." Demetia sadly recounts, "Recently, something very strange has happened in my territory. It's barley planting season, but every time I scatter the seeds, they disappear. I've had my guards watch all night, but they still vanish without a trace. If it's animals or spirits doing this, my soldiers would have noticed. The old people in the territory say it's the spirits living in the forest doing it." V is stunned. "The forest spirit is covered in frost bones," the young girl's voice echoes softly. "Forest berries, forest berries." The girl tastes a piece and smiles happily. "It's so delicious. I think Mom would love it too." A loud noise behind her froze the girl in place. She hesitantly turned her head. What is this? Only behind her, a dark shadow radiating murderous intent can be seen. The girl is trembling with fear, her eyes still fixed on her movements. The girl screamed in terror. Next to the boiling pot was a deep hole, and she had disappeared long ago. He confidently declared, "This doesn't look good. It's obvious this place is broke. Not even enough for a meal, let alone a bonus." Vlad softly replied, "They've said they'll take care of it." He immediately retorted, "Nobody can talk their way out of it. I can tell from their appearance who is unwilling to pay up front. The Lord here is exactly like that. When it's time to open his purse, he'll surely be busy with all kinds of excuses to avoid it." "We should have taken the deposit first," you said casually. "That was your decision to make." V continues to explain. "Why does Sir Joseph always bring along a knight who doesn't know how to use a sword? Do you know what Sir Bogdan's nickname is?" Gordy hesitated. "Is that the Sugar Road Knight? You mean Bogdan, the con artist? That suspicious-looking old man, huh? You just went along with it calmly, probably because your face makes it easier to get by." Anyway, Lord Joseph only values that one point. He said everyone has their own usefulness. Whether it's a deposit or a reward, now you have to handle those yourself. GJ looked at me suspiciously. "I boast to you, Vlad. Let's show this central lord what we're capable of." My tongue has been honed by the deceit of the North. G understood the meaning behind your words, and a strange, scheming smile appeared on his face. "Oh, the pit, the darkness of Dobry covers everything. They are guarding the field together with the knights." The knight whispers, "Dobry Forest has existed for a long time, so there are many legends and mysterious stories. Actually, this morning a child went missing. I heard it was in that forest over there, near a deep hole dug close to the oak bushes." Vlad thought irritably. Too talkative indeed. The basic rule is that ambushes must be discreet. Even if he's a knight of a small territory, how could he lack basic common knowledge? He continued, saying she was a very obedient girl, which was truly unfortunate. "The girl's mother has been crying all day at the Lord's estate. Though very embarrassed, she hopes you will help with the search for the child. He quickly covered his mouth, his face darkening as he scolded sharply. The man looked at him in panic. What exactly was that look supposed to mean? The field gradually returned to silence. Vlad looked over in panic, and he quickly ran down to the field. The knight hurriedly signaled to run, everyone following Lord Vlad. The boy quickly stopped at the bait position. Vlad was stunned for a long moment before he ran over in a panic. Why did Lord Vlad suddenly? He said seriously, "It's also gone." He looked down and immediately was shocked. What's going on with this? Did the bait seed disappear without a trace? Do you have the scepter with you? A knight immediately replied, "There it is," as the blade pierced into the ground. Vlad quickly dug into the ground in confusion. He clearly heard a sound but saw no movement, and there were no footprints left behind. He grits his teeth and asks, "How far is it from where the child disappeared?" The knight hesitates. "It's just nearby, so why is it there?" The ground is black and sunken. A deep hole appears before them. He was panicked. "What's going on here?" V muttered in surprise, unable to even estimate the depth. This wasn't something humans could have dug. He speaks softly. "Squad leader, please lead the way. We must find where the child went missing." "So what is Lord Vlad doing right now?" The knight replied cautiously. After returning from the place where the child went missing, he said, "He is training the village elders." He looked confused, the old men. What exactly are they for? He quickly replied, "It seems he wants to ask about the past, about the traditions passed down here." Demetia was suspicious. Those old men wouldn't say anything strange, would they? He immediately confirmed that having lived this long, they must be wise enough. In front of a stranger knight, they wouldn't say anything that could easily be caught or questioned. He listened, then held his head in frustration, thinking that the coat still bears the Sanagino crest, meaning he has deep ties to the church, so we can't just stop him now. After all, we asked for his help first, but he's digging up more than necessary. Demetia said firmly, "Send someone to follow him to make sure he doesn't pry into strange matters." God's careful voice echoes, "Sir, do you really not suspect anything?" At this moment, that child is probably trapped in a hole, waiting for someone to rescue him. In the pitch darkness, that small, fragile child kept thinking about the feeling of choking. Tears already dried up, only able to cry silently. The atmosphere was silent to the extreme. Godi softly said, "Do you guess something, elders?" The elders kept whispering in agreement because the theft of the wheat had happened before. "That's right. That's right. When we were kids, we used to hold rituals together, but since the church came and banned it, we can't do it anymore. Those bastards have never had children get pulled into a pit, right? They only ever got taken away by wolves. Why does Vlad suspect they're offering sacrifices too?" The elders all fell into deep thought and bowed their heads in the village to avoid attention. G softly asked, "What kind of ritual is this, elders? If you don't speak up, you won't be able to save the child. This winter is unusually cold, and if things continue like this, that little life will surely die." Someone suddenly spoke up. "There is a land spirit. In that forest, there is a land spirit." V calmly approached and asked softly, "Can the elders tell more details?" G quickly signaled to him, "Captain, step outside for a moment. No matter how young you are, a knight is still a knight, especially one bearing the church's crest. The elders are quite wary of you, so if you want to speak up, you'll have to hold back. You step outside and say firmly, 'Find out for the sake of the family.'" He smugly said, "I'll handle it." Vlan stepped out of the dilapidated house. "Sir Vlan, I have something to discuss with you for a moment." "That ritual isn't anything strange," Van said calmly. "I know that too. It's about worshipping idols, which the church has banned. I also know that if it gets exposed, I could be punished severely." He's panicked about it, but I remain calm. "I understand. There are also rules that have been preserved for a long time." He was confused. Vlad firmly stated that he had never heard of any land spirits or sacrifices. "I swear to the gods that I will only focus on finding the missing child and the thief of the barley, so you don't need to monitor me anymore. Please clearly convey my message to Lord Dutoy." He gently bows his head. "Yes, I apologize for offending you. Thank you for your understanding." The knight gradually walks away from the dilapidated house. Go steps out loudly and asks the captain, "Did you find out anything suspicious?" He calmly explained, "It's not some evil demon or anything. I heard that just offering sacrifices can help the land become fertile." The details kept overlapping in Vlan's mind. Worshipping the earth demon and offering spirits may sound different, but they are essentially the same. He sternly went to find some barley to bring here. Gordai nervously, "What is this for?" He smirks confidently. "You've seen me pull someone from underground before, so this time we'd better set up our defenses properly, right?" In the deep dark forest, G's hurried voice asked, "Captain, is this okay? If we just clear the path, it's fine, but why place it on this stone?" Vlad Nu calmly replied from the bushes, "I felt the hardness of the stone when I dug it up. No matter what its identity is, it's definitely someone who cannot pass through stone." He suspected that maybe it could pass through the stone, but just preferred digging the ground, so he quickly signaled. Oops, it's here. The grains of rice on the ground vanished in an instant, small handfuls being pulled away. Vlad watched intently without looking away. The grain container stone moved slightly, and he thought to himself that it really couldn't pass through the stone. A tiny claw lifted up. Vlad drew his sword, and the small hand grabbed the grain. They both froze in shock when they realized the culprit was a glowing string mouse. Gordy shouted angrily, "Are all the old men crazy? What the hell is this? It's just a mole." Vlad smiled softly and calmly explained that it wasn't an ordinary string mouse, but a shining string mouse. His figure suddenly disappeared, and as the shining string mouse looked over, Vlad's silhouette appeared right in front, reaching out his hand. Its round black eyes suddenly widened in panic as the glowing mole screamed out. V smirked confidently. Got it. The mole was so frightened it started glowing, a flash of yellow light, and I was confused. Gordy rushes over anxiously. Has the captain been caught? Vlad's figure was still there for a moment before disappearing again, and he looked around in surprise while Gordy and No looked around nervously. What just happened? Where did he go? The captain shouted. The squad leader nodded and kicked the rock forcefully to signal, next to the huge hole. Gordy is confused and losing her mind. What is this now? Vlan's body slid deep into the hole, and the massive underground tunnel suddenly shook violently as an explosion rocked the entire passage. Vlad quickly stabilized himself and landed safely. He looked around and muttered to himself, "Oh, damn it, I thought I was going to die. Because there was no bottom. Where am I now? A tunnel underground, a tunnel in the earth." You shake the mouse violently and shout, "Where the hell are you dragging me to, you bastard? If you weren't a spirit-type creature, I would have already taken you out." He cautiously thought to himself, I don't know what's here. Better to be prepared. The light appeared again in his eye, and the mouse was attracted by his light, staring intently. The aura from the sword radiates out. Vlan's body emanates a powerful energy, and the mouse looks at him confused and squeaks. Vlad looks around and sighs. Nothing in this world is easy. Climbing back the way we came probably isn't an option. He quietly senses ahead, opening his eyes and thinking to himself that there's a gentle breeze, and surely there's an exit somewhere in this tunnel. V loudly says, "If I can't get out today, you'll be my breakfast tomorrow. Just keep going and see what happens." Your footsteps echo through the tunnel. He raised the strange-looking mole cricket high. "Oh my God, this tunnel is so long, I have no idea where it ends." We keep walking and walking but can't find the end point. Suddenly the light goes out. Vlad said sternly, "Watch out, it's already dark. Speak sweetly, and it will light up quickly." The mole is annoyed by being held tightly and follows along. Vlad smugly nodded. That's more like it. If you turn it off again, you'll get a beating. Who do you think I am, wandering underground like this? It keeps waving its hand, trying to signal to you. You suspiciously wonder what it's trying to say. Let's get out of here first, then we'll figure it out. The wind is getting closer. There must be an exit. The boy looked toward the light and happily exclaimed, "There's the light, see? This way is the right way." A loud noise made you stop in your tracks. What are you suspicious of? The mole immediately looked terrified and trembling uncontrollably. V looked at it confused. It was scared. Are you afraid of that sound? Dungchan is quite powerful too. I don't know what it is, but it's transmitting such incredible power. For now, let's climb up carefully and check it out. Vlad looked at the full pit with determination. He stuck his head out to scout, and as soon as Vlad saw it, he was stunned. He only let out a small sound upon seeing the shadow of the monster. The demon's axe strikes the big tree with force, each powerful swing causing a shockwave across the area. Vlad stares in astonishment. What is that thing? The monster isn't in the north, snorting and holding its head, its voice trembling. You look at it in shock, so you're afraid of that monster? So does that mean the tree is the original form of the spirit? He frowned, thinking that if it wasn't related to him, there was no need to confront it. But this time he had to act. He whispered softly, "Stay here and wait quietly." V climbed out of the deep hole. He prepared himself, embodying the principle of a decisive strike, with Vlad's hand firmly gripping the sword hilt, his steps light, locking onto the target, and a blue glow flickering in his eyes as the demon's blade was just drawn out, continuing to pierce into the essence of the spirit. Vlad's figure swiftly disappears. He raises his sword high, catching the creature off guard, its confused head turning as his aura erupts, the sharp blade slashing straight into its neck. Vlad steps back, silently pleased. I got it. You frown in panic as demonic energy erupts fiercely from its wound. Vlad grits his teeth and mutters, "Damn it, it's you again." G's shout echoes through the deep forest. "Captain," he's shouting, "can you hear me? Say anything, anything at all." There's still no response from under the hole. Godai raised her voice. This damn bastard has gone crazy. What should I do about this now? Should I go down there? No, I can't. What if I have to pull him up? It would be better to go back to the village and borrow a rope. No suddenly leaves. He looks at it confused. Go quickly, panicked. Hey, no, where are you going? The continuous roar from the forest echoes as the words of the village elders flood back. I hear strange screams coming from the forest. They're not the sounds of humans or animals. He was terrified, his face turning pale. Could it be the thing they mentioned? He watched it gradually disappear into the distance. Godai looked around, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, for now I'll trust and follow it. After all, it's a spirit that the savage people worship. He was crying as he chased after it, but I really don't want to go at all. The demon's spear blade swung up again. V quickly bent down. He quickly dodges its attack and swings his sword, aiming a sharp strike directly at the monster's leg. Blood gushed from the wound. He secretly rejoiced, thinking he had succeeded. Now it couldn't use its legs anymore. Its blade suddenly swung out, and he looked at the ominous aura in front of him in panic. What is that? The attack from the monster, heavy with demonic energy, knocked you back, and you were thrown far away in panic. The attack just now was soaked in filthy evil energy, just like that bastard. The demon's head, lying on the ground, suddenly lifted up. The monster reattaches its own head, and the demonic energy fills in the missing part of the cut, healing itself. V silently assessed that this person also possessed invincible power. Half-hearted attacks would be useless. He closed his eyes and muttered to himself. In that case, he had to recall. At that moment, the voice allowed me to enter his world. I closed my eyes in the silent void, and suddenly a flash of light ignited. Vlad opens his eyes wide. He silently thinks about the feeling when his world and his opponent's world collide, and the aura within him erupts. The monster was not intimidated by his aura and did not retreat. Vlad charged at it like an arrow. The creature continued swinging its axe, the sharp blade nearly touching him, but he bent down to dodge, leaving a deep cut on its body as Vlad passed by. You quickly turn around and keep stabbing the monster repeatedly. You say sternly, I will keep cutting until you are completely dead. As time passes, the monster's blood keeps splattering everywhere. Your continuous slashes make it scream in agony. Its massive body loses balance and falls down, suddenly swinging an axe directly at you. Vlad dodges in panic, the large axe blade descends, causing rocks and earth to crash, and he steps back to keep a safe distance. Fighting non-stop, Vlad begins to tire. The evil aura on the monster's body grows thicker, and its wounds start to heal. He frowns in panic, losing his mind. He's already cut off its limbs, stabbed its back, pierced its heart, and shattered its lungs. Not to mention gutting it, pulling out all its intestines and tearing them apart, yet it still refuses to die. That voice said he once beheaded a knight. Could it be that my world is still too shallow? I don't have time to blame myself now, I just need to think about how to swing my sword. If no matter how many times I slash or stab it won't die, I'll tear off its limbs and rip it to pieces. Thinking it, I quickly raise my sword, and the monster grins smugly. V sternly warned you not to laugh. A flash of light appeared in the distance, and you panicked. What's going on? Don't tell me there's still another one in the forest. You stare over with wide eyes, full of suspicion. The sound of galloping horses approaching quickly. No use is a burst of speed to run as fast as possible to reach you. V shouted in shock. The monster also looked over curiously. It charges from behind and rams its horn through the creature, causing it to grimace in pain. No quickly runs to your side. It lets out a powerful whinny. Then happily runs over. How did you find this place? Let me see. Are you hurt anywhere? You look back cautiously as the monster clutches the wound. No, just punch through. V looked over in surprise, the monster clutching tightly at the wound. No caused. Could it be that no spirit power is affecting it? Seeing no, the monster retreated. V chuckled triumphantly. I knew it. It's on alert. You climb onto no proudly, so go ahead and speak louder. Come on, no. No matter how shiny what you hold is, if you lack the strength to protect it, it will only be stolen away. This world is full of those who sit on treasures stolen from the sweat and tears of others. Vlad's eyes suddenly lit up as he raised his sword to defend those who cannot protect themselves. That is the knight's code. Vlad charges at the monster on horseback, gripping his spear with both hands raised high as if to meet it head-on. The monster swooped down just as Vlad was within its reach. At that moment, the sword's blade was nearly at his head when Vilan swung his sword and shouted, "Run away!" He forcefully deflected the slash of the monster. The power of this strike was so strong that it caused internal injuries and made it spit blood. Not stopping there, V continued to unleash an immense power. The monster took the full brunt of the attack, being thrown dozens of meters away. The sounds of battle fade away, leaving only the wind in the empty space. The monster loses consciousness, bloodied and collapsed on the ground. But then, A miracle happened. It forced itself to stand up despite its wounds, then began to channel its inner strength as if to do something. Seizing the moment when the demon paused, the boy charged forward with determination. And it worked. Nose attack is once again proving effective. Suddenly, the demon vomits a mouthful of blood and unexpectedly shows a strange change, turning and running away. Then he stands still behind a large tree. Realizing something is wrong, Vlad loudly orders, "Stop him!" He observes its behavior. The monster no longer attacks eagerly like before. It is widening the gap from Vlad, then suddenly raises its hand in a threatening posture, but shows no sign of rushing at Vlad. Seeing this, he silently guesses that it's planning to catch us because it can't attack. Knowing it's not easy to deal with, I didn't expect it to be so intelligent. The monster knows that only it is a real threat. Vlad frowned, recognizing the serious issue that requires more attention. If we rush in, the primordial spirit will be drawn into the battle. Standing between two choices, what should we do now? Should we rush in or not? Suddenly, something lightly touched Vlad's sword handle. He looked over and saw the glowing mole rat clinging to his sword hilt. Vlad looked confused as it desperately clung on. "When did you get here?" The mole tightly grips the sword hilt as you helplessly try to warn it. "This is very dangerous. Get into that hole and hide." Suddenly, the gem embedded in the hilt of the sword emitted a golden light. Vlad stared in amazement as the beam of light grew brighter and brighter. He silently exclaimed, "The spirit of the fairy race is resonating." Vlad stared in awe at the strange phenomenon happening on the sword. He faintly realizes this is a ghostly creature that dares not act rashly. The golden light shines down, and the ghostly creature turns its head. The ancient tree it leans on is the source of this radiance. Vlad's sword seems to be enhanced. At this point, I clearly understand it's the blessing of the love spirit. With this power, I can cut it down. The mole quickly burrows into Vlad's shirt for safety, then only its face sticks out, protected, and points at the monster as if giving an order. "Vlad, take it down now. You look at this creature that's more blood than brains." "All right, I get it. Say the word, Vla. Pull on the reins now." "No." A person and a horse rush toward the monster, which also refuses to back down and roars. But under Vlad's cold and deadly gaze, the monster shivered back, its eyes like a predator locking onto its prey. And then, in the 36 strategies, the monster chose to escape because it knew it had no chance. But of course, No wouldn't let it succeed. It speeds up. For the monster right now, V and No are like fierce demons chasing right behind it. And what is meant to happen will happen. In a dark and gloomy place, a faint candle flickers and someone is sitting on the chair. Lamastu's cold, emotionless gaze. "Ah," he commands. "The light of Dobry has gone out. Go and confirm." The subordinate kneeling below salutes and responds, "Yes, my lord." Lamastu. I lean on my hand, thinking that only a soul surpassing its limits can break my curse, but that monkey territory is no place for anyone to reach that level. I wonder who that person is. A small sobbing sound suddenly came from a hollow in the tree deep in the forest, where a little girl was huddled inside. With tears still welling in her eyes, the girl blinked and muttered, "Are you sure it's here? It said this was the place." Suddenly, a voice from outside asks, "Are you still able to talk to animals like that now? Stay silent and come with me. It was actually it that found you crying in the forest." Someone hurriedly explained that I wasn't crying, and the girl, seeing hope, reached out to go out as if the villagers were searching for her. "I'm here." Suddenly, the girl's hand froze. I stay alert and think more carefully. Wait, it sounds like a stranger's voice. What if they're bandits and not villagers? Moreover, that monster might still be nearby. The sound of footsteps is gradually approaching the hollow. The girl trembled as she covered her mouth with both hands. Vlad pushed aside the roots. At this moment, he's only different from the boogeyman in name. Vlad even chuckled slyly, lowering his voice. "Found it." The girl screamed in terror as if she had seen a ghost. This scream made Vlad sense a hidden pain in her heart. Seeing the mole on his shoulder, the girl calmed down, realizing it was the creature that had saved her back then. The mole rummaged through Vlad's hat and pulled out a handful of berries, offering them to the girl. She was stunned, then her heart eased and tears welled up. "V gently reached out to you. Let's go home, kid." The girl didn't hesitate to run out and hug him tightly. In this world, there's a concept that if you possess something shining, you must know how to protect it. Those who fail at that are left only with devastating decay and must begin a wandering life to survive, never knowing when it will end. A group of dwarves follow the procession leaving the town, leaving only their ruins behind. But there will still be one who is different, deep inside a cave where a fierce fire blazes and a dwarf stands in front of a deserted forge, doing nothing. Suddenly, footsteps are heard along with someone's voice. "The fire here still hasn't gone out, has it?" Loon pauses for a moment, then replies, "Someone must have witnessed the end, right? But luckily I arrived not too late. I am here to deliver a mission. Is now the right time?" He opened the bag, revealing some ore-like metals inside. The old man flinched, instantly recognizing that it was a metal only the eternal flame could tame. The cloaked figure demands, "O owner of the last forge, forge it for me." The old man asks quietly, "What do you want me to forge?" He didn't answer right away, but took off his hood, revealing a cold face and red hair, then uttered the name, "Sword of the Savage Dragon." These 3 words made the dwarf jump in surprise. His eyes flash with a murderous intent as he declares bluntly, "I will kill the most perfect dragon." Now back to the present. Vladim's sword sits on a wooden bridge, his shadow cast on the water. He remained silent, as if struggling with something inside him. Suddenly, Godi from behind approached and called the team leader. "What are you doing here? Why are you up so early?" Vlad replied briefly, "I didn't sleep very well." The night air is quite cold. Guy crosses his arms to keep warm and starts a conversation. "Who would have thought we'd encounter such evil right here? I heard the ghostly corpse disappeared like smoke, is that right?" Vlad said nothing. "You remember the entities you fought earlier, they leave no traces. The way the aftermath was handled clearly shows their intention. It's definitely connected to them." Thinking about it, Vlad said, "I need to report this to Lord Joseph." G reminded him, "But there's no wizard or sending a horse here?" Vlad turned to look at him and asked, "You can't send the horse. It's winter and hard to travel and takes a lot of time. Is there a city with a wizard to the east from here?" G stroked his chin, thinking, "If east is east, then perhaps Tanovo belongs to Count Vitsai's territory." Hearing that, Vlad made his decision. "All right, the next destination will be there. Get ready to leave first thing tomorrow morning." GJ raised his hand to signal that he understood. Then he turned and walked away, still sitting in the same thoughtful position. "It seems like I just had a dream, but the memories feel like illusions that won't stay with me. I recall fragments like a ruined fortress, the forge blazing with fierce fire, and the last dwarf guarding it. Especially the final declaration, 'I will kill the most perfect dragon.' The more Vlad thought about it, the more silent he became. You quietly repeat to yourself, 'Kill the dragon?' A very familiar voice. Maybe it's a fragment of memory left behind by that voice." V slowly drew his sword and closed his eyes, beginning to channel his inner strength, still connected to him. Suddenly Vlad opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold. The red-haired man appeared with a cryptic remark, promising to meet again in a deeper world. He clenched the hilt of his sword, gradually steadying his inner strength, and his heart grew more determined. There will definitely be a day. The next morning, with clear blue skies and white clouds, Lord Demecha's group saw Vlan off. Why not wait until it warms up a bit before leaving? Is there any reason to rush so much? I respectfully reply, "No, Countess. I have finished what I needed to do, so it's time for me to leave." Demecha snorted to himself, thinking that he had intended to drain him of more value before letting him go. "Sir Count, please don't forget what I told you yesterday." "All right, I will keep that in mind. From now on, I won't burn the forest to expand the barley fields or cut down trees recklessly anymore," Vlad added. And occasionally offering small sacrifices to the forest is also a good idea, because last night I sensed his will within the forest. You take out a gold coin and say this is a gift to the deity, you blessed my victory. Demecha accepts it and gazes at the coin in deep thought. Is it not idol worship of the spirits, but rather a prayer offered to the gods? He muttered to himself. How could a savage northern knight be so noble? Vlad's attitude and actions made Demecha respect him. He slightly bowed his head towards him and said, I sincerely thank you for your devotion and kindness. I will always remember our conversation from last night. Vlad also nodded in acknowledgement. I will always pray for Dobri's prosperity from afar. You turn on your heel and look up at the flag fluttering in the wind. The symbol on it is a tree representing the sacredness of the Dubreki land. VL quietly says, be careful too. Deep in the forest, the ancient tree that the ghost once leaned on mirrors the symbol on the flag. Its trunk emits pure golden light, and what spirits need to survive is presence, the memory of someone thinking of them, and emotions like these that help spirits endure on this land. The glowing mouse sits happily under the tree, eating wild fruit. It's a gift it received. The emotions of the young girl conveyed through the steaming tray are truly very warm. The mole sniffs as if it has discovered something. It turned its head and looked toward the forest. A group of people was slowly approaching, led by the girl it and the one it saved, waving her hand. Behind are the villagers, the forest and the fairies, even the mole. Now it will not be forgotten anymore. Today in Breaky Forest, a shining golden star has returned, and the mole stands up happily waving back. At the same time, in another country, snow falls heavily covering the sky, and the space is cold and gloomy. with a figure passing by the distant palace window. That person is Joseph. Have you found out who that person is yet? The subordinate reports that he is the biological son of Duke Dragulia, and that he is said to be the half-brother of the Sat Longdo Knight Commander. Hearing that, Joseph thought to himself that if the Blood Dragon Duke's son was Mia's half-brother, then outside the flag with two different symbols fluttering in the snowy sky, the sound of hooves echoed, and B spread his arms to welcome the approaching person. That person has a tall and imposing figure, exuding an invisible aura of authority, and it is none other than Radu Dragulia.